Okay. All right. Should we get to go? Yeah, I saw the stat line from Hunter on map 1. That shit did look insane. I will not lie. Dude's not even rolling back decades. He's reinventing himself, dude.
Bomb, almost halfway gone.
Yeah, it's not
He's
looking good
going
for Monaco.
crazy,
They are going
dude.
to sneak their way in. Still progressing into this site. This dark Nubel setup. Oh, instant click. Finds a spot, but it's more from Shy, and now time sensitive. There is no way.
Oh, he's still on a heater, it looks
it's
like.
Shy Jesus. And he's going to go down, but the round is Imperial.
They won both pistols, but they lose everybody in both pistols. So Imperial will convert another. And Shy's had some good moments across Mirage and now Inferno on the pistol round. So good shooting from him. We're still getting to see him up against the, well, best team he's ever played. Before this, just Brazilian or local opposition. Teams been in the top 30 of MIBR and Paint. Stacks does well to get 2, thanks to the Hunter flash. You can see that I need to highlight the support there from the rotation on the way in.
Fuck. Second box, all three. Nice, bora!
An important pistol, but you have to get through this one. This is a must-win round for Imperial if they want to keep the dream alive.
Well, this is the type of round Imperial won within that first half of play to start those forced by wars back and forth.
Gotta make my fucking coffee, bro. Shit. Dude, I did shoulders yesterday, chat, and I swear to God, I might not be able to look right all day today. No way.
So you can't do that. So you will give up
No.
control.
Well,
you have to retake it, and in a round like this,
that should be
you are a little bit more limited with your resources.
Being a side sleeper after shoulder day might be the worst.
Only. No SMGs.
Doesn't feel like that's a good fight for a 5-7, but what do I know? He just hits the headshot, 75 damage, or 74 to be specific.
Look at the util that's left over. We're talking.
I did 145 military press or shoulder press,
and 2 Molotovs.
AMRAP for fucking 15 reps, and I think my head was gonna pop the fuck off.
And Mounts has another smoke as well to just block them one more time. That's really quite crazy how they've rotted the clock.
Not kilogram stop.
Into the fight by the Molotov. Malbs.
Like my head was gonna fucking go straight to the ceiling.
Ooh, another dink. 2 of them now.
But the support, it's hard to move across. They were heavily headshot.
Trainer was like, bro, honestly, if you get like 8 or 9, that's like insane. I was like, I got to like 10. I was like,
another flash is on its way.
Then I hit 13 and I could feel the blood behind my eyes.
You need it now.
Does throw it out. Good flash again from Hunter. Supports the boys. That smoke as well makes things difficult, but up and over. Malbs is supported and he's hitting shots. Up to this, it's a big fight from Try. Removing Hunter and slowing things down once more.
It's these 2 again, and I think
that sounds healthy.
You can hang around, see if you can find a kill as the smoke starts to subside. Otherwise, save what you've got because you're not going to have anything into the next. And that's the decision that has been made as Monaco decides to back up alongside of Heavy God. So fortunate to get through with that. Really good support work.
So it's good to see Hunter like
from Hunter.
I wish I got to see the game, but that's good, man.
Up to double digits, but all in
I
all,
feel like he took a back seat when Nico was around. Like, not that it was a bad thing that he did it, but like,
touched upon it was a heavy
I do think he's better than like he was showing when Nico was there. He wasn't even bad when Nico was there necessarily, but
you have it. We're all tied up, 7 apiece.
What workout am I doing today? Deads.
Out of it just yet.
Deads, and I'll be AMRAPing 400 or 410.
Based off of the games that they've played together. I didn't ask him, no. But look, I would have been happy. Barrage and
I will be gassed.
Inferno towards the top of their map pool. Anubis is the 3rd and deciding map if we do need to get there.
I probably will lay down.
Got him up to the knees there, didn't he? And then Hunter swinging
maybe
through.
Cry.
Understandably so. Thinks he can make the most of the chaos, but Try continues some sharp shooting.
Good morning, YouTube chat. Don't forget to say what's up, and also don't forget to like the stream.
Liquid coming up next. The reason that's important is not only is it the next fixture you'll be watching, the winner of this will play the winner of that.
Yeah.
We are in Group B. The opening day.
James, thanks for the 35-month resub. Thank you. Been hard carrying the stream harder than Hunter carried G2 for the past 35 months. James,
we're in Copenhagen. The group stage.
That's
studio you just got a shot of there. And then we go to the arena.
Well, you're just fucking delusional, to be honest, James. Holy fuck. Slayer, thanks for the 13-month primer. Thank you. Jay, thanks for the 84. This is probably just the only place you're not banned from.
Sneeze in a Danish way, yeah.
Man literally got probably kicked out of every local buffet he's got, so he's just hanging out here.
Talking before in. But it's like Or is it some bike race?
Gecko, thanks for the 33-month resub. Horizon, thanks for the 32.
Yeah, I see you. I see you. Or like that dessert. I'll have the hoodoo.
Classic FL0.
The fact that you have to specify in many is hilarious to me.
Banana control, boiler control, brackets control. That's a whole lot better than last round.
Not that many.
This smoke makes it, well, forces Snacks to hold this arch. Let's see how Shy's hold is. Oh, he seems so aware that there's someone. Oh, great awareness. Crosshair plays, decent catches. Miles making a play.
He's been able to shoot. I think it's just his decision making at the moment. And when you haven't played top tier Counter-Strike before, that, and especially when you're from a smaller region that doesn't get to do it all the time. It's not a small region. What am I talking about? It's probably
local buffet is crazy. Local buffets fear me.
Region.
There we go. That's the one.
They have a lot of Counter-Strike.
Because there has been some dominance from that.
Oh, I went and got some Korean barbecue last night.
Oh, LGSK.
Did you see Cold Zero did his Brazilian Dream Team? I don't even know if he did it on stream. I didn't. I just caught the and it didn't. It had Big Azera, Insani, Skulls, NQZ.
Sounds pretty good.
And K Serrato.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that's the same one as I would go for.
Yeah, that's pretty
Trojan, thanks for the 25-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chat, I'm matching all gifted on Twitch and on YouTube. So if you guys make bad financial choices and gifted, I will be matching them. Pretty huge.
Here's another link.
It could be Sponge Zera.
It could be. That'd be great. Venom Zera is on Red Canids.
Yeah.
Which is where Phelps, who was on Imperial before, joined alongside of Cold Zera and Henny. You like that? It all comes full circle.
My favorite Korean barbecue place, chat, like, let me also all you can eat and do a la carte orders of my favorite kind of meat. So it's safe to say,
strong,
doesn't it?
Oh man, I'm kind of.
Henny and Phelps are older.
I may have gained some weight.
They are no older than 25.
You've no idea what you're talking about, mate. 29 for Henny, 28 for Phelps. So you've lost about 4 years. I think everybody did.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
All right, rifle rounds. G2.
Dude, I was. No, only 1/2 cup of rice. The rest was just straight meat, bro.
Wow, honestly.
Meat and
Still
veggies.
unconfirmed.
Yeah,
oh shit.
And you have no idea if they're passed or not. Right? They don't know if they got past Archside. They heard all the
Straight
stuff. They're going to be so worried about this. Honestly, just investigating now, but has to do so quite diligently. In Banana, there's still a tussle for control as well. So Imperial, just with that acceleration, have really ruined G2's round in a big way. There's questions that are just being answered by Hunter now, who's gone through the Arch side. They need to sweep and clear off Brackets control to secure it. And in the interim, Imperial are taking this Banana space.
Oh, I blanked. That's weird. So did my stream.
Snacks under scrutiny. Activates Malbs as well. They've managed to pick away at one from the pack and a pivot now. Shy working on that long fight. No one active on it as it stands. Hunter too far away to spot Arch. Honestly, we'll have to be cognizant that this is a possibility, but I like the pacing here. Shy delivering, taking some proactive fights. Hang on, Heavy God trying to transfer down to Decent on short. That's a big pick. Hunter goes down. It's
damn, that was a sick lurk out of him. So it's Chai, not Che.
Where are Snacks and Malbs going? They just kept getting closer and closer and closer when they should have been getting further.
That was sick. That was a great awareness in the situation and then just going for it, bro. I like that.
Heavy God will be able to buy himself and they can have another full rifle round.
What a Basil.
But what an interesting round from Imperial. Fast. Called off because of the
Shy,
which was unconfirmed. Seeds of doubt. They win out a fight, then they rotate back towards.
Whatever Machine says, it sounds like he's saying like Chai.
They waltz on in. So very well done.
Very unique pacing. Fast, slow, then fast again.
Well, I was a little bit critical, I think, of what was going down on Mirage. There was a lot of late finishes, and it didn't feel very pieced together, other than the attempted P90B rush, which they could have actually won that round as well. Remember, try and connect. The Heavy got jumping across the side. It was Hunter.
Yeah.
It's kind of where he got going, winning that one out. Talking about the drops right now at G2, and as mentioned with the money.
Morning, Tendies. How you doing?
They can definitely buy. Honestly, still not wielding the CT side.
You sound tired as fuck, bro. I can't believe this guy waking up at 4 in the morning, going live at 5:40. Sounds tired. Honestly, I'm shocked.
To have a conversation.
I will try to have a little bit more pep in my step for you immediately.
I mean, Imperial are winning 9-7. So another half with another strong start. G2, they like to give him a few before they get going.
Shy Jesus's knife is called Brax. Do you think he's a swag fan, or do you think it's a Brazilian word? Portuguese word.
Is it
Wait, SLB, this is the same Shy that was competing with JoJo at one point?
Yeah.
I wonder what the law is there.
Yeah, me too. I'm intrigued. Are you a fan? Maybe he was
Nitro, thanks for the
called
12-month
Shy
primer, thank you.
IWNL.
I will never lose.
Let me prove it false.
But at least it's a good mantra to
It's a
live
good
life by.
mantra. What's your mantra?
Oki, I don't got the funds for that.
IWAC.
I got a scam train going right now, but we're not even getting to level 3. Struggle Hugs, thanks for the 2-month primer. Nitro Diesel, thanks for the 12-month primer. Thank you.
Banana players, it's a
Well,
whole
Demon, I've been waking up at 4, but I like look at the games and I'm like, you know what? I'd rather just shower right now.
right
You're
now.
right about chess game because that's what it's about, combinations.
Hunter, thanks for the
House
Twitch
gets
primer.
that pick.
Thank
No
you.
trade from Vinny. Coming now.
101.
Big
Oh,
fight.
nice
Snaps, he
trade.
wins out.
Nice trade.
Just a peanut left in his health pool, though.
Yeah, you
peanut.
can tell he felt
Why did he say-
threatened
why
as
did he
well
say
because of that
pea so
defensive
much when he said
utility that
peanut,
drop.
though?
Needs to be careful
He
because
said like peanut.
Shy and Try,
He said a peanut.
they have a way. Some people would say no, but the rotation.
He had like
Hunter
5
doing
E's
is
on
to
that
double
thing.
up.
Hunter, thanks for the
He's not playing
101
side
month
side.
primer. You're
Through
fucking
this.
stunning. A Babber,
Love
thanks
the
for the
call.
74. And hold on, Tendies, you psychopath.
Makes no
Oh.
secret of this. Smoke, he can have vision here. Nade to bait. Lovely catch. She doesn't finish the meal. Oh,
A4 moment.
snacks.
He literally kills them with an
Opportunity
A1S. No
squandered.
troll.
Now the bomb will go down. It's retake time. Kits on Hunter and Monacy. Late on their rotate. Still miles away.
Yes, I
Just
saw
never
Hunter's
play.
performance.
It really
Yes,
does
yes.
feel like they've just never had a chance to actually voice concerns. Oh, you deep flash. They're fighting for ruins here. It's good reaction out of Hunter. He doesn't stick around.
Smoke banana, flash and go.
It has to be. Another flash. Oh! Fully blind and booked, but that's a trade out of Heavy God, and he leaves with 2. Up to Try. Try as hard as he might. 3 is a big ask, but he's done it! He's done it on the reload. Heavy
No
God
way.
beats it out, confirms his presence, and he's gonna clutch up on fire.
Holy
Indeed, Try.
shit.
More impact from the Argentinian.
Crazy 1v3.
Zach's happy with that one. Let's
Irresponsible
have the war cry,
tendencies
and
with the
impact just
5.
continues for this
10
kid.
gifted. Can we get some nice cocks in
Had his
chat for
time in the
tendies?
spotlight, felt like maybe he had squandered it, but in this Imperial roster, showing why he gets the call up. This third, Heavy God trying to do what he did on Mirage.
At
Oh,
least
just
3.
hold
At
on,
least
one
3
and
nice
only
ones.
Matt
Low
Gordon.
Phoenix to the 54. Thank you.
And that is a fumble. G2 with the man advantage, you think, as well. Snacks getting that kill as they jump across. Can't get it done. They get to set up for the post plant. Just a rally of flashes. Really good utility work there to keep them in that choke point.
All right, Tony.
And
I will
actually
be
to
looking
settle
for you in the
themselves.
Lisbon arena
Was
with the
Imperial
fuck flom
a
sign.
tactical timeout. Maybe to talk about the
We'll
money,
all be
maybe
like
just to
Leo
relax.
in that emote. We're like, dude, that's
Focus on
Tony.
3 more rounds required to push this one the distance.
Knew this. The third map
Looking
in this
for
series.
all primers and
And of course, an
prime
opening
forgetters.
game for them.
This guy
You've
needs
highlighted it.
another
I
mansion chest.
think it has to be said again that this being the hardest and highest ranked team that Shy Jesus has ever played, and the fact that
Dakota runs thanks to the 49-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, do that guy right there, Tony. That's going to be me when I see you.
Enjoy. Hunter gives it a good go, unloads his mag, decent down to half health. Shy
Damn,
responds with
Tendies.
an 80
Straight
time.
Donald
Breaking
Wald.
swing, doesn't nail it. Mouth will punish.
Oh, how does
One
he get
down
that?
in a must-win
Good thing they
round
nerfed the
partial
MP9,
advantage.
right, guys?
Yeah, there's stress. Right there, you see them missing a nade for another clear. So they also tried to do that one where it was a set HE to clear the smoke and go for the fight and couldn't stick the landing there. So this would be quite a miserable round to lose, one that would bring you back down to earth.
Yeah, it would extinguish that flame you see on the right side of the screen.
Dakota runs
Think that
thanks
the
to the
other
49.
keys,
Looking
again,
for
with
all
this
primers
format,
and
if
prime
you do lose your
forgetters.
opening
This
game,
guy
only
needs
one
another
team from the
mansion
lower
chat.
bracket of each
True.
group makes it
Thank
to the
you.
playoffs. So to have G2 getting upset
Please support
early,
your local billionaire.
you wonder
Thank
what
you.
that does for their hopes. And they're one of these teams, as we do look at the Blast.tv.
Well,
roster major
aspiring.
around the
We're
corner,
getting
the
there.
VRS cutoff
One
on the April
Bezos dollar
7th.
at a time.
It is important for them to have a decent result in Lisbon. They don't have to win it. They can't get blown out in back-to-back series. Man disadvantage.
You can lie to me, Tony. Yeah, that's fine.
Banana
Lies are
control.
appreciated.
G2 are responding to that, or at least they were. Malbs has just told Hunter to head back over and stack.
Let's
Lonely
go.
piece
Not
of
the
pie.
weapons
Thanks for
that
the
the
8-month
job
primer.
unless they
Thank
come
you.
this side, and those smokes
Oh,
indicate
double
they very well could
smokes.
do.
Do they walk with them, or do they just use them as bait?
An opportunity to
going with
farm
it.
on the Mag 7. Modesty goes wide and loses his life. Now a response from Snacks is good. Removes Decent, but there's more where that came from. Hunter's on the site, and don't forget about Heavy God. Does draw fire. They know the two of them are on A, and they have to hurry this up. It's Hunter.
Hunter's still going, bro.
A high impact round and a bit of a capitulation from Imperial.
Yeah, that's tough, right?
That looks pretty weak out of Imperial. That looks like a very weak call. I was, what do we do? I don't know. You want to do
He's got
this?
50 for the series. So if he just keeps on farming a few more, getting more contributions from Malbs and Heavy God in this map as well.
Well, if you want lives to look extra skinny today, YouTube chat is cooked.
Important Snacks gets that kill.
10 seconds left on the scam, trying to save it.
And then Hunter and using some banana now over towards short side as well. You win this one, G2. You take control of the
Hunter's
finances.
first map.
1900 loss going into the next, so it will be half investment territory for Imperial bar the saves. So as Inferno starts as traditionally goes on, it's going to be G2 to win this banana control. You're seeing it again, right? Those HEs, the clear of the smoke, the AWP posted. Like Astralis were doing a couple of events.
Did you guys
ago.
see Hunter's first map?
Oh,
hold that.
Amazing.
I can't believe that he's played ahead of the smoke in that situation.
But so quick. I mean, that's just like a reaction speed test for Try, and he loses.
You're also not expecting a player to swing when you see that smoke coming.
Yeah, just that momentary lapse in your focus. Thinking the fight was over for another 20, but wow, Malbs delivers. Can they rectify? Can they?
Oh yeah, I need a coffee bad.
With 60 seconds on the clock, they start to path into a finish.
And there's 4 players here for G2 to defend. They won at the banana control. Now they're heavily set up to deal with A. They've blocked towards apps. That is going to send No Way looking elsewhere.
Oh no, I'll make my own coffee. I just gotta
this round is looking to finish down Malbs.
I couldn't grab it yet.
Call for support. Brackets is
Can
just
NA claim mobs?
So the perfect
well,
time for him to block. His teammates say nothing.
Yeah, because Guatemala is in North America, so yes,
really have any other options.
that would be how it works. We can claim it.
There, the Molotov signify the commit. No break. They have to walk through this. Flash is good, but Malb still delivers one onto Vinny. Keeps the numbers up. That's 4. Doesn't finish it off. It's Hunter adjusting and farming up a triple.
This is usually where somebody in chat has to get a geographical lesson, but Central America, where Guatemala is in North America.
That's a well-played round there from G2. Right, they get the banana control. They win that initial fight, even though it was risky.
Oh, hey, look, it was right on cue. Good job, Hot Doggo.
If he sticks the landing.
Today we learned the difference between what a region. Yeah, never mind.
Alongside, they get the information. Malbs blocks. It buys time for the rotation. Sat down.
What's weird is it
we'll get there, guys. I'm educating Twitch chat one day at a time.
You see it from Try's perspective, and you realize it was 100 mile an hour.
I wonder how many people think I'm baiting because he's. But like, it's actually just true.
You're dead. Well, here's that partial Imperial investment. We'll be buying into the next. So G2, a free punt at being able to tie things up 10-10.
There's a very clear intent here, Chad.
It's all Pangea, man. I can't even spell Pangea, dude.
Back, flashed off the line. Brackets control C's, but it's actually a test for Heavy God Spray, and a nice one from Shy Jesus.
Doing the starter step there with the AK. Now they're boxed in.
Yeah, really, really quick on this. Malbs has their exit covered. Here we comes the fight as Try tries to leave. Good awareness, good awareness, good fragging from Malbs as well. Back to back.
Very clean. You take those all day. There you go, Malbs.
Yeah, how do you even get back? You only have to go forward. Honestly knows one is peering at the end of apps, is just counting
and
the
he claims Pangea
and walks into the AWP. Now Decent has taken the bomb and he's gone all the way back around the world towards T-Stairs, but so has Malbs. He took those 2 kills, he's come and reset, he's no longer playing in a position where it's like, oh, can he come up underpass? Can he come second mid? Can it be T-Stairs? No. I'm gonna play this one smart and looking good for his 18th kill.
The only 3-letter word Flom can spell is BBQ.
Actually, it was out, and there you have it. So Malbs in some good form now.
I almost said barbecue though.
Didn't want to say it.
Something about B.
Right, well, the tactical timeout now called from Imperial. Zach's last opportunity to
also
try and change
the
flow of this, because
but also
again,
then what about Prime? Because I know about Prime.
In the beginning of the half, Mirage. That's how it kicked off. This time around, they were 4-1. Start of the second half of this, 5 straight rounds. So the Pistols have really been helping Imperial get off to these buffers. But now that we're getting deep into Inferno, 3 rounds on the trot, no bomb going down. You'd want that to change at the bare minimum, because as you're losing these rounds, sure, they're getting closer to 13, but your loss bonus is building. That extra 600.
Prime is not a 3-letter word, damn. I know, bro. That's why I'm in shambles right now.
Fortunately for G2. They've actually been able to build up some residual cash themselves. Everybody has at least one more buy available. m0NESY with 2.
Jintoki saying that FaZe has been performing bad for the last 2 years
want to
is
fight for banana control.
literally provably incorrect.
m0NESY rattles off a shot. Decent trying to progress as well. It's Mouth they've got to get past.
They had a big dip though in the middle of last year, yeah.
Chaining flashes into defensive
Quickly
manner.
towards A.
Yeah, they are trying
Very
to pop.
quickly.
Not performing bad, brother. You just said like as they're performing constantly bad in important matches.
Shy Jesus gone. m0NESY now tending to
They only play pretty much critical matches because they're in. So trying to make that distinction stupid because they're always in playoffs, or most of the time. Yeah. YouTube chat, yeah. Jins took it a little too much. Yeah.
Wrapping in, looking good, threatening, but there is a lot of cavalry on their way. Cantering over, Heavy God hits another headshot on the USP swap. Hard work from Hunter finished off. It's Malbs with a headshot onto Vinny.
I think FaZe is going through what every team goes through since every team since Astralis, which is the days of dominating for an entire year or like 2 years are gone, and having that expectation is stupid.
It's going to be an easy first. The barrel betrays, and now a hard shot to hit from Snacks.
Did they see both of them, by the way, when Malbs came around? It's not like he dinked Snacks through Malbs.
Bullets, and still the nade could be good. Could be great. Oh, he's so close.
Wait.
Running him down with the USP.
Oh,
holds on.
that was actually way closer than I thought it would be. What the fuck?
2 rounds away from Anubis.
So everybody in these clutch situations just want to fight. Nobody ever wants to use that bloody bomb, and this one almost goes against them there.
There was a real opportunity. If
during the halftime break, the desk posed that Malbs played better in the anchor position. What are your thoughts, Flum?
But damn, you almost let Snacks into
Did Malbs, who had Nico as his rotator calling CT setups, play better than as the person now in Nico's spots without that same player in his team? Probably. I always hate those types of comparisons because you don't have a one-to-one. I'm glad I missed that death segment because that probably would have pissed me off. Are you telling me team that is definitively worse without one player when a player also switches that team and that player doesn't look as good? I'm shocked.
Anti-Orb Molly. Retake util thrown out. Good nade as well.
Like the answer is Malbs might be better as an anchor than he is in the star roles. But also, it's a terrible and unfair comparison to make because you literally, in one of the comparisons, had the best rifler in all of Counter-Strike ever on your team supporting you in your anchor positions versus not. So it's like, what the fuck?
With the long side smoke, he's got in pit, m0NESY,
and he's not a star? No, he's just not Nico. Which, shocker. Not every player, in fact, no player is Nico.
And Malbs on the jiggle.
I like that setup.
Crazy take.
God flash when Hunter or Malbs call for it.
Like, that's not even defending someone. Like, that's just like...
Missed indeed.
Flash isn't bad, but a little early. Still leads to a frag. Shay gone. Vinny with the bomb on his back. Good flash back. He's still alive, though.
And the boost activate.
Except for Nico. Yeah, Nico is Nico.
Have handled this well. With class, with poise, and with 5 alive, they respond.
All right, well, as mentioned, this is home turf for G2. The scalps they've taken this year, Bait, FaZe, Pain, Gamer Legion, Mouse, only 1 loss at Katowice, 2 Virtus Pro. And they're looking to add Imperial to that laundry list.
What's that? Thanks for the 19-month farmer. Thank you.
Just having a look at some of these, you've got a 13-11
hell, he called me his little men.
11 against Gamer Legion, 13-10 against FaZe. So
I am pretty cute, actually. Azrael, thanks for the 42.
Sticking to their guns with this 3-man B stack. They get the job done. Money broken, round 12.
Horrible time for that to happen.
This should be a certainty. It's just the flash for Vinny to...
Yeah, I think making comparisons for Malbs in anchor positions or star players is basically, well... I don't want to say stupid, but it's pretty stupid because you can't do it. It's not a fair comparison.
Interesting. They're just going to flood through with a flash, but Hunter knows he's positioned accordingly. And oh, it's a multi-kill spray down. Massacres them. And Vinny actually uses that smoke to slip away. I wonder if that's going to be leading to any more hijinks. Just another extra little Glock to the face. Build up your confidence. m0NESY's having none of it. And so an opportunity.
I'm
series
Nico
point
if
for
he was
G2.
bad at the game. Nice. So that means like 1 in every 15 rounds, you probably one-tap someone, you're like, fuck yeah, I'm Nico.
Late Monacy AWP arrival.
Yeah, look, with how the tussles in the early stages, if you get off to the pistol win and then you convert the first gun round, you get some cash to work with, then easy to buy. But just these slower starts to the halves, that's what's really making this scoreline a whole lot closer. I think in the rifle rounds across the board, more often than not, we've been looking at G2 and going, yeah, good, solid job. You know, great openings, good stacks. The 3-man B opener. So same setup of Heavy God and Monacy over towards A.
Smoke to start, but no fight.
Pretty aggressive stance here from Monacy, looking for somebody trying to hedge up middle quite quickly. The flash is being rallied out for Malbs to be able to contest Banana, but it's quicker towards the boiler and holes control this time for Imperial. Shy is up.
Monacy's holding for him though. Smoke again. Oh, this crucial junction of the game as well. That is going to limit their options. They wanted to be in brackets by now, but having to respect the missed smoke.
They need up and tucked. The rotation, Snacks is now joined to make it 4 strong on A. 3-quarter smoke lands again to sow seeds are down on the mid to B.
G2 are in the right place for this. Oh, fuck.
See Zach in the background there.
Yeah, head and hands.
Willing them into overtime.
Oh, Snacks is going to try and make a play, just trying to catch the timing. No one is actually looking right now, but Shay just starts, and he's positioned it so well. Timing it to perfection. This is all about the timing on the smoke fade.
It's coming through.
Activating short, and from behind he strikes. It's a team kill as well. Boils down to the 3v1 as Monacy picks off Try. It's all up to Decent, and the bomb is lost. I think the game is too. Nade at his front door. Heavy God spots him out. The Molly.
You know, I didn't watch this whole series, but it feels like G2 on the gun rounds really outclassed Imperial pretty hard.
A must-win game to start.
As soon as they got their economy settled in, they actually looked very comfortable. I know the scoreline looked close, and I know I got here late, but
Mirage 13-8 with a massive performance from Hunter on map number 1.
It really felt like G2 was controlling the game quite well outside of those pistol and like early rounds, which is scary because that's probably arguably the most important part of the game.
Break that one down.
Or not important part,
by no
but
means an easy series for
you know,
G2
for momentum
to get over
purposes.
the finish line, but they do secure this one versus Imperial with the 2-0. But I think Chad is totally right, Jacob. G2 got tested at almost every point, particularly.
I know Flom wants that Hunter performs the best on tier 2 teams.
Yeah, both maps for that matter, they really had to fight for it from start to finish. I think G2, I wouldn't say they got lucky to get away with a 2-0 right here, but it did feel to me like it was one of those games that could easily have gone 2-0 the other way. I think Imperial did a good job. I think Mirage, obviously, in itself, the Hunter performance, we'll speak about that later. Yes. Inferno as well. Even though that Imperial were struggling massively in the opening stages of the round, they were losing an awful lot of opening kills. It felt like the later stages, whenever they had to execute into a bomb site, they were the ones, you know, keeping it ahead of G2. So overall, not a bad performance by Imperial, but G2 somehow, some way managed to scrape by.
And we do indeed have Monacy joining us up here on the desk. First of all, congratulations for getting that one over the line. Inferno, that was a tricky one for us to be watching. Did it feel complicated in the server?
I think we would like making it complicated, I think. Like, I mean, I think we can do better, but the game was
damn,
good.
dude, good luck, bro. I don't even know what to say.
2025. And, but I think we just sometimes complicate some rounds, you know, and all of a sudden it's a big score already, you know.
We got the info, or the confirmation rather, that was Hunter's best game ever, or his best map
really?
On Mirage. Yeah, that's him making history.
Not
Did
bad.
he wake up this morning? Was he feeling
Wait,
a little
this is
different?
okay.
Or what happened there?
Nema is sick for like the last 3 days. Since Stockholm, he's feeling a bit sick. Not a bit, but he was like very sick yesterday. And yeah, I think like he's trying to take
bad.
some, you know,
I do that in
medicine,
PUG
you know,
sometimes.
And, feel better, but if he's playing sick like this, you know.
Yeah, let's keep him sick for that matter. You said you're complicating it a little bit. I'd agree with that. I think you got a lot of opening kills on the CT side on Inferno. 4 rounds in a row, 5 rounds in a row. You're playing 5v4, and you had a tough time converting those. What was it that you were complicating? Was it communication? Was it just individual decision making? What went wrong?
I think we are moving as a
we're
team
not
a
doing
bit
Instagram
slow,
links,
you know?
bro. No.
I think we can do decisions. We can make decisions much faster because, like, I feel like in some situations where you have to react, you know, we're reacting a bit slow to some, I don't know, like late round and mid round as well. And I think we can be better in this. And I think everyone was shooting good today, you know, everyone was feeling good. And the money, of course, like, you know, the guy's legend.
Yeah, and I know you probably hate this question, and we'll continue to talk about it forever, I guess, but not having Nico by your side anymore as being that big voice that, I guess, made you guys react, that's something you still have to learn to figure out how to react a bit faster without his voice on the CT side?
I mean, I think we improved since the beginning of the year. We started playing better without his voice, I would say. Yeah, I mean, we're like everyone is trying to be active. I think Mario today on City and Inferno was very active and loud in TeamSpeak, you know. Yeah. No, I don't know how to say it. No, he was talking a lot, you know. Yeah. Me as well, Nikita as well, Janes as well, Nemo as well. Everyone was doing a very good job on City, but as I said, I think we can like do things faster, because in this game you have to be like, you need to always react on something. You cannot just stand like a statue, you know, and they come and they execute you and you're dead on City, you know. If they do split smoke on Inferno, you have to react, you know. If they do split smokes on A, you have to react always. You cannot just stand in a position. But obviously there are some how to say it, what's the word, I forgot. Like, obviously you don't have to react always, you know. Yeah. But yeah, it's all out in this headphones. I can hear myself. You know?
How about yourself, your dynamic? Because you're playing a lot with Malbs now, and you're playing with Nico, that was obviously very vocal, right? How do you adapt to that when it comes to your voice and doing the things that you want? Because Malbs seems to be much more passive, like staying in his positions and not moving that much. And how is that working for you? Do you have to direct him? How is that dynamic going?
Mario passive. Well, I think like he's on chain, like, I mean, not on chain, but you know,
how's it say? What the fuck?
You know, I think, in my opinion, like on, for example, Mirage, like this connector, I feel like he's always like playing aggressive, but that's what is killing him sometimes, you know. He needs to Mario needs to learn how to play more passive and how to move people around on the map, because he sees more than others, you know, like anchors, and he can help a lot to like anchors and us. But sometimes he's just like, you know, running through connector, dying, you know, like picking stairs, dying. But he's doing also a lot of impact as well, you know, because of that. But a lot of times he's just giving up a lot of entries. But Mario is shooting very good. That's why he's relying on his aim a lot, and that's what makes him very good rifle, you know.
All right, gotta keep him on leash a little bit, you know.
Yeah. But yeah, sometimes we just have problems with being over aggressive, and we are giving up a lot of entries, and we are giving up a lot of like when we are 5v2, 5v3, you know, we just want to peek. Yeah, we have really good aimers in the team, and everyone wants to shoot, and because we feel confident, you know. Yeah. But sometimes it's killing us.
Okay.
Not, yeah.
It's about finding that balance.
Yeah, no,
but
totally
you're right. Sometimes he's passive.
Just like staying in the same positions, right? Like it's more about Nico is all over the map. Like he can be A, B, pushing, having that impact and being aggressive. And that's the one thing that I'm a bit missing. And so sometimes you're overtaking for him, and sometimes you're being passive because you want to give him space. And finding that balance is something that you had with Nico, obviously. And so how that was working, right?
With Nico, we were just giving space to each other to do something. Like, for example, if Nico wanted to do something, we had like a 50-50, you know. We have a lot, like, we had very good balance. He wanted to do something, he calls what to do for me, you know, and after I can take charge in mid round, you know, and sometimes I'm taking space as well, you know, like without, I don't know, I want to do this, I want to do that, you know, blah blah blah. And yeah, because Nico was calling on city side, he was main AJL on city side, you know, and but he was doing a very good job on Nico on city. That's why we had to learn how to play without him, I would say, and we had to learn what he was saying, you know, and giving information for the team, you know, because yeah, we always have to learn, you know, from mistakes, because if you don't learn from mistakes, you can get in trouble in the future, you know?
Sometimes it takes a bit of time to get over your ex, you know? That's how it works.
No, I imagine that's a tough task indeed. Obviously, if you win one more game, you will be qualified for Lisbon for the playoffs at quarterfinals at the very least. That's either going to be against Eternal Fire or Liquid. Do you have any preference of who you'd want to play in that matchup?
No.
Anyone?
No,
Take what you're given?
No, we lost to... No. Honestly, I don't care. But we lost to Eternal Fire, I remember, on Blast here, Blast Bounty, so maybe it's not bad to take revenge, you know, against them. But yeah, I'm not gonna say they're a comfortable opponent, they're not comfortable. We don't care, we're just gonna prepare against the team who's gonna play against us. Yeah.
However the cards are drawn. I like to hear that, Manasi. Thank you so much for your time. I'll let you go off and
Thank you so much,
ready with your team. See you later on. Congratulations to G2. Obviously, they will be going onwards and upwards to that upper bracket final game qualification against whoever they may draw, Liquid or Eternal Fire. I'd like to
Pretty good. I just woke up, so
it's
settling in. Chat, here's my 10 gift. Are you guys on Twitch earlier?
To be filling with the team, there was obviously way more.
Wish Gavin a happy birthday. He's 24 now.
For the squad, and that's something that's going to take some time for him to learn.
24, and you're crashing out that much in Europe while I'm watching you play Pugs in NA?
That's one of the things that I was raising, you know, when people spoke about
Jesus Christ, get it together, Gavin.
Into becoming the new Nico. I think from a mechanical point of view, yes, Maltz have everything he
needs.
Get
it together, Vinny. Thanks for the 45-month primer.
He's a great aimer, great mechanical skills, but the communication, as you said as well, you know.
Oh, I know you had 150 FPS. That's all I heard for about fucking 30 fucking minutes straight.
Change it up a little bit, how to dictate the pace, how to dictate the players around him. Maybe Maltz needs a bit more time before he feels comfortable.
Trust me, I know you had 150 FPS. You would shut the fuck up about it. You had 120 ping, 150 FPS. Shut the fuck up.
He was having an excellent game on Inferno. They started winning rounds on CT when they started taking banana, and him being more aggressive to the point of...
Man was crashing out when he whiffed, too.
Like, looking back at Mirage on their City side, he was non-existent.
He was absolutely crashing out. He fucking dropped 30 bullets on a guy not moving, and then he blamed the ping.
Or when to be on the A-bomb side and supporting your A player. And that's where Nico was excellent, and that's where the dynamic between Nico and Manesi was perfect. And
motherfucker, I'm watching. All right, Gavin, I got eyes, okay?
And then now, looking at
the
game,
ghost
Hunter
whiffs
bailed him out. But that duo and that work in mid was just not good enough.
You think this is funny? I thought it was fucking hilarious. Then I closed the stream because you're too loud. I'm old.
Himself as well.
Can't be watching that shit too late at night.
The game as a whole.
My ears hurt.
G2, they get off with a 2-0 win. Obviously, that's great for them. I think Imperial played way better than I thought they would in this game. The fact that they were able to apply pressure on both maps, and as I said, arguably could have won this game 2-0 or at least pushed it into
Speaking of being old, let me get my coffee.
G2, I feel comfortable saying that this was not their best performance.
Gavin's got a sub. He won't see this. I'm running an ad and I'm making a coffee real quick.
To play better. Whereas for Imperial, they should be somewhat comfortable in the sense that yes, you lost the game.
I'll be back 1 sec.
You know, a little bit dire right now. It's going to feel a bit unsatisfying that you couldn't get it done. But at the end of the day, the quality of Counter-Strike they displayed, that was at a high level and way better than any of us would have thought.
Would you agree with that sentiment that Imperial kind of surpassed the level that you were maybe expecting them to show here?
I kind of expected them at that level. I thought they were gonna be good. I thought Shai is a very good addition because it brings a lot of balance to the team. I really liked what I saw from him. And overall as a team, you saw they had ideas and they just locked themselves in that T-side Mirage. If they win that half and they win that first map, they might have won Inferno with that extra confidence, with that extra thing on top. And if not, it would have been a third map, so they would have another chance to win the whole game. So that was the only disappointment a little bit, that they just didn't stick to it. And on Inferno, they had the game plan, they executed it. It was very close, even though they won some clutches and like good situations. Overall, I think that's what I expected from Imperial, because I think G2 is not a very stable team at this point. And so they can be moved around, and a team like Imperial will like to do that.
That is the scary part. You know, the lowest ranked team in this group came very close, as you said, to beating G2, or at least taking off map from them. So I think it's more that G2 needs to step it up than Imperial on delivering, because I agree with you, they played a good game of Counter-Strike.
100% agree, and luckily enough for them, it is a double elimination format, so they will have one more chance to be keeping their heads and maybe rewriting their road onwards to Lisbon for the playoffs. That's going to be versus the loser of Eternal Fire or Liquid, which obviously we've got to find out how that happens in the second series of the day. But are you counting Imperial out at all in this? Do you think, you know, there could be a chance on the cards for them to at least get one series win?
Ask me when we've seen Liquid and Eternal Fire play. I think on paper, no, Imperial shouldn't be able to beat any of those two teams, but I am more confident in saying that today after watching them versus G2 than before the tournament. I think they played good, so there's a chance, but not high likelihood.
There's a chance. There's always a chance. Like, especially if there's an Imperial against Fury in the lower bracket. I don't know exactly how he goes.
You like to say 50-50, don't you? Either you win or you lose.
Exactly. It's always how he goes. Yes, they always have a 50%. But no, they have a chance to upset teams, especially a lot of teams are on a downwards trajectory, and they're just here to prove themselves. So like they have something to show. And no, I'm hopeful for them. They can take maps at the very least.
Yeah, we will be seeing that go down as our second series of the day. But obviously, we're lucky enough to be joined by current in-game leader MBK. And Jacob is going to get the opportunity to pick his brains on that very topic after this break. Join us back then.
And about to become a floppy disk now, Torsen in with the opener. Game of Legion immediately get off to a good start. Ooh. Rez hears the pitter-patter of footsteps in through the apartment. And so he's ready for that. Slend even posted with him. It's a strong crossfire set up between Pit and Sight. And look at that, in the blink of an eye, the round looks to be over. Only Snow left. Oh my God. Knife pull from ZTR. Cheeky. No respect given.
Cheeky guy. We might honestly just see Eternal Fire try and save, because they're about to lose this B site.
Oh wait, the bomb just crossed over. Okay, it gets down, it's fine. Right, the bomb started like rooting towards the right side as you come out ramp, and that immediately made me nervous. Maybe I didn't need to be, as now it's only Madge. Madge is still floating around on the ramp. He would love this kill, and then...
Is he going for the knife?
Do it.
Yeah, come on.
Go on, Madge.
Go on.
Go on, Madge.
Good lad.
Yeah! Knife pulled! Take that, Madges!
And Naf finds that flank from Krad. You can see 9Pandas trying to squirm around the map to get something back. Potential for Naf to be found out.
And Dillades, he snuck into this corner inside a mini. Maybe there's a chance he gets away with this.
Yes. Oh, nice. Doubles down on the bomb carrier. T's able to scramble. Long-range fight for Dillades. Oh, and Alv's able to snap his crosshair down onto Naf. JKS tends to be good for a clutch or two.
Yeah, Bomb's in an interesting spot. He's got 20 seconds.
Still thinking maybe Dillades is out around the main corner. He's going to find out that's now clear, but he is walking into a perfect pinch here for 9Pandas. Yeah. Oh, no! No!
Oh my God,
okay. God forbid. The perfect crossfire almost goes wrong.
Tessez with a phenomenal game. Needs now more than ever to be that bastion of hope. It's a double up, it's a double kill, but not even that might be enough to keep Falcons in this. Eternal Fire, 3v2. 2 kills away from this bomb burner of a series falling in their favor, locking in a spot in the LAN playoffs of Blast Bounty. It's Dexter and Kicksan left to try and stop them. A union that took so long to come together. It took a while to have Kicksan and Dexter on the same side of the server. Can they dig deep? Can they pull back this 2-on-3? It's just the captain. It's just Madge. Knife pulled as the captains clash. Defuse being held. And Madge seals the deal with a knife.
We're very lucky to be joined by NBK for this week's of Blast Action, and I want to dive into your mega brain a little bit, because I know that you're an in-game leader. I know you've been around for a long time, and I have this idea that talking to you and getting a better understanding of what it's like to be an in-game leader in modern day and age Counter-Strike would be good for me, but also for the viewers at home. So Nathan, tell us, where are you playing right now, you know, in terms of your role within your team, and what are you up to when you're not joining me on the disc?
Sure, so yeah, starting a new team, and so starting as an IGL there to like help shape everything and try to make something work for the future and grind from zero. So having to look at a lot of demos, learning from the best IGLs that are here at this tournament, and trying to emulate some of their ideas. And so there are very distinct ways of approaching, especially on the city side. IGLs that are going to be more active in center of the map, and IGLs that are going to be more anchors, like the more the snacks kind of players, and the more active like the Apex. Blitz is also very notorious for that, where they can take control. They can be all over the map. Usually they're going to be rotation on city then, so like playing towards city spawn, short, A. And the big thing when you're very active and central in those positions is that you can be everywhere. And that's where you have your strength as an IGL, right?
Yeah, and I kind of want to dive into it right away. We have Dust 2 as a map as well, and you're telling me that you're in the center of the action. You're playing the rotation roles on towards the A-bomb side. So we are making this little square on your screen, and that's sort of like your rain of motion. Now, tell me, why is it that you're placing yourself in that position? You want to be activated. Is that because when you are active, when you are in the center of the map, it's easier to make the right decisions and make the calls? Or is it just a personal preference from a player point of view?
So there is a big part where you can see the game as an IGL as a strategy game. So like all the Age of Empires, StarCraft kind of game where you have resources and you have a map and then you can place your pawn on the map however you want to. And so when you're center of the map and you're playing those more active positions where you have control of grenades, like flashes, where the Ts are going to be very active, that's where you want to be in order to control your team as good as possible and use those resources as good as possible. So you're going to be able to be there as a player on the right position, and you're going to be able to use utility. So let's say the Ts are, like the terrorists, are generally going to take short control. And so from that short control, you would be very aware of like using the resources like HE grenades, flashbangs, smokes, and time them properly in order for you to go around the map and then put the strength wherever you want it to be. And so you have that mind game, obviously, of like making a smoke and then standing behind it or just completely leaving the area and then trusting the players on the other side of the map. So on the B-bomb side, so we were talking about how anchors became so important in this meta of the game and star players of the teams. Well, you trust them in that area, and that rotation role becomes more supporty, where you're the one with the grenade, where you can just go left and right on the map and then put that strength wherever you want it.
Okay, and when you're talking about, you know, being in the center of the action, when you're talking about being a supportive element as well, most people would think that when you're playing CT Spawn on Dust 2, or if we were to move into Inferno as an example, if you're playing Archer, if you're playing towards Long, that is star positions. That's positions where you're supposed to get a lot of kills, but you're telling me that there's a different approach to it as well, where you can be a little bit more utilized as a supportive element with your flashes, with your grenades. Maybe on Inferno is a great example. You get to dictate whether you're stacking one bomb site or another. Is that, you know, you trying as an in-game leader to be in control of the situation, and that's the reason why you're placing yourself in those areas?
Yeah, it definitely helps because you have a better overview of what's happening on the map. So let's say you are the long player, A player, usually what's going to happen in the current meta, and we saw G2 do it a lot this game, it was Monezi and Heavy God that were on A in pit, and they were just holding it as 2 for the most part. And the player that was long, that was Hunter, was just going back and forth between B, long, city spawn, and so he was supportive at first, and then he was just at the right place at the right time, and he was then having that impact. And so by having all the information that was around the map, by seeing how they were taking banana control, by seeing how players are positioned on A with their utility, you can take the right decision, and that's what IGLs like to do. Take a decision, especially for the mid round and the late round of, okay, how are we going to play the round? How are we going to get that direction? And when you're an IGL and you like to do it on T and CT side, you want to play those positions in order to have that direct impact.
And if I'm making the square box over here towards the B bomb side, because we just saw a game where Snax is playing, you know, very static in that position. So from your point of view, obviously you've placed yourself in the center of the map, so you can make those calls, you can make those rotations, and you can try to read the game. Now imagine you were Snax and you're stagnate on the B bomb side. Does that mean you don't have all the information necessary to make those decisions? By then you rely more on your teammates, or what would the line of thought be that if you were to place yourself as an anchor position, how much would you be hindered in doing what you actually want to do?
Yeah, so that's where on the CT side there's another approach, which is what G2 had, especially with Nico, and they've been very vocal, where Nico was the IGL on the CT side, and he was taking control of pretty much everything because he had this position, and then the IGL becomes a T-side IGL more so, and then it just changes how the team is approaching and functioning with like almost 2 captains within the team, which can be an issue for some IGLs that want to have control of everything and have that impact on both T and CT. But when it comes down to Snax, Inferno is a bit of an exception because Banana is the name of the game for that map, so like you want to have that information and put all your resources in there, or use them as efficiently as possible. Then he was more there to set Malbs up and then be able to rotate towards A when needed or be there. So he had a semi-rotation kind of role, but it's the same idea. If you look at Mirage, Snax is not calling anything. He's giving very little resources, and he just has to use them as good as possible, but he's also put in that position because that's where there are the least fights, and you want to put the strongest players.
I'd rather eat than sub to Flom. Kind of selfish of you, dude.
Like, have you toyed with the idea that maybe it would be more beneficial for your team
thanks for the 14. Becky, thanks for the 6. Big, huge wieners, dude.
You as an in-game leader, and I guess it's style dependent as well, right? Would you feel uncomfortable if you were playing, let's say, B-ups on Mirage, and you couldn't make any decisions? You couldn't
make a huge shit. Nice. I'm having coffee, so I'll probably be there soon.
Would that be something that would hinder you as an individual player as well?
It really depends on how the team is shaped up, right? Like if you have someone that you fully trust to make those decisions, then you come into more a scenario of like double IGLing almost, where you have like someone calling on the CT side and someone calling on the T side, right?
Yep.
And especially on Anubis, it's
Morning,
something that
Eduardo.
you can really see on the CT side, where the B bomb side and A are like so separated, and that's why it's such a great T-sided map, because you can, the Ts can take control of and split the bomb sites in 2, and then you just have to go into one or another. But you need to have 2 trusted players in both mid player that has to have the right balance between aggressive and passive, and on the B-bomb side, someone that takes decision. So you can be central as the IGL, being more in a cave position, and then you have control of what's happening in water, and then being able to repush it, take control. Or you can play
this
towards
guy is
mid
MBK, what do you mean?
Oh
shit, my face.
Towards A and B in the mid round by leaving middle open, which is
like
one of
MBK?
the key points of Anubis.
And you're playing middle on Anubis, right? We highlighted it on the map right here, the square box. This is your main position. So try walk me through when you play middle. Obviously, there's a lot of different ways.
November, thanks for the 5-month farmer. Thank you.
Double stack towards middle. You could play it aggressively, where you push down towards T-spawn, perhaps, if you feel there's a gap. You could also be very defensive. Now, what are your options in terms of rotations here? Is that to dedicate yourself to the A bomb side, or are you more leaving towards going towards the B bomb side?
You have 2 different approaches. One that is more the Vitality and Internal Fire approach, which has the upper as one of the 2A players. So they play like pretty much 2-1-2, with the middle piece being very liberal in going either towards A and stacking or towards B and stacking, and then re-pushing that area more often than not. And then I think one of the very important part is because back to the point of using the resources as good as possible.
Yeah.
Middle is pivotal in Anubis because it splits up the bomb sites. So if the terrorists take control of middle, they can go A and split it and B and split it fairly easily. So what you want is to use as little resources as possible to have control of middle for as long as possible. And so that's going to be your main focus as an IGL, and then you trust the bomb sites and your anchors to be as good as possible with the resources they have. And so that's where the more thoughtful part of the game
Shorty, thanks for 22 month primer, thank you.
How much utility do you need towards mid, so you can either fight it or live it. And so that's where some IGLs play there, so that they can have control also of the mid round. Because then, let's say you go towards A, you have to do something on Anubis, so you have to repush him. And if you go towards B, what are you going to do? Repush cave, repush B. And so a lot of leaders like to have that control of being able to be that impulse that pushes the others to do something.
And I think part of this as well, just to give context to the viewers at home, you know, you used to be a star player back in the early days. You used to be a guy who had great mechanical skill. You had a lot of frags on the server as well. Do you think you're more lenient to be that type of player as
crazy
as well? Because you've
I was
been
playing
there
when
before,
MBK was like the 16-year-old prodigy in French CS.
The teams that may be more open and more okay to play the anchor roles. Do you think there's something
Fucking
that
weird.
plays into that as well?
I think it's a lot about what the teammates you have and people you have in the team want to do, right? Because if you have more active and vocal players, you need to give them space, otherwise they're not going to feel comfortable and they won't be able to be at 100%. So the IGL is more often than not going to be adapting a little bit to who you have in the team, and same if you have anchors.
How old is
MBK
MBK
very
right now?
strong and very passive in their positions. You want to let them there and then have that movement control, right? So like that's what happened, I think, with Apex when they started with Vitality with Spinks. He was moving all over the map and playing those big positions so he could make space and then enable movement for his teammates that didn't necessarily wanted to do it initially. And so
not a bad trophy cabinet.
And
not
you
bad.
can see a bit more
not bad.
changes now that Rups is in the team.
It scrolls. It scrolls. That's a big. Hey, that scrolling is huge. Look at that one.
Player that can adapt.
And I think that's a great example because I want to remind people that when
25K.
Spinks was brought into Vitality, Apex has always been this guy who in the center of the map. He's playing Yard or Nuke, you know. He's always moving around. He can never stand still, and that's sort of like the player he is. He then tried to transition into playing ramp for a couple of tournaments. He tried to become an anchor, and it was clear for everyone, including himself after a couple of tournaments, that it just didn't suit him. So it's also one of those things as, yes, you want to make the best case scenario for your own team. You want to make sure that you're enabling all the players you have and their qualities, but at some point you also got to make a decision for yourself. Where do you get the most out of yourself?
Happies in Valorant,
would it be fair to say that it's constantly, you're trying to weigh it up, you know, where do we get the most out of our players? And sometimes maybe you have to play a position you don't necessarily like, but if you know that your teammate next to you is then way more efficient, then that's a sacrifice you have to make.
It's a game of percentages, right? Like it's where can you get the most impact out of placing the players in certain positions. And that's always I'm not going to say a struggle, but it's a constant thinking of
because it changes
what
as well, right?
Yeah. Obviously, and especially it changes with maps because some players
I think this is the first time they beat
NIP. They like the
NIP.
position they always played it, and on other maps they're going to be more active because they feel the map. It's almost impossible for a player like an IGL to be comfortable on 6 maps because no team really plays 7 maps. It
Gyro 6 to the 47th primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Strengths and weaknesses, and so
I picked
changing a
fucking
little
lit.
bit.
Spade 6 to the 12-month primer. Thank you. 1K for the 11-month primer. Thank you.
And an idea of how you want to approach the game, both on T and CT side, it really helps enabling everyone. And then the IGL, if the IGL is going to be that vocal guy that is going to put a lot of pressure on the map, that is going to be running everywhere and then giving those impulses that are very important, then you want that being the focal point, and then everybody needs to just go kill and trade, and then it becomes easy.
You know what, Nathan? I think we could keep on going, speaking about this topic for another 15 minutes, but we do have a game coming up between Eternal Fire and Team Liquid, so we are approaching.
True. Salty Boy, thanks to 25-month recent. Thank you. True, Salty, true. Mythic got Nuke 5 gifted for Flom, shoe on his head, Lakers in 5. When do FaZe play? Tomorrow. They play versus Stralis. Check Discord? Oh, what if I don't wanna? What am I checking? Chat? Sub chat? There's a wildfire by you? What the fuck? Just go blow it out, dude. I've seen you blow shit way bigger before. You could do it, Ducky. No, but honestly, stay safe. That shit's spooky, man. That shit's actually fucking spooky. Be safe. Wait. I'm getting my yogurt, my Greek yogurt and berries. One sec. Can we get a fuck flom in chat?
Chat, don't be a prime forgetter.
Liquid versus Eternal Fire next up on the docket. The former having added Nerds to their roster a couple of months ago and looking to make a firm dent within the top 10. The latter, however, well, they've truly been on the grind this season. And Jacob, it started with a great performance in this very studio where Eternal Fire actually managed to make it to the grand finals of Blast Bounty versus Spirit. Albeit Spirit, they did lift the trophy in that one. But I think that really put Eternal Fire on our radar for what has been a very successful 2025 so far.
It's been impossible to ignore Eternal Fire in 2025 for many different reasons. First and foremost, as you said, they got off to a strong start in 2025. No one expected them to be playing at that level. You know, we knew that they could do a good job. We knew it from 2024 where they had certain tournaments where they exceeded expectations, but the consistency from this team in 25 and the fact that they have established themselves as a team we have to take serious at every single tournament is a massive step in the right direction. Another point would be that they're playing and spamming every single tournament. Nathan. They have had no break whatsoever. And I'm a little bit concerned. We have seen certain tidbits from interviews where players are saying that it's rough to be on the round, it's not easy, we lack practice time, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, the team could just decide to skip certain events, right? So as a player yourself, you must feel for them in the sense that yes, you want to play all the tournaments, but if you don't practice for a month and a half, at some point you're going to drop off.
Yeah, 100%, and especially having a bit more insights on that team because Major has a Turkish flag, but he's French. Let's be honest with it. The whole team is functioning in a very scripted way, especially on the T side. They obviously have excellent individuals, but they have to be a bit more scripted in order for the game plan to make sense, right? Being in the same direction, something that we have been speaking a lot on the desk so far. And so it's working very well. Obviously, they're a very, very good team. But to renew that, exactly as you said, with the lack of practice between the tournaments, having to play day in and day out, and then especially going far in tournaments because now they're going into those top 4, those finals. It is hard to renew your game and to like be unpredictable because you're going to get figured out. And once you're figured out with that playstyle, it gets hard to not get countered and then just to keep on getting those runs.
Well, I did pose that exact question to Maja earlier on today, so let's see what he had to say about the grind of 2025. In the context of the current Counter-Strike ecosystem, you're one of the few teams that are doing literally every single event that you can. Can you tell me whether that's taken a toll on you guys in terms of the energy levels and the kind of rest period that it potentially could give you guys?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I think we need to find a right balance between doing all the back-to-back events, but we gain also a lot of experience and we play a lot of official. So when you see on the big pictures, I think it's a good thing for us. And we will do our best today in Blast. And the first tournament that we did was Blast, and it was really good for us. We go to the final, and I hope this tournament we can do the same. And yeah.
Has the kind of constant grind of events, have you seen it take a toll on any of your players yet?
What can you?
Have you seen it kind of have any negative impact doing the grind of these events back to back? Have you seen it have any toll on some of your players?
Like, no, not really. I think we all, to be honest, we all grind a lot this year. We knew that when we started the year because with the new system of Valve. And yeah, everyone know what we have to do, and we will do our best for that. I think complaining is not very good, to be honest. We're doing that because we're professional extra. But like I told you, I think we need to find the right balance between everything, keeping energy, etc. And if we can find the right balance, it will be just benefit for you. Like playing a lot of official is just experience day by day.
Yeah, balance is certainly going to be imperative for Eternal Fire moving into the latter stage of this season. But let's talk about the matchup at hand, because this is a rematch, Jacob, of what we saw going down at ESL Pro League. Very, very close one as well. It did side with Liquid 2-0, though.
Yeah, a super cool game, super tense game, a game where it was going back and forth all the
Strawberries,
time.
blueberries,
Liquid were able to win a new
hot honey.
That was the big surprise
Greek
to me.
yogurt.
You know, it's
We're
been a
so
staple
back.
in
Let's
Eternal
go.
Fire's map pip and their map pool so far. So it's probably one of those games where you said it as well, Nathan, when you are playing against the same teams over and over, and they just did this game, what is it, 10 or 11 days ago?
Yeah.
There's only so much you can renew. There's only so many new strats, new approaches, new defaults you can incorporate. So we're probably going to see a similar map pool and a similar close game, just judging by what we saw Pro League.
Is a hot honey
like, I think
custom made?
in
I
that
fucking
regard, Liquid is
no.
a bit more adaptive, right? They still have role clashes within the team.
No,
but
I just
they
got the
seem to be
basic
able to
bitch.
do
Nice
more things
hot
on the map
honey.
and be a bit more open in
Imagine.
that sense, and that's what I would love to see Eternal Fire doing as well.
Got my own hot
Especially
honey
since
brand.
they got Jota. He was in a single system where he was free.
And not get the obsession with hot
Free
honey
like
in the
never.
US.
Like he could do whatever he wanted on the map, especially on Anubis. He was dropping 30 bombs
I don't-
every single time. They
I
were
know what you're
playing
talking
together.
about.
He was
I would say I
incredible.
like
So
it on certain things,
wanna
but
see
I
Jota
also
just
don't go.
Major say, hey,
I don't put it
Jota,
on
go kill him.
everything.
Go kill it, and we will play somewhere else, or we will play with you, do something like that, and just open up a little bit that box for everybody to be a bit more unpredictable.
Hot honey on my Greek yogurt.
With some individuals from both
Hot
sides
honey on my
of the server,
pizza
because obviously we
with
preface this,
pepperoni.
Nerds, the fact that he's coming into Liquid, kind of a renewed breath of fresh air, if you will, into the squad. Then we've got Santaris on the other side of things, and I feel like there was I don't know, he was lacking a little bit at EPL. Granted, I will give him the you know, the courtesy of them being on such a long tear of a season, but I did want to see a little bit more from him at that particular event.
I think
But it's just a nice little way to
because when he's firing on all cylinders, I think he's one of the most mechanical skill
flavor
players
up
the game
some-
has to
some,
offer, to be completely honest. And I think that's been the case for many, many, many years.
know.
Obviously, he's had a bit
Just
of
a nice
a
little
rough
enhancer.
career in the sense that he hasn't always found himself in teams that were making it deep into
I'm like,
tournaments. So
hot
it's been
honey
hard
is
from
in
the outside
temperature
to
or spicy
quantify
hot?
him.
Like
How
spicy.
good is he? But I feel like with Eternal Fire's, you know, race to, dare I say, dominance, or at least, you know, coming into establish themselves as a top 5, top 6 team that are always playing the big tournaments, always going deep into tournaments, we get to see more of Santaris. And once you get a taste of how good he is, the expectations also follows up.
I think he is a master at the city side, especially. For a long period of time, he was easy to figure out because he was doing the same move back in the days, 15 rounds in a
Nah,
row.
dude, hot honey
And
on
you get figured out
pizza.
and you
Well,
get double
specifically, it's
mated
got to
and
be
all that kind of
pepperoni
stuff.
for me.
But he became way better.
That
in
spice
sense,
with like
and
a
especially with Major
nice-
bringing a bit more of a
nice heat
diversity
on a
in everything he has to
pepperoni
do,
goes so
and,
well together,
the different
dude.
objectives he has
Holy.
within the rounds, and so. It is always good, as you said, the guy is grinding deathmatch like nobody else. He is a master at aiming.
Do you get the
And
extra hot honey? Nori likes
when you
that.
start
I
looking
use
at
the
that guy,
normal.
You just want to see more and more of him.
What's the story of JKS so far on Liquid, and where is he at right now within the team?
I'm curious to hear Chat's take on that as well during the cast, because I feel like JKS is a good role player. I feel like he's a decent player, but I haven't seen him click fully into Liquid just yet. I was looking into his stats as well, and the last 5 or 6 events, he's consistently doing a decent job, but he's never exceeding expectations. He's rarely popping off. He's rarely having a tournament where he's a difference maker.
She got that Korean spice
I guess
level.
coming in and
Yes,
having more
yes,
impact
yes,
than
she
you'd
does.
expect, and that's
And
both a
then
good and a
some,
bad.
honestly.
You know what you get from him, but I just want a little bit more. Instead of being at a 0.95 rating consistently at every single tournament, why don't we bump it up to just a 1 rating? And at that point, I think that could help elevate Liquid a little bit.
You know what I want to know a bit more about? It is the map picks and bans. Now, we didn't get to hear it in the Major interview, but he did say after the couple of answers that we got there that Liquid, they like to switch things up in terms of their first ban, and they've done it again compared to the series back at ESL Pro League. So maybe a curveball in the mix for Liquid?
Maybe. No nuke, no ancient. I expect Anubis to be part of this map pool one way or another.
JKS plays the hardest positions. They're being super critical.
Anything else, considering that they are
brother, if you're going to be on the top team and the goal is to be winning tournaments and be an elite team like Liquids are,
it's not a map that
the anchors usually are doing a little bit better than he is. Is that totally fair to him?
The first two maps are going to be
Maybe.
Dust 2 and Anubis, kind of as
Maybe
we
not,
expected.
but it sure would help if he was playing stronger, right?
Also two maps where both teams feel comfortable, which should give us a close game.
Two good teams facing each other, I think. I think at this point with that map pool especially, yeah, there are maps that they all
interesting.
Love. Dust 2, they all played for years and years and years, and those versions of those two teams love the map. Ultimate is very, very good on Dust 2. Woxic has all the tricks in the world as well and all the experience. And
No train?
No train is surprising. And Inferno Therma, I think is pretty good as well for both teams. It's a map that, again,
did they switch the
those
picks?
three maps make sense. Like they just make sense. They're maps that they both love and maps where individuals can express themselves, right? They all have signature moves, signature plays that they've shown several times. And hopefully we're going to see some more.
What signature are you looking out for on Dust 2, Jacob?
Oh, I think Ultimate, as you said, yeah, it's one of the few maps where he finds impact. I think Nafly as well, being the anchor position. I think he has had a couple of pop-off games lately, so I would like to see a bit more from Nas. And then eyes on JKS, chat, make him play good. I want to see something more from that boy.
Chad, you hear that? I know you're not biased to the Australians.
She do spicy kimchi?
Yeah. For a little bit more from JKS?
No, she literally unironically ate something called Houston, we have a problem.
No. Here's the thing.
But you have to sign a waiver
you need
for
to
it.
deliver, Justin. We're all watching an entire nation, almost an entire region.
It like was so much spice
now,
that
so
she
we
like
can also put a little bit of hope in them.
She was in pain.
But yeah,
and
look,
she
Justin is someone who in this team
she
he
ordered
does
it
play
the next
some of
day.
the tougher roles alongside of Naf, but you still need to be able to deliver, and he's got a nice little mug there, so maybe making himself feel like he's at home.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Liquid are going to be at home in this one, coming into their home soil.
She kind of crazy.
A different pick.
Spice.
I think this is a weakness for both teams, in my opinion, but maybe practice for Liquid on Dust 2 goes very well. Just was flicking through the CT side gun rounds as far as Eternal Fire is concerned, and there's only one round in the last 5 matches where anybody's pushed Lower Dark on a gun round. But this is a very aggressive stance. All 5 players in the mid corridor. You don't see this every day of the week. It does give him a quick response time to A, but Naf could have doubled up.
What you're saying is Nori can breathe hot fire at will?
Still becomes a possibility. Quite quickly, Woxic, a P2K user, will he be able to find that instant headshot? He has delivered despite the flashbang and magic connecting on his smoke spams as well. Nerds claws him back into contention only for a moment as the dual Berettas collect. They double swing, nice goosh. P250 humbled. Ultimate brought down, gonna get run down, and Zentares will leave with a nice 3K.
Well, that was a bit flat.
Well, I like that. I like the stance, something out of the box. 5 CT players pushing middle and having a setup to deal with lower dark, top mid, and they can respond if it's going to be B or A quite quickly. JKS getting taken down in the smoke right there by Madja with a freebie, and the bomb not getting
Do I have a
planted,
headache, or is he
puts
actually that
questions into the
tilt? I
second
feel like he's
round
just got a
force.
headache, right? No way he's mentally that cooked after one
I'm
round.
curious if they're expecting a quick long flank because of that NAF trade. So they're like, okay, let's push into CT, let's try and fight for this territory. But either way, not getting the space that they were hoping for. Nerds gets a boost with the dig, as it will be essentially the eco.
Yeah, I think what needs to be said about this head-to-head as an opening game for Group B is not only is it Group B, obviously the discussion about the power of Group A, but also for both teams, something's going to have to give, right? One of them is going to lose this game. One of them is going to have to run the gauntlet of the lower bracket.
Tough.
For Eternal Fire, perpetual playoffs this year. And for Liquid, going and getting stronger every single time in the 2025 season. Top 16 finish at Blast Bounty, top 12 in Katowice, and top 8 at EPL.
And they need top 6 here if they want to be in the playoffs of Blast Open Lisbon. So
It's hard to do. Thanks to the 5-month resub. Thank you. Plaza, thanks for the tier 2 37-month resub. Thank you.
But if you had to
and Rick, thanks for
ask me
32.
which one I think is a better team, it would be Eternal Fire.
Right.
And the fact that they have been on that grind, they haven't skipped any events, and they will not be skipping any events until the end of the season. This team with younger names and faces. Now, Wakadia, he was in the ranks for some time. It's Jota coming into the roster this year. I think the more reps they can get on stage games, the better. Hopefully they can step their matches up by the time they do get to the Blast.TV Austin Major, and then we can get the absolute best form out of Eternal Fire. We're into the first rifle round. JKS holding a long push. tasked with Madja. So you want to play up close and personal with doors like this if a team does a late pop through the smoke. He just has to hold down mouse 1, no matter if he's flashed or not. And after a period of time, he will be backing away. So still, this is a bonus round, but no aggression in towards the lower tunnels. They have started the scout on short. There was 2 players around middle to deal with fast mid to Bs. And Nerds has been able to tuck out. They are going to pop late long, so trying to punish the game leader Madja.
Yeah, it was a very late
How
pop.
good is the flash? Ultimate responsible for it. JKS to be set up. Is that a go? Yes, it is. He throws out a flash that JKS just keeps on swinging. Oh, he's got vision now. Deeper fight. JKS owns him.
Yeah.
Oh, well, the
They just
long
went
corner
and
smoke
mauled him.
lands. Now there needs to be a response, but Nerds is in very
this
quickly.
is nice timing.
Jump up from Moxie will get that information.
Oh, he didn't get the kill,
You
though.
think he had that one every day of the week.
This
Enough
is
of a
big.
distraction. Zantares gets flashed in. Good turn from Twist. The second still catches him, but JKS removed regardless. Still that man.
Nice. This is a very nice round out of Liquid here.
Nerds is just racking them up.
He's
Takes the double
incendiaries.
kill.
These bloody incendiaries.
That was a beautiful round.
Nerds, he knows his
kind of
teammate's
whiffed that
crossing
first
gun.
kill, but that was
This thing
actually a
does
great
nothing
round.
To me, it's
Good
just a
sign.
light tickle. Let me waltz
Alright,
on
that's a
through.
great
They're
sign.
never going to expect this. Bang, bang. It's just so silly, isn't it?
I really like that. I mean, you could see. It was more impressive to see it from like the Eternal Fire X-ray. You could see how they were in 2 minds. There's people on one side, there's people on the other.
Look at this. Oh, yeah. Just coming through. Even standing in it. Who cares? Shorter duration, less spread. Not a problem. Well, bonus round dealt with. Now the rifles come out yet again. Madja to use the MP9 long once more. He has the support this time round of Zantares just behind and Woxic.
Ren, you're mad horny. He said, nice fucking job, guy.
A lot of Nerds
I'm pretty sure because, well, Nerds.
Yes. Won't get the better of Madja this time round. So playing through the smoke, subverting the expectation, finds the opener.
No, it gets
that's
active. Tries to get cheeky with it with Cardia, though. So prepared and ready. Handles that well.
This happened very quickly. Still a minute 25 within this round, and 2 bodies already in the dirt. Do Liquid want to try and play this one out or just explode on
JKS
towards
gets
A? Well, I
caught
think we're about to
10
get our
seconds
answer.
in on the extremity outside long. Then Nerds tries to
one
make
out.
up for it.
It did feel like they're about to go.
Yep, just a nade and a little couple of
I
steps.
mean, their strat
Well,
looked
to
nice.
execute at least,
Holy
so-
fuck, I don't...
Oh.
I said I was doing that one.
Well,
I said I was doing that.
Well, that's not a good time for communication.
They're dead. No, Zantares empty-handed. Woxic chips in. Just the 2 of them. Maybe they can make it if they try. Woxic clears out. Nice instant headshot there, and now ultimate thrust into the clutch. Instant deletion. He's looking sharp today.
Okay.
Quick dispatch of 2, and perhaps enough room to plant. Progress in from Jota and Madja. Madja the long anchor. They know that's where he's going to be. It's going to be Jota in from short. What? 4 by 3.
Damn. NT.
Yeah.
NT. I mean,
could be stretched 4 by 3.
considering that was a
That's the
3v5.
official terminology. I say black bars because
into a 1v4, you'll take the 2 kills in a bomb plan.
He's on the CRT, mate.
Look, I think Ultimate in recent times, you had the last 2 events, he's been very plucky on the rifle. And I mean that in a good way. Not like he's been lucking with these shots or anything. He's just been hitting them like laser beams. So great to see him some depth within his play. Yep, there it is. Oh, perfectly. Wow, that was Nerds' screen, actually.
But he has the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's for, you get... My gosh.
Well, they all use the same
know.
God res and it's stretched. Wait, what? They're the best players in the world.
I know they are. That's just why I can't really say anything.
I know. So
but like logic dictates.
Just accept it.
All right. God res or not. Let's see if he can get a nice opener. Nerds is advancing fast, and Madja is just going to concede that space. Takes a bit of a heavy lick there, does Woxic.
So much pressure early, and everybody's here.
Oh, we are doing the full 5.
Maybe
now
get
the
that
ultimate
open pit.
Yep.
Well,
job done. Madja gone. Now he can just set himself up in that pit.
issues would be the utility. So if I'm Ultimate right now, I would want to be giving that smoke away to one of my teammates. Yep. Here you go. As the communication starting to filter through. A block smoke with a gap. That one hasn't landed perfectly at all. So are they going to commit up A or are they going to rotate back? That's the question that Twist needs to fill his team with right now.
I'm intrigued to see how this goes down. Because they are going to have to try and fight, right? So another CT smoke thrown out to kind of segment them, but Twist is given a freebie. Break on the smoke doesn't reveal Nerds, who's progressing towards that car. And on the cross, Twist lives. A full magazine unloaded, but they're across the ramp, and it should probably be a save.
Yeah, it's the right decision. A bit of back and forth in the early stages of this stuff.
Could have got killed on the cross, but all good. Crisis averted, bomb down.
1400, so you can really
But
understand
EF
why
isn't
Eternal
great.
Fire don't want to give over these guns.
Liquid can't hunt though, unfortunately. You just gotta kind of you just gotta say, well done, boys.
To secure the round.
They got another bye here.
Just takes them down.
Okay, well, let's recount the last 3 rounds. There's been a clear preference for long.
Been a late long.
Then
they are going to default into a cat hit.
Dealt with him the next round.
With a lurk
going to
long.
hold bedroom control. Magic comes in, deals with him. Nerds tries to make a play out mid because they're down a man. Then they have to finish up short. And this one, well, it wasn't even the best.
I think the goal was then
long.
short on that
JKS
round too, though.
First spawn, he stopped to throw some utility. I think it was Nerds and Co who went out first. They get out with ease. The orb gets posted, gets the kill, and they execute in towards A. So conditioning right now to make sure that at least there will be support in the future, or they play off long completely, right? And as I said, I was using Skybox Edge before we got into this game. I had a look at the last 5 games for Eternal Fire on this map, and
Twist doesn't know how to mid to B. Mid to B is pretty out of meta right now, to be honest with you.
Lower tunnels early.
It's not.
So
there's basic tendency, right? So
it used to be like the bread and butter mostly, but at this level, with the HEs on spawn,
the orb, sure, but you know that you can take that.
You have to kind of commit 2 smokes to it. Mid to B is a little weak right now
Just takes the spawn,
in the current meta of things.
Ultimate.
It's not bad. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just like right now, it's like cat late long upper B is like really powerful.
Team Flash.
Really, really, really powerful right now in the current meta on Dust 2.
Ooh, he's in trouble.
I think doing mid to Bs into those two with Zentaras as the rotating piece seems pretty scary.
Agreed.
Well, it's because mid B smoke doesn't create as much pressure because one,
those three do
you have to throw that set one that they just do, which it makes it really thin overall and easy to go through, like right.
Stretching his legs out middle.
But also you can just nade the smoke.
Scary because you look at that, how far forward he was. There was no.
So teams are like teams just aren't as scared.
I want to execute in towards A.
It's the right call. I mean, you do have to get past Woxic with this M4, but he doesn't have any block util.
Well, Naf's presence makes this questionable. Is this just pressure, or is there follow through?
He can still throw a lurk smoke to keep boots planted.
Yeah, I would argue that Spirit's mid to B is hard to deal with, simply because one, they have the best entry in the world, and two, because they actually are upper B abusers, which sets up their mid to B most of the time.
Good catches that have led to round wins. Imagine this.
Mid to B from Spirit, good. But you also, I've watched Spirit unironically pop upper B for an entire half almost on their T side before. So
but if they're able to rip these guns away,
comparing them is a little unique because Spirit will just bully a certain choke point on a map, and they're the only teams that can. They're the only team that can really do that because of the player they have on their team.
Just doing the Jame warm up.
I think Jimmy adopted that one.
Oh, Guardia's dead.
Molly should
right.
do it.
When you're a team that's known to end upper B a lot,
actually pinned towards the back of plat now,
and you have a lot of success at it, your mid to Bs are that much more scary because they got to also play for the upper a lot more.
Joda will definitely protect that of Zentaras, but he can't protect his own honor. Zentaras over towards Card, the last man standing. They will allow Mr. Ferrari peak himself to hold on to the
very,
AK-47.
very, very good
so
hunt.
He could put a wrinkle in things. Can we do the
anti-eco?
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like you said anti.
You know he saved a rifle, but the same. I mean, the call itself.
Yeah, but you want to do an anti still, right? It's going to be one hero rifle.
I'll take a look at his spawns. Okay, well, nothing great. So
maybe cat.
They fluffed the cross smoke as well. You could see that there. They didn't land, so the AWPer, if posted on the cross, will have seen that only one.
There they ran Nerds down mid.
Mr. J-Raz.
They smoked mid to B.
It's his official name.
Mr. J-Raz.
Mr. J-Raz.
You.
This is an interesting anti having the op up here.
How long does Ultimate stick around? He's not going to get blocked. There's no smoke.
I don't think he's going to get a peek either. The Zentaras is very well drilled on his angles.
I hate this angle as an op.
DK highlighting he is one of those pros that's just living in the deathmatch. Been trying the Zentaras crosshair recently.
I much prefer the other.
It's huge.
It is big.
He's one of the older
big
boys.
boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I prefer being on the left side. That flick feels so unnatural.
At least they're learning where the AK is.
When I'm on the other side of that tunnel.
Continuing to apply
They're
pressure.
hearing the rotation.
Huge reaction. And now he's found a USP. Nerds. Oh, multiple bodies, and a headshot from Wicardia.
You have to go away.
Awkward now.
They're falling back. Centaurus is in the middle.
They're running away from the USP.
Boys, what are you doing? This is just USPs and a saved AK. This is a classic Liquid moment. Put them and G2 in the same category.
It is. It is. Can they bail themselves out?
And
now,
they gave him the AK.
Flash from Magic.
You can actually get them fired out. Oh my goodness. Twist gets away with that, but now Joseph with a recovered AK-47. Zentara's down. Massive frag from Naf, but now Magic gets towards the window. Good catch. JKS will spam away, removes Woxic as a threat, and ultimate Zorp is good for the frag onto Jota. Panic
All
over,
good.
but
All
why
good.
was that so stressful?
They just enjoy making easy things look difficult, and if you do that, what you're able to do is this illusion, you know, that things are harder than they should be.
Right. Okay, I see. I've got a fun fact for you.
All right, we like those around here.
4 of the 5 members of Liquid have got 1 opening kill. Everyone's just contributing.
Look at that. Isn't that a fun fact?
Do you know who's not doing it? Nerds. Come on, mate.
Well, he's neither one who's meant to. Him and Twist are meant to. And I guess Dust too as well, Ultimate with the AWP.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is a tactical timeout taken from Faber. You can see him there behind the boys, giving them a bit of a chit-chat as they go into...
Any
Write that down.
translators in the chat?
Well, the MR fans in the chat will let us know.
Yes.
But there is no AWP for Woxic. Good long spawns for Naf, so if they do want to go out long, Naf and JKS have the spawns to make this a possibility. And they've dropped the AWP to Naf, so yeah, at least they're going to pick.
Oh, Naf, my opera, let's go.
Perfect on this. Trying to get across, flashed off, and just the AWP shot fired.
And look at Nerds immediately into lower tunnels.
Yeah, right.
So you're never worried about a lower dark push. You're only worried about a short boot.
Which is bizarre, because some teams, they're doing it almost every round.
I think you have to. I think it's mandatory to at least throw it in a couple of times.
Yeah. How's Zentara's taking this fight? Just crouch towards the new boxes.
They could just execute. I just execute and go. Even go through that smoke.
I don't have the info though, Chetty, to do that. Nerds getting up cat that quick.
To work with. This is
If anything, now I would not want to go in that scenario because I feel like the rifle would be closer to A in this scenario.
You're not being harassed. They don't have the money to be nading on you. They don't have an AWP.
Yeah. Gonna throw that same smoke line.
Salty boy, you feel like your rifle isn't improving anymore. You plateaued. Like anything, dude. The more you play, the more diminishing returns you have. But that doesn't mean you're not improving. Just means the gains that you make are much more incremental and hard to see. And usually, other people see it on your behalf, not you.
Be able to help Zentara's out.
Likely just
you feel like you plateaued, but you felt like you're improving doing what you were doing before. Just don't overthink it and continue to try to progress it. And even if you don't notice it, you know, just keep chipping away, basically.
Oh.
And the push from Magic for the flank. Dink onto JKS. Good work so far. They're chipping away at them. Liquid needs someone to step up. It's Nerds that delivers.
Oh, the flank timing's real. Oh, well, that's
havoc on Liquid, and JKS, the last to fall. Very comfortable for Eternal Fire's defense of the A site. Liquid get nothing.
Crazy that was so easy to deal with only rifles. Normally when that happens, the AWP is able to post, get on top of the car, hit a shot, the flashes aren't good enough, then your rifle chimes in. Well, now they do have that AWP. So there are the finances available for Liquid to get back in with a purchase.
Mostly because attack here and you reset their economy, you can rally this half.
There's memers, no translators.
Damn them.
Yeah. Keep our eyes peeled. Well,
Liquid just kind of didn't have any info and didn't really move him that much, I feel like, in that round. That was a little flat.
JK's traditionally on their default to be playing outside the long, so you can tell just by the
flat isn't always necessarily bad on Dust 2, but personally, if you're going to play around like that, I don't like throwing that many nades. I feel like it just announces what you're doing to the CTs and in a standard round, and like if you're not gonna like make the CTs move and you're just gonna fight them, like limited util and more of like an explosive hit feels a lot better to me.
Depends how quick it collapses behind them.
Gives you a little bit of an advantage back just because CTs aren't expecting that, right? You throw like 3 smokes down that they've seen a million times, and you just give them the same execute.
Work with right now.
That they keep seeing. They're just going to know how to handle it.
Them jumping up catwalk, fumbling around. This is why in other rounds, if you're able to take short control silently and stay silent, that means
that's just me though. That's like a preference. That's not the same. There's no right way.
Oh my God! They're just pushing through. Bacardia and Jota tested and Liquid collapse. It's both Twist and Naf removed without any real sweat.
Yeah, man, Major pushed long. They're going to be
even got a
cooked.
flank on the pivot. Oh, it's looking silly now. Looking foolish. Magic takes 2. Piece it out. JKS thrust into an unwinnable 1v5 and Bacardia not shy. Takes the peak, takes the fight. 5 alive and their 5th round.
All right, well, here's enough for an ultimate AWP. Nerds can get it.
Are we just doing strat in a hat right now? Like, what's going on? We're just getting places and just executing. Am I crazy? 55?
It's going to depend on the call, but that looks way too easy.
Smoke.
This B defense. I can understand if you want to go for one of those B explosions, but it wasn't an explosion. It was like a fizzle. Like, how long was the fuse? Guys, there's only so much time in the round, and when they don't see you prodding anywhere else, they're going to start it. Oh, leg shot. They exchange shots.
Hamstrung. Ultimate a little better off from the exchange. A repeat would be outrageous, Woxic. Don't do it.
Nah, the lurker doesn't change that round at all, bro. They don't need a lurker in that round. They need to put pressure on the map somewhere else.
I love the bravery.
Yeah, on the low HP as well. Could have been anything.
And
One guy being mid or outside long there changes nothing in that round when 2 of them die upper B. You might have killed Major and you might have get lucky way back into that round, but it's not really a way to fix that round.
You're too proficient on the rifles.
Brute forcing a bomb site in the first 40 seconds of the round without putting pressure anywhere else. At this level, most of the time, you're going to kind of get mauled.
Scared as Tara's on that ramp. It's just Jota. What can he do? Under so much scrutiny here, Nerds gets the flash in. Oh! Somehow Jota gets his crosshair in the right place with a fully white screen. But the job is done. The side is taken. And JKS lingers on short, listening for those rotations. Matt just going round the world.
Wow, he's going
to catch that one.
I don't know if this round's over just yet.
No.
Okay. Now might be.
Now. Definitely now. Unless. Unless. Okay.
Now it's over.
There you have it. He has it.
Twists and offer.
I'm just trying to build any moment.
My opera twisted.
Any moment.
Thank you.
It's Counter-Strike. Anything's possible.
Twists with a 3K on that AWP makes up for the loss of ultimate from a ballsy repeat out of Woxic. 5-5 score line.
Yeah, there was smoke in the B tunnel that hit Liquid player. Right. There was unfortunate things that happened in there, but that still doesn't change the fundamental of the round. Like,
one for Bacardia, one for Woxic.
You're kind of stratting a hatting there. Which, like, for those of you that don't know, like, what I'm saying by that, like, they're basically just calling a hard set strat out of spawn, and they're not. That felt like a round which was like, guys, let's B pop, which isn't bad, but, like, you gotta kind of still. You either have to do it very early, like 20 seconds early, I think, or before they start getting information on the map, or you need to put a little bit of pressure so they're not just like. Looking all the way down mid, a guy maybe off of Cat, or a guy pushing long doors, you know, just a little something. A little bit. Just to keep him honest, you know?
5 versus 3 with JKS hamstrung at 40 HP. Twist backing away. Not to know Wakardi was so low.
Oh, there's the AWP again. Okay, well, it's one of those.
Well, hard set strats aren't necessarily even bad. Like
honestly,
you could. I'm saying you could call like, let's execute B this round, and you could even do it without putting pressure. But I think their timing was a little late in that round to do that.
I can't count, so.
Are we jam timing? Or are we gonna walk into B late with a 3v5? Walking into B late isn't honestly that bad, but they're just gonna save. Okay.
Wow. How are you counting those letters so quickly? Incredible.
Right.
Chad.
There you go.
That's mine.
Well, this one's safe.
Kabir, thanks for 35-month resub. Thank you.
Yeah, mate, you've played Scrabble before, and sure, everyone's doing 4-letter words in Scrabble. No one's ever thinking outside the box.
Mid to B is the only way they win any round.
I'll tell you a good one, everybody. If you like Scrabble, try Bananagrams.
Bananagrams is a banger. Good shout. Unfortunately,
that's a nice shot out of Woxic on some real shit.
My sister is an English literature teacher, and she just knows all the words. Every word ever.
I think it's part of the job.
Yeah,
it's kind of messed up, to be honest.
Hard to win in my household. Can a strike?
Easy to win in your household.
Yeah,
I'd imagine.
For her, for sure.
Okay, so JKS can drop an AK, and Ultimate can get back his AWP.
And this is kind of the scoreline.
Besides, you go with Korean barbecue, kimchi, radish,
dead even teams.
Place we went to
knocking
last
one
night
six,
had
six,
a
half seeming
cilantro
possible
fucking
for Liquid
salad
if you
that
want to
was
avoid that potential edge.
I can't believe they beat Dust
and
2. I think their Dust 2 sucks.
They
I
won
hate
2 Dust
stems,
2s,
okay?
Stockholm.
And a lot of places that like give you just like cilantro like in large quantities like that, they don't remove the stems. This place removed the stems.
Both of these, wow, Eternal Fire is better than both.
Dude,
of those.
I was so happy.
IMO, TBH, LOL, Rufflecopter.
Some crisp lettuce wrap it in. Nori does wraps. I don't. Sometimes, I mean, they look delicious, but I just,
Crouch Rooney there from now.
need the volume.
And what actually gets the no scope? It's JKS back on the trade. They know where Jota was, trying to hit him over the top of the box.
Diva, it's just a texture thing, man. I don't like it.
And it's Wakadia that nails Nerds in mid. Quick scope unavailable. Damn, Ultimate couldn't get his eye to the scope in time, and it's just fallen apart once again.
Well,
part of the seams.
I do think the timing was better in this round, if I'm being honest.
Spray is Jota. EF.
A little bit different look.
Out Team Liquid in the first half of play. A solid 7-round haul.
I don't know. There were some rounds I really liked from Liquid there on that T side, and some rounds that I absolutely wanted to put my head through the wall. So I don't really know. All right, I'm running an ad real quick. I don't know. That was a little weird. It's such a weird feeling. All right, one second.
Very good.
Open Lisbon 2025 Day 2, Group B, match number 2. And in the opening round, we have Liquid taking on Eternal Fire. On Liquid's pick, they have the lead at halftime. I'm here with Machine. We're about to get into the second half. See if Liquid can convert this pistol. Nerds has been gifted the utility. 2 flashes and a smoke.
It's interesting.
Now locking down B on his own.
Eternal Fire just deployed 2 smokes simultaneously. Where did that second one go? Was it dropped on the floor?
It dropped on the floor. Give it Imagine now. Late long control has been taken. Nobody home. Information of a flash on the corner will go in favor of EF to work with. Fairly
right,
diligent
going
stuff
up.
on the pistol. They've mollied out towards lower. So map control has been taken. What's the finish look like? Still just Naf on B. Ultimate assisting with the mid to B, and the other 3 over towards A. Not going to see anything. They've silently got
Spicy thanks for the 20-month primer. Thank you. Monkey thanks for the 4-month primer. Thank you.
Where does Magi use this smoke? CT spawn could be drop in and go.
Yeah, have dropped in. Ultimate's going to have to contend with that while Twist does his best to try and hit one of the 3 crossing in. Ultimate wins his duel. Ultimate down to Zentares. They're spamming the smokes, but they are across, and Zentares just gets owned by Twist there. There's a moving 1-tap on the spam. Instant headshot found. Woxic last man standing. The first is found. They just need to run him down here. On the reload, they'll punish. That's a high-impact double kill from Twist, closing it down, securing a must-win pistol for Liquid. Going to close this gap rapidly now.
You're great. I love when you lie to me.
I think the difference between this one and the first half pistol that went in the favor of Eternal Fire is the plant. So the force buy, if Madja wills it, will be a whole lot more deadly, right? So this is not going to be a walk in the park by any means. And I would say, considering some of the
Sammy Chud, thanks for the 11-month primer. Thank you.
One against Vitality just back at EPL.
Oh, thanks for your 13-month reset. Thank you.
But they lost the follow-up. So I would say there's a very good chance that EF can win this. There's just one Galoo in the hands of Zentares. The rest
one off another scam train because you guys are
We've got 3
not forgetting your primes today, which is huge. Thank you.
B. So that is going to put this B defense of Nertz and Naf on full display. JKS and Twist get the long control. Xbox smoke lands as well as the doors smoke. So, yeah,
so you're gifting me 5, Ethan, and then if they get ecoed, I get another 5, is what you're saying? I like this.
They are setting up for the B play. Now, Naf is currently playing from window, which is telling of a bit of a retake setup. Now, the reason this is concerning, he only has an MP9. If he had a rifle from that position, it could be okay. And he's not going to get support. Nertz is glued towards middle, so Ultimate's going to be the help. Here they come.
Here they come, just going to be flooding on in. Going to do what he can with that MP9.
It's a tough side to retake.
I don't know how I feel about this, to be honest.
Oh, gosh.
I do not know how I feel about this. Liquid loves a retake.
Here's a flash. Nertz has a smoke. Heavy through tunnels. JKS to join them late from T spawn.
Maybe this works. I don't know.
They're going to push on the fade. Good catch. Really good important frag. Naf needs more, but Madja puts them down. Now they can play from outside of the bomb site.
They don't have a fucking kit.
Time is of the essence here for Team Liquid in the absence of the kit. They need to get on it now. They need to be threatening. They need to force these fights. Pushing through is Jota. It's getting awkward. It's getting messy. Headshots found. JKS puts him down. Has to hold this. Twist has to cover.
No.
Flying into the side. It's Madja with a Mac 10. 1 bullet is all he needs. Knocks him off the bomb. The force buy converted.
Yep. You got me with the 5, Ethan. That's 10, Ethan. I'll take 10.
God, that's so awkward for Liquid.
Dude.
I don't hate to say I told you so. I told you so.
Guys.
I'd love to catch this one again.
This happened to me.
He had one mission and one mission only.
I made my mistake.
Look at the timing.
I hate this fucking team.
Like, Nertz is covering, but one single bullet finds its mark. Rough.
Well, now they've ecoed. Nertz with this M4. He'd be the difference maker.
You shut the fuck up, James. Yeah, twice.
He calls his retreat perfectly.
You smell like shit. Rin, brother, if there's one person in chat that should not be maybe doing this, maybe you sit this one out, yeah?
Next port of call that if you wanted to get involved in any early duels.
Maybe, like, we know your ass smells like shit. Maybe you simmer down, okay?
A finish. Zentares starts to investigate middle. It's tough to see this one getting out of control considering the purchases or lack thereof. Mid to B smoke lands, ultimate block it, so it's not on the tippy top of the box. This might give them something to look over, but Zentares procedural with the clears.
Well, okay.
Have a problem in the
Alrighty,
world.
goodbye, ultimate.
Throw down the crisscross, which, as we can see, is unnecessary. But Eternal Fire.
Almost so loud through the car speakers, bro.
Right now, 45 seconds. No,
you want me to
like a crazy
moan?
Yeah, right? And that's if they come their way. And this is the difference between when I watch a team like Eternal Fire and a team when I watch like G2.
Also, putting me in your car speakers is dangerous.
Wukadia goes in, man advantage, Mac 10 in hand.
Relax, Chad. I'm not fulfilling any sort of fetish for you right now. Calm down.
We're going B. And there's no better feeling as well when if you're Madja in that scenario, just having Wukadia say, boys, I've cleared everything. They are not in B. And then he gets the luxury of going to go looking, trying to find those USBs. Long range Mac 10, not the play.
Fucking bunch of gooners in my chat, man.
Kind of spray and pray in.
Bunch of Jimmy tier 3s in here.
Box in. Imagine the site was clear. He rotated over. There was no way they could have pushed short. They couldn't have pushed long. They had everything contained. So safety first.
Devil Donkey, you can't be. You haven't seen your balls in a decade. Calm down.
$300 kill reward for Jota.
I was talking about him like he knows what's going on down there.
JKS with a nice USP shot.
It's actually quite valuable if they can pick up one of these rifles, because you take a look at the money. That was after pistol win, so you only got 1,400 loss bonus. Going into the next, you only get 1,900. So
chat represents the streamer, by the way. Okay.
Tasty.
Oh, they'll get a scout as well. Woxic scout should be retrievable. I don't know if they'll find it in time.
Yeah, should be able to get to it. And he has done. So now, when you have Ultimate at 3.5, you have Twist at 3.5, and you have JKS at 3.9, this wouldn't have been a gun round otherwise, because Nerds can actually drop an AWP.
They honestly don't look that much different than the Cadian lineup. You know what's crazy is you're really not wrong.
One of the B players if they do. So Naf's thrown that away. Looks like he can buy himself a rifle. Util is going to be the point of contention.
You're really not that far off.
JK's actually getting to carry through a T-side Molotov, which is going to help out a lot.
Interesting timeout call.
Imagine the Cadian lineup
seen from them.
minus.
The game will get away from you from this point if you don't win this round.
Ekender plus Nerds.
You lose a side, you have to save. You lose everything, you only get 2,400 into the next. That doesn't justify a buy. At that point, the scoreline's going to be likely 11-6, and then you're walking the tightrope to try and pull this one all the way back. So at the moment, Eternal Fire with the force buy win in the second set themselves up quite pretty. Now we're about to see, are they punished because of the extra weapons they gave away?
Well, will Woxic hamstring them right out of the gates? 50% of Woxic's kills.
Why isn't why is it we tolerate this in CS when every other sport we wouldn't? If your striker comes and says I want to play defensive midfielder, you tell him to shut up
He's going to do the
and listen to the coach. I don't get why Twist decides to dictate an entire team and work like that. I'm not sure how team esports works. Well, no, that is how it works in esports.
Ultimate knows where he is, but has to be
Players control the roster. There isn't actually real infrastructure. Orgs have no idea how to identify talent, grow talent, or do anything besides just buy players that Reddit. The amount of roster moves that have happened because organizations in general like Reddit and use Reddit and what players that are good is insane.
Head towards CT spawn. Now he has an extra HE and an extra smoke in spawn for him to work with.
Because there isn't real infrastructure of building talent or like creating some sort of system in which you do that, and that's also why the teams that have started to do that are having much more success than everybody else.
Because we know Nerds is tagged.
I would like to all point to Spirit. I would also like to point to Mouse. I would also like to point to Navi.
Maybe Nerds go overlooked.
I think like there's obviously this isn't everybody is doing this yet, but there's a lot of teams that are actually building talent, identifying talent, and genuinely creating systems in which they can exist long term and not relying on just buying out players all the time. And there's a lot of organizations that are not even remotely, majority are not even close to doing that. Oh, what the fuck, man?
Didn't know just how far he'd progressed. He punishes Nerds for that crouch. And even confirms the info onto JKS. An opportunity presents itself for the Aussie. Will he just say
right, but that's also, Matt, because Liquid has done absolutely fuck all to ever invest in sort of building up their own academy team or having a system in which they pull players besides just buying them. So I can't really feel for Liquid because it's a system that they've just continued to fuel and encourage rather than break.
Immediately by this Mac 10. Here it is. So the clear, and there you go. He does catch them.
I don't want it to make it seem like this is. That's not only Liquid though. Like.
Not getting fully cleared, gets Wakadia, and I had no idea that Xantares was out of the smoke.
He just kept walking, kept moving. New Nerds was pinned by the AWPer. Nerds got a 5-7, Xantares backing away in the home.
Weird, it seems to be a correlation between developing talent and being a good team. Oh well, it's probably not important.
Next up we have Anubis. And I will say that, look, I know Eternal Fire in the conversation. For
yeah,
the best
it's just
team in the world.
like
They probably are the conversation for the best Anubis team in the world. I think
So that creates a dynamic. There isn't a general manager of these orgs. There is, but they are glorified human beings that competed in one esport, and they're usually general manager for multiple games. That once again are just, bro. They don't know what the fuck's going on. They're not like really
absolutely nothing
in it. They're just like kind of watching everything, no more than a casual fan on Reddit will be. Maybe a little bit more. They just get paid to look.
The molly disrespect from Madra only cost him 40 health.
Like,
Gives it a good go. 10 bullet spam, but
I just want to keep reiterating, that's not just a Liquid thing or anything like that. Like, I'm not trying to, that is not even remotely close to just being exclusive to Liquid, and I think Liquid's made some good moves, but you know, to wrap it back around to the question of why do esports teams work differently where players have all the leverage, it's because the orgs don't have leverage themselves because they don't invest in having their own leverage.
A big individual moment necessary to shut down Eternal Fire. It's good to see
they do themselves zero favors in developing and identifying talent. They rely on the players to do it for them.
Apparently have done him a world of good.
Most roster moves do not start with like some sort of hierarchy. It literally starts with players going, who do you want to play with, guys? Well, I like this guy. There's no idea. There's no identity. Culture.
Up and over the box, the B side falls once more. It's just brutal out here. You watch this demo from Nerds or Naps POV, it has been brutal. Turn off X-Ray, see just how suffocating they are. Onto that B finish.
Well, remember what I said about upper B being the meta, by the way, boys? You see how you really just get in there?
And it feels like nobody's really having any impact whatsoever. I know Twist has 15 kills, Nerds has 12. Ultimate, he has 5. 2 of those were in like a 2v4 or 1v4 situation on the A side. JK,
I was going to say before a team starts to moneyball, but that seems like ends for half a decade. There's definitely teams that do that. Yeah, there's organizations that are smaller and have to attempt to. I mean, Heroic would be a better example, honestly, as of late, right?
They will get to hold on to 3 and 4s. The loss bonus does facilitate 2 drops.
Traditional sports sometimes GMs have too much power. Look at
means we
Nico and Dallas. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that traditional sports have it figured out, but I do think that removing leverage from the players in a team format is good for a lot of reasons. Players should have a say, but like, I do think it's a lot healthier when the power dynamic is shifted outside of the team environment, because then everybody can just be focused on the game and one common goal rather than playing nice with one another at all times.
To see it kind of floated all the way down, and then Eternal Fire electing to take.
Well, you want to go for the punish, right? Eternal Fire have actually been
high pressure situations, like with emotions flying at all times, people involved in that, like that's hard to balance. So when you have the power, all that power as well in that dynamic, it makes it more complicated. Don't you mean Falcons Academy team Heroic?
They want to keep up a fight on their map pick. What's the mix-up? What's the change-up? What's the plan?
Twist aggressive short, apparently. They've lost long control. The lurk of Madja may potentially be the difference maker. They have full long. JKS was unable to contest for that. Fortunately for them, Twist has been aggressive. He's looking for the jump up Xbox.
How do you feel about Twist having a little bit too much power when it comes to Liquid? Well, I mean, I'm not
focused in on that.
Like, Twist didn't really do anything to Liquid besides like just saying like what he wants to do and wanting to accomplish it. It's not his fault that Liquid is
starting to brave this smoke.
Like,
but they're still going to be there on a
I don't really like, people get mad at Twist, but like really it's because of Liquid that like we're in the situation, right?
JKS activates once it trades.
Like actually though, if you really get back around to it, like,
Naf is going to work it out. No, he's committing into this one. Woxy gets another kill. That was Seldom on it further. Piecing out. Nerds gives it up.
They could run the whole way. T-spawn. Like, Madra will see them going lower.
A super successful Counter-Strike player, arguably one of, he's for sure the most successful North American Counter-Strike player ever in terms of achievements. It's not even close. Probably one of the best talents in the game. Right? Tons of confidence, gonna believe in himself no matter what, because why would he not? There's nobody like...
Crouching away, Madra tracks him. Good headshot from Naf, saves him.
People are also taking everything Zeus said 100% is truth. Well, yeah, that's another problem on the internet. Everybody always takes whatever they hear more recently is like the truth. It's what is it? Your side of the story, my side of the story, then the truth.
If it takes too long and long gets
right. I always love that one because that's really how it works. And like
they will probably beat you on rotation. So I can understand why they're
that's really how I try to like look at it. It's like it's both.
Taken two. Yeah, I think Faber may be having the same reaction as we did. But still, just one more round. You've still got them right where you want them.
Yeah. Autos are more consistent than Twist if you're talking about best pro CS players.
Away with that one by the skin of their
Saxon, you're old.
The block long.
Also, you're wrong. Ratio.
Utility drops.
Did I do this right? I think I did this right.
To be garnered. Madra in combination with Zentaras and Woxic to take the mid space. We don't need to worry about upper tunnel push, and Jota is actually joining the pack. So is this telling of a decision being made already?
Pro fucking brought fraud in this discussion and thought we wouldn't notice. What the fuck?
That they're looking for ultimate with the AWP at car. If they do a full A execute, you can take a look bottom left hand side of your screen. We're talking smokes, flashes, mollies in the mix. So ultimate will have to weave, dodge, and
friendly reminder, Twist is one player, is the only player in the entire world to win 2 Grand Slams with 2 different teams, or 2 Grand Slams in general.
So Ultimate has to hit a shot, then probably play retail.
Now that could change here soon, by the way.
Primes his aim and nails it onto Zentares. Will he fall back or stick around, get a little greedy, looking for more?
That could change here soon with Mr. Rops.
Jota's hit a banger there. Wicardia overwatching. Oh, and loud, they know Twist is nearby, and Wicardia will punish. No trade from Nerds. Wicardia's actually dropped into that smoke and spilled over his toes.
No, Rops will be getting his second, not his third.
JKS as well, makes his presence known. Woxic Orb should clear him. He baits the shot with his jiggles. Jota's farming him up though. Madja down. Good from JKS, gets 2. It's Woxic Orb. Now we need the trade. Nav can't finish him off. He gets away.
Oh no.
13 is theirs. Liquids does 2 crumbles. A convincing start to this best of 3 for Eternal Fire.
So yeah, I think like I know, like, listen, I'm not you guys know how I feel about Stars Eye jailing, but I just like it's just a complicated situation.
T-side tear from Eternal Fire to be closing out Liquid's map pick. It looked somewhat.
Because I don't know if I could really like, dude, like try to like don't do the internet thing and actually try to put yourself in Twist shoes, right? Like truly, like don't think of Reddit for like 5 seconds. Don't be like a fucking AI bot that just retweets things on Twitter that you see. Just think for like 1 second.
Certain expectations, and then those expectations.
You played on some of the best teams in the world. You played under some of the best IGLs. You're looking for like basically the next step in your career. You've only had success in everything that you've done.
It didn't really seem that they were bothered.
Not even as an ego thing, but you were like I mean, I'm sure obviously every player has an ego, but like now you are putting yourself towards a goal, and you've literally basically never failed at anything in Counter-Strike, and people are telling you you can't. Do you think you're going to want to do it more or less?
Framed exactly like that. Let's dive into some rounds. Let's go back to the first half.
I'm not saying you have to agree with them. I'm also just trying to say, understand at least maybe why he's so convicted in what he's doing. That doesn't mean you have to agree. I still don't agree, but I can understand why he's there.
Just playing 3 long, which is very basic.
Like, people really struggle with this, I think. This isn't just an internet thing, this is like a human thing. Like,
but the problem is Liquid does nothing either, so what happens?
I don't agree with it, but I know why he's there.
Just decides to execute B through a smoke.
I get how he got there, you know what I mean?
No information on the map, no map control, and Eternal Fire gave them all the opportunities to do so. And then going into the next round, it goes into a 4v4, but here you see there is an instant reaction from Nerds, I think, that comes out of middle. And now they have map control. Now they're actually cutting the rotations and not allowing Eternal Fire to do whatever they want, and they instantly win the round in the easiest of fashions. Why? Because there's 3 players passive on A. 2 guys are on long waiting. Zentaris is A ramp, and good luck Jota. He gets 1 kill, but he's fully blind, and there is no chance they can win the round. So as soon as they started adapting and taking that map control a little bit more, those neutral areas.
Clearly Reddit's pulling the big brain. We put Twist down as hard as possible, so he tries to do better than Kerrigan 2.0. The other thing is, like, it's not like he's IGLing teams and like playing like working his way up in that role, right?
As long as you do it with quality, you know, as long as you react, as long as you, whenever Nerds in this particular round, he heard the rotation from the.
And then that CT side, I think right now that their CT side has actually been the real problem.
Come with me, I'm ready. I know he's going to rotate towards B. Dust 2 is simple. You know, Dust 2 is a map where you can really simplify it to a point where everyone can play it to a high level as long as you do everything by the books and you do it with high quality. And that's where I felt, I'll buy into your argument, Liquid.
Jin Turkey, brother, I need you to lay off whatever fucking sauce you're on.
Whatever they wanted to do on the T side, and it cost them a couple of rounds.
I know, MBK, you like to nerd out on play styles of certain teams. Was this uncharacteristic from Eternal Fire, sort of playing this passive in these moments on the CT side, or is it something that they typically do like to do?
Woxic brings a lot of
well, they
tricks
still want to have an NA element, though.
And playing around short, and he does it in some of the rounds as well.
Father Rat.
Yeah, they're not
like,
very center-heavy, where a lot of Russian teams, especially or CIS teams, that's their characteristic. They will fight you in mid till they die every single round. And it's very, very obnoxious as a T when you're trying to take control and you have people like just breaking smokes, walking through smokes, and then fighting short, and you always have to be ready for those fights. And it's very easy for the CTs to play because you're just 100%
I haven't done a March Madness bracket in so long.
Do we play early round, mid round, late round? Like, what stage of the game do we need to use our utility? And so
I hope you guys have fun with it. Filling out a bracket used to be fun. Now I'm just like, I don't know.
When you have the IGL that is playing in side positions, and Major on Dust 2, you could see he was playing MP9, I think, half of the game, and he was playing close and long in the doors. That also allows him to push
crazy.
the
CT's
aggressive.
a problem
like
for him.
Twice he caught him off guard, but with it then gives Xantares all the space that he wants to do, and Xantares
well, I think they have a really quiet team,
and so
to be honest with you, for the CT side.
Make them face Vitality on Dust 2. And you will see how Apex is just going to be everywhere on the map. They're going to have control of everything, and then they're going to be rotating every single time. And so, yeah, it played into their favor, but I didn't really like the whole approach being a bit
Is Jin Turkey just a designated meth guy because I'm down?
What was the story from
yeah, pretty much. I don't know.
Jacob?
I think that was the round where it could have gone well for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I'll be honest, brother. Like, if you keep like going so far down the rabbit hole, like it kind of just like wears me out mentally. So I will just kind of like
do a good job of controlling it.
Eventually, you might not be able to like send the
problems, and they create a scenario where it's very good for them. Twist with a double kill down from CT spawn.
There might be a day where I'm just kind of cooked and you're just gone.
He gets a freebie right here, and he does everything correct because he's staying alive for a very long time.
I'm sponsored by CS Money.
Well played by Nerds. Unfortunately, they're not ready for
That's genuinely the only side I use.
Out of the smoke and then gets this quick double. So that's
I'll be real with you though, they're a lot more expensive than others because you're not dealing with users all the time. You're dealing with bots, and you just in and out in like 5 seconds.
In the key rounds, it felt like the
if you're trying to min-max your trades to the absolute
I don't know if
like 1 percentile, there's other sites you can use. Just keep in mind, not nearly as convenient, and you have to deal with users usually.
But the players around him are not helping him, and Xantares will feast on
opportunities. But I use it as like a way to actually just trade out my inventory and move skins rather than like I'm not trying to like
because both teams were not playing
make
perfect
money.
One team just made more mistakes and were punished for it.
I'm sure you've been in the server facing Xantares a number of times, MBK. What is it like?
Just having my inventory public and the amount of people that are like, dude, I'll give you all my sand dunes for your Dragon Lord, bro.
Try to avoid him, first of all. I think that's one of the game plans is just don't go into his areas. Or if you do, you just throw
dude, this is the rarest fucking A1S player too that you can get. Like,
but yeah, I mean,
you really need this one.
The opportunities, he is, yeah, probably one of the, if not the most skilled player in the world when it comes down to that.
Like, yeah. And I'm skinny.
And, world-class player, you just want to dodge him. Again, if he's doing a good game, there's not many counters to that.
Use transfer millions to avoid tax. Transfer millions to avoid
tax. He was doing the same rounds over and over again, playing the same positions, so you could.
Brother, I live in Nevada.
But yeah, he grown a lot, and now
who's gonna tell him?
Pretty much in full force in what he can offer.
We also just had the head-to-head between Xantares and Nerds. We prefaced it coming into the game. It's the 2-star riflers for the respective team, the 2 highest players in that regard as well. And let's be honest, Nerds had a couple of good rounds. I pointed out one of them, but overall, he didn't really find the impact that
every time I post in, I like to check the bottom left and say, holy shit, it's a rare pattern.
None of the 2 teams are playing picture-perfect Counter-Strike. It comes down to the individual qualities, and Xantares stepped up in the crucial moments, whereas Nerds, he only had
I always pay my taxes.
And it wasn't enough for them to get it over the line.
The
IRS got Capone, bro.
I found that really interesting that you feel like, you know, Xantares at one
and I'm not nearly as cool as that guy or talented. I ain't taking my chances.
Saw him kind of changing up. Was it coming into a new system with Eternal Fire, having new players around him, or maybe entering a new iteration of Counter-Strike with CS2?
I think the fact that Major is in a team
one day
helped him a lot. I mean, he changed earlier, but like, he was predictable to a point where you would play Inferno against Xantares and you would double nade CT spawn on B and you would get a kill every single round. Like, he would never change. But yeah, with Major
from the main chat
system and a bit more advanced Counter-Strike, whether that being on T and CT, it allows him to do better, right? Like they can control the map a bit more, they know how to play a bit more slow, and it's not just one direction of the game where it's just Centaurus go kill, and then sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Back to the 50-50. So now they have a bit more depth where it's not on him, and they try to take the space for him, and then he tries to exploit it. And there's a second part, for example,
get you, right?
He is on the T
and then
side,
what was it then?
Middle. So
then
that
Syphilis
means
got
that he has control
Capone,
of the rotations. On Anubis, if you have a very good rifler in the middle of those doors and anybody tries to cross and take information, you will get sit down, even more when he's on tires. So like that's going to be something to look out for.
You think you'll post a theory session with Munster last night?
Well,
that wasn't really theory, that was a debrief.
No, hindsight is 2020, Jacob. But in terms of Liquid actually picking into Dust 2, did you have any kind of hesitancy?
Yeah, Ren, that's what took down Capone, dude. He got it when he was in prison.
We know, and we now know even more. Eternal Fire, no slouches on this map either.
No, I like to believe in their own qualities and their own abilities on a map like Dust 2, and I think historically speaking as well, when you look into the results, it's a map they play to a high level, and I also do think it's a comfort pick in the sense that your opponents may be good on Dust 2, but
who's the last person to die from it? Wait,
you're the
really?
one dictating the pace, where you're the one setting the tone, where you at least get to play your brand of Counter-Strike. And if you believe in yourself, and if Team Liquid believe they are the better team, then I don't blame them for picking into Dust 2, to be completely honest. I just think, as I said,
that doesn't
the
sound very
quality of
nice.
the executes, the quality of how they were running the defaults, and the amount of times that they lacked, you know, maybe that one extra smoke, the one extra timing, the one extra, you know, grouping up or pairing up to get the trade frag that would change the tide of the round. There was just too many small, minute mistakes that Mytha would have to look into, and it wasn't a bad performance. It just, they faced a team that was better and punished them for making the mistakes.
Well, Liquid, they're going to need a little bit more of that belief as we move onwards and upwards to the second map in this series. That is going to be Anubis.
MBK is the first French person I've heard. It doesn't sound ridiculously French. It's because I think he lives in Austria now, if I'm not mistaken, no? I think he lives in Austria. I think he's also... I don't remember. I think he's also... I think he speaks another language besides French and English, though. Yeah, I think he can speak German, right? I think, if I'm not mistaken. I'm gonna need a high five. You need a hug, Dan. How long do you think phase projects last if they keep in the trajectory? We'll see, man. I think a little while at least. I think that I would think that phase doesn't make a change till after the major, no matter what. It's a lot of changes they got going on. FaZe is also a team that doesn't like to make changes. Yeah, that's like... Remember, you know, I'll keep quoting Kerrigan because I think it helps people. Like, Elige being changed on the team was like changing 3 players on the team, because Rops or Elige are not, they are literally polar opposites. Then Rain's moving, then Frozen's moving. So like, it's not even that you all have to like have your set roles to be like playing well. Rain clearly is adapting quite well to some of his new positions, but that also doesn't mean it all comes together very smoothly, right? Where Vitality, for example, has a core, has a system, has an identity, removed one player that plays exactly the same as the other player and slotted in new player. You know what I'm saying? So Brokey has been a bit missing. You know, as an opper once upon a time myself, I can tell you right now that every time I played among roster changes, my op usually got worse as well. Op is, you have to like get in rhythm is the best way to describe it. And when your teammates are new in different spots where you're not used to them being, and you're not making the same moves at the same timings that you're used to making, having players responding in certain situations that you think they're going to. It kind of all plays into that overall really general thing that has no real way to quantify it, that I'm going to just keep referring to as rhythm.
Pro League season 21 2-0, but this script is looking a little
I
bit
think
different
Broky's very capable of still playing incredibly well, and I don't think he's like... Definitely don't think he should be getting cut or anything like that quite yet, but I also, I mean, I agree. I think he's been missing actually pretty hard.
They're going to need to come in hot on that T side.
And they did last time. They did play well.
But just speaking from my own experience, like,
I do, however, want to make the case that
little nuances like that when you're opping play a big part in finding that groove in the server.
They've played the map so many times and they've beaten pretty much every single team in the world on it.
New Edition is not a valid excuse to be opting bad. I think it is, but what do I know?
No time to practice. As an in-game dealer like you, it must be nice to look at those demos and look at all the different correlations that you can find, because there's so much data, there's so much material to look into.
Yes, the beautiful thing is that they're excellent at the map, and they've.
I just started playing again. When should I hop on Face It? I don't want to troll the games.
They were dictating the meta.
Maybe hop in some comp games, deathmatch a little bit.
A, figure them out, or B, copy them. And so when you copy something and you try to understand it first, if you understand, then you understand the weaknesses.
Espresso, water, nice.
Where it can be now with Eternal Fire, all the scores on Anubis are getting closer and closer. It's not free like it was before, and people will figure them out a little bit. So yeah, they need a little bit of that magic. So like back to the pre-game segment, I want to see that Jota getting give me that 30 bombs game.
Right, you're pointing out a specific play where a player missed a shot and saying he's playing bad. I could do that for any player across any point in time. I'm talking about an overall reason as to why I think he's struggling, rather than trying to pinpoint and cherry pick one scenario.
And on the City side, I want to say be a bit more aggressive, but look at Dust 2. They didn't need to be aggressive to be good.
I want to see Centauros firing on all cylinders, and I want everyone to pay attention
that was a
to
YouTube
the way
chat take.
Centauros
Unless I'm
is
lying.
playing
No,
middle,
it was.
I
You're
think
right.
when you speak about dictating a certain area of the map, that's where he does it. Centauros had a habit, you know.
Is the weather nice right now in Vegas, or is it a little cold? It's a little chilly. I mean, it's not like
aggressive in the sense that you describe him as a passive player on the CT side. He's waiting for
it's
people
cold
to
for
run into his
Vegas
crosshair.
right now.
He
It's
is
not
in
very
most cases,
cold.
but on Anubis, I don't know what's going on, but he's willing to fight. He's willing to fight in middle, and he's willing to take space. I saw Centauros in 3 out of 4 rounds against Team Spirit being in T-spawn within the first 10, 15, 20 seconds of the round. Now I want to see that Centauros again, where he's willing to dare a little bit, willing to fight in middle and dictate the pace.
No, it's not necessarily. Continuity isn't the word I'm looking for, Joker.
Now,
now.
like Centauros in middle, it makes it way easier.
Yeah, I mean, if Centauros is going to get away with that, Liquid, they're going to have their work cut out for them starting on that.
It's a part of it, yes,
Anybody
but
that you want to pinpoint
I'm still
from the
being
Liquid
even
side of the
more
equation
vague
on
than that.
offensive half?
Nerds.
It's just a feeling, like
I think he's always bringing up a little bit.
You get it too as a rifler, but when you use a weapon like an op, it's more important because you don't have a weapon now that you can afford to miss a shot, especially when you have players like the likes of fucking Nico in the game.
On this one, it feels that way.
I don't mind their
Everything is heightened. Every moment, everything is just
I
like
think they could actually take this one to
it's the most exhilarating feeling in the world and the most detrimental feeling in the world when you op at the highest level. It's so much fun, and also you get the highest highs and the lowest fucking lows.
They get today. I think in recent times, you know, it's something that he just plays towards A. So right now we'll see what the approach is looking like out of Team Liquid.
Yeah, I'm intrigued. I'm a big
guys. Yeah, Machine fought a couple people the other night. He won.
A-holds is going to be something that
I think we'll see map 3.
But this is it. It's fight or flight. Lower bracket.
The interesting is we're probably seeing the best two Anubis teams in the world play each other right now.
Distance Inferno waiting in the wings if we need it.
Yeah, picked it.
Eternal Fire's Anubis, but as the desk has
Liquid
discussed,
CT side's been a bit cheeks. I don't know. We'll see.
Been looked at, and they're dropping B. This is a classic. Wicardia tucked on the dual Berettas. Magic distracts, and then Wicardia destroys. One with the dual Berettas, and there's Centauros just unloading.
The fuck?
Start to their campaign. Good grief.
Why does it look so easy for him?
Those dual Berettas couldn't have been in better positions. Jail tucked in, ready to activate.
Why does it look so easy for him?
Just running it with these Glocks. There's one way to rival that. That's 30 bullets just being unleashed from both sets of pistols.
That's one of the quickest pistols I've seen this year.
And that's like a bit of a basic classic right there, isn't it? All right, we're going to run mid, jump out the window and split.
Here we go.
And you're dead. The third there, a thing of beauty.
Oh, that sounded like an Attack on Titan voice line.
Wicardia really like that one. Well, no plant, but we find the force. Interesting. See Liquid.
How come there's CT first to Eternal Fire? Well, it's Eternal Fire's map choice, which means Liquid gets side choice. Liquid picked the better side to start, as you do on Anubis. Brundog, thanks for the 102-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
If you dare. If you dare. He just gonna... Oh,
they know they're blocked.
Yep. You know you're blocked, mate. Work it out. Oh, it could have been better. It could still work out.
102 months, Brundog. What an idiot. Am I right, guys?
Plant available. Twist will get that down.
Nerds has got the A4. Ultimate has another smoke to work with. So they can constrict one of these choke points quite easily.
Nerds has a flash. Pick that up.
Don't. You just have a smoke. Just drop the re-smoke. Don't try to coordinate a flash. Just like work together on this peak.
Contact walking up this close. Smoke though. Good util usage. Twist confirms presence and actually takes down
Oh, nice.
Zantares.
Well played.
Liquid with a second round conversion. It's imminent. It's only Woxic that can disrupt and have anything to say about it, but there ain't no time for this. Ultimate's just jiggling, playing with his food. Nerds goes down. Ultimate will take the round. Second round conversion, despite some shortcomings on the push through.
Well, good to see Liquid being able to pick up one of those themselves.
Right, yeah.
That second half of Dust 2 really got out of control after they lost after the pistol win.
Thank you, Brundog, for the update. Good comms, Brundog.
No, you're stuck on the in-game leader.
Must be like a pixel I didn't know about. That's strange.
The clipping in this game sucks.
No problem. No harm, no foul, as the saying goes. Well, I mean, straight away, you go from the highs of one of the most rapid pistol
Now, don't let it
rounds
happen
for
back to
Eternal
you,
Fire. Quickly,
please.
Rectified. And so the Force by Wars rage on.
This looks quite direct immediately. Just take a look at
We
the
talk
radar.
about
So
Ultimate's attempt at a mustache. Wait.
JKS would be the player working towards A, but he has a lot of support.
Oh,
it's
shit, he
they want to
does.
take baskets and maybe execute straight into
Hold on, I gotta
the
get Kinder in real quick. Hold on.
I'm looking for smoke.
Go back. Bro, I didn't even see
Neither
it.
of them has one. Zantares? Neither.
Now, they've stacked on the side at least, so...
I didn't even... Wait, go back.
There's a flash available for Wakadi to set them up.
Waiting for a reaction. Not feeling
flash.
rushed. There's the flash. Turned by Nerds. Does he deliver both? No. Zantares does manage to trade the death of Woxic.
Would love to see the trade, but swinging into a 5-7 can be deadly.
Info. 2 on B. That's the call. And 2 on A.
At least Snap activates, so keeping Eternal Fire guessing as Zantares pushes in, gets the gun and gets
I hate how much Liquid just gives guns, dude.
But they would have, you know,
Heard him.
is it mind games?
Yeah, well, apparently so. They're going to waltz on in. Wakadi
Yeah,
isn't either.
okay.
Zantares might just cut a bullet in the back of the head as he
I'll eat
transitions
my own
into his
words.
camera.
One,
Twist
because
keeps
I love
making
eating, but
space.
two, also
Can't win the
because...
fight. Zantares
Wait, no, this
trying
is...
to jump. JKS
What?
gonna
JK...
hit the bullets, and eventually does.
Oh,
Bloody hell, that
God.
It's still scary.
It certainly is.
Jesus.
Finds Nafa. Headshot was required there, and now he gets his hands on that M4 delivered by Zantares. Then look at the health, though. Ultimate and JKS, despite the number discrepancy, and Jota is the only healthy member, so if he can hit them instant headshot, he can't. JKS
Young Chicken thanks to the 3-month primer.
And it's too comfortable. It's
Oh,
too
no.
easy. We keep trading blows. That's a nasty one to let slip away.
Okay, so actually, I still
It
think they
felt
still
like they
shouldn't
should
have.
have
Fuck
and
it.
probably could have taken that one.
I think that was
comfortably.
actually a smart idea from them, but also I still just kind of hate it. I don't know. I'm conflicted.
Yeah, you talked about the wiggle.
Because they give up the gun to make him think, like, if you're giving up the gun and he gets to walk away, the chances of them being right outside a main are, you know, they went and stacked B. 3 went B.
That is beautiful.
But, like, you're still giving him a gun. I don't know.
Able to take down the Deagle, and Hadja wins them out the round. So back and forth we go. It's actually Eternal Fire to take the tactical timeout off the back of the round victory. So maybe just to discuss what the finances could look like on the other side. We can see some Khalils taking shape. The Tech 9 for the likes of Twist and Nerds. JKS likely finding out what utility.
I'm going to go with it's dumb because they lost the round. And honestly, that's the smartest thing I could come up with. Walking Dead, thanks for the 3-month primer. He said, hi, YouTube chat. Hey, Walking Dead YouTube chat wanted to say what's up.
Going to be possible.
He also said, YouTube chat, don't forget to use your primes in the Twitch chat.
Require the nades, a smoke and a flash. Just taking a look at
that's
Zantares'
valid.
skill distribution this year of weapons. It's the Silence M4 that's his preference.
YouTube chat, I got to yell at you real quick to make sure you guys like the stream.
Right now he has the AK. But this year with the Silence M4, 202 kills. With the A4, only 19. So I think an aimer like Zantares should be on the A4, I'll be honest.
Walking Dead, is that a reference to the Liquid roster? Dude, come.
But with
Guys,
this giant
please,
crosshair,
like,
if you just put the top prong on
Chicken Nugget
there,
said, I need 5 gifted. Shut up.
There's no real recoil control required. JKS swallows that rogue snade.
This is forced silently through middle, and this is what we've come to expect with Eternal Fire in this position. Just playing off mid, giving the space over, but he's playing from Temple in a crossfire with Woxic.
Yeah, it's just static.
Woxic is going to take the first contact, or at least he was.
Yeah, but that's enough of a distraction for destruction.
They went before the smoke.
Wait for the smoke. Zantares profits. And they just can bring in the fight to both of them. Nerds and Ultimate God. JKS, the final victim of Wakadia. And Eternal Fire now head and shoulders above Liquid.
Man.
It'll have to be the eco now, won't it? So
It's
4
just
and
looking
1,
desperate,
Very, very
like-
likely. Can't continue to tussle back and forth. And Liquid going down the gurgler right now.
It's just
to be great revenge for EF. They only played 10 days ago. Oh, I like that. The block smoke. Okay. Multi-kills between Wakadia and Zantares. Should get a big thumbs up from the Turkish fans around the world. And it really, if it was just a couple of days at home to revitalize EF,
yeah,
this is an arena tournament. These are the ones where they do need the reps. EPO was just a studio. It's like, all right, well, we lost in the quarterfinals. We lost to Vitality. Whatever.
Easy to dismiss that. A couple of days at home, important.
It was Vitality, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's, you know, go home, get a couple of days with the loved ones, focus in, you know, get the likes of Faber and Magico, and okay, well, we've been doing this a lot, maybe let's try and do a little bit more of this. Fix some of the weaknesses that you've been
Maybe
seeing.
Nerds can just like one dig 3 of them.
Spirit, excuse me.
Hold
that's
for
right.
Cinema. Hold.
But still, Spirit was the team that last time they were around in Copenhagen, that was for Bounty.
It was Liquid that lost to Vitality. Yes. That's where the confusion was.
Why don't they put the rankings of the teams at the top? You know?
Should never cross the wires.
All the streams.
I would love that. Especially since we have a unified ranking system, whether people like it or not.
Who are you going to call? Blockbusters.
It'd be confusing with seeding, probably. I don't think people give a flying fuck about seeding most of the time anyway.
And he succeeds. 4-1 when the guns come back out.
Yeah.
Most people just throw on the fucking stream and call it a day.
Normality.
Also,
This,
yeah.
like a map.
Who the fuck cares about seeding? Fuck it.
Exactly. I was thinking the same thing, Zantares.
Is Liquid supposed to win this series? Based on ranking? No.
No
Liquid
AWP
did just beat
available.
Eternal Fire, though, 2-0 in Pro League.
Woxic has his.
Block.
Hey.
Drops a good one. Push. He's just so dynamic. Last round holding middle, this round pushing. Oh, what a frag! Big from Nerd, sets himself up for success and farms up 2.
You'd love a trade there, wouldn't you?
Underhand flashbang smoke push. Respect to Nerds.
Well, MBK wanted to see Nerds making some moves, and there is one. Deals with the aggression.
He's ahead of the. Is he ahead of the incendiary?
He is.
Oh boy, he's making plays. He's going to be fighting tooth and nail. Nerds just driving.
Very nice round from Nerds. Okay. All right, so Twist, call Nerds go kill 3 again.
Woxic gets a chance to dance around the obelisk.
Ravage them in canals right there.
The AWP.
Let's go.
And heat up as Wakadia left with no choice but to save. Now, look at the bottom left-hand side of your screen. You can see Woxic, his cash money is a bit of a problem, so this save will go a long way.
If Nerds simply does that the rest of the half, I think they're going to have a lot more success.
Dropped. A rifle will also likely then need to make that fill that void. But shouldn't
That's
be issues
guys, we figured it out.
By is concerned. So a great round from Nerds. 3 massive kills and essentially the round on his back alone.
Yeah, it was massive. I think we found a new...
well, honestly, I thought this was going to be a 2-1 type series for either team. Until I saw the vetoes. When I saw Liquid go for Dust 2, I was excited and terrified. And at the end, now I'm just sad. And I should have been just strictly terrified.
It's like digging into your skin. Some players do it. I've seen it.
All right, well, they need this round to Liquid. It's going to break the finances of Eternal Fire, assuming those saves.
Here it is. Here's the play. Sets himself up for success. It was massive from Nerds to get both. You're right about liking the trade. It's full blind for Zantares. So he had no play. I don't know how much Magic could see, but this third as well was just poetic. Gorgeous work from Nerds. He is a playmaker. He rose to fame quite quickly for his aggressive maneuvers and his individual mechanical ability, despite being rather inexperienced in comparison to some of the players in his team. Jones does successfully block. It doesn't cost him too much.
Oh, they know his position. Imagine if you got caught in the open there.
Yeah, yikes.
That could be one way to try and punish it, right? If you are going to continuously play for this block, we'll catch you out of position. 3
Glad you woke up early for this masterpiece, of course.
Players aren't playing baskets.
Wait, what is this? A 20-month sub? What's your opinion of Vitality and if they're on a hot streak at the moment or not? I think Vitality is the best team probably in the world at the moment. However, I don't think they're as untouchable as people currently make them out to be, but I definitely think they are, as a unit, the front runner as best team right now.
Twist has crossed middle with Ultimate's AWP.
They are in the front for sure.
The question is
and they are looking great, but they are not
on the pixel gap.
as untouchable as they looked at Pro League.
It's not easy, no.
I think there might be a slight point of having a telegraph.
Isn't it still my favorite map? No, Train is.
Unless you trust Twist to carry and cover off.
Yeah. Boomer that continues to play way too much Counter-Strike just likes.
Another deep smoke. They're keeping Nerds
I like Train because it's new.
40 seconds for the
It's new, yeah. It's the same map as before, but it's been revamped. It's been fun to play it in a team format. That map is so geeky and fun. It's great.
Flames to try and flush out Con.
Heavy focus on Con.
What's Ultimate going to do? Just play for rotations?
Suppose so. Kind of a la Double Doors does too.
No, people. I mean, like teams fall off, but that's also because teams catch up and. Oh.
So many bodies here. Jota gets active. Double kill. Triple
He gets
kill
a
from Jota and a missed off shot from Ultimate. Finally gets away with his life. Just trying to save the AWP now, and he's being run down.
12 seconds, and we're just running through.
And he's
with
going to
two
be allowed
smokes.
to get away with the AWP, but Jota steps up with
This
the
is
multi
actually
kill.
okay.
The Death
This
wanted to
is
keep an
actually
eye
starting
on
to piss
Jota's
me off now.
Maltese. Well,
Like
there's a big one for you.
Monopoly, thanks for the 2-year primer. Thank you.
and
What IA team do you think has the most hope for the future as of right now?
Drive-by, bro.
A4, beautiful. And because of the time, Liquid can't be as procedural with the clears.
Bro, we're kind of
It just
cooked
has to
right
be
now.
W. So in terms of your spacing, in terms of your angle management, Cartier just gets to celebrate. So the good
Liquid looks worse. Complexity looks worse.
It's going to be the first tactical timeout call from Myth of Team Liquid. Do have enough for another buy for AK's AWP. Just feel they need a bit more pep, right?
Wildcard's doing better. Energy, I think, is doing better, but like
it came so late within the round that you couldn't pivot.
We went from like a couple teams that could potentially make playoffs to like most teams aren't making playoffs, and we're really just hoping we get there.
Hopefully, freeze time's up.
They better.
If you don't know what I mean, we're in trouble.
Oh, Blue Jays keep.
Starting the up on A.
Blue Jays might keep getting better, but I don't know.
Down on stairs as well.
I think Blue Jays got a cap.
Little flash to try and facilitate aggression, but thinks twice about committing.
Maybe I'm hating. I feel like right now we're all still a couple roster moves away with like these Blue Jays, M80, Energy rosters.
And you know that it's. I mean, if I know, they know.
If you think it's free,
I don't think these teams in their current format are enough to like.
Because if this is going to be what your game plan,
I'm not trying to hate.
Weighs upon. Let's turn.
I'm just
turn the screws. Flash not good enough.
Blue Jays are real.
Lucky that
roster
missed that one.
Feels like an acceleration because that rally of Utah from Liquid. Smoke, Molly, Flash, right? So then immediately.
Jack, thanks for the 60-month reset. Thank you. Matt Bot, thanks for the 23-month primer. Thank you.
Not close A main, not close towards B main. So you've got middle, 50 seconds. What are we doing, boys?
I don't know.
Energy got rocked by PA last night. Yeah.
You have your AWP posted in middle. That's it. Is this the game plan, really?
Put the AWP rotations through, but Jota can go beach. Ricardia and Woxic on A still, and he's got a very powerful sight line for both sides.
Chad, are Liquid cooked?
Chat, are Liquid cooked? Chat, is this real? Nice.
Getting that regularly. Back-to-back
They're
rounds.
not going to be able to flash Woxic here, though.
But you got to get through the Woxic. Oh, Nert's a free frag. Oh, Woxic racks him up. He gets two. Jota just the one. And missed shot. JKS baits it out nicely, but can't handle Madja. Ultimate with 13 seconds to play. Picks up the bomb. Gonna have to clamp behind the cake. Centaurus and Madja both coming in from main, which makes this a little more winnable. Gets his ass out of the way. Nadal hurt. 48. Trying to stay active. It's Madja that finishes the job. It's looking bleak for Team Liquid here. CT side thriving for the Anubis, which is historically one of the hardest CT sides to structure well. That's where Eternal Fire's dominance is starting to be put on display. It's their
Freezer, thanks for the 32-month recent. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Monopoly. Thank you, guys. The match and all gifted on Twitch and YouTube once again, you beautiful humans.
I think thing is, this isn't the meta. The meta isn't win the round through middle like this.
No,
it's
but
stress A main, stress E-box.
But that's why EF get away with this. This is something we outlined for 3 months now.
Well, this, to me, what this is, Liquid highlighting the same thing that we've been talking about, right? Going, oh, because they give us so much mid, let's try and punish this.
By putting the author there.
There's a reason that they don't play mid. Right? Like
yeah, because it's very easy to lose a man advantage.
So Liquid are trying to punish that, but it's like, but what are you punishing? You're punishing yourself by taking 50 seconds to get mid that you're getting for free. And then doing nothing with it.
Yeah, I see you.
Oh, partial investment.
Nuts can walk in onto this, and Nigel will be cognizant of that.
Casters are hypercritical of Liquid because the expectations that come with playing for Liquid. Resources available, player buyouts,
fires off a shot. Yep,
player pedigree, like it's the pedigree of player, like the casters don't hate just to hate, bro. Like they're
Liquid,
and there's also losing and looking outclassed.
If it keeps up like this.
Yeah, likely Liquid versus Imperial. On the other side, we've got the likes of the Mongols.
Also,
Navi,
keep in mind that
Furia.
Sponge, aka Chatty B, is good friends with JKS, and
one of G2
I feel like one of that actually comes with the downside of Sponge is usually more critical of people that he's fans of.
Indeed.
And has a lot to say. So I think he's a bit more. I think unfortunately for Sponge, he's
only by 1.
He's just like us, chat. He's a little. He wants to see Liquid do well, and it just looks like they're doing worse. So and when you're listening to him, there's a bit of salt there, I think, because
can be more.
Good grief.
It's not that he doesn't hate the team. He just has higher expectations. That's how I hear him, at least. I don't know how you guys hear him, but
in the previous,
they get 2 flashbangs for T-side Anubis.
What are we doing?
What are we doing?
What are we doing? We're just a bunch of guys playing.
7-2 is crazy, man.
There's a couple
Guys, I think T-side right now on Anubis is the highest win rate ever. Like on Anubis, it's like 77% when I last checked for T-side.
Main control.
There we go. Voxic Orb to plays anti. It's actually the lurk smoke out. He'll block with a smoke of his own. So now what?
Guys, all right. Now I want everyone to come back middle. We're going to take main controller on. Everyone come back middle.
Are we going to do it quickly?
That's a troll.
What was the score of first map? Was it 13-7?
But look, they took main control early. Now they don't know what's on the other side.
And it was a decent game for one half, and then it was just an absolute beatdown.
And look at what
sorry, 13-6. Sorry.
Bad one. Let's start.
Jota's fine. Jota's absolutely fine. That deep smoke they're using, very effective. The spam from Twist not going to connect onto Jota. He has the audacity. He has the audacity to push it out. Doesn't have the edge he was hoping for.
Or is it?
Yep. Little spot.
It's oscillating.
Oscillation.
Probably better than fading.
How to grow a big beard? Same way you get a big willy. Genetics.
On the clock.
That just slips into cam just in time.
Unfortunately, everybody knows the rule. You can either have a nice beard or a big willy. You can't have both. And well,
oh, it gets worse for Liquid. But they've got 3v2. They have the man advantage. Ultimate can kill Jota, and they're cooking.
Okay, just go B, Hampus once said. That's exactly what they can do. 5 rounds is still on the table. So Liquid, if you just go back to regular programming as far as Anubis is
some of
concerned,
you don't have either one, which is honestly just
he's going to
tough.
want to retain this AWP, and he might be able to get away with it. You take a look, Zentaris will have enough money to buy. So if Woxic drops, if Woxic lives, he can drop 2 M4s. So they'll have a full buy.
Presumably that's what they'll do.
If he lives. When he lives, he should live.
Yeah.
He should live.
Should live.
He'll live.
Girlfriend looked at me dead in the eyes and called it cute.
7-3. Or in Australian.
7
you know, it's like sometimes you've read something or heard it before, but sometimes you read it again, it just gets you that good. Like it's just.
Kablamo. That's the sound the bomb makes in Australia.
In Australia, yeah.
Yeah.
The explosion goes out the other way.
Yes, it's upside down.
Yeah.
I had a girl call it pretty.
So those guns have been dropped. Woxic the facilitator.
Twist the flasher. The flashbanger.
I was going to say he might go to prison.
No,
that.
that.
Public indecency.
Yeah. Twist the flash banger.
Okay, so right now the pressure is on EF. If they lose
Well,
this,
I
then
checked and it
Liquid
was
have an
13
open runway
to
find
7
themselves with a
indeed, and we were
75
dumb.
against them, sure. 7 rounds from the
Fucking
CT,
thousands of you in here, and one of me, and you guys are still. God damn it, guys.
Making it feel like there is the A pressure again. Woxic is a man possessed. The AWP just trundling down without a care in the bloody world. That would be where you'd expect JKS to be, but because this is B heavy.
Naf's had a really rough half.
Hasn't he? So's Twist. Both 1 and 8.
I mean, it is not the fun role. No one's saying that, but we've seen output from players who get top of the scoreboard
Normally, Naf
performances.
is one of the best players in the world at this type of position.
You'd say so, yeah. Just catching those timings, these moments.
Twist
where you
and Naf with
transition
1
out
kill
of
each.
like right now, you can see Magic just got to
Listen, man, you just don't understand. They're heating up, okay? NACS is so back. Just give us time.
Pre-aim looks good. The flash comes through, and no one's home.
I don't think he's ready for Naf's position.
That surprises me.
Yeah, so assuming that nobody crossed that smoke because it was quote-unquote bad. So safety first, not the case. And that flash felt like it was a defensive flash. So for Jota, he doesn't know about this lurk. Now through middle into what is likely a B split.
Or a slapper thanks to 25 month prime. I'm not upset, just disappointed. Me too. There we go.
Second contribution so far.
We are
here
so back.
in our second map.
They're in the back lines. They can go wherever they want. 35 seconds, though. Have to pick a site.
Woxic Sorb collects onto Ultimate. JKS is going to be tasked with the trade, burning through into the AWP bomb, delivered to his front door, and equalizing.
Woxic is been everywhere right now.
Again, progressing up the site. Centaurus caught in rotation, nurses and CT spawns, and it goes down. The bomb is on the ground.
Nah.
It's not looking good. It's looking great for Eternal Fire. Turning that one on its head, it looked too easy. Their acceleration into Woxic Sorb just falls flat. He owns them.
These rounds just never, I never see EF look uncomfortable in any of these rounds, man. On either side, like.
And yeah.
Imagine no consecutive rounds on your T side of Anubis.
This one here.
I would like to not imagine that, Chad.
Wins that duel comfortably as well. Maybe that could have changed things as well. Yeah, slumped in his
Like,
chair,
I don't know
not
how to
seeing it.
describe it. Like, as somebody
Not
that's a
feeling
professional CS watcher, you know,
8 to 3.
perfected the art.
This is a CT side Eternal Fire way over par.
I don't know how to describe it, but the rounds are like quiet.
We can win the pistol.
Like when Liquid starts hitting bomb sites, like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like when other teams hit sites, it's like chaos. Like, shit's going down. We're getting action left. When I see Liquid, it just feels like I'm like.
Maybe breaking the economy, but you kind of did that when you won the.
It just for whatever reason, like, it just feels like I'm watching almost like a retake simulator slash like.
So close to the shuttle.
Like it has no power behind it. Like, you put your foot on the gas and there's nothing in the tank. It's so weird.
That's the sign of
Shut up, Flom. I don't.
confident matchup.
It's such like a. Like when they do like a B pop, I'm not hearing like the 17 fucking flashes that I hear out of like Spirit. You know what I mean? Like boom, 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 with like 3 people scaling.
Yeah, okay.
It just feels like I'm like watching one guy walk out here, another guy walk out there.
Avoid him wherever he goes. There's an AWP poised, ready to fuck.
If that's a rifle,
Like 2 guys are standing next to each other, but they somehow don't peek together.
But of course, there's an AWP.
Trying to AWP pull it. Ah, yes.
It's like
yes.
He's just one step ahead. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Ultimate was... he can't really deal with this smoke. Whatever EF have been cooking with this smoke grenade, it's
I don't
really
know.
limited any of their aggressions out con.
It's weird. I know that's like not very analytical, you know. I'm not... But, dude, as stupid as it sounds, if I had no audio, I feel... Or if I had only audio, I mean... And I listen to teams hit bomb sites, I feel like I could tell you which ones were Liquid takes versus which team, like a Vitality or like a Spirit take of a bomb site.
Oh, there we go. Okay, just
Like, if I just literally didn't look at the screen and just listened.
Torres, he was in a very all-in position there, and Woxic's going to be caught out by Naf's mid-lurk. 4.
No, don't do Liquid that dirty, saying don't mention us in this.
Very audibly rotating away. 4 is all they have to work with. Would be one hell of a defense from Liquid if they can match the output of Eternal
So
Fire.
safe to say, I think we're back. That's maybe the least T-side Anubis rounds I've seen in probably, well, 2025, but we might be back. Fuck. Chat, I'm running an ad. Fuck. When can we say Myther might be the problem? I mean, he could be. I just... I mean, it all just looks scuffed, bro. Bez with a 13-month primer, thank you. You literally watch Wildcard lose 12-0 on T-side of Anubis. Yeah, I think that was too liquid. That was what? That was like on Anubis, on versus Liquid at what? Blast Bounty, right? No, guys, I'll be like, that was Kata. I'll be real, guys. Like, teams when they're not playing well, like to this level, when you have this much talent and it looks this flat, one roster change might be the solution, but I do want to say it's very much not one player. Like you this level just becomes like they need to hit the reset button somehow on like the mental. Now usually that, like I said, replacing one player can be that reset button. Surprisingly, it's really weird, but it's because it kind of reinvigorates everybody to kind of like, all right, here we go, let's get it going, you know. But oh no, NAF, this is actually, this version of this roster and with this team, this is by far the worst version of NAF I think I've seen in a long time, man. Now, it's not JKS's fault in terms of his level, but I do think that just him and JKS being on the same team is just not good. Like, Ultimate, when I say quiet, I don't just mean like they don't speak or no comm or something, but like you basically have one of the quietest teams probably in professional Counter-Strike. Like they need, like, it's good that they have, I think like NAF and JKS as anchors is like cool, but I also just see like a lot of problems where it doesn't really feel like outside of Nerds and Twist, who are both, they like to look for fights, but not like every round. Like they're not sheer aggression all the time, 24/7. You know.
Rocket is calling for Liquid right now. An 8-4 half from Eternal Fire's CT side of Anubis.
So like you have two riflers who like to pick and choose when they make their plays aggressively, and then you have two riflers who,
second round conversion,
to no fault of their own. It doesn't make NAF or JKS bad. It just, they're both just typically the more passive players in their teams.
Must-win pistol.
And no consecutive rounds. One of them came from Nerds with a massive 3K. So not very convincing so far from Liquid, but they can put that all behind them and they can break the streak of the opening games
like
past from being 2-0.
So I think a lot of it, like, and I've said this before, people kind of hate when I say this one, but the other problem with Twist IGLing is Liquid has not put enough firepower on the roster.
Yep, straight away, NAF and Nerds going to have a lot to do, and no connections from NAF or Nerds on their initial excursion. Just like that, the B side falls.
The expectations that we have of the roster,
sending him main, letting him take those jewels as the body of the
man,
assault
they
drops
just
into
just strolled in, killed both, and they're okay, man. There was like nothing they did. They
will progress forward. Adder in that hard to clear corner. Will be the first contact. What's going on, Madger?
Okay, well,
3 kills comfortably dispatches of the remaining Liquid players, and we are on for a quickie.
No, but like, okay, right? Like, follow with this logic. If, let's just say, Twist were not the name Twist, and you looked at the firepower of NAF, JKS, Nerds, Ultimate.
No nuance required in discussing how this one.
Nobody would sit here and say out loud that that should be a top 10 team in the world.
At the corner.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody would try to argue that. I'll be honest.
Baffling.
Will be a Liquid.
The only reason that we do is because of Twist. Like that's also,
my job is to commentate what's happening on the
you know,
screen.
let's
talk about,
you know, it's really easy to farm the storyline Twist bad IGL, Twist bad IGL, but what about the roster composition? Like,
I won't.
Okay.
he is trying to IGL with like something that is completely different from everybody else. I feel like, right?
A podcast for the pod bots.
Lots of pod racing.
I don't think that's even like remotely insane to say. I feel like the roster comp is still.
I like the idea of the
This
booster
roster,
name.
when you
It's
take
cool
the
and
twist name
utilized
out of it
times.
and look at it from a firepower perspective, is mid at best, and that's not to insult anybody. That's just like, bro, you would not tell me that roster is supposed to expected to be top 10, top 5 in the world. You wouldn't. There's no way.
Using here from Blast. That's another cool fun fact. It's just a little
thicker.
It's a little thinner, yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe on his stretch Grez, it might look a little bit chunkier.
True.
Whose
crosshair do I like the least?
Gotta mention that they aren't hungry and have no energy. Wow, bro, no. Pretending like you see, no, you're just going off results to create that narrative in your head, and you don't realize it. Brother, they've never had energy. A lot of these players have been so successful that these are just how they are emotionally. You just apply different types of. You're doing what everybody does, which is if teams are losing, it's because they don't care, and if they're winning, it's because they care. It's usually the opposite. Like most people, I always see this.
That's the in-game lead attack.
I see this everywhere, not online. People just assume because people lose, they're basically not trying hard enough. I'm sorry, guys. I watch some of you guys try hard all the fucking time in your games, and you guys can't get out a fucking 10K rating.
So cinematic. What a beautiful boost. Lovely. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Right? Like that logic is so ass.
In a way.
Like,
in a way.
You're just changing the narrative in your own head because of the results. You're not actually like forming a real opinion. I see it all the time. I feel personally it's bad. Listen, man, it's tough love out here, okay?
I could argue.
My point is these players didn't change their attitude because of their results. Naf has never fucking spoke. Like, what the hell? Naf has always looked bored. Naf won the Grand Slam and barely smiled.
So we tell you what Counter-Strike is.
Saying he doesn't care now because he's still not smiling while losing. The only thing that's changed is your opinion because of the result.
Chris delivers in a similar capacity.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like, well, they're losing now. They must not care.
There's more.
That's a B defender.
Yeah, it is.
Let's try and pivot in through D-box if we could.
No. What's he got? A single flashbang and an M4A1S if they were to test him.
Oh, man.
Actually, his body language implies something else. They're going to kind of fake it out with a Woxic commit or some sound.
Don't crash out. Sorry.
No, it's displayed it very smartly, actually. I like that he's pushed out. Oh, I don't like that.
Have you ever thought about the fact that we might be right anyway? Oh, you might be right, but you're also stupid as fuck. It's kind of like you're being right, but you might be right, but you would be right for the wrong reasons anyway.
So now Woxic.
No, crash out. It gets views. Oh, yeah, true.
3 players are focused on Woxic on B. It's just Twist, the low HP A player.
Kind of like when you guys called the B stack, then you guys actually got nervous and went A and then came back to B and ended up being right. You're like, see, I said the B stack.
Doesn't get molly. Maybe they think it's clear. Maybe they just start to plant. Are they gonna? Yeah. Deny that. Oh no! Oh, the crouching on the plant. His crosshair just off. JKS brings down Wicardia. It's up to Madja in the clutch and a clean headshot into the first. Can Madja really do this? JKS dancing with him. Ultimate as well comes in, spotted on the fountain, perhaps not in the camera position. It is a no-kit 10-second defuse, and the Eternal Fire gifted in a magical clutch out of Madja here.
No fucking way, man.
Madja calling the bluff on this. Smoke is down. JKS can maybe get him off.
Can't land a bullet.
He's running and gunning. And a random bullet finds JKS through the smoke. The heartbreak continues.
He did that to JKS as well on that B bomb site with the Mac 10 coming through window with the 1v3.
I need 5 gifted. J-Rock, thanks for the 52-month primer. Thank you. White Caroline, thanks for the 32. Thank
This is a 3v5 number advantage.
Yeah, oh god, the frustrations, the way they manipulated them, and we will see that running spray. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Look at this bullet. Look, ready?
Geek Diver, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Yeah. Just like we drew it up.
In that round?
Well, 3.
At least 3.
So what, he's had 10 kills in 3 rounds. Madja.
Geek, thank you. Can we get some nice ones in chat for Geek?
He had, actually no, that was an ace.
Man's lighting money on fire for my benefit.
Good gravy.
That was an ace. Look at that.
There it is.
What a great round timeline.
4K, 3K ace. Jesus Christ.
There's 12 kills in 3 rounds.
Oh, mate.
No, I think you mean old Madja.
Oh, Madja.
He's done it again.
That's mad. And that's bad. The Liquid MB9s and Pamas forced into this.
Demise, this is one of those dumb takes again. I need you to stop. Thank you.
Look at the body language of Liquid players. If we could go through them, don't worry about JKS and Naf. Worry about Nerfs. Look at him. He looks shell-shocked.
Look at Madja, though. He is running straight up on that deep dark smoke. He's ahead of the fade. Back is turned. Important trade.
Oh, they didn't get a multi from Madja. They can't win this round.
Yeah, if only they
Their
had,
best
like,
player.
Woxic.
The man that has the biggest
Body language
output
are
in
expecting
all
they're
of
getting
their
shafted
games.
all map.
How
Bro,
are
they got to
going
be a little bit
able
more
to
cheerful.
do
You don't
this?
understand.
Alvarez. Wicardia.
Faber.
Oh, Faber. He's kind of in the server.
Kind of.
All right, 4v4, right?
About this.
We're being proactive in the round. This is good.
Naf and Ultimate should have a chance at this.
Nice.
Wicardia as well shut down on.
Not nice. What in the fuck?
Info on one of the two remaining players.
Ooh, the race is on. Did the footsteps
He
get
saw bomb.
from
Okay.
Shota?
Wait, he had the bomb when he opted him,
Project
right?
seems aware there's a possibility. A high flash, a peek in, a fight against Ultimate. The tap, 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 and the bomb is down.
Ultimate. Maybe Ultimate should just full-time
This could
rifle.
be Liquid's fifth.
Must win round converted off the force bite.
Well, let's see if Twist can get into something a little bit tidier than just the Famous, because they do know that they have the round in their back pocket.
Rather watch Team
Double from Nav.
Mythic. That's because watching us is fun because you can hear the comms.
And Twists should be able to get himself an
Say what you want. People like to hate on us, but we're also the only team we get to watch like that. You're welcome.
Maybe hold those in.
You get to hear the absolute cinema.
Mountain to climb. This one's treacherous. Footing is not stable.
And you win matches sometimes.
In a way. You're so close.
Mythic been better lately. We're getting there. We're getting there.
This
Some
is
cool
the,
stuff.
Guys, we only need 2 more rounds.
Honestly, we should have even won that last advanced
Everything's
game.
gonna be fine.
I
That's
fucked
the
up.
body language I'm seeing
Well,
right now.
we did it
Just the way
together,
he
but
delivered that, like it was
I
close, but it
I
was
should have
like-
gone
it
with my
wasn't
gut a
mad,
little
it was
bit more in that
utility,
veto.
just like, we just need 2 rounds, so Madja will get them for us.
Yeah.
During the
27.
God, man.
Freakazoid Hub? No, I'm not going to be staying up late to play 10 mans with people that are just going to bitch and moan about stream sniping, not paying money, and crying about their teammates they have in the
Some
games.
moments, haven't we? And we've only had
I'm good.
1.5 days of play.
So many moments.
9 Deagle.
Yep.
13-0 phase.
Yeah.
Loss.
Oh, leg shot.
Hunter.
Hunter hunting.
God mode.
Yeah.
Magic
Shots fired. It's not shots fired. That's literally what's been happening forever. It's not.
And of course,
I hope Coop like actually has success with it. I just also know that it's gonna literally wear him down, and I feel bad.
Could be fun.
Glad everyone is up to date on the script for the day.
It's gonna be like maybe 1 week, and then people are gonna just start blaming each other. Bro, this guy should be removed. No, this guy should be removed. No, this guy is not paying, dude. I think this guy stream snipes, man. Like.
Okay, has
It's gonna be awful. I'm good. I know some people like that content, and that's great for you guys. I do not. I get worn out so fucking fast.
Down, but the flames keep him humble, keep him back on that sliver gap. JKS has managed to find Zintares. Trying to aggress into the heaven position. The
Madja's still
baited
alive.
him in. Madja is still alive, and it is going to be Jota, though, with some quick clicks. The barrel kicking out, distracts him, pulls his crosshair, averts it, and it's only Woxic. Only Woxic with 2.
Nice. Okay.
Wide-eyed there. They do
Okay.
get across the
Okay.
line.
That was
The
hectic.
bomb
man.
goes down, the defuse comes in, and the round is secure. That's 2 in a row. The only 2 rounds in a row Liquid have been able to post in this map so far.
Damn. Okay. Only took him
I wasn't
18
hearing
rounds
any
to
of
get
that
there.
in Coop stuff. Oh, I wouldn't
17.
expect that day 1. Remember, give us some time.
That was the Zintare's death.
Did I get
Well,
scammed on my
JKS
resub? You did.
Holding that line valiantly. The barrel bait actually completely unintentional.
The flash, the flash
You did, Sleepy. That's because I muted it because I'm watching Liquid Cinema right now.
partial investment.
Okay, it makes
Basically,
sense now.
chat,
They will be
Sleepy
able to buy it. Oh, imagine
was a
buying
little
chicken.
bish in his resub and basically said I don't shut the fuck up. And then complained
Wait, was
when
buying
his
that.
very long resub message that would have yapped the
yet.
entire time
That one
did shut
still
the
went
fuck
as
up.
Designed.
Orping mid.
Isn't it risky?
Thanks to the 50-month
Crazy.
primer, Sleepy. Tracky John. Thanks to the 38-month primer. Thank you.
Oh, they won't run him down. They will know where the AWP is early. This would be a utility expending round.
If Liquid start with it, I don't know what's going on. Like,
What's wrong with the 10 minutes? Nothing's wrong inherently with them. It's just people over time. When the shininess of the new thing goes away, people just start complaining. It just becomes a giant mess. That's why they always die.
I'll make you a bargain.
A bargain?
I'll bargain with
Might
you.
take a week. It might take a month.
How would you
but
like to see this guy?
Your brain can start going that way.
Pray for Cooper's mental is all I'm going to say.
All right.
Because, and that actually won't take you long to get there because this one.
Pray for his mental. The amount of Steam messages that man's about to get.
The next for Eternal 5.
Right.
And then that part will be another partial.
Okay.
So I'll allow it at 11 to 8. But first, Alex, they have to get past this buy, which I will say will not be easy. It never is.
Oh, I'm scared for him, but Naf is
nice.
calm.
It was easy, just like I said.
Oh, one tap. Body shot Barry. Good shit, Naf.
That's nice. That's the most amount of players you can keep alive at the end of a round.
Yeah.
Need a Discord with admins and a ticket
round from
system?
Naf,
Yeah, that's called FPL.
The Tech Nines has put him from bottom of the scoreboard to second highest on the scoreboard, so maybe that's going to help the mentality.
Bro,
a bit.
just try, that's,
Everybody loves some eco back.
Yeah.
If you can get these kills, they're the ones you'll take.
Let's go, boys. Nice.
5v5. Young.
Again, the juice is flowing.
I've been offered to cast or analyze tier 1. Like Summit back in the day.
This is Ultimate Classic. This is when you
But
first saw him
never
on the
ended up
screen
happening.
making moves like that.
No, I don't want to. So that would be weird. I've never asked, nor have I. Yeah, I have zero aspirations.
A is light on right now. It's just JKS defending over here as Liquid have hedged 3 players over towards B. Ultimate in the door position. Still wants to peek. Hand spotted. And I think they've heard him. I think they know he's here.
Oh,
no, they don't.
Not
No,
today.
they don't at all. That's a great opener. I love this stubbornness.
Important stuff. Block from
Ultimate
JKS,
is actually
playing
so
heavily
good at
Jiggle.
the Anubis mid fight with an op. I don't get it.
You might have to.
About it.
Oh!
What is
Never
that
mind.
from Wok 6AK?
Never mind. I'm never saying a singular nice thing about you again. Ultimate, you're fucking trash.
He overstayed. He could have just sat camera. Oh no! JKS down. They boost over the smoke. It's getting awkward.
Okay, I didn't say anything about JKS holding A. That guy, that guy struggles. It's all good.
They need a hero.
You don't get to put both on me.
That's
That's fucked up.
At least one of them's going to get that kill without a flashbang.
Chat acting like
Here they go.
I'm the reason Liquid's failing, like they haven't been watching this game the entire time, theorizing every member getting cut on the team.
Hunting down Naf, hearing that reload. Nerds, however.
Twitch chat, nuke the whole roster. Twitch chat when the streamer says anything. Streamer, it's all your fault.
Imminent. It's locked on in by Fire. Fader happy with what he's seeing. This 2-0 does look
Make
like
up your mind, you
almost all
weenies.
said and done.
Aren't you lucky you didn't start trusting your brain?
Yeah, you're right. Thank you for keeping me honest.
Great opener.
No, Kirab, I was not cheering for them all, and they still very much were ass, okay? I said one nice thing, and they were still ass. Some things are just constant.
What have Liquid done that's good so far this map? Or series? What have they done that is good? How many things can you say that are good from what they've done?
I swear it's like Chad butted into what I was saying.
They're trying to win the game as individuals.
This is team play.
Chad's got my back, Chad. You hear that? You fuckers.
Hooray! And a second.
Hey, Zantara's down. Woxic the one to claw it back immediately this time.
Good
Go on.
trade.
I like that. I like the idea. I'm not in love with the execution. Underhands the smoke, falls back, but still a 4v4.
Oh, man.
Carpet of flame, but no punish from main.
That's on the side. We'll just give them a fright.
Madja puts ultimate out of sight.
See, I didn't say anything that time. He still got butted.
Break of the smoke. And waning
Full
hope.
rotation.
Full rotation.
Why are you green here, Fum? I think I was at an event at the Monster booth.
Over, boys. The water is warm.
Major is currently 21-9.
Actually.
My God.
And then you
And it's been sheer impact.
Boots planted.
None of those have been exits. My man, 1v3 ace clutched. 4K pistol, like.
Woxic.
He's let that one go. He has let that one go.
That was the round-winning kill, Mr.
That's what
Woxic.
that was, but the spam's a little late, and Jota's walk through the smoke could be punished here if he's wild. Good awareness, Nerds. Trust twists. Worry about the smoke. Jota gets one. That fly goes down. Magic comes through. It's up to Twist to save his boys.
I'm going B. Plenty of time for Wakadia to plant. Sure, 10 seconds, but as this trickles down, 7, 6, 5, as the digits gets punched. Twist, good luck.
Good luck, have fun. Madge is already here. May have even heard you, and he's going to walk through. No, never mind. Now has the info. Twist aggressing. Closing that gap, knows there's a likely swing from sight. Madge is the one to say goodnight to Liquid. A lovely and convincing 2-0 from Eternal Fire. Anubis dominance. Starting on that CT side, Liquid. Meager attempt on Anubis.
Oof, the rematch. It didn't live up to the hype of the last time round. Liquid absolutely demolished down to that lower bracket. They'll be taking on Imperial.
Jesus.
Yes, Eternal Fire truly igniting in this rematch series and claiming.
I mean, that's probably the more disrespectful thing is that is probably Liquid's best map.
It's a map that Eternal Fire love to play, and they showed exactly why.
Yeah, that was
EF said, nah, we're actually the best Anubis team. We will pick it into you. And we are going to dismantle you.
We're the better team, and on Anubis, kind of what we expected. You know, they had a message to showcase the world that what happened at
I don't even know what map Liquid's good on anymore.
When you play the map 16 times in a very short amount of time and you're winning the vast majority of those, it's not a bad way to head into a game like this and secure yourself a spot in the upper bracket.
I think individually as well, they was just better. Like there's nothing else to say. It's just like individually, they were getting the entries, they were getting the trades, the multi-kills, and it just showed everywhere. And
no, you didn't do CT side on Dust 2 either, Matt.
They always do the same Turkish default on CT side, and it just worked out perfectly.
We've got Maja joining us. Congratulations. Revenge claimed versus Team Liquid. That must be a pretty nice.
Well, they got 100% win rate on Train.
Yeah, it was a
Train
good day
Inferno.
for us. The revenge was important for me, so yeah, everything smiles today, and I'm very happy.
Why important for you specifically?
Because we lost them, and I'm a competitor. Like when I lost someone, I just want to win after that, and today it was important for me, and yeah.
So from your point of view, today compared to last time you
They
faced
just said I took that shit personally.
It was a very close game back and forth. Was it more so you playing better today, or was it more so Liquid not playing as well as they did last time?
Individually, or you mean
as a whole?
As a team?
Yeah.
I think we play way better as a team, to be honest, and also individually against Liquid, I was like very not fragging at all. But today, I find my my IM from 1.6, and everything was cool, and yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if I'm throwing production under the spot right here, but we do have a clutch moment with you from the game.
Yeah, let's roll it.
Yeah,
I
think we should see that. You said that you found your 1.6 aim. What happened in this clutch on Anubis where you just decided to win all by yourself?
Let me see. It's the 1v3.
The 1v3, yes.
Trading a bit back and forth right here. Maybe not going according to plan for now, but
starting with the back 10.
Yeah, here I call go back B because he has some plays, Voxic, and I asked him to go temple and come back A because we was waiting to A, but when he did, this kill was important, yeah. I knew he was side because I had the feeling, and then
IGL brain. Just better ready where they are.
Yeah, a little chance then, I think.
You remember your spray here at the very last moment?
Yeah, I think chance.
Well, now you get to see it yourself again.
Thanks God.
You just go for it. You full on commit.
I was not defusing.
No.
Oh, I think it was defusing. So 100% chance. Like
it worked out. But yeah, one other thing that I saw that really surprised me is that you're obviously super tired from all the events. Like there's a lot going. And I have a bit of the answer already with what you said, but what is the one thing? Because you came in with so much energy. Like I know you're like calling a lot. You're calling.
I was curious if he ever knew that if he was defusing or not, because there's no way he would have seen it.
You came in again in another event with a lot of energy. So what is like the one thing that is like pushing you? You come on a server and you're like almost screaming instantly and like just giving all that energy to your team. So like what is the one thing that really makes you do that?
Like Nathan, I think I don't want to have regrets after that. Like every match, even if it's back-to-back tournament, I want to give everything I have because I'm old now. I want to not have regrets. I do it for my family also. I try my best. I say to myself, like it's one day I'm not giving 100%, I will just regret it, and that's my like things how I see the life, and I just give everything, bro, and like this.
I know you're a super competitor for like 20 years already, so obviously very aware.
Respect for you.
Yeah, and then also the other thing, you obviously get Jota in the team now for some time, but you didn't get that much practice with him. You obviously had your old system that you're still bringing with him. But he comes from Sangol, where, for example, in Anubis, he was going wild, just going through smokes, just, you know, doing mad stuff at some point. what is your plan with Jota when you're going to have a bit more practice and maybe coming into the major to like change a little bit the game style you have and like to get his strength 100% on the server?
Yeah, it's a good question. Like right now,
how you watch them, yes, you don't know who that is, and yes.
With Xantares Beyond, and like 1 month ago, I was not doing that. Like you said, it's a very good question. Like I try. He has to respect my system, the system, and also he has to be happy in it. So I try myself to make him happy. I try to find solution for everyone, even Woxic in AVP. I want to make happy them all my teammates, but sometimes it's difficult, you know. There is a balance to do, but like you said, yeah, I try my best to put him more in the fight, more like trade kill, like 2 people searching in A in Anubis. Like I try new things for him, and yeah.
I know you may be a bit biased in regards to this, but obviously when you look at a team like G2, we always describe them as a team that's very open and they have a lot of freedom. You know, m0NESY can do whatever he wants to. When Nico was part of the team, he could do whatever he wants to. How much freedom does the players have on your team? As you said, it's a balance, and I know it's a tough question to answer, but would you consider yourself as a strict in-game leader, or do you think there's space for more space basically to be taken by the players?
To be honest, half-half, to be honest. I try to give as much as freedom as I can, but when I have a call or something in my mind, like they have to follow the system. But like I told the last question, I try my best to make them happy, because it's important that your teammate is happy and following his leader. But I try also to do a lot of sacrifice, because to show them like I'm inside. But half-half towards.
Okay. And so one thing that I'm curious also is someone that we don't really speak much about, because he doesn't speak that much English, I think we're not seeing him on interviews, is your coach.
Yes.
And I'm very curious about what is that relationship, because it's very important for like a coach and the IGL especially to have like the good symbiosis together. So what is he
major
bringing
group
you
in
personally?
France?
Like
Yeah.
what is the special thing that he has that he's bringing you into the team then?
I think he
But he
knows
speaks
the game
Turkish,
very well.
and he is
He's an old
Turkish.
player from 1.6 in Turkey. He know the game. He helped me a lot tactically. He take good pose. He finds good solution. I think he's a really good coach, to be honest. And we have a good synergy together. We are in the same room since we beginning Eternal Fire. We are the same age, so we are always together, speaking at night how we can do pistol, new things. So I have a really good relationship with him, and like you say, I think for a team that's want to be the champion, coach and leader should be really close and really friendly.
Being a decorated CS player doesn't mean you ask good questions.
We didn't get to see it on
And yes,
account.
MBK
You guys
is
obviously
asking
know each
really
other
good
from back in
questions.
the
He's
day and
probably
nice
been the
little
best
handshake
pro on
with
so
each
far,
other.
in my opinion.
Can you explain to maybe some of the newer viewers, like obviously you have like a French background
Even more
as
so than
well, like,
Dupree.
what kind of
I like
relationship
Dupree's
you
energy though,
fostered together
a little bit
over
more
the
than
years?
MBK's, but
He was playing
MBK's.
Source, I was playing 1.6. Always like we meet on LAN when it on French LAN in the past, but always a lot of respects between us, and that's all I brought.
Yeah, we're competitors in the end. We've
Yes.
played against each other for 10 years,
Yes.
and sometimes you know each other better this way when you're fighting against each other. You meet at every event, and now we worked for 2 days together at some point, and there were like small things. But yeah, no, I was very good relationship.
2 days? What happened?
He was just in between different stuff.
It's been the day with one pro player to beef. Get right.
That's dangerous.
My terrible days.
Already done that though.
Was black in the tunnel.
It's always Major is like, people don't know that, but outstanding, super nice, very giving guy. When you ask a question, he's always going in depth and helping anybody that he can help. And like you can see it also with Eternal Fire, the answer is just giving as much freedom as possible.
Dupree is
but
always
also
summoning
putting his
Cthulhu,
foot
true.
down when needed. And I think that's him. That's Major.
Thank you, bro.
A final question, just to end out on. Obviously, with this win, you're going to be facing against G2 up next. What's your history been like against them, and any kind of memorable moments?
You beat him last time you were in here, right?
Yeah, semi-final.
I think,
right?
yeah, I think we beat I don't know, it's a really great teams, and it will be a good match. And
Undoubtedly. Thank you so much for your time,
Thank
Masha.
you.
Congratulations once again. Awesome, man. As always, you can you
They're
keep your
watching
heads up
at
there.
this time, so
Oh, that's
Thank you.
wonderful. Thank you so much, Masha. Yeah, massive congratulations to him as well.
Yeah.
Well-deserved victory,
That's
undoubtedly.
Papa
unfortunately,
Major
Liquid
right there.
Just falling up.
He always shouts
a
out
little bit
wifey
flat,
and the
not
kids
same
when he does the
competitive affair that
interviews.
we saw going down to EPL.
No, I think Chat said it coming into the game, maybe, if I'm not mistaken, that it's going to be interesting to see if Liquid is always just going to be this gatekeeper of top 10, or if there's more to the lineup than what we see. And I feel like every time
How'd
I
you get
watch
rid of
them
the
at
walking
moment,
device?
it's just.
Oh, I still have
it's
it.
hard to say. They
Kind of got annoyed by all the questions, but also
best signings they could have made. But it
honestly,
feel
just
like
haven't
it's
been feeling like
stagnated
doing
a
it
little
as
bit in
much.
terms of how they play, in terms of
Been
the
walking
results,
outside more,
the
hiking
vibe check
more.
of Team Liquid as well. I don't know about you, but I'm not getting excited watching them play right now, and that's too soon in the process that the progress have stopped, at least for my liking.
Yeah, definitely, and I think the profile of players that they have, I 100% agree.
I still like
He's an
Hughes.
excellent
Like, I still
player.
think it's
No matter
good,
what, you can sign him
and it
in
kind of
any
got
team. He's
me
gonna be a big asset.
walking and like
there's
just
a
like
question mark of Twist not as a
probably
player, but like
what
what he's doing
kickstarted
as
the
a leader,
hikes.
because I didn't see that much evolution, especially what happened today. On the T side, they had a lot
Especially
of
out here in
given to
Vegas,
them,
man,
and
people
maybe
have no
there was a
idea.
kind of
It's
fire. They know
insane.
that they're gonna not take that space, right? So Liquid was not looking that they were comfortable defaulting things that we were talking about, taking neutral areas.
I've slowly
using the
become a
utility
desert
to
human
kinda
being more and more
check
and more.
where the cities are and like push them back, make them doubt. They were just straight up executing for the T side for the most part, and then on the city side they were just not.
I mean, hiking
playing
spots.
very
Yeah, the
well
outdoors
together,
life in
reminiscing a
Vegas is
little
pretty
bit of
sick.
Falcons, how they were playing like pretty individualistic. And so
then also Vegas is like a great middle ground where eventually
if you have good ideas,
expand like, you know,
stepping up in the system that Twist is
just
making. So there are
a little bit of a trip away from Zion, or like a
and the
little bit of
last
a
point
trip
would
away
be
from the Grand
JKS
Canyon.
Still sharing the same playstyle, being very passive, not taking a lot of initiatives. Can you really make work of it on the long term?
And just like the Falcons, they do indeed find themselves in at that lower bracket on the side of Group B. They're going to be taking on Imperial, and I feel like if Liquid were to place dead last here, Jacob, that would be that's abysmal. That's unacceptable.
But let's be honest, we were surprised by Imperial. We thought they played a good game of Counter-Strike against G2, and we were slightly disappointed by Team Liquid. So yes, on paper, Liquid are the favorites. They should
Bryce
be winning
Canyon,
that game. But
Lee Canyon,
let's be honest, with the
Mount
way Imperial were
Charleston.
playing today, with Liquid and their stagnation, I think that could be a much closer game than on paper.
Well, speaking of games, plenty more coming your way very shortly indeed. 2 more to be exact, which we're going to leave you in the capable hands of Banks, Vu, and Maui for this next one. We got Mongols taking on M80, both making their debuts here at the Blast Open Lisbon 2025.
I see a disappointment on your face. Sorry. What? With the prediction? No, I always just like to stare at it for a good like couple seconds to make sure I don't ever fuck up. Alright, hopefully M80 can cheer me up a little bit with a huge upset here. Chat, I'm gonna make a little bit of breckie real quick. Should take me like 2 seconds. Be back 1 sec. Running an ad.
The party is just getting started as we've got 2 more best of 3s coming your way today. The action is rolling here at the Blast Open Lisbon, and that's where these teams want to get themselves to, the amazing arena in Lisbon, but it's a long road for them ahead of them. And right now we've got M80 getting themselves out and ready, warmed up as well, because they've got a tough fight on their hand against the Mongols, who Mongols right now, consistent playoff team, a team that's learning, a team that's growing the whole way through. They have some ups and downs, but they have some moments of incredible glory. And I'm going to say, well, it hurts me to say it, but they destroyed my Na'Vi, and that's where they're a team sometimes that can just roll over the opposition. They've got the individuals to do it, and they've got the belief in each other as a team that's now tenured, have their time together, and shown that they can be one of the world elite. It is no more just them coming through and upsetting people, it's them dominating teams, and that's what they probably expect them to do here. I'm your host, James Banks. You can see the desk is back once again. We got Big Vu, we got Maui with us. We're ready to rock and roll, and let's start this conversation on the Mongols, talking about not just the individuals they have, but they even have a fragging IGL in terms of Blitz, and he continues to deliver for this team.
Blitz is the mastermind, him and Mara creating the brain trust of this team in order to just create so many win conditions. And sometimes Blitz himself is a win condition. That's what's so impressive about Blitz. And I think, Vu, I want to pick your brain.
Yeah.
Let's have a discussion about this. You know, in terms of fragging leaders out there, you could pick somebody like Twist because technically he shoots harder, or you could pick someone like Maka because, yeah, with the op he gets it done as an individual at times. Apex has had a good run of form lately, but over the last 6 months, I would say that Blitz has been the most consistent in terms of calling well and fragging at a high level.
Are you insane? Sorry, wrong show. Yeah, I think you actually got it, because you look at Twist, people question his IGLing. You look at Maka, maybe he's not quite at a high enough level as we have Blitz, right? Blitz, most IGLs, I think, they try not to be the lose condition. They try to hide themselves, you know, cover it up and have someone else kind of carry you. You have Blitz, he can be, like you said, he can absolutely be a win condition despite not being a star player turned IGL, which is what you're looking at with Twist.
Yeah, and Blitz was never meant to be like a star player in this, right? But he can put up at times some numbers where he's doing that, and you can see how he puts himself around the map, how he controls the map sometimes in order to get the job done. You mentioned Apex, right? We have to compare him to Apex because Apex right now is, I don't know, doing things that we never thought was possible.
Apex has had just a recent run of form that every other in-game leader is looking at, and they're not only wishing for his individual ability, they want his players. Yeah. And so with Blitz, sometimes I feel like he has to do a little bit more. Apex right now is hitting a great streak of form for the last 2 months, but before this year, when he had Spinks on his roster, Apex was not as consistent as an individual, and yet Blitz has maintained such strong form for such a lengthy part of time, and the calling is good. Like, that's another big factor in this. Like, I do think in the head-to-head, yes, Twist is a better shooter than Blitz, but I'm not being hindered by Blitz's calls if I'm the Mongols.
Yeah, one of the things about Blitz is I'm not sure if it's the in-game calling necessarily that is what makes him a great IGL. I think he's created a system, and you mentioned the coach and Blitz, but Senzu, I believe it was, in an interview, he said, when asked about whether the coach is a tactical coach, right? That's kind of what you're thinking. If you're thinking about that, he laughed it off. Yeah. He's like, no, he's not a tactical coach. That means Blitz is the guy coming up with the system, coming up with the plan, and the entire team is on the exact same page constantly. When something happens, there's no question. It's instant. They have the immediate reaction, and they can pick teams apart that aren't quite experienced with this level of firepower.
How happy are we with what we're seeing from the Mongols and just their growth, though? Because there was a time where they were just an upset team, where now it's not just about the consistent playoffs. I go into events thinking, this could be the time, the trophy could be theirs.
They're a consistent playoff team, like you already mentioned, and because of that, I mean, they have so many win conditions. That's what I love about them. Even if plan A fails, there's a plan B. Even if Senzu's not fragging well, Mazinho or 910 can step up. All of these players, Techno lately has been one of their best playoff performers. So I think the win by committee that the Mongols have been living by for practically the history of this roster has, in a way, it almost is resembling of like kind of like heroic. It's not the same sort of tactics, but when Cadian was leading heroic, you kind of could just say I know that 2 players are going to do well, but I don't know who those 2 are going to be today, and that's a good thing.
That's good depth.
I think that, yeah, that shows depth. It shows that everybody knows when there's weaknesses, or like Senzu's not able to find something. That's when Mazinho strikes on the extremity. They have so many ways to get into a round.
Well, I'm glad you're talking about Mazinho, because he's been very critical of his own performance on social media. He wants to do better, but he's still such a young gun. So I caught up with him earlier. Have a listen to this. Mazinho, the first thing I want to ask you is kind of away from this game ahead of you. Your brother is playing at the same tournament as you. How cool is that to both be in the same tournament?
Yeah, it's very cool, but we're not in the same hotel and not playing at the same day. Yeah, and we cannot meet each other. But hotel is very near to us. Yeah, it's good.
Now, the Mongols have been a team that's consistently making to the playoffs of big tournaments. What do you think you guys are missing to be able to win a big trophy? What do you guys need?
Maybe we should play more brave, like we're doing in practice.
Yep.
Yeah, I should. If you play brave like in our practice, maybe we should lift trophy at some point. Yeah.
Yeah. And I know that's what you guys really want. Now, one thing I saw you post on your Instagram story was about your own individual performance. Now, normally we see you maybe 1.15 to 1.20, but recently at these events so far this year, it's been 0.99. Do you understand why you are not playing as well as you did before?
I just playing not brave, just scared of enemies.
Okay.
What if I die?
Yeah.
Maybe we're gonna lose round and cannot do some brave moments and cannot catch the momentum. Yeah. Maybe I should work on it. I worked on it.
Yeah.
Maybe I play more brave and maybe just increase my stats.
Increase your stats, increase the chances for the Mongols to win, because you can play very well. So when you say that to me, you're playing more scared. Do you think you're thinking too much about it and you just need to fight sometimes and trust your ability?
Yeah, I should trust my ability, and I'm making playoffs so far, and it's just giving some more pressure on me, I guess. Yeah. And what if I just can't do it? I'm just thinking too much. Sometimes I have to take just duels. Yeah.
Okay. Think less, fight more, do more duels, and maybe have some more great games like you did against Na'Vi?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
And that's what you want to see. But one thing I'm going to give him a lot of credit for, Mazinho has now become much better at doing the interviews. He's still a little headshot machine. He's aware of what's going on. We're starting to learn some more about this guy. And let's just remember, he's only 17.
Wow. I mean, that is brilliant for being at that age. I mean, really, the way he chooses his spots when he takes a fight, it always feels like he has to do it, that it's creating a win condition in a round that might not be going well. It sometimes makes the Mongols feel a little bit random, but in terms of personality, I love that he's growing up. I love that he's giving these interviews, because the Mongols last year, I think 12 months ago from today, man, they just shied away from everything.
Yeah.
So they have really just kind of dove in. I think the community has welcomed them with open arms, and they're really embracing that.
I think it's important to recognize, like, he notices his problem. He notices what was wrong. It's concerning sometimes. We talk about this with Spirit. You see Zontix, and he goes, I don't even know what pressure is. What does that even mean? And it's like, clearly you guys don't play the same when you're under pressure.
Yeah.
You have to recognize it before you can fix it. He's recognized it. Let's see him fix it.
And just looking at that awareness and the players he has around him, right? We talk about what Blitz can do as a leader. It feels like they're in such a good position right now, and this is why we're so fond of what they can do. But is there a risk of them maybe not doing so well against a team like M80? Because they're used to playing against these big dogs. Are we now saying that there's a potential they could drop a map or maybe drop the series here when you come up against the M80 team that is grinding their way through this? Or is it just a one-sided affair?
Well, M80 got their own shooters. So honestly, I feel like this can be competitive if the Mongols let it be competitive. Okay. I'm going to pin the Mongols as the heavy favorites in this matchup, but this M80 team, they're working with a couple pieces here that people are seeing some bright spots. Lake in particular has been an excellent entry fragger. He's been really tearing it up in the tier kind of 1.5 competition that M80 usually finds themselves in. And also, let's not forget that M80, their ranking right now isn't too hot, but that's just because Rek was out with a leg injury. He couldn't play for a couple of months. They had to play with Keto, and it kind of nerfed their VRS campaign.
Wait, do we have maps already, chat?
Birth into the major, so they're playing with a lot on their heads right now. And these teams, when they know so much is on the line, sometimes they give a little bit more, but the Mongols probably feel a bit comfy about their standing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you should expect M80 to have any real chance of winning the series. I'm sorry if that's like aggressive to say, but I think they could pick up a map. That would be great. If they could get one map, that would be great. Obviously, they kind of need this win in terms of VRS, but it's the Mongols. They're beating teams like Na'Vi.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, how can you expect M80 to come in kind of cold and do that?
Help me understand the expectations you have for M80 at the event overall, because you mentioned about the VRS.
Man, Cole's already dropped
at the moment. They'll sit in the
behind
the
M80 in
qualifying
wildcard.
stage,
That's
they won't get to any
crazy.
stages. But if they can do well here, this is their big chance where just maybe getting a couple games could see them jump up.
They're they're one position behind Wildcard. And Wildcard is a team that today, if the major invites were sent out, would get birthed into the major. So M80, the pressure is on them if they want an instant berth into the major, because remember, they messed up their RMR campaign last time. They were favorites to make it through the Americas RMR. They couldn't get it done. The MRQ is almost more awkward because you have to play through online competition, so nobody wants to do that whatsoever. And so M80, they have to come into this with almost the same sort of RMR pressure. The problem is sometimes that's when M80 has done their worst work.
I mean, they are in the easier group at least, but that doesn't make it easy per se.
No, yeah, there's still some very tough teams in here, and they do have one straight ahead of them. Looking at the individuals we got on this team, though, who is the one that can carry them over the line, right? You talked about Lake already, but Slacks at the same time has been doing some very good work.
I mean, Slacks has had a real resurgence, and right now, it might even be safe to say Slacks is just the best German opera right now. I think Big are looking at this guy who kind of slipped through their fingertips, and now they're saying, wow, the motivation that he found playing with M80, having to go overseas, has really done very well for him. He is definitely their second best player behind Lake, who is he has really established himself as a premier entry fragger for this team. He's so good in these kind
don't have the maps yet.
Points where he has to be aggressive, has to exercise a little bit of discipline. He's not just throwing his head against the wall, he's making sure that he's playing enough within the structure. And one note that I like about him over Mobs even is that to me, he's more vocal. And I think that's...
We've seen that, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's controlling the action a lot better. I mean, I don't know all the comms all the time.
That's
in
crazy,
terms of what we're
That's
seeing
crazy,
and hearing,
man.
he's saying an awful lot.
The thing about Mobs, or the thing about Lake rather, is he's kind of in the situation that Mobs was in maybe in the end of 2023. He's not really dominating top 20 teams very often. He's doing well against lower opposition, and he needs to prove, this is kind of the 3-6 months where I want to see him prove that he can make the next step, and maybe a tier 1 team, a true tier 1 team, a top 10 team might want to pick him up off of M80 if he ever wants to leave.
Now, the other pieces right now, though, for M80 are the bits that are still lacking a bit there, right?
What happened to Liquid?
I mean,
dude,
you know, I
let's
played
not talk
with
about Liquid
Swisher
right now.
before. Swisher and I are from the same hometown, so I really don't want to say negative things about him, honestly. Like, the bias is very strong in his favor, but some of his performances in these games are unacceptably bad. Like, he's putting up sometimes single-digit kills in games that are going the full distance, and if he was able to just find 5 more impactful kills, completely swings the game. So I would love for him to step it up, because if there's anybody on the hot seat, he's probably got one of the hottest ones.
Well, let's see if we're going to set ourselves a hot veto in here. We're going to watch how this goes down.
All right, I'll give you guys a prediction, then I'm going to grab a drink. I'm going to get a lemonade. We as a civilization need to move on from Liquid.
From M80, that's something that they've usually been going with there. On the Mongol side, I don't think they should be straying away from, what is it, Train that they don't like. So yeah, I think that this is pretty much the perma bans for both of these teams. Do you have any ideas about the picks, Vu?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get a chance to talk about this, but unfortunately, Nuke is one of Mongols is one of their weaker maps, and it's the permaban of M80. So M80 doesn't really have too many great options as far as where to go from there. And Dust2, standard pick. That's if you looked at like the veto simulators, they said Anubis, but I actually thought Dust2 was going to make a little bit more sense for them to actually go with.
Okay, and for the Mongols, I mean, they like Mirage a lot with these kinds of matchups. M80 do also, and I thought Ancient could be either the decider for this matchup, or it could be a Mongols pick, kind of the secondary pick for me for the Mongols, but either way, I thought one of those two for sure.
Yeah.
Does that mean we're going to potentially sit on a Mirage Decider?
I think if M80 are smart, they would get rid of this one because the Mongols have shown so much strength on it. In fact, I feel like M80 probably thought that was the map they were going to have to go into today. So all in all, yeah, Anubis ban from the Mongols. Like Vu said, that was a possible pick for M80. So we're getting Inferno, which is... I didn't completely expect it to be in this one, but it was a possibility for me.
I feel like this is kind of a middle of the road map pool. I'm not sure either team is like a favorite necessarily because of the map pool.
Yeah.
It's just the individuals that are creating favoritism.
Is there a chance, though, you mentioned it already, right, that M80 could find themselves taking a map in this series when you've looked at this video now?
I'll say
the prediction.
There's a chance, there's always a chance because Mongols are a team that rely kind of heavily on their firepower. And if they just don't show up, and M80, if you have Lake that can actually throw a spanner in the works, it's always possible.
Well, let's find out, right, if we can get into this a little bit more detail on M80's initial points of view of what they can do here, right? Because for me, this is where they can be loud in the studio environment, get in the faces of the Mongols, and the pressure is on the Mongols. Is that an in? Is that a small bit?
I just think that the thing is that M80 have so much more to play for. That's my angle for this one. If M80 are going to actually make this one work for themselves, it's because they understand the implications of winning this. If they win this, they can shoot up. They can maybe pass wildcard if they win 2 series here, maybe 3. I mean, I don't know the exact VR stuff, but if they have a really good run here and they make it to Lisbon, they suddenly can just pass wildcard, because wildcard, I don't think they're playing anything right now. So they're kind of just stationary. And the Mongols, they know they're getting that Asia qualifier spot.
Yeah, they're good no matter what.
Yeah. I actually think it's the inverse. It's the inverse. It's that they're not going to take it seriously enough. They might be looking, you see this sometimes with top 5, top 10 teams that they play a top 30 team.
Yep.
Desi, thanks for the 9-month reset. Thank you.
And in doing so, they might fumble.
I actually really like that point, right? There could just be a bit of foot off the gas because you're maybe not taking them as seriously with this. Where M80, surely they're going to be fully drilled in, fully dialed in, and all their prep has been done. What are you looking at as maybe, also we touched on Slack, we touched on Lake, but like you mentioned Swisher, should there be something more on the
as a
tactical
private
side
metro
that
station?
we're
No, not yet.
He's had his
One
time
day,
now
though.
to grow and go further as an in-game leader for M80. Obviously, we remember him from the big academy days as well. Is there some extra
Never got to that
he
point,
should
Jared, to
adding
be honest
in
with
order
you.
to help them find the success? Because it does feel like they've just kind of been in the same rut for a while now.
I do kind of get where you're going with that one, but I've just always found every time talking to Def or he gives an interview, he's just extremely pragmatic, and I don't think he overcomplicates things. He usually just tries to pick his team's strength, the opponent's weakness, if possible, and then he usually has game plans that, to me, aren't trying to think too much outside the box. Like, I haven't seen some game plan where it's like, oh, wow, they hit A 9 times out of the 12 rounds. Like, they have very balanced approaches. And maybe that's going to be to their undoing at times. Maybe he spotted a weakness here, and I think this would be a great example to see, is he going to pull out that second level of his coaching or Sin's IGL ability? Or is the anti-stratting actually going to be playing a factor today?
I've really thought about it in the same way, that they do kind of just make slow movements forward as a team, as a roster. They continually slowly improve. The problem is you have the VRS implication here, and you need a big gap. You need a big jump in improvement. M80 doesn't feel like they usually do that.
Real height.
And they actually did tell me before, we haven't played the interview, but we spoke to Sin, and he was saying how they actually spent, after EPL, all their time boot camping in Europe. Obviously, it's a good bit of extra practice in there as well. But is that enough to help them improve?
Asking on, like,
in order
seriously?
to do what they need to do here? Like, how much time do you think they would need to see that benefit?
I called some of the M80 players on Media Day,
kind
of sat around with them, and I asked them that because they were just at ESL Pro League, but there was a gap, so I was wondering, did they stay in Europe or what? They stayed in Europe. They were staying in Europe, they were scrimming, they were practicing, and so I said, okay, no excuses. And then Rex said to me, there's never any excuses.
Ooh, that's actually an incredibly strong mentality.
Yeah.
I didn't expect to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, you usually think NA, you think weak mentality.
Yeah, look at you two. I mean.
Okay, all right. I did call a 13-0 yesterday. Okay.
For the wrong team.
For the wrong team.
Back on topic,
just
guys.
Could have left that one.
Back on topic.
Could have left that
You
one.
really should have just never brought this up again.
Yeah. We were never going to call you out for saying the wrong team, but now we're setting the record straight here.
We talked about Lake quite a bit. I think Lake is someone that needed a bit of time to develop, and just the time in Europe, not even just practicing, but the time in Europe playing against European opposition.
Sure, you didn't answer the question.
That's the type of thing that he needed, and he's finally got it.
Well, let's see if he's finally got it. Enough for this game as well. Thank you very much for your thoughts.
How tall is Maui? Maui's short. Also, Vu and Banks are tall.
And the lovely,
deadly desk, bro.
Thank you. Yeah, be careful with your NA slander, James. It's 4 versus 1 tonight.
True.
And I think between the 4 of us, maybe we have a chance, but it's still slim pickings. And I think that maybe having a chance is kind of the tone that we go into this matchup with, because M80, I think, here's the reality of the situation.
I need
Mongols
Wandix bait.
have not lost to
He's
a
been
team
around.
outside of the top 5, barring Astralis inclusion.
Who's better right now, JBA or Lake?
The previous one before that would have been at
there are
Espo
different
in
play
October
styles.
of 2023. They have hit this realm of Counter-Strike where they simply don't lose to the
I think
lesser
JBA's been
opposition.
better.
Again, barring Astralis as the anomaly. And Astralis were in a moment that is such a paralleled situation to M80, where the VRS points mean
You'd be in the middle of that
to
desk,
them.
or
Now
Maui side?
have comparisons
I'd be in the
within that,
middle.
but I
I'd
don't
be
know about
close
you,
to
Mohan.
Banks,
I'm
but
still
not
looking at
quite.
Mongols
And then
and
the
thinking that they're not
hopefully
gonna
I
fall for that
spike my
kind of
hair up higher that day,
shenanigans
so it
twice.
looks a little bit
I
closer.
think that they just pounce on M80 in this matchup.
Yeah, I think fact of the matter as well is that they were on stage versus Astralis, and I think that stage and that crowd had an impact. That was a moment where the conversation.
Well, if you're serious, treat it's just called like volume texture powder. It's like the brand I use is called Slick Gorilla.
But here, I think they do have a bit of a chip on their shoulder because of that loss, and that's only going to strengthen, I think, their attitude.
Did you
coming
factor
into
in
today.
shit talking in this assessment? I did not.
There was talk on the desk about like M80, or excuse me, Mongols getting a little complacent because they've secured their #1 spot guaranteed. But it's like, dude, they're Mongols. They don't stop. Right? That's the whole thing. They keep taking more. And so I think that's
a nice start. That's a nice start.
Just in the blood. But first blood belongs to Lake, one of the more promising North American prospects as of late. He barks loudly. Question is all about the bite tonight.
Ever seen
Mongols
picture of
down
Cooper with hair?
4v5,
Yeah.
start to move pieces over towards this A play. And I don't think Lake will be working on his own either. Slax's Pro League performance back in Sweden was awesome. 9th highest rated player at the event. And right now, Rek gets peeled off of this quick transition into the B site. It is a B site that is clear for the taking, so honestly, good moves from
4v4.
M80, and
Nice.
if you lose one player in that pack as you go
Stay
running
alive, Sid.
forward, so be it. Bomb down and a retake needed. There's an incendiary here for Blitz. No kit on the team for Mongols. And I do like this position, though, from Swisher. He's going to hear those movements coming up from tunnel, hearing and seeing him calm that right now. 3 backs turned to him, so we'll see what Swisher can make of this. Pick a target. Okay. He will get 2. That's one of those sketchy ones that looks like he could have
Who
missed
did he even
all,
shoot
but now
right
very
there?
comfortable to close this out.
Well
by
done,
the looks
Swisher.
of
Well
things.
done.
So M80 just finding what was basically a clear path all the way into B, where they'll indeed close out pistol.
I will say, man, I always like watching M80.
Christopher, I tried to the other day, but with the multi-stream, it kind of blows up
weird direction. It
everything.
might have been hard to predict in terms of Mongols' map choice. Not maybe expecting to see Anubis.
I think I'd have to set up my own RTMP to multi-stream 1440p.
Those two, however, I'm expecting the strongest version of them. And M80 are a team that we don't get to see all too often, but I think that when it between Dep and
No, it's not the
Sid,
ISP,
I think
it's
I'm always
hardware.
impressed with how they tailor their game plan to their opponent.
Certainly zero shortage.
Classic
of
yelling on
team tape
pistols,
out
bro.
there for the
Pistols big
Mongols
round. That's a
lately.
good round to yell on. What you
Become
mean?
Such a household name in Counter-Strike.
Desi Demon 6 for the 9 months, by the way, again.
The Astralis situation was just such a moment where they became a victim of their own success. Their bounty is worth so much.
Why does it already
in
feel
terms
so
of
much
the
better to
VRS
watch
points.
M80 than Liquid? Excitement of the unknown.
Feels like the Danes were lucky to
Cautious
catch them on stage
optimism
when they still have
versus
a few growing pains to get through. But I
cautious
do like that kind of
pessimism,
your rebuttal.
basically.
Now, this is an environment where we don't see Mongols choke out. And I didn't think about it, but even that Ents game, when we go back to Elisa, same situation as the Astralis upset. Techno 4K pushes into Swisher, who will not be allowed to exit. Just delivered bomb to his feet, gave the Galil over.
No,
No,
they're just like Liquid for real,
To
man.
at least alleviate a little bit of pressure. Player keeps eyes on door. Mzinho trying to tickle the legs of Rex to at least fluster him and get him to move. But still, bomb's gonna have to get picked back up. So barring these 3 kills back from Rek, you still have the recovery, and they don't know if there's a flank here, but there isn't. What's left of Mongols sits outside those doors.
I read my phone.
Squeeze, but Rex finds the perfect way to approach that situation. Wrap it around the right side of double stack, and it pushes Mongol actually into a double tunnel retake. They'll know at least one player's here, and they are fake planning. So lots of time for Blitz to get set up. This might be a good move for the Mongols. 9-10 drops a shot, however.
Trying to catch the shoulder. That scout could be deadly with the damage done. Sure enough, wreck down, Blake into the 1v2, but exposed to both, and Blitz comes at him from the
Fucking
edge
A, man.
of the arch. That's the Mongols.
M80 maybe isn't so different after all, huh, chat?
such a good round
Cautious
out of
optimism
breath when it
immediately
came to
gone.
trying
Back
to
to
recover
pessimism.
the
All right, what
situation,
changes
but
do we need to make
up
in
until that
M80, guys?
point, it was too strong between the push from Techno, who, of course, your heart sinks when you're coming out 4-1 mid in tunnels, and your tunnels guy dies right there. Obviously offers up the gun as well. Forced to run through a smoke, so it's a very good use, a very sparse utility here for the Mongols. The game's going to be hard, that's for sure. Still hoping to see some
especially
really
dying tunnels right there is just
competitive
fucking
rounds
brutal.
out of M80. I think most of us watching are not going to be surprised if they end up winning. But
Energy still actually seems pretty light there. I know I'm
they're just playing
armchair
way more
psychologist
CS,
there,
way
but
more top teams.
M80 have shown us promise before, as the Mongols did, let's say, what, more than a year ago at this point. You know, if M80 are truly going to ever take it to the level Mongols have achieved, I just don't know if it's there.
damn nice recovery mission
Yeah,
from
we
Lake
just
there.
don't have like a conqueror to look up to in the same way.
No.
So that's the Mongols' edge.
Especially making some poor
We don't ride
choices.
horses.
Speak for
Last
yourself.
round was a bit tough.
I can ride a horse.
I
That's
have
like,
also ridden a horse.
I agree. Last round was kind of bad, but also a little hindsight. This round, no, he's just shooting a shot. Yes, Hero AK, he's trying to literally find an open.
That was undermining.
You have like no util to do like real end rounds in this.
Execute comes over from the cat.
It's a good spot to go for a duel, and you can hopefully get the gun back relatively easily most of the time, like you saw.
Gets an easy duel versus Lake. The rest of the pack so cut off from him. Really felt like he had to go
That's
out
a nice
and create
one.
that space.
That's not a nice one.
Dying after he tries
This
his
is a
damnedest to get
good
the
one.
going. Finally, one
That's
of these
a bad
rifles
one.
gets a target to shoot at, and it's into the hands of Rek now. Careful. They're going to try to swarm him, but now they know he's got that AK-47 up, and it doesn't look like Mongols have a care in the world because of that. Easy. 3 players still standing up, and the Mongols do what M80 couldn't, converting their very first round.
Yeah, and they look super solid. I mean, we had Astralis start out the day looking real. I mean, that's the direct competition. The one head-to-head, that's a sore spot here for the Mongols. And
Well,
Astralis'
it's a
aim
fun
just
storyline
was
to cheer
not
for
there.
Mongols. It's
On
not
top
that
of
weird if you like
some other issues getting out.
you cheer over them
but the Mongols,
for M80.
look at them hit shots right now.
It's a good storyline, man. Like
immediately looking in perfect
youngest team in professional Counter-Strike, basically, in
block
Tier 1 that
save,
we have,
single
from a
flashbang
region that
bots.
basically is never been as
Might
good
not
as
even
they've
have
been
shoelaces
without
for
this
shoes,
team. It's a good one, dude.
Snake mentioned it briefly on the desk, but he is
If you
correct.
watch a lot of
Wildcard
CS,
has
like
no
I wouldn't
other
blame you for
events
cheering
before
for
April 7th,
Mongols,
that
even if you're an NA
M80
fan.
aren't at. The only other
It's a
thing
fun
that both
storyline
those
to
teams
get
are
behind,
playing
to
would
be
be
honest.
the Astana qualifier, and then the event itself takes place after that April 7th VRS cutoff for the MRQ/major invites. So it is all about M80 doing what they can here for Blast Lisbon if they're going to take over Wildcard's 5th spot.
Yeah, you know M80 will watching this game. It's very important for them as well.
Yeah, I guess that's another aspect too. I feel like as an NA fan, you know, it's like not that we're preying on EU's downfall, but I think seeing any region that isn't EU like start to build up is such a great sign for the game, you know?
At least 1 kill. It's a little awkward for Blitz. 910 doesn't give a damn about your Glock. He'll fight you on fair ground.
Just go for the free plant.
Yeah. A little over-rotation here. CT's going to have to scramble back up if they want to try to stop it. I feel like a jumping kill's coming in.
Yep.
Ah, there it is.
Gervin guarantee.
The Gervin guarantee comes through. 20% of the time, every time.
No money back guaranteed. So, clean conversion. 3-1 start here for the Mongols.
You nailed one yesterday. It was like the last round of the game. You're like, this is the last round of the game. And it was.
Thank you. For sure. 2020.
For sure.
2025. Cadian's got this Deeg kill for sure. All right, first gun round. Let's see what Mongols want. Looks like a fight out of the gate. Shocking. They try to sign up for an early engagement, but there is nothing for them top middle. Little delayed double tunnel setup here for M80. And as quick as they were out through that doorway, they're back.
What I like about a tactic like this is it's still a very strong map. You had Mzinho and Blitz working long at the same time, full control. So not only, they didn't just pull back at a mid and then are left in a really normal setup, they also had a bit of extra map control. And now M80, they were looking to respond to the fact that there was a push in the middle. Then they lose a piece in the process. This suddenly becomes a puzzle that's all too confusing, and Lake goes down to 18 HP already.
Fuck. I've seen that death go out at long way more times than I would expect.
Drawing the attention of 2 players within this bomb site. 9-10.
I wonder if people are going for the fight more, or people are just like
the later he
getting
stands
caught
here,
sleeping at the
the
wheel.
less likely there's going to be a full set.
Not
of
just
utility
Liquid, but like
in the
yesterday I
corners
saw it
mode.
happen a
They're just
couple
gonna
times as
maybe
well.
Flash,
But like the
maybe
long lurk
molly
is just
flew
getting
in,
caught. It's weird. Guys, thanks for the 84-month
that's
resub.
just
Thank you.
A freebie. It's a perfect setup here for the Mongols, and set up easily for the repeat.
Mirage was the very first map today. It was just a really early series.
Get out of here, but he'll peel back slightly. 25 to the clock, sets up an easy save. I say easy, but really Lake being such low health with Senzu on his trail.
Just
one shot's
really
gonna do it. Lake playing dodgeball
not
with
going
these
well right now.
bullets, and he will escape around, but it doesn't mean that the save's guaranteed. Here comes that pressure from Techno. Don't you dare die after time. Honestly, at this point, 5 seconds, you know where both players are. If Techno doesn't kill them now, oh God, they could bottom out both players after time.
Oh, they do.
That's gotta hurt.
That is the absolute worst situation. The irony of that is that they could have taken fights earlier and died. Still, obviously not great duels, but now not a single dollar made off that round.
Gut-wrenching. $300 for Lake, $100 for Sin. This is that opening blood here from Mzinho.
Oh man, Rek was holding it and got the headshot.
And somehow that's not enough.
No. And
Oh, I missed your question, JG. Is it better to sub on Twitch or YouTube? I subbed on Twitch at the moment, but find myself on YouTube more lately. I get the same split from both.
Because of your opponent as well. I don't know if you agree, but
It's
it feels like
the same.
Mongols,
Technically, I make more off the Twitch one because they upped the sub price recently, and you can manually set them on YouTube, and I haven't changed them on YouTube. I might set them just for continuity, but yeah, split is the same between YouTube and Twitch.
As he comes into the tunnels to clear that close corner.
Better yet, don't sub. What the hell? Oh,
Dude. Good
dude.
awareness, man. There is something on the line here for M80 if they can pull this off. Obviously, no armor, 3v3. But this is probably a lot closer than they thought this round would ever get.
Dude, that's crazy work.
Bit of a golden ticket here at the minute mark.
You're the reason I got to run more ads. Fuck this. No.
AK and op in
Just
hand.
kidding.
No
I'm not
armor
going to
for
do
Swisher.
that. Calm down.
Care for the aim punch.
Calm down.
And I guess what's nice is you've still got Rek playing with that Desert Eagle, so you can kind of throw him out there, and then we'll see if that sets up Sin for some sort of an op trade. One more expendable piece, and around with
True
nothing
connoisseur.
at the start of it, you've now picked up that smoke, the flash. You know, you've got a couple of tools to work with. Gathered thanks to pistols, but still 2 players up close. Good bit of damage, good trade. Swisher finds it, but the op goes down to Senzu. Double kill for him out mid, triple on the round.
YouTube has less ads.
And only one now
Actually,
left to deal with.
I
Swisher
think
gonna
more
need 4 frags in this.
run
if
on
he's
YouTube because
truly
I
gonna
have
pull it
to
off.
put them on
And a smoke
auto.
grenade would block off one perfectly,
But
oh, he doesn't
ad block
decide to
is
go B.
more effective over there, which
Instead
sucks
makes
for me,
steps.
but a lot of people have premium, which is chill. Oh, come on,
Catch him in the
Swisher.
extended
No, the
and
gun.
He even offers it up by freely jumping onto the ledge. So 5-1 Mongols. It gets a little sketchy, but all good by the end of it.
That's just the way that Senzu plays as well. The op comes out for the repeat.
All right, Jump. He just thought he had a read that he was. Oh my voice crack. That he was sight, so he's trying to get a better angle for it, but he had the wrong read.
Stake the fight, so it gets marginally scary here for the Mongols. And okay, maybe
Smarty6 for the gift of sub to Spidem. Thank you. Appreciate you. To be fair, that's a pretty. I'd say that's a pretty unorthodox position in like that type of scenario. Like.
Kills is nice on a round.
Yeah, I will say the nice part about I'd like more ads run on YouTube by far than my Twitch, but a lot of you guys have premium, so like it's pretty nice because it's interesting to see the ad difference because most people on YouTube have premium where most people on Twitch don't have turbo.
Up comes back.
But I think that makes sense. Like the premium's a little bit more all-rounder, but if you use Twitch a lot, like I still don't even know if people use like understand turbo even exists.
Still in hand.
They're quite literally like flip-flopped. It's actually hilarious. Like 70% of people that watch me on YouTube have premium. We're like
maybe he's trying to
30% on Twitch have turbo.
Him jumping?
Yeah.
It's actually really interesting. It's almost like
If he
on the
got that while
dot.
jumping into pit because somebody scared him by peeking. Ooh.
Yeah, poor Rack. 2 of these rounds.
Turbo is a marketing issue. Yeah.
M80 not having the most fun out of this gate. Their map pick, of course, of Dust 2. Who mentioned it? M80, real preference for playing Nuke, but obviously...
Or they fight long alone. It's to create like this pressure and basically hold the players there because they're trying to go for a B split on timing here in this round. So the idea of this round is shit, okay? They got throttled. But the idea of this round is still like, it's a good one. It's not like...
A missed shot really spells disaster here for
But
Swisher.
kills matter more. So the idea of this round was to get the player out to blue bin, basically maintain 2 players towards long at least, and then hit a mid to B timing with an upper B lurk. Long player died too early. Upper B player searched to make up for the long timing miss. Mid players weren't able to really hit the gap because the long player died too quickly. Oh, that's actually insane. What the fuck? And so then they could pick up this right here. Right, that's where sometimes like rounds like that, you know, that as soon as he died long, it's not that the round's lost, it just makes it a lot harder. His whole goal there at long isn't even really to get kills, it's to hold 2 people there.
Long smoke on the fly, lands just as the molly burns out, so suddenly there's more pressure than they'd expect. Love the tempo to this one for M80, love the flashbangs.
No, come on, nice.
Love the dirty 10-9s, but they get there in
Fucking
the end
partial blind trying to
Incendiary, kind of
get a last couple shots in the...
And they've got an op. They'll clear out that position
Tech
from
9 right there.
where Swisher was last time. Make sure that's all good as they come up for the tunnels. We've seen the tunnels retake has been the preferred option here for the Mongols. Don't blow this one, M80. You've got a really solid position. Slacks as well on the op.
Flash comes through, Slack's fine with it, peeks into Blitz. There's a second player back there. Window aggression gets punished. 910 waiting for somebody to give him something to pull on. That's going to prime Mzinho as the position gets called, but 910 knows the odds are low, so he'll go. I like that running smoke for doors out of spawn into the Swisher double flash, because all of a sudden M80, the rest of the pack, all 4 players...
I just like that they went for the pace. I think it's good. Hopefully it gets a little bit of confidence in them right now.
Even if you're blind, you can still multi-kill because the tunnel is only so wide. You know,
I did diamond. I did.
Scaling, it's going to be on the same side of the tunnel every time, but he dies instantly. So Rek gets one back. He's had some unfortunate deaths, but you got to have a couple of good set plays like this on low buy rounds to get you out of the rough. Nice to see that M80 can go there.
That's what sticking around in Europe in between events will do for you.
You learn a lot of half buys. I wonder what Rek's thinking when it comes to long right now, because again, like 2 leads that he's had, holding for Mzinho, fighting 910, who falls backwards in a pit after.
Are we getting a Flom reaction to it? Nah.
Two positions where you would try him
it
again.
Probably would be good. I don't know if I want to start doing that though. Like, it's not a bad video to do one too, but
Boy, that was so funny.
I don't really want to make like reaction videos to
so unfortunate. The patience while letting
videos like that
someone
is
your
much.
teammates
I
go
don't know,
by.
maybe.
Oh boy,
I've already watched it though, so now I definitely don't want to. I don't like doing. We're not pre-watching and then fucking dropping a video after.
Doesn't get found out climbing upwards, so funny. I thought they were saying long pressure out of spawn, but
Flom reaction channel and subscribe to Flom Clips and Highlights channel, guys, if you're not already, like that guy. Thank you.
The call was in German. We just didn't hear it.
Oh.
Bugsy, the amount of motherfuckers that literally do all that content and they just pre-watch it and then formulate their points is hilarious.
But smoke grenade's going to slow him down at a minute.
Say the vast majority of them, that's what they do.
Once again, another strong position here for the Mongols. Obviously, the gap is towards middle.
But
and actually,
I don't feel like going down that rabbit hole at
the
the moment,
attack
so
they
let's
could
not
come
talk
up
about
with.
that, yeah.
Just kind of comes down to if they
Very
can
rehearsed, you could tell.
sense that
Yeah.
or not.
No, it's
if they go for a mid B split.
Motherfuckers.
It's a position where obviously there's an op supporting
it's,
techno.
it's wild to me. That's all I'll say.
I think that's what Senzu would rather hope for. But they have not used this at all. I mean, They're not really influencing
Flores,
any rotations.
glad
They
you
would
enjoyed it.
really love to pull at least one rifle into CT spawn. That would be Blitz. But look at him. He's a goose, comfortable, ready for this exact attack.
910 doesn't get the shot off, but recovers through the flashbang. So that's Lake down with nothing. Rek able to respond back, but it's an open door for the Opera to get to ramp. Now we've got one player dropping down, and that'll catch Senzu off. Grenade damage chips away. Oh, they don't line up. Rek, I love the aggression. Up into the base of ramp, he'll go. Bomb's gonna get planted. The cover is down. It's a Techno Swisher 1v1 and a health advantage,
Come on, Swish.
to the Mongols. He's got him pinned into the bomb site, knows exactly where he's at off that reload, and then he swings in with a clean execution to the headshot.
God damn, dude, that's an insane shot.
I love
Fucking
himself down into the lion's den of the CT rotate, then also coming up from ramp to deal with 910 on that op.
I mean, that's just like a nice shot. Like,
I think MNE's players definitely
also, the
signed up for
pullback,
the
knowing he's
fisticuffs,
gonna get
but
that
Mongols
fight
come
to
out one
isolate
ahead.
and just like,
Oh, that's how he got him. On the jump spot. Almost got 2 on that same spot. There's a chance for Lake to get this kill as well. They have 910 flash on the corner. And Rek is in the perfect position to allow for this plant. Without his help, there's no chance. And Slacks could have also killed Techno peeking down into CT. He wanted to finish that round early. But instead, we saw what Techno could do as a B-rotator.
Hold on, chat.
Amazing aim right there versus Swisher.
Dire position now as well. M80, a 1-round win into a buy again. Oh, but that's perfect. Sin gets the double kill out long. He got 910 and MZio stacking up. And with an opening like that, you don't waste a moment. Of course, you're going to try to charge everybody down long to get into this site.
Well, careful that molly. See how deep of an angle Blitz has. They'll refresh it.
Techno held back from jumping up. Sin trying to keep himself alive here. And Rek will put that bomb down. Techno a little too late to the contest.
What was this, like a fast long? Just a classic little
Keep your eyes open
long
for
rush
the
here,
3v5
classic.
attempt, but no, sir. Looks like Mongols are going to concede this one. So M80, I think, pulling out another critical round win in the late moments of this first half. And it's simple. Double kill, long corner, and follow through just like that.
To be honest, 910 doesn't really respect flashes. Sometimes he eats
Nice,
them for dessert,
nice.
honestly. He's happy to
Now,
wait
can they
them
string
out.
them
He
together, man?
thinks
That's
they're
what they failed to
usually
do this whole half,
and,
you know?
In this case, the flashes from M80 have been pretty strong. He got full blind on the corner in that time, was able to be peak. If he had just pulled off of long, they could have gone into a different setup, but they were very adamant about holding on to that position with Mzinho behind him. But no kill between the two of them, and that's as easy as the round should go after an opening 2 frags on long from the T perspective. I'm liking the M80 jerseys, one of my favorites. Dude,
M80 jersey. Honestly, I like the Boggles ones too. Both the jerseys are nice.
I miss the old logo.
So one of the rebrands I'm actually a fan of, but I get it.
I miss the old logo. Yeah.
Do.
Fuck. Not Hellraisers, man.
Slacks wants a piece of the action on long. You're going to find your contact.
Damn.
2 players cross. Or just the one, excuse me. Mzinho just instantly up onto the door.
Oh, you want to die like that again? Oh my goodness.
I was a little safer with it this time.
It was.
Shows Senzu the arm instead. You got to be careful with that spam. He's got Blitz in front of him just in case they tried to charge through, but they'll go for the climb up once all those shots miss.
Cap pressure was the call. 3A setup once again. I think the one thing that was missing for M80 was a little bit more in mid, because if they don't attract Blitz's attention,
Upper
then this
B,
game is just not nearly
cap
as strong.
presence, mid lurk,
Molly's gonna
Molly.
find
They know
nobody
the
home in the
opposite here,
corner.
though.
What a crazy spot.
So you gotta
for
flash
M80.
it, right?
He's just so confident. You know, got that double op flex. Ooh, missed
Oh,
shot, but it is
God.
the opper that's kind of cut off from joining his teammates.
Op
If
going
there was
up,
some
cat
sort of
with
a
bomb
commitment
was
to the
spotted.
repeats.
Slightly awkward, though. You see the bomb jumping up on top of Xbox going to Cat. This will bring Blitz back.
Certainly. 910 on high alert as well. Won't miss his opportunity to deal with Lake, who really hasn't had a chance to get his hands on any action inside these A plays. Swisher,
nice,
with the mid activation kills Senzu, so that's one of the 2 ops down at least. But a climb up from Blitz. Wow. Tries to turn it over to the bomb plant, does interrupt it, but there's nobody else really close enough to pounce within that second plant attempt.
What a fucking psychopath
now they're
on
looking for Swisher.
Blitz, though. What the
Techno
fuck?
clearing up the tunnels. How far does Swisher push, though?
Not far enough for Techno to find him. He'll drop a smoke behind him instead. Mzinho on the corner. Slack's locked in on that, waiting for the follow-up. Mzinho trying to get the shot to miss and then cross, but I love that he reads it. An back behind him.
Well
Swisher
done.
comes in with helping hands.
Get out of there, get out of there.
3K needed.
Nice.
And he's swapping out to the AK player on site with his head tucked. Bomb plant.
No.
On top
No.
of that, frag grenade down to the CT spawn. Slacks with the op climbing up. It's gonna catch him.
Nice.
Minute and a half still. Second and a half on the defuse. M80 convert that.
Got a little scared there. Honestly, I got a little scared when Sin just gave up the kill, to be
It's
honest.
close, but it was always going to be close. In the round score, if M80 are to be able to pull this off. That's still a quality attack, and I think the one thing that 910 punishes is the cat cross. Here's the frag from Swisher as sort of the lurk in the situation. Senzu misses slightly, and Techno again shows how fierce he is as a retaker from the B site, nearly coming together with that clutch. But every flash so far, scaling flashes for Crossing Cat have been on point.
Oh, you're late.
Finally, a limited purchase here for the Mongols. It's how the half is going to end, and Lake
Nice.
wastes no
Very
time.
nice.
Getting out into the action of middle.
This is audacious.
Oh, so is throwing that nade. Blitz just walks through it. That's just
4v1 on the B site.
Senzu's going to have to give up his perch. His support's coming over. Do they have much? No flashes to offer. So Senzu now just looking for fights. And Sin's going to win it heads up. Smoke down. And the CT's kept at bay. Should guarantee this bomb cross uncontested. And a man advantage to try to close out this half. M80 recovering, all things considered, towards the tail end of the T side. All that's left of M80s just grouped up inside the bomb site. Slacks will take contact with an op back towards tunnels. They know there was presence shown outside of the mid
Do
doors.
you use that monitor or is it just the Sony?
That was a
no,
while
I'm on the
ago
Sony,
now,
bro.
So Slacks, I like that they go for this boost to try to get an off angle. He's kind of up on top of his teammate for platform, but there's so many defenders.
No, dude, if you just hit any of these, it's going to be over.
Still 2 more to go.
Okay,
and
fuck it, we'll
Slacks
take
will
it.
be safe
Nice.
with it, just into
Nice
those
pullback.
peaks. It's a 5-7 half in the
Do
end.
I like it? Brother, it is at the time, it was like $1,000 480 hertz OLED 1440p monitor with like 0.02 ms. Yeah, it's fucking sick. Like, if it wasn't good for that price and all the specs on it, holy shit, that'd be insane. No, it's incredible. I love it. So you don't like it? Chat, I'm running it out. No, it's just an insane monitor. I'm not sponsored to promote it anymore, but I always have to tell you what you're supposed. If you're not being a total piece of shit human, you are supposed to tell people when you like got something for free. I run it at 360, Olgan. Yeah, 1440p isn't the most optimized. I could run 480 on that 4.3 res that I've been playing lately, but I don't know if I want to. Also, when I went to 480, I feel like I could not tell. Like, 240, I could tell within 1 second of running around in the server instead of being on 360. 360 to 480, I couldn't tell shit. Like, I find 27-inch on CS miserable. It was. This wasn't my first 27-inch. I switched earlier than that. It was horrible. This monitor does have a feature where you can put it into 24.5 inch mode, like the competitive mode. So you can actually switch it. But if you're gonna play in 1440p, I would highly suggest 27 inches. I don't even know if they make them 24 anymore because the pixel density kind of fucks it up. What would you recommend if you're trying to save for a monitor and you want to like break the bank a little bit, but like you're not fucking Jeff Bezos? I would go 240 hertz 1440p. That would be 27-inch 240 hertz 1440p. If you're not ready to light some money on fire, I feel like is fantastic. That's still like an expensive monitor, but I feel like that's like, that shit feels fantastic. Yeah, OLED's nice. I don't know. I personally don't need, like, the OLED is incredible and I can tell the difference, but I don't need it. Does that make sense? It's a luxury, not a necessity. Response times are better on OLED, but I don't think the vast majority are going to be like feeling that all the time. No, 144 hertz is not bad, bro. Honestly, it's not. But you know, once you kind of make that jump, it's still, I think, for me, where I felt diminishing returns is after 360.
5 rounds at the end of
240 to 360
in the final
doesn't feel. The biggest jump is 60 to 144. Then the second biggest is 144 to 240.
A little closer than the Mongols
and then after that, it's a very small jump to 360. And then for me, 480. I was switching back and forth. I didn't know.
That's kind of what set them back in the middle of that chunk. We had that 6-round streak out of the Mongols.
That's how I would describe it from my personal experience with all of them.
It's all on him. I mean, okay, I guess Slax is up here. They've got 2 coming in from top mid, though, so he's got to be careful.
Okay, gets there. Yeah, gets there with an assist off the teammate from Catwalk. Still stuck in. Oh, the recovery. Mzinho, double kill, keeps it on a swivel. And there's no reason he can't get more out of this round. He's got the bomb.
Yeah, you do need to have the rig to support the monitor, and especially playing higher res, you're going to need a pretty beefy PC, because 1440p just isn't.
And you've still got Sin down and Spawn.
More demanding. It's also less optimized.
Looking for contact towards long by the looks
right,
of
like if you're a developer for a game, you're developing more for and optimizing more for 1080 than you are 1440p.
Where's Swisher off to? Gonna reroute through CT Spawn instead. Oof, Rek able to come through with a double kill of his own. And now all pressure on Senzu, but because they have that smoke, they'll think they'll just block him off. Not to mention a kill on the play. He's gonna go running in as he has to, forced out by the util. This is M80, both pistols in their back pockets.
You gotta convert this pistol, M80. Come on. Come on.
Swisher, I think that's an awesome move from him, because at first it looks like he's just going to bleed time off the clock, but in reality he realizes he has the smoke and they need that. It makes it so it's a guaranteed situation as he rotates through CT spawn.
Yeah, no, most people are still on 1080p, so it makes sense. I'm just saying for people that are looking at new monitors, maybe want to make the jump to 1440p, you do need to really make sure that your PC is pretty beefy, because you're it's not, I'm trying to say it's not just the pixel density and higher demand from the res, it's also the fact that, once again, like, you're not really thought about as much in terms of, optimization choices and shit like that. That's all. So just really make sure you got a good rig. What's up, Jay Ballin? How you doing, man? Jay Ballin is in here praying on M80's downfall so he can get the auto bid for the major chat, so don't mind him if he seems anti-NA in here.
M80 couldn't convert the second round of this game.
That cost them early momentum that could have been key. It's a difficult endeavor to upset the Mongols.
Wreck chance for revenge here on long. Yeah,
I have a friend telling me he can't tell the difference between 60 and 144. Like, do you have eyeballs? Anytime I've ever heard that conversation,
interrupts them, cuts off.
The person just bought a 144 hertz monitor and never switched it to 144 hertz.
That can help that molly. It's got to be
every single time.
He's not rotating off.
Man, he's just got to lean all the way back with the FAMAS. He's got his own flash if you want to try that, but now Sin's killed Senzu. And Slacks will
the amount of people that like literally don't change
let
it.
The pit player fully commit, and Rex now dealt with. We're gonna get the Mongols trying to run the site down. Techno double tack 9, and Lake's
I still don't know how he did that. Gibbs. Well, there it goes again, boys.
That collects heads. And it seems
when
like
both pistols get forced on both, unless Swisher can do some magical shit. Wait, please, no!
Can't finish off the third.
Oh,
another tough pill to swallow here for M80.
That was almost revenge for all the jumping kills that Mongols got in the first half. Nice try out of Swisher. spot. What is this out of Techno? The cover from Sin comes in a little late, and he doesn't get the kill.
Hey, man.
He at least does that. He protects his third teammate from dying, and they avoid this tragedy entirely.
Jumping shit's got to go.
It really comes down to Techno's skill right there. His aim's been fabulous. 12 and 8.
It's been in there. It's called Kukli for a reason, man. It's been there forever, though.
Out of M80's hands. Blitz gonna get blinded though. Rex 5-7 could do it right back.
Oh my God! Beautiful flashes.
Please, please. Oh my. Yes.
Quad comes out from Sin.
Get the guns. Get the guns. Get the guns.
M80 lock this one down.
Oh my God.
On hard mode.
Oh please, 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 please,
And
please, please.
Not only are their flashes great on T side when they're attacking,
Cut!
but the counter
He's
flashes
cut!
are just as well timed.
Damn, he got that with the tag.
Despite his head getting popped like a
Got a
melon.
little. Fuck.
The three remaining players from M80. Three remaining players from M80 will dogpile the bomb.
Put a little bit more gas in the tank.
A little too much gas.
I'm trying to gas it up.
9-10 thinking somebody might come at him from a different angle. Not the case. They are playing that bomb until the end of round 15.
Well done, man. I mean, especially after how that last round went. Their hearts could have sank. Oh, another conversion that we lose. Too many things have gone wrong this game. Instead, they hold strong. It's a great tactic coming into this round, which, again, that's something that's hard to call after such an explosive finish to the round prior. They still know exactly what they want to do. And, again, they time their flashes really well. Everybody's blind coming out.
Look how far Blitz got as well. He was blind the whole time. Strung them together.
He was so confident that his teammate would come out behind him and be totally fine, but there was a second flash layered before the P came. Counter-terrorists win. Easily done here for M80.
Ain't got no gas in it.
That's one to get excited about.
But they remain level-headed.
There's that second flash. I mean,
yeah.
It's not the kill feed, but that does lie.
Can't get too excited about a round like that. When
All right, now we wait. We wait, chat.
Well.
Hold.
Yeah.
Hold.
I mean, no, job's not nearly done.
Double lower kind of fast.
But nice to get your momentum back.
I say there's a big difference between 180 and 240. Probably not. Probably not. I haven't made that jump myself, but probably
Let's
not.
see if M80 have any gaps of their own here on CT side. We saw this mid timing left open. Now it's between, like, both teams have been comfortable with this. I have a feeling, though, that the Mongols are going to know when to
what's up?
Exploit it. Right and left side just to allow to, block vision from both sides means that you can set up a lurk at a minute. That's a great timing to do it. But Sin's not falling for it. Still playing Goose.
Flash is enough to get one out. Techno going to try to storm forward in the front.
Nice flash. Nice.
Bangs. And that's going to keep him stunned. Rex starting to peel away from long to come join Slacks now that one player's dead. He tries to get off Goose, and he's being a bit of a nuisance. Nicely done drawing him in like that.
Well done.
Mzinho out middle with some deagle damage and a kill to go with it.
No,
25 seconds, a little more damage there on Lake, but it's majority alive for M80, and these are the kinds of rounds they need to continue to string together. 4K, 4 Slacks, keeps the costs minimal.
The red thread for this whole map has been flashbangs here for M80. Look at this play again. It's not even Slacks flashing for himself. Sometimes you're throwing the palm tree flash, and the reason you do that is because it's impossible to see. Because it doesn't bounce off the palm tree, it just goes through it. When it explodes in there, you get a guaranteed blind. But they even throw a better one just to make
Money's
sure that
still
the peak
absolutely
is
cooked for
seamless.
Mongols.
No one gets
This
away
is
through the
fantastic.
smoke
Hopefully
before
they
the gun
can
can
get
come
a
out.
little bit of confidence going under them now.
Round and this last round tell me for the
I
Mongols,
feel like
you
the
have
end
to
of
try
M80
harder.
there for that first
And
half
I think
was
they came into this game hoping they wouldn't have to.
was getting there, man.
But
They were getting
M80
there.
Actually tied up from a way worse position. Meaning that, I mean, some of these rounds,
The 1440, 360 OLEDs are getting
at this point.
quite
I mean, that's
competitive price-wise, especially if you can find an open box one. Hell yeah,
make
man.
Mongols look
Fucking do
silly.
it. I know you've been talking about it for like 15 minutes, but which one do you have? I have the Sony M10s. Did get it for free, was paid to promote it. Still using it, not paid right now.
Dire
I just tell you those
Double
things.
Desert
Gotta
Eagle.
not be a
Swisher
shitty
should
person.
have a field day. Yeah,
Nice,
all's good.
nice.
Triple kill from him.
Well done.
And a support out of Lake. Not
Well
one
done.
death.
5
Here for
alive.
them to deal with.
Huge,
Great defense
huge.
Posts the full house.
That's a lead for M80 on this map, man. It's well earned. There was no free streak involved. Tons of eco
Nah,
rounds. This is
Trep.
the movie
I
the
would
first
have
one
if I
we've seen from
started
Mongols.
with this monitor first, Trep, but I got used to
Pressure
it.
is on. They have to respect the fact that the tactics are extremely good versus their first timing execs. They need to work a little harder to draw out utility. They need to use execs that are a bit more detailed, and it looks like M80 can shoot back.
Yeah, Trep. I don't think no pros would be getting like monitors like what I get because I'm not trying to play pro.
Mention how strong.
I'm not trying to play pro, and
Mongols have been
1440p
consistently
is so
versus teams
sick.
that are lower ranked than them. This has to be one of those.
Even in Go, man, like going to 1440p felt like I was already playing CS2. Like back then, it was so
Not
cool.
sure exactly where Ents were ranked when that upset happened, but it's really been nothing but top 5 opposition and Astralis ever since. Ooh, Nade softens up Techno, looking to get out middle. He's already walked through that smoke.
He used a lot of ammo. I think Techno's going off the numbers here. Lake has to reload. He carefully reloads back in the site.
Yep.
And he's watching this, but he still let him out.
Awkward position for Sin. Obviously, legs exposed on the wall.
Oh, the pop. Nice.
And instead, it's a Swisher single kill thanks to Lake also setting it up. The Blitz
Wait.
pistol comes out.
Damn.
And at the very least, found
They're
some
still
footing
in here though.
inside
Fuck,
sight.
this is a problem.
That looked like it could have go either way for a moment. And it feels like this round still could be won by either. No utility left here for the Mongols. Half health for 910. And a total redirection from Sin and Wreck.
It's the same preference of approach here. Double tunnels.
Slacks his flashbang. Oh, it gets thrown out, but it's a little late. We praise these flashbangs all the while, but the long and the tunnel players come out, and they give him the duel before he's white at all. Easy cleanup as far as
3 kills come out for M80 to hold B.
And the Mongols take their 9th off that. Mid
Essentially
to be
2v5.
the key.
It's also just solid rifling from 910. He knows the second
God damn it,
player's
J-Ball,
gonna
and
swing
shut
out.
the
He
fuck
can't
up,
move from
J-Ball.
his spot because he's exposed to the
I know
door
you
and
just
the
want your
window.
auto bid for the major, but don't
So
talking.
he handles that the manly way. Really nicely done on the AK.
God, you're pissing me off.
This hold, I mean, it's pretty damn good.
What's the manly way? Is that like when you don't ask for help?
When you don't op.
Oh, okay, when you don't op. Gotcha. Thought it was like the manly way, like you bottle it all up, you know?
Oh, like
buy a
don't share your
motorcycle,
feelings.
something like that.
Damn, I feel old. Fuck.
Go bald.
Hey, yep, that's true.
I would have to play EU MRQ. That's scary.
Back from M80.
EU MRQ is actually hell.
Last 2 round wins from the Mongols have been answered immediately back by M80. Can they do it for a 3rd time? Oh, really denying the Mongols any ability to get a round run rolling.
I was following Suits LA, dude. I loved first Suits. I threw on Suits LA for like 5 minutes. Holy fuck, I hated it. I knew they'd probably ruin it, but like they really like
thinking about
Jesus
it, supported by Lake. We saw a great
Christ.
hold between the two of them on the anti-eco.
Like,
frag grenade's gonna sail beyond Swisher.
Dude.
Smoke grenade will also do that. Pop behind him. This is an opening for Swisher. He tries to pounce.
It looked bad. I thought it'd be bad, and it still went way below my
Still for the
expectations.
Mongols to see that comfort here for M80. Slacks hasn't even moved off his post either. Part to this so far that'll have to deal with the cat defaults. Looks like they want to go ahead and test this setup one more time.
Slacks on a more forward spot. Molotov forces him off. We hit 30 seconds. We've already seen that challenge into the tunnels, but now we're going to get the grouping up of the Mongols Incendiary goes down. It pops where it needs to, right in front. He gives himself a preemptive smoke. You've got Lake, who's going to be looking for the kills. As Swisher serves up this distraction, it's a shot through smoke that connects. Lake can't hold on to the platform. Flying Mongols. And now suddenly Sin picking one up in mid is
Gotta
one
be a
thing,
save.
but he's
Gotta be a save. No, it's gotta be a save. If they don't save all 3 guns, they are going to completely decimate their money.
For sure, I think Swisher does the right thing because he has like so little time on the clock to delay for. He just needs to set up Lake for these really advantageous trades playing from car. But he does die to the spam. Maybe stands up a little too soon, but he is behind a smoke. So hey, sometimes kills like that happen. Mongols knew that he was around.
Dying through the smoke is.
And they cross their toes, the bullet hits, and that leaves Lake in a
delaying
very
Ginger
spot because at first it's a crossfire. Lake's spot is incredibly strong. Anybody who turns towards Lake could end up dying to Swisher.
They can't like sit at the edge and they have to like scale out.
All of that advantage entirely.
What happened to Liquid? We don't talk about Liquid.
But M80 have survived worse in this game.
Still,
yeah. No, they kept 3 guns. They're still in this. Yeah, that smoke is just there to like. It's just there like to keep them alive. Like playing backside, a lot of teams drop a molly back there, so it's that way you can smoke it off, delay for yourself, create an element where you can fight around it.
But no, he had already gotten over towards Platt, so not nearly as random as it could have been.
Yeah, that could have been a spot where Lake has better vision on Mzinho, but there's a smoke down beside him as well. So they made that as annoying as possible. And also, Blitz mollies back slacks, and then they rotate to a 3A setup. So instead of someone coming into CT spawn to help out B faster, that player could have been involved in assisting what was a 2v5.
Bit of a change up here, putting Lake over on
default
A and allowing Slacks to hold the tunnels with
cat control. Lake faking that they're on cat with that smoke.
Playing a little bit forward, that frag grenade just lands right on his feet.
Drawing out that B util.
Have him guessing a little bit more.
Swisher has 1 smoke at 1 minute left. They're gonna really rely on Slacks' op to make sure it has impact. If they go B and Slacks doesn't kill 2, the round just is an L.
Still hold that smoke grenade. Sin's got one as well over towards A site. At 40 seconds, those smokes could come down.
There's not a lot of activity here for M80. Decent
Good
grenade,
nade.
but
There's the
unconfirmed
smoke.
damage.
The last that this defense has to offer. Blitz is going to
It's a
drop
mid B.
Yeah.
It's a mid
CT
B.
into the B site. They are going to, I was going to say walk into the Opera, but he's given up his position on window, and Sin's going to come through this smoke.
Slacks is so
easy
cooked.
target as far as Blitz is concerned.
Over.
You've got the Opera trying to run away and hide, and the pressure here that the Mongols are able to apply to this B site just has M80 frazzled.
I had a lot of sympathy for M80 in some of these previous rounds, but this one, like, a lot less, because this is the 3rd round in a row where they're not having a lot of activity in mid early on, which means that Mongols, being as good as they are going to know what to do with that space.
I don't like
Here,
how
if you
they played that on
passive
B.
visions out of spawn on CT side, you take
MP9
what you
op
can,
and you
because they had
smoke
no
the door.
idea that Blitz had even dropped into CT. They weren't even
I just
playing
think
close enough
if
to listen to
Swisher
them.
had
So
a
not only
rifle,
were
I
they
think
not
that's
fortified
okay, but I
for
think with the
mid B
MP9, he blocks
didn't even have
tunnels
an
and you just
idea
have
that it was
Slacks
gonna come.
continuously out the window
This
or
would just
door.
come down to RNG.
It's the only way they're gonna hold that. Like,
exec up cat this round. So not enough
I know they
info
didn't know
here
they were
for
majority
M80
mid there,
to
but
believe in that working 9 times out of 10.
I think it's a lot stronger than having your MP9 trying to hold the window for your Opera to hope that they're going majority upper B with no lurk
Add to
smoke
that,
up.
the utility pressure that comes into the bomb site. Opera never had a chance to get a shot off even, so the follow through here, the backswing, so
Well,
smooth.
the struggle in this mid round is that they are lower on money and they are limited in options. So,
Look at this. You've got him jumping.
I mean, Slacks is literally just running around in the middle of site, like
getting pushed while the window's being taken.
Yeah, that's pretty excellent here for the Mongols.
posting op at B is already asked. Posting op
needed
at
to
B
win that
is
round.
incredibly strong, dude. I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, I
He
hope
just
we
can't be
actually
in
get
no
out of
man's
this
land. He needs to
timeout
be
an idea that's a
aggressive
bit
further
more
into
aggressive.
tunnels, or if they're gonna
We
sit
have a
on
lower
site,
tunnel start on,
like he needs to stop
on the
moving
pistol
so
round
much
out
and
of
basically
M80.
just
That's
pick
something
one
you
way
can
he's
do
gonna fight.
Basically any round. Problem is when you forego aggression so often, then you take
What's the
attack
thing?
pause.
All right.
You worry that it's going to be obvious, but there are many options. Whether it's the long doors push once you find out what the T setup is.
Right.
Doubles tunnels push with.
They're just so limited, though.
They just don't have any money, eh? Yeah, that's.
They've added the Scout, the Deagles, and a few pieces of utility to this mix. Obviously, that.
I mean, the tack can be for this round and the next.
Oh no. Chat, Nori loaded up WoW. Looks like I'm playing WoW again, chat.
Putting a few more bodies on the mid side.
I just pay for the yearly subs because I know she's always gonna want to load it up.
Slacks do. Just try to spam smokes with the Scout, takes damage in return.
I don't know when it'll be loaded up, but I know it will be loaded up at least 2 or 3 times for a few months a year.
First blood. AK damage isn't bad versus Techno, but obviously
the new zone's awesome and the raid's pretty fun.
So
yeah.
we'll try to reposition it into middle instead. Here's the rumblings of Senzu down in lower tunnels. There's a flashbang for Swisher, but not going to be able to throw that over the doors if he wanted to take the real risk. And Amzinho starting to clear a path out long as well. So it feels like the Mongols, much like last round, slowly sinking their canines into the flesh of M80. Round 21. Looking prime for the taking, but this smoke grenade makes things weird, and Senzu seems to sense this.
They really made this look like some kind of long play, but...
You wanted to see aggression. Well, here's some late. 35 seconds. You've got CTs running around on catwalk, but they didn't catch Senzu because Lake was able to push through. Look what he's going to find. He's got a second player showing up, and he's not going to miss the chance to strike down one.
Oh, come on, Lake.
Gets him back, sitting on 20
come
points
on.
Senzu, who is now making sound, will keep one player occupied. 15 seconds. Bomb runs back. The Op's going to have to cover. This is their shooting gallery. They've just got to stop this bomb. 9-10 trying to climb up, trying to fight, but as long as Bomb can't get to sight, all Slacks has to do is live.
Yeah, he's
my God.
Won the round. That's easy.
He's
for
just been
Slacks.
hiding, dude.
They get
Oh
this
my.
with nothing, and they even have money now to buy. They were saving this round. That's
dude.
I mean, that's excellent.
The fact that that was Bomb stuck in transition there is fantastic. I can't believe that's how that happened. Also, I can't believe Lake.
He stuck by Senzu through the smoke onto the lower tunnel stairs. And
Like,
because Senzu was alive and missing,
I just can't believe that was so incredibly lucky. Hopefully M80 can capitalize on this. What's back in class? I've played since like actual vanilla, so
to make things this tight. Back
everything.
To the difference, back to the long
I think I was playing Warrior at the end on, last season, and then in general my most played are probably Warlock and Rogue. But
tied game if they convert man advantage.
I stopped playing Rogue after
the players on doors.
Mop, I think.
Critical VRS standings on the line.
I like PvPing and PvEing, but the PvE on Rogue in retail after that always felt unfun.
Could be a good sign.
Oh, you want to catch that lurk.
Lake goes from being the hero of the last round to being the victim.
Swisher is isolated completely.
Man advantaged back to 4v4. He's
pulling the goalie.
Gonna try to go back into the mid play. Techno.
Oh, if Swisher gets seen here,
they're gonna run out tunnels all the while. Swisher's
just
completely
ran
giving
out
up this site,
so
and they're gonna capitalize on it. Senzu
Hopper.
comes in, gets hit down now to just 8 points of health.
No, nice.
Rotate, but Slacks gives the cover.
Yes.
Got the kill
Okay.
closed door, and it's
Holy
another
shit.
pressured situation.
Came in with
here
the
for
flash.
Mongols. Swisher keeps that
Nice.
pressure up. Now comes back the return for the up. 3 players stand and M80
Let's fucking
tie.
go! Come on!
Death. He's proud of his team for that one. Rack joins in the fun. Wow, they actually make that happen. A couple of small moments where the Mongols could have turned that back around, right? The fact that Techno re-aggresses from the door is actually genius. When he sees that Swisher is pulled out of the sight,
Why Senzu hopping? Bogdan, he was low.
He kills Lake at the same time, and then he knows that they can't cover mid anymore. But he doesn't get the frag. Then the bad door smoke, the missed shot from 9-10 into the door. These small opportunities cascaded into a round of brilliance here for M80.
These rounds are hectic.
Oh, man, after Lake dies like this, he thinks they lost, right?
Good on Swisher to be the savior.
Now we're talking. They heard there's no points for almost winning.
Lake just trying to keep his head on straight through this one, but luckily for him, he's got teammates to lean on today. Someone secures 12 off this. And it's not as instant, but that little bit of a delay
late pop,
does
late pop.
catch. Slacks off guard, has to go
No, you gotta get.
into the fallback.
He's already here. He's already here. Do you not hear him? Ah, what the fucking? Oh man, they gave up everything. No.
Slacks is able to recover. Turns back.
No, even with the collide, it's still not enough. Fuck, man.
Still here, held by Lake.
That smoke is
Come
deep,
on,
but it's
Sin,
right
you're
in
the
middle.
IGL, bro. You just lost long. The long pop's coming in.
However, Lake can't see anything.
Able to cross.
Dude, just hanging out. Like, I think he even gave an audio cue on Cat. Like, you gotta know that's happening or could be
He
happening.
wants to join up with his teammate, it looks like. Lake from CT spawn. How are they going to do this?
Instant transition to Cat instead. Swisher loud on the approach. And Lake can do nothing. Hasn't been given a duel all round long.
I mean, I love the play here from the Mongols. They decided to take a little bit of damage through their molly.
Sin just seems so unaware of that happening, which just seems so crazy to me.
It looks like they're just playing it risky, but in reality, they found the timing. Then the Cat play comes up at the exact same time. It's when M80, it's too late for them to get Cat control back or to get something. They were so sure it was going to be long that was theirs.
Yeah.
Mongols find a way to subvert their expectations.
But then, like, I don't know how that... Like, right here, Rex coming up to fight Cat, but Sin was right behind the wall.
Wow, man. Nice shooting from Slacks.
Oh, it wasn't a cloud, okay.
But, like, you don't have Cat, you don't have Long. Yeah. You do not have A.
I just... Yeah, no, I'd be upset too. No, Rec got sold.
Cascading effect of players swarming both sides of the A site. What a change
Rec literally got
tempo
fucking
from the
sold.
Mongols, and what a beautiful time to throw that out as well. Round 23 secured, and a worse buy for M80 to try to pull off. They are going to throw Lake to the top of middle with support right behind him, not to mention Sin back through those mid doors, nades in hand. Blitz gets caught off by this aggression.
Yeah, it's a great angle here for Lake. Shoulder peek does nothing. Another 5v4.
Could damn well be looking at overtime. M80 fade back into the bomb site to try to set up their defense now, and they have been given space.
We'll take the freebie.
Because Mongols respect
I don't know how that
aggression they
happens,
threw out
but
middle.
we'll take the freebie
Slow on the
from
approach to
Lake.
clear, but this is still a heavy pack from the Mongols. The
man.
tradability with these four players shoulder to shoulder is huge.
I like the commitment here from M80, but if it's the wrong play, there's only 2 on A. There's no op on A either. They're really hoping that this is going to be a mid-B.
Defense, no nades.
They're still feeling insecure about the fact that they have basically no utility except for Rec.
Great shots from Slacks last round, but no op to work with this time. There's Rec throwing out the last util towards Long. At least he can fixate on sight. Awkward position now for Slacks. It's just this FAMAS to hold back the first 2, and you've lost the ramp player. 4v5 be damned. Already 9-10 sending some eyes and attention back behind them. He is the bomb. He will sprint in. He will undeniably plant. CTs do not have the tools to interrupt this.
Cat retakes
Do they have any nades?
No flash, nothing to get around this
Oh,
corner. It's just going to have to be
Jesus.
straight up duels through this smoke or
Is that another
out. And
smoke?
guess what? Another one goes down.
No,
A
man.
gut-wrenching feeling
Wait.
here for M80. Trying to get this necessary retake.
The run
under
boost.
wrap. They jump through in desperation. Trades effective.
Fuck.
Man's disadvantage
FAMAS
is
is dog
moot.
shit.
You've got that op to lean back. Time is of the essence.
No
No
kid.
kit here for Rec. He's going to have to just sprint and get these kills instantly, and they run from him. Toying with them, playing with M80. A denial.
Oh no, utility, and they got re-smoked is so, like, I can't blame them, but like, it was way too easy right there. 5v4 and they just get up Cat that clean with Slacks.
It evaporated.
Oh man.
Pill to swallow.
And it'll only get
They're really
tougher from
playing some
here.
solid
They had
CS, like it's
great
fucking Mongols after all, you know?
Great chances and an almost
Like,
here for
oh
M80.
my
The
God,
Mongols,
dude.
They've got the caliber, they've got that strength. Just a bit of a heartbreak there, Maui.
So close. To even get this close for M80 from the poor start that they had is an achievement in itself. Different players on the team stepping up. I feel like, honestly, almost every single player from M80 had their own moments, but the class from Mongols was a little bit too much. The proactivity, the tempo shifts that they were able to employ on the T side continuously kept M80 off kilter.
Yeah, the problem is we talked about Lake and we talked about Slacks before the game. Slacks, when he had the op in hand,
Yeah, of
he did
course
a really
JBA is
solid
happy,
job.
bro.
Lake
JBA
didn't do
is
terribly, but he's the
preying
one
on
that
their
could've pushed them
downfall,
over the
'cause
top.
if
He
they
could've
lose,
found-
they
there was a
can't-
couple of rounds where he could have found a kill or
The
two,
wild card
put them
doesn't
in a
lose their major
situation to
shit,
win.
like their
Instead,
major
he just
slot.
He couldn't make that next step. He's just not there yet.
I know this one's going to sting for him, but we have to be honest, the Mongols started off so well, it looked like they could possibly get run over.
It's so frustrating that M80 really, like, and Wildcard with J-Bullet in here for that matter, like, they are so close to being really good, and then they just,
you know, when I watch M80, I don't really... I'd love to hear what they say in terms of the game planning for these kinds of ones because, you know, they tried the long hit, they tried some cat hit, they weren't always finding the most success, but then they were able to really bring it back in this half. And I don't know what really switched in their head. It's almost just a bad start sometimes. That's all it really can be boiled down to, because some of the later stages of that first half, they really showed their mettle.
Yeah, I think sometimes M80 comes in, they have 1 or 2 gimmick rounds to get them into it. It might have been they started out with standard game plan. Late in the half, they go, well, we know they do this, we know they do that. They
Map wins or BO3 wins for VRS, BO3, you gotta win.
It's so close, man, it's so close.
It's excruciating.
I kind of enjoy watching you guys suffer through this as well.
We're squirming as we're watching it. Yeah.
You can see
Dude, it's so
pain with it
painful,
all.
man.
Let's give
like
you some positives though for M80 and especially Slacks looking at round 11.
Right. Highlighting Slacks in the pregame, seeing him deliver in a post plant. It's a cat exec that's able to find M80 some space, like almost all of their cat execs in that half.
Blast let Hunter cheat the whole match
they have to
earlier.
fight back from a deficit situation. Slacks through the chaos is able to find one.
Yeah, I didn't see the game, but
doesn't even take a shot on the
Hunter life gaming is good to see, man. I'm happy for him. I've been I've been hating on Hunter pretty hard.
It is a little bit
and
tough.
most
I mean,
of
Slacks had to
CS2,
win
so
this 1v1 on top of it. It's kind of standard, but
if
also at
Hunter
the same
can get
time,
some of his
you know,
form back,
shot.
damn, that'd be so sick for G2 and just good overall.
Holding the first bullet, you don't see that from Brokey.
Oh, come on, man.
Damn.
I mean, Slacks, yeah, we talked about him before the game because, especially on Dust 2, he is someone you need to activate.
BO1's like if it is a BO1, you win the BO1, that still counts for VRS. But yeah, like if it's a best of 3, winning a map doesn't mean
This is what
anything.
you want to see from him, and this is why you said Maui, probably the best German AWPer.
I don't see
winning the match in whatever format it is all that matters.
I mean, really, like I don't think you can make the case. I mean, Slacks has been doing more consistent work, and almost in a weird way, it's like, you know, Surson is very good, but he's sort of inconsistent. And I also just think like Slacks is a great fit for this M80 team. He's definitely gelled in well for them. Yeah, they didn't get the victory on this map right here, but he covers a lot of their deficiencies.
But you were saying they didn't get the victory on this map here, right? There was so many opportunities where it could have been close. We're going to look back at these force wars they had here.
The flags are so tiny.
It was a war and it was a battle bag, and we were on this cusp of it could have going either way just at these points.
And we can see that, I'm going to say, like, there's a little bit of precedent being set with this defense here. There isn't really any help utility for Rec from any of the other players. Like, Slacks just kind of has to assemble a crossfire, and then they get pinched. They lost their cat player. The whole bomb site gets crunched on. There isn't too much they can do. Incredible shots by Techno, by the way. Like, making the Tech 9 look busted at long range. Like, it's not really meant for that.
No.
Yeah, like, Swisher's almost able to put this together, but unfortunately, they just
I'm
couldn't connect on the
gonna
defense.
I think it's kind of the story of the game.
Make another coffee here, chat. Run an ad. I'll be right back. You guys are watching on Twitch. Don't forget to follow the stream. Prime Forgetter. And if you're on YouTube, don't forget to like the stream and subscribe to the channel. I'll be right back. Should be like a couple minutes.
And then you come back on the other side. M80, they have a timing, pop flash, find an angle, they catch them off guard, and they take them down kind of more by teamwork. And part of the problem I have with M80 sometimes is it feels like, as you mentioned, they try a little too hard to be perfect. They throw all that utility early at long. Then we saw the last couple of rounds, they didn't have a support flash for rotations, for retakes. And so they tried so hard to be not giving any opportunity for Mongols actually to take an aim duel that eventually they just kind of get whittled down.
Do we look at this though when we're saying on the Mongol side that, okay, you got the win, but this was maybe too close, or are you just happy that they got the win in this kind of fashion?
Coming into this game, the emotional state of both teams is that Mongols just kind of feel like they're going to ride this one out. They're just going to play their normal game. This probably was the Mongols' C game. You know, this is not really the highest level of Mongols we've seen, but at the same time, it was M80 trying their absolute darndest. Everybody is giving it their all. There was no weak link to speak of for them. Whereas on the Mongol side, sometimes it was a little bit more individually driven. You know, 3K from Techno had some little highlights from 910 there. Senzu just hitting some super crisp shots here and there. Not as their teamwork was good, but it wasn't quite as gelled as maybe when they're playing a team like Na'Vi, to your detriment.
Massive detriment. You had to get that one in while M80's falling on here. We'll throw up some more positives though on the Mongol side. We'll look at round 20 because the executes they were able to do, you know, this is what you expect from them when it comes together as a full team push.
This was super good from the Mongols. They identified that the B bomb site was likely the weaker one, and so they go for a really big A fake. This is one of the old drop strats. French teams used to do this back in the early 2010s, and so Blitz takes up that mantle, goes into CT, cuts off the rotation, and then everybody else is just going for the mid to B. It's a really creative way to push back M80 towards both bomb sites. Like, they don't know what's really happening right there. And again, we see Blitz, we were talking about fragging in-game leader, able to get it done again.
I was going to say, he's not really the player I was expecting to be the one that makes the drop, to be holding that position, but they give the confidence in him.
Yeah, I mean, you also saw what I mentioned previously. I mean, Sin walks through that smoke. I want to say for the fans at home, he didn't walk through that smoke for no reason. It's because they had no flashes to flash him through that smoke.
Yeah.
Mongols know that's the case. They know how much utility that you have M80 using early on in the round. They set themselves up perfectly. And as you said, I mean, I wanted to mention earlier, Senzu, he had some crisp shots, as you mentioned, but it wasn't the best game from him. And you're probably not getting that more than one map out of the series.
Yeah, they kind of had him called off for this one. Very unlikely to happen on the second map. But we spoke to Mazzinho in the pre-game. He was saying about his own performance not looking so good. Well, he had a lot of good performances in this game, and he looked like the Mazzinho you want to see every game.
I mean, he's almost not. Is there even a round where he's at fault? I don't really feel like I saw Mazzinho make mistakes in this game. His rotations were fast. His long holds themselves were very strong. At the end of the half, he kind of, you know, eventually he broke down on long a couple times on the defense, but through and through, guy was just so clean with it. I have so many superlatives I could throw at Mazzinho. It's one of those things where actually the eye test versus the stats test, I'm always surprised when I see Mazzinho doesn't have a 1.15 at the end of a tournament.
I want to say, with what we're saying about the Mongols, I think we have to give some credit to M80 for actually playing against these strong Mongols team. It's not like Mongols was whiffing shots. It's not like they weren't playing it seriously. They were playing seriously. M80 had to fight into this one.
They did have to fight into this one, but now it's a very tough fight on their hands. M80 is a team that can play Ancient. We'll get into that a little bit after the break, but right now, this looks like a very confident series here for the Mongols and what they can do. Let's see what happens when we go into it, but before that, we're going to a quick break. We'll see you in a few. Our producer is Danish, and he does want to lie and say that it's hot outside, but I can tell you, as someone who's used to normal temperature, it is cold and it is not nice out there, despite them not having any jackets on. That is just typical Danish Copenhagen weather. But as we get into it, it does heat up in the studio. But will it heat up on our next map? It's Ancient that we go to. It's what the Mongols pick, but I would say the silver lining is that at least for M80, right, this is a map they were picking at a time. This was a map that they can play.
Entirely a possibility they could have just picked it in this series. Yeah, no, it's a map that they have a ton of familiarity with. It's been one of their home maps for, I would say, the last 9 months that I've been really watching this team. So for the Mongols to pick it here, it's kind of why I thought Mongols would probably lean Mirage in the veto. So still a chance for M80. I'm not counting them out, but it's going to be a huge uphill task.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons that M80 are good on this map is because Lake is quite good on this map, just like Malbs, who we replaced, was great on this map. Problem is, Lake hasn't activated in this series yet.
I think he can activate, though, Vu. I think that he's going to be able to actually punch up a little bit more, because a lot of why he was failing on Dust 2 was because he was just going for Cat Swing as the entry fragger, and they didn't have flashes. Like, it's not going to be a good time. This is one where he can dictate the fight so much better in the middle of the map. He's going to be set up so much more often. Someone's going to throw smokes for him. Someone's going to throw flashes for him. If they don't, they deserve to lose, and I don't want to watch them anymore.
Yeah, we don't want to see that happening at all. For Mongols, though, right, you were mentioning it, Mirage has been a map they've been picking against some of the very best teams here. Do you feel like this is a bit of, okay, let's get an extra few reps here on Ancient, let's test this out a little bit more, that a team that maybe can give us at least a bit of a run?
I mean, it's still a good map for them. It's just one that I felt like they probably could have found something that's a little more punishing.
Okay, well, let's see if there will be any punishing done on the M80 side, because I think even if all the North Americans here and the Canadians joined, Mongols would still win. Right, Scorny?
Put them up, James. Elbows up, boys. Mohan, that's a tough loss to deal with. And now I think maybe M80, they may be crushed. I mean, again, the pistol wins and the conversions. I think that's what's going to have to play a factor into this Ancient game as well. If M80 want to tap back into that Dust 2 success, if they're going to keep it competitive, I mean, getting 11 rounds off Mongols is good. It's a solid result, regardless of the loss. It's just all about the reset now and trying to do it on Ancient. I don't consider M80 slouches on Ancient either. So fingers crossed for their sake, they can at least try to capitalize on that one and push this series to a third.
I mean, there was about 5 concrete ways in which they could have won that last map. The conversions that they ended up losing, those close situations, not losing players after time. Very, very minute details. But a second chance here on Mongols' pick on Ancient, which is not a punish. It's a place where M80 are going to be happy to play. So still not going to be easy. Never was. They knew that. And let's see if they could have predicted Ancient to come through.
I think bringing up that kill graphic was pretty important as well. Lake incredibly slow start to the game, but was starting to warm up as things went on. He's going to have to tap into that better form at the start of this map, or else. Mongols did make mistakes, though. We'll see if those mistakes can be punished alongside a little prowess. No kill off of Heaven just yet. No defense either for B. Check out Mongols just scrambling into that bomb site. Blitz, it's a long road from Shrek all the way up to the B site.
What the fuck is Shrek?
By the time he gets there, he might not have teammates in the bomb site at all.
Is he calling outside of B Shrek?
Puts a smoke down to guarantee his cross in. And now all of M80 in a 4 versus 3 advantage, grouped up behind that short smoke. Anybody gonna go through? Kitten to smoke, of course, for the time being. And that's going to be Swisher's ability to try and find further impact. Already 2 kills into this round, so this could be a big one for him. They're going to catch Senzu up close first. 4v2 advantage looks good. That smoke on top of bomb.
Ah, nice.
No kills coming through in this post plant at all. Blitz has got 4 guys to find, and you got to stop Swisher.
No!
Kills him, but the slack shot comes back through, and even though there's no kit here on Sin, still the time's his.
I never trust anymore.
That's an M80 pistol. Again.
Nice.
Man, that was close.
Oh
If
my
that
God,
one
dude.
bullet
We got
could go
knifed
through
at
the smoke and
.3.
catch
I was
Blitz,
like,
that
Jesus
can come down to
Christ.
time. Absolutely. Very, very scary situation. But the round 1, that's... I want to say that's what's important, but actually it's round 2 for M80. You got to be scared of the Mongols on basically any round at all.
Josh Lax, thanks for the 3-month primer. When does Mythic play again? Been a while since I've caught a stream.
Good amount of money made between the bomb plant and the
I don't know. We were waiting to hear back for this weekend for a tournament, but we still haven't heard back, so I don't know. For sure next week.
Why stop?
Blitz straight to the AK.
Love that. He's like, it's my money, it's my
Flex
gun.
6 of the 68-month
AK
primer.
and
Thank
Kevlar
you.
here for
Appreciate
Blitz,
you.
You eat what you kill.
A ton of utility all around him. Climb up fast here for Lake. Little pressure for Techno, Swisher.
Come back through the smoke. Oh,
boy. He's giving this Tech 9 a great chance, but luckily his USP didn't have much to finish off.
And now they're immediately running over towards the A site, but it's actually Mongols to peel back a bit.
Now, Blitz does have the better gun for this duel.
They see that Techno was working alone.
Almost 7 years. Almost 7 years indeed, Flex.
Yeah.
Almost
and
at
just
the best
fact
number,
that he
you know,
falls
in
back
1 month,
here,
Flex.
taking it to window. Let's see if this nice kill results.
You're gonna
in a
resub.
hit.
Everybody in
One
chat's gonna type
bullet
nice
shot.
one
Lake has
singular
the worst
time. It's
gun.
gonna be sick, you know.
Shot. Slacks, nice.
Okay.
Easy setup there between him and Rek on the MP9s. Perfect positioning for the MP9s. And for the first time in this series, M80 will convert pistol.
Yeah, and they're
For
cheering
the
about
first
it,
time in this series.
as they should be. Great setup there.
Woo, we won, says Swisher. Can't stomach a third forced by laws.
It's about the widow victories.
Back to YouTube lurking. Appreciate you, Flex.
Speaking of money,
See,
SMG
YouTube chatters not forgetting about their Twitch primers. Most base viewers, holy.
That's a winning smile right there.
Couple pistols sprinkled in. Gonna go challenge this A site by the looks of it. Frag grenade seals deep off Rex bank from the back wall. And they get close enough to pounce. Check this out. There's nobody else. Nobody else.
Drop
even
that molly,
close
bro.
enough.
Drop
If he
that
plays it
fucking
properly,
molly.
he has time.
No.
Yeah? And now what? Because nobody's close enough
That
to
shot.
trade that.
Bro,
Nobody's close enough
catwalk
to stop
control,
this bomb
nothing
plant,
mid. Rex, just
assuming they
drop
put
it, bro.
down in
Just
front
drop
of
the
Donut, which
fucking
they will.
molly.
And now you know there's a gun out there. It is just an MP9. No further utility for the Mongols. You'd think M80 can just wait out the smoke and Donut and then come through with
YouTube chatters
ease.
are forgetting to like the stream, though. Probably.
No guarantees
Honestly, there's at
around
least
like this.
100 of
Things
them
can
that
get very
forgot.
weird, but they will still flash their way forward. That's going to be an awkward one for Blitz. He's the first cleared from sight, and the
Nice,
goes
Lake.
down well. Techno,
Not nice.
double headshot
Nice,
with the deal.
Sid.
Could have gone
Very
a little
nice,
more,
Lake.
but it needed to be Senzu, and he'll go down empty-handed.
More
So
expensive
from
than I'd
the
like to
pistol
see, but all good.
3-0 starts.
And not a slow start here for Lake on this round. 4 kills on this retake, and they make this happen. Now, did Rek make a mistake? I don't know if it's fair to say. The shot from Mzinho is so quick and so precise right here. They throw it. He peeks as the scaling flash comes out, and honestly, he might still get out, dude. That molly lands in the right spot, but it's the CT molly.
Nice.
Because I want to say that shoulder spot on a main is generally safe if you can, obviously get to Donut with the molly, as long as you don't throw too shallow.
Wow.
Nice.
Oh, this is aggressive.
Oh my God.
Hell yeah, let's fucking go.
Push this one.
Gun round.
Yes.
It is 5v2 at a minute 38. That's a 10-second round of Counter-Strike, folks.
Seriously, man, this one's basically over.
Chris 6 with the 8-month primer. Thank you.
Wants even a little bit more.
God. Let's go. Let's go,
Lake
Lake.
comes through with the triple. Talk
Let's
about
go.
aggression.
Hell yeah.
That was the warm-up on the first half of Dust 2.
Yeah.
Now he hasn't stopped.
He had, what, 2 kills at the end of the first half of Dust 2? Something gross like that?
Yeah.
4 and 10 at the end of that first half. He was the highest performing player for the CT side of M80. Turned it around, first half so flat. And now if he can take that momentum like I tried to allude to, this is what we're looking for. And I like that, Lake is put in a position specifically on Ancient where you can just kind of let him get loose on mid. And we're already seeing varied versions of
Astro
him.
King, thanks for the 12-month primer.
In
Thank you,
your
beautiful. Appreciate
grill.
you.
Techno 4K splattered outside of the B site, as are the elbow attackers.
Afternoon, Flum. I survived the DMV today. Hell yeah.
This is what actually Maui brought up.
Good on you.
Precisely
Proud of you.
when it came to Lake and fighting middle. And yes,
Oh,
Maui, we
man.
do get the good flashes out of him. Maybe that's what you want to see.
Oh.
So well supported on his pushes. Aim meets the flashes halfway. And now the Mongols are playing slightly from the back foot, at least down in rounds. But on this round, they've got lots of guns. Low util means they're going to have
no
to
way.
go
Okay, offing.
incognito. Lake
Nice.
angle.
Ah.
Another kill for Lake. 180.
Oh, a lot of pressure on Wreck here.
Adds another 100.
Nice Wreck.
Be able to hold on to the big box.
Dude, what a move.
Very quickly
Push through the molly, win the fight in front of it.
From the Mongols had a certain tempo to it, but within that pace.
Oh, no, don't lose track of this. Don't lose track of this.
The reposition completely catches him off, and we saw that blitz frag on the other side of the map.
Oh, that's a huge mistake out of M80. Wreck has to save
And
the
they
day.
just saw Wreck, and he's 18 health.
Spotted? Yeah, he did from the side, so that's a 2v4 coming out from Senzu and Blitz.
Oh, man. Sin just ran. Why did he run through a smoke there?
Dude.
Why would you run through a smoke there? In that moment, it doesn't feel like anybody's close. His teammate's on the other side of it, but...
I mean, Blitz catching Swisher kind of doing the same thing.
Yeah, I don't even think Slacks is that wide in this spot. I mean, that's a one position if he doesn't make that play.
I have any interest in playing Coop 10
happens
minutes?
sometimes
No,
in
bro, I'm not
Counter-Strike.
fucking up my sleep
You just
schedule
don't
to
wanna
play
let
10
Mongols
minutes.
back into the game.
Shit happens at fucking...
This could be a fast B play as well.
I think they started playing at 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. I woke up at 4 a.m. today, brother.
A sign of what? Challenge for Swisher, maybe? Mac 10 to jump through. Rifles right behind it. Swisher.
I hope it goes well, but unfortunately, I think people are really going to, as it goes on, as it usually does, I feel like a lot of people are just going to give him a hard time.
Toast.
Yeah, there's no chance you're going to get that one back. You, especially in the
Why is
nature of
everyone
the
playing 10
opportunities,
mins?
like Swisher should get.
They aren't.
1.5,
It's
if
still
not
new.
2.5.
We'll see. We'll see. I hope it
Doesn't
goes
get
well.
those
I feel like such a doomer,
That's
but
the
it's
first
like it's
problem.
happened.
Then the second guy has
This has
one guy
happened
laid
so
up
many
already.
times,
He
so
should
it's
get
like
a mow down. No.
hard not
The
to be a
Mongols
bit of a
put someone
doomer.
else in front. Oh,
What
and
up,
that-
Caseman?
that-
How you
that one
doing?
mistake out of Sin, unfortunately, as quick as the decision was, and you know what? I mean, you want to give some credit to Senzu. He's standing at the top of Donut on the edge of the smoke.
You have
waiting
10-man
for a
lore?
push that was unlikely to take place.
10-mans are
But
good.
It was the one punish. That was
FPL and
exactly
Rank
needed
S
for that
stepped in
moment.
because
And now
10-mans
Mongols
are
have 2
on and
rounds.
off, because what ends up
Now
happening
they're alive
is
in this game again.
certain people want certain people in, certain people want certain people out. There will be a person that doesn't pay somebody one time. There's going to be
I think the worst part about losing
people
the
whining
Mongols,
the whole
they don't
time
pop
on their
off when they
stream
win.
at a certain point. People will accuse others of stream sniping. It's just kind of like
like you don't really exist. You're just
once
another BFRS player.
Just a button on the windshield.
once people start to settle in, you'll just, and you might see some of it. It might all go down like
just a mouse on the hoof.
yeah. I just feel bad for Cooper because I can just imagine once
Guess
that
you
starts
do it
happening, the amount of people just
Ah.
fucking Cooper,
If we want
we
to get
need
back
this
to the
or
jersey
that.
talk, shout out to the Mongols for the shoulder fangs. In a world of black and white jerseys, it's cool that theirs has such a unique design.
Agreed.
So it happens a lot. You know what I mean?
It's kind of intimidating.
I'm scared.
Vampiric almost.
It's good content. FPL's dead as fuck, and the people who stream it are always so toxic, calling people R-words, just unwatchable. Sonny, respectfully, I do think that most of the people you see in those FPL games are going to be the people you see in the 10 mens. I'd be very like, who do you think's gonna
Says we're not the best
fill up
yet.
the 10 mens?
Yeah. That's what it is.
Bulldog with the 133 fucking months. There it is.
Sound. It gets spammed. I like that Lake goes one deeper. Obviously made sound to the corner behind him.
Oh my gosh.
And
look at this push.
Yeah, Rek's coming out. Look, this guy with grenades out. This is perfect. Rek, he's going to blindside one. They push into the smoke to get away from Lake.
Oh, but they don't know Blitz is
No,
still here.
perfect move from Blitz.
It's Freaky Friday.
Into the smoke grenade, tries to go back for an additional
Bulldog
kill. If he was
old as
able to
shit.
get Rek back and save this round alone, that'd be something. But
Yeah,
at
I'm
least
not.
he gets away with
I hope
one
it
kill, 'cause
goes
that
well,
could've
so
gone
Cooper has
far
some nice
worse
content in the
for
evenings besides just getting
Luckily
stream
for the
sniped
Mongols, the
relentlessly
bomb's
and
in a
face it and
retrievable
DDoSed.
spot. It's just a
But
reset, but they actually, even though, okay, here's the one back.
I also
Nice
just
from
feel
Sin,
like
cleans that up.
over time,
He sees
people are
them
just
also
going to be
peering over towards B,
borderline harassing the shit out of them for
which
it.
maybe disarms them mentally towards
You hit a blue
for small
phosphor and a
moment.
trade up? Hell yeah.
And they've got no
All
one
right,
here
just
on the
tap
site,
this in,
actually.
M80. Just tap
It
this
just
in,
depends how many
please.
jump spots, how many temple mollies and flashes are going to be thrown here, or if they just walk out. That can be the key difference in whether or not the plant comes through, or if someone walks into a
Hope
fight.
you've been good,
Oh,
Bulldog.
man.
You on the rivals grind?
Spot 'em. Time to go.
Gonna try to play forward in the temple. 9-10 dodging flashes. It's two players confirmed to be coming at them from Donut. Bomb
We're
down,
cheering
though,
for
now.
M80, but
Techno
Mongols
not
is a
really
really
able to
fun
get his gun
storyline,
back
so
out
it's
because Sin's fast
we don't hate
reposition, but
Mongols,
watch this.
but no,
9-10
no,
into the
but we don't
cover.
want the.
Goes back. And up close, Sin bests him. Barrel to the side of the
He
Ah.
was assuming that he went a little wider, 9-10, very close
What's
to
up with
making that
Coop?
a
No,
clip.
Coop's just doing some cool things for
It's a good
people
try.
that
The
will.
plant goes down
And I'm
with
Nothing.
3 kills. It's kind of nice, but
we're just hoping that it goes well. But unfortunately,
with the elbow push
people are going to be as annoying as fuck.
Lake, it's a pretty cute looking tactic here. Right? Like, you don't see Mongols get caught off guard in their default that often.
Almost 125 soaking wet. Camera adds the extra looking weight.
Like
that's a lot of weight it's adding. True, the camera's in 4-3 stretch, right? 4-3 stretch, guys.
Loving the ideas this half.
Yep. No, you kind of gave them points coming into the series, M80, for their game plans, and I think off of the tack pauses as well, we go back to that like running T-side round.
I mean, from my understanding, Leadify's anti-cheat is essentially the same thing that Valve is trying to do as an anti-cheat.
Privy to pulling out plays.
And no, I don't think it's... I think cheating will always be a problem in games.
It's not every day that Mongols kind of get interrupted, so you got to play with a bit of conviction.
Literally, I actually just saw a huge Twitter thread yesterday, and professional Valorant players talking about how bad the cheating is in Valorant right now.
Wreck on full alert. He flashes a main just in case.
Yep, and he's right. Definitely a presence nearby. Bomb on Blitz floating around elbow, but this it is, you know, again.
I didn't want to retweet it because I really didn't feel like dealing with all the bozos going, which game is better, because I don't care. When the bigger point is, it's just like, it's a constant problem.
Or just one in a disengage. Instead, Swisher supplants his position, but it's the A move still moving forward.
Yeah, with Red Room smoked like
so I didn't want to. I didn't feel it. But Mixwell tweeted about it. He was talking about how his games are just like basically 80% of them. There's at least one person cheating in his games or some shit.
Blitz still standing, 2 players low. They drop Util on top.
Wait,
Blitz is dead.
That's nice.
Bombs dropped in the process.
Okay, hold on. Oh, don't overdo this. Ah, nice!
He kind of half-ass clears it, pressure out.
Oh my god!
And now it's man advantage doubled. Mzinho into the fight, into
Fuck,
the fray.
Mzinho's so good,
Another
dude.
player to attack him from the flank, but his hands are back on his gun, and he's been given a chance to clutch this out now.
Yeah, it's a perfectly safe plant. Slack's behind him.
He says CS Valorant has a bigger problem with cheating. I don't know. I have no idea. I'd just be lying to you.
As he gets into position,
You're asking me to answer a question that I have no way of possibly ever answering correctly or even remotely close to.
Oh man, that was so solid. That nade on the fallback, man. That was a terrible position to be in with the op, especially after miss your shot. You think you're just dead probably. Honestly, I think
CS by a mile.
With the op, it makes it harder for.
See, but you can't say that for sure. You don't know either. You want to know how I know you don't know? You can't watch a single demo in that fucking game, bro.
Right here with this grenade.
Critical pickup from Swisher.
That doesn't exist. Mixwell's feeling this way without being able to see demos.
Even blamed him for dying there, right?
Sure.
Techno's in a spot to catch him off guard. Totally.
You can't see shit.
Also, really tough angle to clear.
Yeah, super hard. Sometimes you just don't clear.
Did you ever see Rainbow Six Siege X and the anti-cheat? I know cheating's a huge problem in Rainbow Six on PC. I don't know anything about the new stuff though.
And that's multiple instances of M80 going for the aggression down B ramp as well, right?
Yeah,
we saw the 1 kill and the trade back from Techno, but Swisher goes for second servings.
Cheating problem is like the stock market. People think it doesn't exist.
It was a very active round for M80, considering they're at man disadvantage from essentially
Valorant
the start.
anti-cheat's much harder to beat than
really
CS.
good
That's how I know. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. But that doesn't. That wasn't the question, was it? Right? That doesn't necessarily mean there's more or less.
All right, what's the response, Mongols? Very heavy lean here. But
you could infer that it's easier, so there's more, but you don't know and I don't know.
Right now.
Difference between you and I right now is I wouldn't say shit that I don't know.
Move soon,
right? You're just
have to go for a full-on
you're just guessing. You're just assuming.
Coming back here for a lurk too.
That's all I'm saying.
Ahead of that smoke. Rex able to zone him.
And Blitz got one. 9-10 as well.
Nice shot from the Opera as well.
Man, this is brutal. Full temple control.
I think people really struggle with that. Like, yeah, it's likely. I even agree with what you're saying, that it's more likely, but I wouldn't definitively tell anybody that because I don't fucking know.
That A-bomb site.
So there's nothing wrong about the way this round started for M80, but they needed to have their donut player get back to the site while they still had mid. If there's going to be a lurk, it doesn't really require 2 players to stop it. In this spot, though,
well, a big part of dude, they never added a replay system for League for quite literally, I think, like a decade, right?
2 steps ahead.
Well, then we truly can't know anything. It's all just feeling. That's why. But when somebody asks me and I'm streaming, it's different because I have like an audience. Yeah.
11 and 5 at the moment, 10 kills
If I go around
so you've got those two kind of popping off
perpetuating an idea that I have no way of actually telling you if it's the truth or not, it's actually kind of fucked up. I realize other people do that all the time, and it's very normal, and it's just become the norm. But I don't like doing that. I try to avoid it. I do it sometimes, but I tried not to do it.
Mid control, everything like that. They think
Marvel had a replay system in Alpha already. Ask his rivals is the funnest fuck game.
It's just they were too fierce and too complicated. The Mongols haven't really shown that.
I realize that I'm human and I'll do that, but like I try not to.
We know they have a lot more looks.
B-Pop coming. Full commitment. Swisher at bat.
Guy goes from assumptions to not being able to prove anything. People are always a bit grand, right?
Looking to lock him in, but Sin's able to hold this for now, and then the Mongols bounce back. Slacks is off, is fast in response, and the bomb's been taken down to the dirt in the meantime. He's going to try to figure out where Senzu got off to. He thinks he's pushed all the way in, but Senzu actually went back.
Yeah, he's actually read this. Read that it would be cleared, read that he could come back, and now Blitz doesn't win his. Rack too reliable.
Dude, M80 is winning some crazy fights right now.
Senzu
just hopefully it
exchanging
keeps up.
No. Goes for the incendiary into the op. And if Slacks
no,
repeats,
don't
he
you
may not
fucking do it,
expect the
Slacks.
cannon to be honed in on him. And now with Senzu hitting that one, total reposition here from Rek, but he's getting ahead of it. Rek is, I don't know if he's ready for it, but he'll hear it coming. Senzu thinks he's outsmarted them both.
Nice, well done, well done.
Repositioning this round, but one player makes the difference. Rek remains
I don't know.
on
I think Slacks is maybe feeling the pressure, like he was getting walked on, so he's trying to timing a peak, but he's just overcooking.
My favorite player on this roster. I think we. You know, playing anchor spots, obviously not going to get that much shine, but I think here's around that shows his full range. It's what's obviously a slight mistake from Slacks. But still, a good attempt from Senzu.
Definitely making the Mongols work for rounds on this T-half.
Yeah, Jers, but the thing is we weren't. One, you don't have an audience for what you're talking about, and two, that's not how it was. It was definitive and stated as a fact. No, that's not what you're doing, and you're
from
instant.
either side, but now
So
Lake
no.
is pinned against this wall. He's been throwing out util, so they know he's back there. They flush him out.
Somebody,
Sin's gonna have no vision
yeah,
on
somebody
sight,
going,
so the Mongols
doing
get
what
back
you're
into
doing, and
a
then
B-point
presenting it
this
as
time
fact or
with
like
no
definitive is
casualty yet.
kind of dumb.
Lake leaning back on Long has maintained control for the retake to come through. Already Rek is here. And so 5v5 for round 11 in the post plant. Senzu gets up into the corner towards long side. They could go for the boost.
Oh, what an annoying spot that he's playing.
I don't understand how a guy in Twist who spent years under Kerrigan and Nitro can't IGL for shit. Don't get how people could play with Jordan and just not be Jordan.
And that Mac 10
On the
with the
balls.
off by its side starts to collect kills.
Hold.
Diffusing,
Oh, nice smoke.
sticking it, Rek all the way. Glock will kill
Nice.
the support, but he's got that bomb done for.
Oh, that's
and
perfect.
a final frag right with it.
Oh, and Rek even does a little extra going far back for the defuse. It's been a masterclass half from him. And honestly, everybody chipped in. That was so well done. But him catching Senzu as well as he pushed through the smoke on Long.
Your cam's on the kill feed. Oh yeah, fuck! I moved it up earlier because of an interview. Good call. Sorry about that.
Two of the teammates on
Fixed
site
it.
were not worried about Long at all. Meanwhile, it's because Senzu was there ready to phase it.
Trying to play for the mid control now. There was once upon a time where Lake was just dominating this portion of the map, but they've really kind of peeled him away from it. Varied looks from M80 throughout the defensive
What do Mongols
side.
permaban?
A lot
I
of them
believe
aggressive.
Mongols is
Did a
staying
great
away
job
from
of
train at the
conditioning them
moment.
early, and then it's, you know, makes sense. It goes now to another player.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
with
trains
the
are
A play
permaban.
coming in, they've got the help for Slacks.
M80's success has come in many forms.
And Lake's coming over too.
How many times has Rex said
Another good read as
M82?
they took control of outer B in time.
Oh, hopefully he
Blitz and
keeps it
MZ
going.
Walking
Oh.
around Donut. But I mean, Lake's gonna serve up a distraction, or is he the one that gets caught looking the wrong way? It's
Fuck,
still Donut
that's
held
so
by Rek.
unfortunate.
18 kills on the half.
Man, if he just
3v3, bomb
Nice.
dropped as Swisher swings in with that limited MP9. 910's got the frag back
Oh,
from Donut. And so it's a low health Swisher and Sin lining
Damn.
up. Techno's Galil doubles down, and that's a fourth for the road for the Mongols.
Nice spray though.
nice spray though. Cuts. All right. Why are we biased towards M80? Dude, NA, man. Come on. Actually, wait. No, I think you're new here. Chat, I'm running it out. Heads up, heads up, heads up. Sorry, it was a little late. I'm not expecting elite calling. It just looks like roadkill in the majority versus good teams. Well, okay. As somebody that never wanted Twist IGL, I do want to defend him in this aspect. I said this earlier if you missed it, so I am repeating for some of you, but if you remove Twist's name out of it as the IGL, okay, and you just looked at the 4 players that are on Liquid from a firepower perspective, you would never expect them to beat any top 5 or top 10 team. You would not. If I said NAF, JKS, Ultimate Nerds versus Eternal Fire today, Joda, Xantares, Woxic, and they didn't even lose. Like, they didn't. Wicadia, they got fucking farmed by the IGL today. Like, if you took Twist's name out of that roster and you looked at it from a firepower perspective versus the best teams in the world where they're expected to compete, you would not expect them right now to be beating those teams. Right? And once again, this is from the perspective of someone that literally doesn't think IGL or star players should switch to the IGL role like Twist has. At least not yet. It felt way too early. Like, and they're not beating him. Right, but the expectation is that they should be, yeah? Like, I you know, because of Twist IGLing, because of Liquid as a brand, as a team, the moves that they make, the things that they try to do, right? I think their expectations of that roster are to be there. Right? So I think the roster composition right now, I do think the calling is whack. I do think that Liquid look bad. I think that their spacing is, calls aside, I think their spacing is some of the worst I see. Like, it looks so, that's why you don't see that like punch in those rounds, is like, man, they just look like they're filing in single file line, just taking 1v1s right behind one another. And like, yeah, I think that in some ways, I can't believe I'm saying this, like, in some ways, I don't know how Twist is supposed to be successful versus those top teams with the roster composition that he has.
Seems to have been replicated because Lake is right up there alongside Rex, star of the show for the
So,
North American Challengers.
But if you look at that roster, they're playing worse than you expect those players to play. Are they though? They're not. Take those names. Take those names. They're literally top. They're top 15, bordering top 10. That's like very impressive, dude. That's honestly ultimate JKS NAF nerds.
M80,
like, dude, it's maybe over. Like,
now to the T side, they have won
dude,
all 3 pistols in this series.
You're saying that you think that with that firepower they should be higher than like 12, which is where I think they are. I don't know.
This round, Lake will not waste a moment. Quickly into the temple, taking down 2.
I don't.
Hones in on his targets. Blitz his next victim, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't know.
This shot will give Blitz a chance to react. Sin's pressure keeps it up.
I don't agree with that.
Senzu gets popped by Sin. This could be flawless. 4 for 4 in the pistol.
I'm once again talking out of your ass, bro. Yeah, you think so? How so?
Come to fight. That is such an impressive start to the game.
You think those 4 players are top 10
into this series, and Mongols are already up, but continuously putting on competitive.
Now we got to just
really
convert, Chad. Don't jump the gun. M80
so
converted
Mongols,
once. It was phenomenal.
I'm not going to say that Mongols
Let's just
can't
hold.
honestly bring this game back. They've come back from harder positions on this map. It's obviously one that's going to be difficult, but this is their map pick.
I mean, that's true, but you can see better pacing structure in teams.
You know,
well, okay, let's also just like talk about playstyles. Like NAF and JKS probably shouldn't be on the same team.
I wouldn't want to influence the universe.
Like I'm not even just talking stats wise, like just playstyle wise. Like that's.
I don't want to give myself too much credit.
Okay.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Of me. Everybody and their mama knows.
Oh, Senzu. That
like,
could have worked.
Refried beans.
That fire is thick. Lake's already jumping out into the bomb site. USPs are going to be found out. Looks like, by God, they've done it again. A conversion off the pistol. To be fair, for the first time in the 4 pistol rounds we've seen, this is the only time the Mongols didn't force buy after losing. All the others previous, they had guns. They have instead saved up here for round 15 as they trail this game by 6.
That implies they're just going to win this round now, but you're not saying that.
I would never.
Okay.
Don't want to influence it.
I don't think we're getting any upgraded guns here for M80, so maybe it's possible.
Ugh, still not the prettiest of buys, though. They emphasize utility here, the Mongols. That's a double MP9, full belts of util, triple
Roster
M4
is top 10. Nerds and NAF are good riflers. NAF has been horrendous in this version of Liquid, and I'm a huge NAF defender.
Mistake here from the Molotov of M80.
And he's probably been, in terms of in-server lately, he's probably been the weakest link. JKS has been fine, but he's making a lot. He is adapting himself as a player to fill in for what the team needs, and he's not really getting to thrive. And Ultimate is completely hit or miss, which means you're relying on Nerds and Twist to basically get a multi-kill in a round to be successful. That is doo-doo. One of those players is your IGL now. That is poo. That is pure poo. Oh, shit everywhere.
Dude, the softening up damage is perfect. I mean, they're putting themselves in a prime place to just push this over. Senzu almost
Never
dead.
coached the team?
Down
Hell no.
Have his op, and all
I'm
the
ass.
util barring one incendiary smoke and flash has been burned out by the defense.
They'll see the unconfirmed damage in the demo. So they'll be proud later, but right now it's still having an impact.
Really committing to this B stack.
All right. I mean, this is the move here for Sin. They are starting to run out of time without having full cave control, but they're up the ramp instead.
9-10, these are the 2 low players. Those are the 2 lowest health bars on the defense. And at the same time, that bit of red room contact with no mid control and a scared Mzinho on A holding alone drew back what was supposed to be the better half of his B defense.
Like, even if they got Shuhei, okay? One, I don't think Twist is going to be able to just pick up his form right where he left off or some shit. Although maybe, because when Cadian came in, for those of you that
the timing, the fact that mid was wide open,
need a refresher, and this isn't the flame. It's like, honestly, there's a lot of movement. Like, Twist, really good for phase, then dipped with the rest of phase, then picked up at the end of phase. Then obviously with all the shit where phase was getting new ownership, they fucked up his contract, got to him late, whatever. Then when he went with Cadian, his form went up tremendously again. And then obviously his IGL not as good. Not terrible, but not as good. Okay, very nice. Nice find. Nice find. We take those. Very nice.
Both players in the save.
Oh, gut punch.
And you can see the excitement.
In the final second.
No, the final frame. I mean,
okay, fair point. I just checked the stats. I guess it was higher in my head on NAF. Twist feels more like a wide receiver than a quarterback, if that makes sense.
Oh my god.
Oh, that is literally last frame. Holy shit. If you mean like personality-wise or something, maybe, I guess I get what you're saying.
Nothing is allowed.
But yeah, NAF, dude, I say this is a big fan of NAF. He is, in this version of Liquid, it's been maybe the worst I've ever seen him.
But
like,
a strong start doesn't mean a win. You've got Wreck on
I think given how majors work and stuff like that, like, being brutally honest, you would definitely kick JKS still, because business is business. Okay, nice. And you got to maintain your major. And I would still bet on NAF bouncing back with a better roster composition.
As will the closer rotation, and these players still just MP9s. Fast challenge though, off of the flash.
Wait,
what the fuck? In the water.
Dude, how the fuck?
To the 1v3. Down to half health. You'll find the running from it. Senzu able to answer. There's Mongols with 5 at the very least.
Yeah, that was the right play. Yeah, running out with the flash, knowing that he'll eat it.
You can just get the Asia invite. You know, I don't think Liquid's trying to hold on to that long term.
And that was a spot where they know Mongols are going to get really, really desperate. They have low guns. They can't win a retake.
Oh my god, is that D. Jason Lake in chat? What's up, beautiful?
Great, but it's still actually a pretty solid position, even 2v3, until this takes place.
No, I know they have nerds. I'm just saying.
Out of Senzu. Love that POV.
I don't know how long that's gonna like be. I feel like after some of these things that have gone on, from a business perspective, if you're Liquid, they're hanging on by a thread of like. I think they like having somewhat of a North American audience remaining.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
You got an answer back.
A lot of spam damage in these last couple rounds.
I think. I could be
I
wrong.
heard that reload. I think they're happy to walk through
They
this.
did
yeah.
do EU Liquid at one
Goes
point.
back
Holy
into
fuck.
Just this jiggle spot. And now they're just slowly losing space. And M80 are approaching really well at the moment. And safely, too.
How's M80 doing? M80 is... Man, they're doing well, but I'm terrified. I need them to close this map out right now for my mental.
Get into the cutout, but he's gonna,
The rounds that they lost on Dust 2 and to lose by 1 round are fucking pure heartbreak. Like,
there's a whole pack of players though to try to zone Mzinho. He's gonna hold that line.
and I'm worried that they literally will have a hard time closing out Mongols right here, if I'm being real.
He's got support from 910 off of Red Room.
And yeah, now it's just Lake. 24 health, 3 players left over. Mongols handled this.
Bomb down mid. Not ideal. Lake doubles back into that lane being held, and Techno continues to be a threat from behind. So Lake's going to try to
So, like,
reposition
basically
through
we're at that really horrible point for NA fans because M80's played well enough to where we're all, like, kind of excited, and, like, now we can be hurt.
No, let's see. Oh, clean with that, but still. 10
We're
seconds
in the
saved
phase
now.
of maybe we can have nice things, but then we're going to basically step on a Lego.
Back
Nice.
to sight. Yo, just save. 910.
Yeah, imagine.
Go the other way.
I don't think they knew that the bomb was down
He's
there.
kind of mad about it. He's like,
Somehow,
no,
I don't
need to
know.
Win this duel. Wow, that's actually a miracle that Lake gets out of that. Really great crosshair placement and awareness. Between Rek and Lake, it explains this scoreline entirely.
All these tier 1 reps are looking good for M80 though. Yeah, but I talk about this a lot. Reps, practice, all that, really good.
This game gets one
You're
step
right.
closer,
That's
but,
the glass half
again,
full. Counterpoint, you got to
Lake
fucking win some.
has a spotlight here for M80.
It does, like at a certain point, is your goal to look good and like look like you can win a map or like be competitive, or is your goal to like win some shit? Like
a chance to overwhelm this B site.
Right.
Go for the boost. No mid.
I think the goal is to win some shit. So I agree with you, Thrice. Like they've been looking better and better, and like it feels like they really have at least like know what they want to do.
Gonna try to
But
slip into the cave entrance ahead of Rek.
gotta fucking win something, you know? Like gotta get a playoff appearance in there somehow. Gotta get some decent wins in there.
Mzinho catching another kill, and Techno, who was freed up to take this position. You just see how confidence is the key to this one.
Automatic being right in his YouTube video. Nah, I don't agree with this point on that, bro. Every
don't get anything going in that
there's
last
like
one.
Wait, the glasses are
there's like
optional?
2 national teams or 3 national teams in the top
He's not even
20.
playing with full power right now.
Fake friends.
Everybody's international, and if you're English speaking, if you're in an English speaking area, why would you not have some international?
All
Like,
right. Well, it's
yeah, the idea, I like Jason Lake, for example, like trying to stick with NA and like North American players as much as possible.
spot to make it that.
But like also, it's not. That's actually not the norm. Like even for European teams, most are international, and if you're already speaking English, why would you limit your player pool? Right? I want North American players doing well and North American orgs and teams doing well, but needing them to be all 5 in the current landscape of the game is kind of dumb, in my opinion. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Like,
And these utilities are temporary. They will lay down another smoke. Mac 10, no, to the top. A double headshot of all things. And Senzu takes some damage back, but not
fair,
a
but US big nation, lots of people. Who cares how many people live in a nation when they don't play the game?
Officially a close game. 3 rounds the difference, 11-8.
That shows you how
This is what I was getting worried of.
does, honestly. If you
All
have
right,
really good
maybe a
line
little
of
set
sight,
piece
you
here, or
can
maybe
spam
just
almost
open it up.
everything,
Maybe
even all
just,
the way
bro,
through default.
honestly,
And with 2
this
players
is
there,
where we
that
get the
became
truck lover
extremely
special.
difficult. It was just
Lake
loud.
and Rek are playing some good CS.
Thought I
Let
had
one of them
great
walk up
tracks.
long B. Fuck it. Fuck it. If they want to run it down, maybe do that.
Get used to it. Yeah.
That's what they
Quick
have to
reverse
tell
curse
themselves
it? No,
under
that's
this
why I didn't
pressure.
go all in. Automatic's point is really
don't
building
wanna
up
get
excitement,
used to
viewership for NA
losing.
teams, not necessarily for the performance of the team.
when
I
you get
guarantee
this
you M80 doing well with 2 Germans on their team versus M80 doing okay with 5 Americans would not, like, I think there was, no, I do think that,
Yeah, no, that's
bro,
wild.
we would just like anybody to win anything. Like,
Not that I think it makes much of a
yeah, the
difference
idea that
round
like I
under
need
wraps.
5 American, maybe
From
I'm,
start to
listen,
finish.
I won't speak for everyone,
He also
but
has a teammate
I
reminder
do
on
not
his
need
roster.
5 North American players on one team to be excited about the team.
Low buys.
If they practice in the region, come from the region, and majority are like playing in the region like M80 does, no, I could definitely be excited for them. If you don't fucking win, then there's no excitement to be had.
Stunned their confidence. They will walk out middle to no resistance.
It's another
Case
good
win. I gotta be careful, dude. I gotta.
Donut going quickly.
910's gonna try to put the op on the line. Hits the player in the
Fuck
back.
me,
Still
man.
two
Fuck
ahead
me.
of that.
Fuck me.
And
Nice.
Zinho
Nice.
gets blasted away. Lake wastes no time. Taking his head off, Blitz inside the CT lane.
Oh,
Sets
the
up
bomb. The
another
bomb.
shot
How is he
for
just
910.
out here?
Get
What
out.
the
Does
fuck?
he manage to exit? Wreck can't answer.
What
910
the
triple hits huge. And with a
fuck?
scope up towards Donut, he
Oh, it's
confirms
cooked. I'm gonna need
Swisher's
50
position.
gifted. Jesus
But
Christ.
can he deny this clutch?
That shot was pure filth over top of the box, man. And for Swisher,
I don't think so,
he would
dude.
love to
I
have
think
an
the vast
oversight. He
majority of
won't have
people
one
that do
right
that
now.
just like
Senzu
beat any
waiting for
team.
him at the default pillar, takes him out. And it's 5 straight
The
here for the
the
Mongols.
casual fans that would come
9-10.
back with the
Tip your
success of a
hat. That
predominantly
was
North
just
American team are
nasty.
far higher than, and they're not not even gonna know who's on the team. They're just like, if it's an NA team, it's an NA team.
Once he falls out,
They start watching the game, they don't know fucking Slacks and Sitter from Germany. Unless they'll find out later. but-
Disgusting shots.
No, I think success is just what's more missing in general. Cookie with a gifted sub to 1,000 gifted. Thank you. Thank you.
Back
Thank you.
into another low buy.
That's
Mongols
brutal.
seizing control of the situation.
don't know if Temple could have been mollied in that spot. What happened, but
It's also sort of like, what else do you have to watch for? A flank? You just had 4 players come through mid. Lake gets blasted away by Blitz.
Yeah, I agreed with some of the stuff that Tim was saying, but I disagreed with some of it as well. But that doesn't make him wrong or me right. But yeah, I think because he was playing at certain points, I don't think he remembers it exactly the same way, at least that I do, which is, you know, how life works.
His name, Sin's got the 1 frag back for M80.
I didn't know they were even German until halfway through this game. Yeah, my point exactly.
In the round. This would have to be
Okay, come on. Sin, do some crazy shit. Ace clutch. Okay, well, that's 9-10's just cheating now.
6 in a row for the Mongols.
man, this is full power.
Oh,
into
dude.
this game. Great start, and even the last few rounds 18, 19, and 20, all chances for MA to win. And yet, Mongols do not look like they have been tainted in confidence whatsoever.
Yeah, we probably
playing
just
the
need
exact
a
same way. As
good team
aggressive,
consisting of some NA
on the
players
same
with a
page
solid run to
and
look
going
up
for
to,
it. Now their
strictly
score
gooning
lines
over an NA
are
roster.
only-
Yeah, like,
are
dude.
any of them positive? 9-10s is now the only one that's positive.
There's a couple
and he
exceptions to
obviously
the
had the
rule,
most
but
important
most
clip.
like national
that
teams
off-shot.
are ass.
Can they
Like we
actually
have a couple exceptions right now with Mongols and with EF and with Spirit, but that's and when you start looking at the vast majority in that like top 20, that's it. Oh yeah, 3D Max too. 3D Max is in there.
Still standing. Survives on 9 HP, but it opens a door for Sin to put that bomb down. They've at the very least put themselves into a post plan. 6 rounds straight for the Mongols, but a man advantage retake queued up. Sin into another clutch.
And 9-10, he went all the way around.
He's gonna op him.
Spotted and dealt
Wait.
with, and enough time still
Look for another
Sin
one.
to
He
double
heard a main
back.
main. He heard a main main.
Tries to take a duel into the site.
Oh, what the fuck is
so
that?
fast.
What the
kidding.
fuck is
Perfect
that?
Another tied game.
Has a
Oh, I love that they turned off X-ray
Nasty
for that, so that way you can see the type of fucking shit that Mongols actually do in terms of aim.
Trying to take an angle that
I
maybe
think,
catches the CT off, but
like,
so ready.
you know how you hear all the analysts always talk about how strong individually Mongols are, but I swear, if they turned off the X-ray and just showed the game, it looked so nuts.
These shots, man.
Fucking
Man, this one actually
fuck.
comes down to Wreck doing 90% of the damage to 9-10, playing from CT. Couldn't take him out.
Mara smirking.
It's like a brutal way to lose. You almost got to respect it if you're M80. Game's still not over is actually the more important thing to remember. Timeouts getting used.
Such a promising series for M80.
In fair
but
point,
a
it's just wishful
soul-crushing
thinking to have
defeat if
another.
they let this
Well,
map slip through their
see,
hands.
this is where I completely differ from Tim's opinion. Tim was like saying we
Especially
lack
with the
content like
individual
certain
level
teams.
that Rec
We
and
didn't
Lake both
in
brought to the
2018,
server.
2019.
A couple of
I don't know if people
critical
remember
kills
this.
that could have been
Shroud wasn't streaming CS anymore, and nobody streamed FPL anymore. Nobody played FPL right around then. It was dead. That's why I didn't. I was actually surprised that was the stake. I always talk about it a billion times. They basically murdered North American Counter-Strike in like one stroke of a pen. Fucking Techno, can you stop?
Rec returns one with a favor, but Senzu keeps that pressure up with a Tech 9 in hand. Their own guns against them.
I knew it, bro. I could feel it. I could feel it. Yes. I knew.
It's 2-on-3 situation, and maybe for only a second. Senzu down to 4 HP.
And now Rec doubles back to the ramp. Tries to take a glance into the site, but that smoke still obscures his vision. Another smoke inside the middle of the site actually cuts off support, though, for Senzu. Another wall bang could get him.
Who did it in one
count,
stroke?
but again, it's
okay, how do I speedrun this?
Grabbing bomb.
We'll wait. We'll wait.
Gonna do it, man.
I'll do it when M80 fucks us up. Hold on.
Are hoping and waiting for.
You've got Techno first contact.
No. Like, I mean, I don't have nearly as much viewership as those players, but like, we lost that a long time ago before that, and we were still a super competitive region. That's my point, right?
Into a safer position. Slax's wall bang. That's a little bit of X factor offered into this 2v3. You've got 9-10's op ready, won't miss. And then Slax returns the favor, but the op's right back on it. 20 to the clock, and 9-10 down. He tries to take the angle with confidence. Splattered as M80 secures their
12. Drops the shot. He hears the reload at a distance, decides to get nice and comfortable on the angle, but doesn't hit the shot.
It feels like justified confidence when you go back to that previous A hold. The shots he was hitting, what was afforded to him.
What the fuck you talking about? He's from Kansas.
Missed chance.
It was the right play because Slax could not be peeking while he was reloading.
Islam 3 foot tall, yes.
That was guaranteed info, but you still got to hit the shot.
And so they secure it. The slightest sigh of relief, but right back into the action towards middle. Slax hunting deep B, won't find his kill. And both teams disengage from that little bit of a fight that goes down in mid. A single bullet, everybody scatters.
I want to say they really wanted middle. They're going to hear Techno making noise, peeking into mid, but actually M80 are waiting for their opportunity to get it when there's no one here to defend. However, Blitz just comes back for it. With this time left over, they can make this. They can make this a mid play, but they're not exactly set up to split A, which is the awkward part. We don't want this one to come down to time, M80. I know it's still 50 seconds. They're going to crawl up through Donut. They're going to meet 9-10 of all people.
No, not 9-10's op, bro.
Op's been clean. Oh,
he missed. Oh my god, he missed. Oh my god, he missed. That's like the first miss I've seen in like fucking 12 rounds.
Techno along the wall of cave. He's got still Mzinho behind him. Senzu's also rotating in. It's
a trade. Nice.
Catches Senzu. That back line of the B site compromised. No. Mzinho's position is going to catch him off. We've got 20 seconds to the clock, which should get that bomb down.
Lake, you overcooked it, Lake. You overcooked it, brother.
Oh,
no. Lake, you could have just hung out.
Now in the hands of Sin. And
he was so worried about getting squeezed. And like just being a freebie, he just ended up being a freebie a different way. Oh, come on, Sin. My opper. My opper! Come on!
And now the short.
That's what I'm fucking talking about!
The fatal shot.
My other German opper!
Map 3.
From Kansas.
M80 pushed the Mongols the distance, and this time won't waste it.
Holy shit, what a game. What a game.
German AWPers are cooking with that one, and it's not just slacks as Sin manages to get those three in the bag to take it on Ancient. But I will just say, there was almost a big choke in there. My God.
I think I just heard Def as they were getting off the stage right there saying that all that wallbang practice in scrims really helped.
Did he say wallbang? I thought he said op practice.
Op practice. Oh, he said op practice. Oh, okay. I was getting my headphones on.
So why did NA fall off? Okay. You guys don't want to hear. You guys don't mind them yapping, right? You guys want to know why NA fall off real quick? Also, what a series out of what a map out of Wrecking Lake, dude. Actually, though, Swisher, you got map 3. All good. All good.
To play it in this series against
Okay.
There was a chance.
I love how I literally know some of you have been in here when I've explained this before, and you guys still want to hear this. Okay. 1 sec. Let's see. What season was this shit? Okay. Where is it at? Okay. Oh man, guys, I need reconfiguration of my brain. Which season is the best example to show you? Okay, here's a good one. Or we could probably even find a more grand exaggeration to really hammer the point home. That's not a bad one. We could go harder though. Oh yeah, this one's really toxic. Okay, yeah. Okay. So, you guys ready for your history lesson? It's not content. It's not anything. This was the start of it. This was the first pillar, first domino, however you would like to describe it, okay? Whatever you want to use, this is it, okay? We used to have regional pro leagues. There was Europe, there was North America, there was Latin America. You had regional pro leagues, okay? What was it? Twice a year? Twice a year or 3 times a year? I can't remember if pro league ran 3 times or twice, but for sure twice. Twice a year, you had North American Pro League that would run for about anywhere from like 3 weeks to a little bit longer. During that time frame, you had all of these teams being supported in the scene. So what do I mean by that? Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Means when Liquid was in North America and NRG were in North America, our 2 best teams at the time, this is around 2018. Look, you guys might recognize this roster right here from Liquid, or maybe this one here that then turns into EG, right? Means every time they came back to North America, they got to play against all of these teams. Now, were all of these teams world beaters? Absolutely fucking not. Hey, look, these guys are still playing, a couple of them. Absolutely not. They were not, but you build from the bottom up, not from the top down. So you had professional salaried players. You might recognize some of these guys, by the way, too. You had professionally salaried Counter-Strike players that were still here in the region competing and practicing full time. And then when the really big boys that were doing well internationally as well would come back, you still had a very self-sustained system where everybody was basically growing together, right? That also, there's a very important note in here. I don't remember all the specifics, but if you qualified for North American Pro League, ESL basically gave these organizations stipends. So what does that mean? It means you made it to Pro League, so ESL gives you a kickback that you can then give to your players as a salary. So really what that turned into is players figuring this out and then immediately negotiating for more money. But that's a whole nother thing that will, that probably led to certain things happening, but still that's important. So it gave sustainability to a lot of these orgs, made them want to invest and be in the scene. So you had like this whole scene that was basically propped up from North American Pro League. Europe had it too. Latin America had it. Now, what happened? Why did this go away? That's where that's the single biggest moment is they did the Louvre agreement, which then turned into what you guys, a lot of you guys, if you just only started watching in the last, if you watched post-COVID or around COVID or after, and that's when you started, that's what you recognize as Counter-Strike. Okay. That is, and what happened then is you pay a couple $1 million, okay, and you just get invited to the tournament. No relegation system. You don't have to do anything. You just simply pay money and you exist. And they got rid of regional pro leagues. So ESL cut all of this. This team woke up and no longer had a salary. This team was a partner team, so they were good. This was EG partner team. This team woke up, no longer had a team or a slot. Believe this team woke up, didn't have a slot. This team, I don't believe, had a slot. This team didn't have a slot. This team did. So what for sure that I could just think of, hold on, let me see. We pulled it up the other day. I could show you how few teams were remaining after this. One sec. We looked at this the other day. Yeah, leading That it went from, guys, look at this. This was total. This was EU and NA combined. Look at this. This is all. This is just one side of it. Let me see if I can find. Look. Wait, where? Look how many teams are in EU. Dude, this is what it used to look like. You see? And then the finals were played in front of a stage. So overnight, like, you basically unemployed like half the North American scene from the bottom up. And then that's where it started, right? That is where it started. There were so then full history lesson. So Louvre Agreement came in, boom. Then guess what? Magical thing. Lockdowns came in from COVID. All the tournaments now only happen in Europe. No tournaments in North America until the end. And they were just like, we didn't have any fucking teams left because guess what? They were fucking unemployed now. Look at it. Look, it's gone, right? With what teams left, right? They're all fucking gone. Then Valorant came up and said, hey guys, all of you unemployed fuckers that thought you could play Counter-Strike professionally, you can now go do that in another game. And then there you go. That's your history lesson. And ladies and gentlemen, that is what absolutely, that trifecta, which this one starting first, is what fucked it. Okay? Like, I loved him to death. I think there could be more content in the game. I think if we had stronger NA teams, I absolutely agree. I think we lack a community feeling. All that's true, and he was right. He said the lack of opportunity. The lack of opportunity started here. This is when, like, this all went to shit. And then now what we're trying to do is everybody in North America is trying their fucking hardest to scrounge up what they can to slowly build up regional tournaments because that's what you need. If you don't have regional tournaments, it's cooked. Because if you don't have regional tournaments, not everybody can be the best team in the world or the best team in the region, right? So you gotta build from the bottom.
Slacks that stepped
with a rifle.
With the
so that's why we got sent back to the Stone Ages. Everybody left us on the ground to die, and we're trying to figure it out.
Sort of a gusto right here, Vu.
There you go. Make sure you subscribe to the Flom Clips and Highlights channel.
Confidence to actually reload in that spot. He actually makes 9-10 think for a second because you're sitting there as 9-10. You're like, you're ready for it immediately, right?
Yeah, because I mean, when he does the reload right there,
you go.
You think might be a fake reload. He's gonna swing into me. Then he plays with the timing. No, he just does the full animation reload and then just goes for a normal swing.
No pressure, no pressure. I'll just reload real quick and 9-10 will
off
make
topic, but is Frag Punk any good? Yeah, I had a fucking blast.
Yeah, at least he was just biding
it's
his time
goofy as
to
fuck,
find the
Matt.
success,
It's a great time just to like fuck around if you got the boys on that. Yeah,
I love the confidence.
I mean, that Slacks with a rifle.
Yeah,
we saw him all first map with the op. I was concerned because Ancient isn't a map, especially on T-Side, where you can activate with the op. We saw him whiff a couple shots, get killed. He still does it.
Well,
I mean, nobody gets 4K though, and you don't grind 10 hours to face it. Is that that has to be a copy pasta, right?
So far, so let's see what happens after the break.
I mean, grinding 10 hours to face it a day is already, you're just wrong. You need to play in a team, and okay. I just want to make sure. But yeah, regional tournaments is kind of where it has to start again, because if there aren't regional tournaments, there isn't regional interest, and there isn't ways for people to basically build themselves up within the region. Tactics for the 10-month primer. Thank you. Need you on an analyst desk in Austin. Please, no. No, but I think I'm going to for sure be in Austin. Now I think that's confirmed. So, shout out Blast for making that possible. I mainly watch Valorant, and there's so many names I recognize from that season. Oh, you're talking about, wait, do I still have it open? Yeah, dude, like, it's not, people like to fucking flame, but even on the EG roster, like, yeah, I think every single player on this played Valorant at one point, or coached Valorant at one point. Same, I mean, yeah, literally same with this one. Little bit of that one. Not this one. All of them except for one on this one. No. All of them on this one except for, no, all of them. All of them. And Tim touched on that in his video though, right? Like he talked about, wasn't that we lost like a lot of the good players, it's that we lost all the players that were developing all on one wave, right? And that's so, yeah, dude. Well, and I'm sitting here, and every single day, I just see people coming in and going, dude, can you believe, Flum, that these players went and played professional Valorant? They just only care about the money. I'm like, bro, like, that, like, first off, you can't pay rent with hopes and dreams of being an NACS player, but, like, it was actually insane. Like, I felt so bad for a lot of those players that were, like, literally, I mean, ask Cooper when he's live tonight if he knew what was going. E United woke up and they just found out that they didn't have a spot anymore in Pro League. Like, it was insane, dude. It was unreal. You think Tens would have been a star if he stayed? I didn't watch him much. He really struggled in Counter-Strike quite a bit. He had mechanically a lot of talent. It was just, at a certain point in CS, though, you have to have the mind. Like, and the mind is like what really, like, the greatest players. A good example of the opposite of that, and I don't mean he doesn't have the mechanics, but I mean somebody that was so good intellectually with Counter-Strike that they thought he was cheating, was ZywOo. ZywOo, for not having anyone tier 1 experience, just knew the fucking game of Counter-Strike. And a lot of the French scene, one, he wanted to finish his school, so he stayed in AAA at the time against all authority. But a lot of the French team was super wary of him because he was so smart in the server. It was nuts. That's like where like that step is made, like where like Ten's tons of mechanical skill, bro. Like nobody would deny that. You could watch that kid for days and be like, holy shit. But when he was in the server, like, it didn't, I don't know if it was like roles or whatever. I mean, he was also a rookie, right? Like, not everybody does what ZywOo did. Even Simple didn't do what ZywOo did.
They're just doing some extra grind,
right?
But they're obviously not happy.
Yeah, Rops is another example of that.
They probably felt that they could have won things, and that a single Slacks clutch really upended that expectation.
So it's not to like, I always like to try to say that because you know how people on the internet are. If I say Tens wasn't that great, they're like, what, dude, that way? It's like, no, calm down.
Still the underdogs here.
Yeah, we want M80 to win, but the reality is
mechanically insane, but he didn't have the game sense quite yet.
You want them to slam them out.
To like really be somebody like
the best team
special, but that could have happened. We just never got to. We'll never know. Tactics for the 10-month primer. Thank you.
The Maos of last year. You want to see them push through these group stages.
What about Asu?
And then do something in the playoffs. Not
Asu was playing MDL mostly, and no, I think Apex was like, honestly,
oh my God.
I think Apex was his jam for sure.
I know, it's a bit harsh. Yeah, it's a bit harsh. I think, I mean, you bring up Swisher.
NA tier 3.
You see this? Do we hate on HLTV?
Let's calm down now. We're not trying to make enemies right now, bro. I mean, you bring up Swisher. I find him to be a point of interest in this matchup because I feel pretty confident when Lake is handling most of Banana, but Swisher often has to get involved there too. And I will say, like, the one thing I'm super worried about, the site defense, because I've seen Swisher hold a flash at first oranges. He's staring at the lineup dot to try to throw a flash to try to slow the oncoming people on the T
I don't know. I have no idea.
Just doesn't get a kill. Doesn't even really pull out his gun in time. That's what I'm worried about. I want to see a Swisher that's ready to take the fight to them, not just try to slow them down. Like, you need to kill people coming into your bomb site. It's not all about delaying. You do have to fight back.
Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see it.
Well, you also don't need to worry about too much of the CT side to start off with because the knife round went to M80 and they chose to start T side. Scoring in long.
How are you feeling for map 3? I'm feeling, thank you. Really, I think M80 have actually looked really good this series.
Yeah, they can win rounds.
Yeah, all right. Maybe
but
America isn't a totally lost.
I don't think they're going to get map 3 purely because the mental looks a bit.
3, that's crazy. Did you watch the match? They actually played really well.
They had, like,
it's Breck and Lake, Mongols.
I don't know.
We'll didn't have the answers. That was.
They look really good. Like, they're playing good CS, but I also just feel that, like, this is where we like to fuck up.
That they got 11 rounds on a map that they lost 2 players in a save after going down 5-1, didn't convert either pistol, tells you that it's the Mongols who are actually having the harder time right now, not M80.
This win would mean more than just a great opening in Lisbon as well. Just to reiterate, the current VRS standings for the Americas region is wildcard 5th, M86. At 1,150 points are wildcard. 1,140, excuse me, 1,045. So 100 and, okay, I take all that back. God damn it.
Numbers on
Do
broadcast.
I want to make utility guide? I try to stay away from strictly utility guides. One, I think there's a billion people that do that shit already. And in general, like the reason why you don't see CT ones is because that's more like on the fly type shit, which like you can make, but it's less like go here, throw here.
Of their upset, same could be said here for M80. It would set them up real well for the
don't want
rest
to cut
of the event. Let's
Austin's
put it that
business.
way, shall we?
No, it's just like I enjoy teaching the people the game of Counter-Strike. I don't really like being like.
Well, let's put it this way: when it comes time to decide,
I
who goes
don't
to the
like
major, it
doing
will be
the
1 or 2 matches
throw this
over
nade.
the course of
You
the
know,
season
like
that
I
makes
don't
a
know,
difference.
just like I'll show you a nade, but I'd rather you know why to use it and how to use it than just like throwing it.
Here, bottom, mid, seeing them walking towards the end of halls. That is the plans are now. Well,
it's like very not fun.
Bomb goes down as well. Oh man, Inferno for the Mongols.
Yeah.
It used to be the only map that they could play and they could beat anybody on.
It's where they
How tournament orgs changed since the Valve banned the paid partnership stuff. You have to invite teams based on their ranking. You have to have certain open aspects of your tournament, and
it's been a long time since that.
yeah,
era of the
basically you
Mongols
can't
happened.
pay to just be in any
That was
tournament
just
now.
something that they were
So it's all
good at.
done
They
through
can still
VRS,
play.
which is what you keep hearing the casters talk about, yap about, and
I'm gonna make it worse.
is this the first pistol that M80 lost, by the way?
This
Fuck.
win would secure the major for M80, and then I backpedaled.
Yeah.
Well, then I really did the full calculations, and I was right originally.
Oh, cool.
They're 105 points behind, and this win is worth 117.
You think you ever take a step back from playing a team to coach it? Absolutely not. I play on a team because it's a stream team, and I made it because it's fun. And
Can we give 'em
no,
some
I have
for a
no
map?
interest of
No,
working
that's
for
not
an
how that works.
esports
That's a
org
win,
or.
though. Not all or nothing.
No, I don't want to
Right
coach.
now, it's a whole lot of nothing. Techno and Senzu just mop it up on Banana. You know, finally the Mongols, by the way, winning a pistol in this series. The first of
Not gonna lie, how's Mouse doing so well without a
they're gonna
seasoned
convert
IGL?
That's easily the scariest part, for sure.
One, because Brolin doesn't
And
have
again,
to do
Techno has not put on his
anything.
glasses
Brolin
yet.
has
We
not
don't
had to
know how good
reinvent a
this guy
single
can
thing
get.
for Mouse yet, and you replaced your IGL
It's
and
like
added
Sonya breathing through his nose.
a top 10, top 20 rifler.
You used to not wear glasses, and when you put them on, you became a better caster.
It's kind of a massive firepower
Yeah,
upgrade.
It is easier to see.
So you get to
things.
use everything that's already in place. Nobody has
you
quite the
classes
answer for
earlier
you
today, I
yet.
think.
And you got a massive firepower upgrade.
That's true. All right.
Remember, this is like the same thing we see every single time a star player takes over the IGL role. Is like it can go well for a little while. Fuck me. Well, this is awful. Okay. Why did that look like an eco except they had AKs? Guys, guys.
Not even really sure where that guy
Well,
came
after
from.
that 13-0 call, I mean, I'm not sure we can believe any predictions.
It looked like an eco, but they have AKs, guys.
Statement round out of the Mongols.
I don't know what the Mongols talked about in between
shit.
maps here. But by God, it lit a fire underneath them.
But yeah,
coming
remember-
into Inferno. 3 straight. And back
It's-
to the Tech 9s for M80.
It's not the first few months when they make the
player who's
change.
died
It's
is
like
9-10
6 months to a year from
twice.
now.
It's a bleak start to the half.
When it
but
comes
is
to
just that,
IGL
a
changes like
start
that,
to
because
this
it's
first half.
it's how does Brolin adapt to the team? How does he continue
Maybe
to
choosing
evolve the
T-side
team? How does
coming into
he
this by winning the knife round,
develop
maybe
the
think,
team
we
in
can
his
set a
vision,
tempo to the
right?
game.
I'm not even saying he'll do a bad
Mongols have
job,
other
but
ideas.
that's Device, Twists, when they both made the jump, when Electronic made the jump,
aggression.
all of it looks great for the first few months, and then it doesn't. And then you're like, oh shit.
One and done. Charging through the fire. Techno's got to get the gun back out. Oh, what a adjustment. Love it. Every
All right,
step of the
all right.
way.
Bro, can you not
His
shoot
aim,
like that
his
right now?
spray,
Just
his flicks, just beautiful.
Sin trying to piece together the clutch. Tagged down to a third of his health. He knows even the bomb plant is desperate, so go for it with the cover of the fountain. Incendiary over towards the back door.
Well, it'll be respected as well.
Flash to follow suit, but now he's locked into oranges. He'll get a duel head-to-head versus Mzinho. But at that point, Blitz has already come up from Banana. Ooh, and the swing just catching him off guard. It's so sudden from Mzinho, and it's so wide of a commitment. Mongols go to the 4-0 flawless start.
I don't know. I don't know what
Ended
G2 is gonna do with
on an
snacks. I
output
have
out
no
of
idea, man.
Sin, a really nice one.
My
From
instincts
default.
are that
Picked
G2
up off the
probably
slacks,
will
but here we
stick
relive
with this
the
roster
moment
through the major.
For Techno, where he really shows us, I mean, just how quick he is mechanically, how solid that, even the spray transfer to nothing. If there was someone there, I was
And I know it feels like it's glaringly obvious they should pick up Shuei, but like
I think
things change over time. Like you want to see how the roster evolves too, though. Like
he was consistently threatening presence. I feel like
everybody's like, you know, snacks, get Shuei. And I'm not even saying I disagree, but
mechanics sometimes, but
there is an element of patience that can really do wonders for your team long term if you don't jump the gun early, just because you don't even know what's available out there either after that first major cycle.
Just have to sit behind it and hope that Mongols don't come flying through.
Like what if after the major Navi bombs out and Alexi B is available, maybe you want to bring Alexi B back, you know, like things like that. You don't going for Shuei right now, with no disrespect to Shuei, I think he's a really good IGL, but you just don't really know what's going to unfold after the major, and kind of jumping the gun before that happens limits what your team can do. And it doesn't really seem like anybody else is chomping at the bit to get him.
Will stay passive. I don't think it's a coincidence that Slack starts to get active right after that.
No way G2 would be going back to getting Alexi IMO. I don't know.
Position right where it should be.
Maybe it didn't make sense to have Alexi there before, but they're struggling right now with somebody on the CT side. So having somebody that micromanages more like Alexi makes more sense now.
Over on B, dropping that smoke and leaving. There goes Blitz.
Having a crazy good CT side leader like Nico and Alexi B doesn't make a lot of sense. But now that that space is there, maybe that's right.
And you've got yourself a 4v2 on site, but Senzu leans it back. Now you know he's on the op, you know he's low, presumably.
Micromanage these nuts.
Oh man, this one fizzles out.
Man, I too was sort of just in a daze, like looking at this, like, they probably have some more time.
This is actually the right call, but I hate this fucking
Can't even attempt this. The delay is enough. M80 look lost here on Inferno.
Mom, stop yapping and change the map, please, dude. You know I want to.
Did Vu say 13-0?
To be honest, I was eating my dinner. I didn't listen.
No, he didn't.
Sorry.
But someone could have.
And that's crazy.
It is time for Def Ideas. Maui called them pragmatic IGL. I think we've seen the prep be good.
Honestly, doing well with being the win condition. Well, yeah, I just think that they used to have two, so.
Especially on the T side.
Point being still isn't that they're going to get Alexi B. It's that you just don't know what's available out there and what your options are. And changing your IGL in the middle of the first half of the season before the major just feels like you're completely cutting any small, even.
Yeah, they got outgunned.
G2, I would not put as a favorite or likely to win the major currently, but I wouldn't put it at 0. I feel like getting Shuei doesn't really
was a 7-2 lead on
give them a substantial increase immediately.
So we're watching whether or not M80 make the major. Is that what we're reducing
that's my own opinion. I think it might be slightly better at best, but then once again, like I said, you wouldn't want to make a change and see somebody else available and be like, what the fuck?
Yeah. And you're this close.
Yeah, they would still have to not lose points too much, but Mongols are just so
it's my last name,
right? They are such a highly ranked team. Heavyweights, Senzu, up wallbang, 9-10, able to blast one off from one side.
We're getting double upped on CT side Inferno, man.
Mongols are so ready for everything. Senzu even coming through.
Well, at least we took one off the board.
Yeah, Rex gonna have to turn back.
Senzu's just cleaning him up right now, man.
As he does, he'll find a little contact versus Mzinho. 6 in a row here for the Mongols. Solid CT side. I think the best way to frame it, Mohan, for the sake of not getting anybody too overly excited.
Give us the like overly dramatized version and then the realistic one.
If this win happens now versus the Mongols, M80's dreams will materialize in front of our eyes tonight. But in reality, they'll actually just be in pole position. They would take 5th and could still lose points between now and April 7th. If they lose those points, then their dreams will be crushed because they'd be in the prime spot to secure it, only then to lose it.
And we know how rare these VRS opportunities are. I mean, even talking to Wildcard at Kato, it's very clear that they're paying with hyper fixation on the standings. And there's Nenten's second chance here in this following round, followed and killed.
Nice.
Reckon
Come on.
Joined for 2.
Come on.
It's open sight.
Frag for Wreck is upside
Let's go.
in the apartment, so
Huge.
A-side completely cleared out. A little gusto, a little tempo from M80. We saw a round exactly like this back on Dust 2. The Tech 9s and the fast
M80 not even in the marquee? No, they are. They're M80 if they beat Mongols, jumps over wild card for the auto bid to the major.
4 of the last 5 rounds on that half. So we have
Right now they're in MRQ. If they win this, they don't even have to play it.
But that's assuming they're able to hold on to this bomb site, because Mongols still knocking on the door
Well,
of a retake.
that's assuming wildcard also doesn't gain any points, but you get my point. Puts them in first. No, no, not one fucking kill, dude!
Head, the defuse with time.
Oh my god!
They actually found the gap. 7 straight. That's a really incredible retake. Even Techno's, you know, careful awareness as he was approaching the halls. It could have been Rek to catch him off guard in that position. I mean, he was the one who went into the more atypical spot, pushing down the stairs, but the second nade is perfect from Lake. They just didn't overreact in this position, right?
I think New Cash will be added in. New Cash will never be in the rotation until he sells it.
But if they don't approach this carefully, they have a 0% chance. There would have been the T's peeking out from all these really strong spots.
I have literally no idea if he intends to sell it. Don't ask. I don't. You're about to ask anyway to be a troll, but yeah, I don't know.
5 minutes of this game starting. It's already a 7-0 here for Mongols. That was the right idea. I mean, nothing feels better than breaking through a streak of lost rounds with a quick tactic towards the A site. You know, everything goes your way. Aim is good. You do it while you're saving as well.
And sell these nuts on your forehead, Chad. How about that?
Well,
speaking of selling,
it's just a regular
sell
buy.
my soul here. Any primers, prime forgetters in the chat? Thank you. Appreciate it.
A very rich
Does he
Mongols.
gain anything from not selling it? Well, I think it's a unique situation because Cash is so beloved by the community and people do want it to exist.
Mongols have lost 7 players in these last 7
I also
rounds.
think because of that, he probably doesn't want the standard rate that they've paid for every single map, which I think is what? Is it 150 or 250, chat? I never remember. I always get the numbers mixed up.
Tens died more than the entire team combined.
Is it 100? 150? I don't remember.
Senzu gets a great chance to peek down Banana, strike down Lake.
150k? Okay. Yeah, I think they literally don't pay more. I think they just have a flat rate, I think.
Second body. You've got Rek on short side with a second kill already. Third one's over towards Pit, and Swisher gives the cover
Well,
that they
Ancient's
need.
Valve
Now,
made
Bob's a
Nick,
long way
if I
away,
remember
but
right.
so be it. Techno's even further. Despite his 12-1 start, I'll say this 1v3 is still too far gone.
Yeah, this one's impossible. This will be the first round that M80 win.
Biggest issue is FM Pony, if he
So
sells
much
it, he
certainty.
realishes all creative
I did it
control to
yesterday
them. Right, but
versus,
I also
with
that's
Jays and
that's the reason why I believe they don't even add maps anymore. They don't own is because of how long Cash took last time to get changed, and then it was just green and people didn't like it. It was a mess. Valve being cheap.
He's got the
I don't know.
Bomb is planted.
I personally have no idea how to value that type of stuff. I think it's hard.
Which means Swisher actually
I don't
won't have any
think
vision
I
on
don't
it
think
if he comes back from
150k for a map in Counter Strike
If you
is
kill
an
Rek and then kill Slacks,
insignificant
you
amount of
refuse
money.
that
I don't know. I don't know. I'm memeing. I don't know. It's weird because it's all relative to how much time, right? Like
from Rek, who ends up getting a 3K on the round, and if he's able to tap back into what we saw on Ancient, then maybe M80 still have something to say in this series.
they can afford it, right? But like, then do you want to if you're Valve, it's not even about money. It's like you probably don't want to negotiate all the time for every single map that you'd like to buy from a community map maker,
in that exact same position,
right? That's just kind of
till it's over.
Yeah, I don't think they want to do like a negotiation period for stuff like that.
Jump into a timeout after.
Why not? Because
finally facing some
kind of
adversity.
pointless. And how do you value it?
I think the Ops have just got too much out of these rounds. I mean, even though they lose this last one, there have been way too many shots on players not blind. That's such a stark contrast to Dust 2, where every
I think it's all the
single
same. I
op
think,
was
to
covered
my
by
knowledge,
at
with
least
all the
one or if
information that's
not
ever
two
come out about
flashes.
maps that have been purchased, it's always been for the same amount.
We know how often the Mongols like to double op across so many maps. It's their
Any
most
other maps in a
expensive
similar
habit.
position? What long history
Their designer
maps?
drug.
Like, yeah, like Tuscan was one, right? Like, you guys didn't play it, but a lot of people like me did.
On the flash, dude.
And they
Just
bought
as
that for
910 came
150k,
through
and they're
a
not
second
even
sooner.
using
He's
it.
not even in that position yet. That one comes down to the minute. Blitz gets smoked off.
I think they'll reach a deal eventually. I think too many people want cash in. I don't know, man. Because even in current form, I would say the map isn't ready, which is fun. Like in the hub games that we've played, the amount of times where I feel like I can't see people on that map is way too high.
Don't have to worry about a banana push.
Like,
not this
that
time
map is
around.
not like a finished product, right? Like they're gonna still have to work on it.
Senzu's been criticized for opping sometimes. I think I can.
And the FPS is not like flushed out. Like
so far, he's had
I
a
don't know.
really good performance. Senzu will pick up one on this cross, and they really wanted to try to get out.
Gonna be because of models? No, I don't see. It's just literally like a darkness thing. Like people literally just look like blobs.
Techno waits for them.
Not even. They just. I don't even. They just straight up blend in, especially the CT models.
There's got to be only one defender in position. You've actually left Slacks back towards middle. That's an easy pickup for Senzu, who's going to keep it patient. Techno is able to lean back into the depths of the site. Supportive utility coming through, but he actually eats it. They find a porthole through smoke.
You either haven't played the map or you're just being a weenie. Oh, fuck me. This is so ass, dude. Like, that map's visibility is dick. You co-stream, I prime sub. Wavy, thanks for the 22-month primer. Thank you, dude.
They have every right to take the fights in all these different positions, to put their ops back on these lines. One good thing here is the opening tactic to take out 9-10. Again, he's the guy who's
so I'm just saying, like,
the most in this game.
If you're Valve right now, you're
so
gonna pay 150K for a map that you're still gonna have to work on, that you know for a fact.
They don't seem to be able to.
You don't even you don't even know where the FPS problems are coming from. The visibility is gonna be. It's not like a small thing. That's a big deal.
What's more
we get mad when like one spot has like bad visibility. There's at least in my limited playtest of like 6 different games, I've seen probably 4 or 5 different areas already.
There are positions and weaknesses that come with this very strong weapon, but M80 are not creating great spots for them. I mean, these shots are just so standard.
So
what I'm surprised about that last round is when they decide to try to go storm the B bomb site in what they knew.
I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just trying to like not
out towards top
do what everybody does, where they fucking glaze the shit out of something with the like. As a World of Warcraft player, I can't believe I'm telling you guys this, but you guys are on the nostalgia pill way too hard.
Kind of hindered their attack, and you saw how they just sort of limped in.
You guys are fucking. You guys are eating all the member berries right now.
Just like at the start of this one, that is immense amounts of damage for not any spams.
Really, that's still not the point, though. That's like I just don't think they want to negotiate.
It's gonna make it an easy cleanup duty here for Senzu and Techno, and even easier as Blitz catches wreck on a solo journey.
I remember.
Out mid.
You remember when we used to run out mid on cash every round?
Say here. That's just
get boosted every round
from the Mongols, but just a little too
I remember.
Health bar is damn near depleted on 3 of the remaining players here.
Remember when you used to get really mad and buy an op and just sit at quad on A site when nobody threw util?
They're gonna have to stew in it.
And you finally got a couple of kills? I remember. Like, it's... dude, it's... That, like, listen, cash would be fun to have back, but it's definitely... People are treating it like it's God's gift to Earth right now.
They could have.
The map has not changed significantly.
Same goes for FaZe.
I do like the new aesthetic of it. I think it looks good. The FPS does seem to be lacking for a lot of people on lower end rigs. Like, and the visibility is
series that we've had so far for Blast Open Lisbon, and those 2 series with blowout map 3s. So far.
I am not trying to be a doomer, but god damn it, everybody's fucking huffing member berries to the fucking max. So it's just like, guys, you gotta.
Fortunately, it's a slow first half for Lake again. Kind of reminder of.
We need somebody around here not totally just fucking doing it. Like
on the CT side, he became the highest rated player for M80 on that half. Was able to bring the game back, but you gotta give yourself more than one. 9-3 best case scenario for M80. Feels like it was actually quite graceful of the Mongols to let them get away with those 3-player saves. Cash
needs
flowing
content
for Mongols.
No, it doesn't. It's like such an NA thing. Motherfuckers acting like they need to do their missions versus bots so they can farm a case is like, that's really gonna make them interest. Like, bro, if you've been playing Counter-Strike at this point, like, let's just be real. Like, you just want things that you want new things in the game, like maps and shit like that, or you just want like your case simulator, which is fine either way. But pretending like we need a new operation all the time, don't get it twisted. I like farming a YouTube video out of it and talking about it, and shit, it's even engaging a little bit. But
too many easy op shots, man. That's just been the
bro, if
story.
you've played Counter-Strike for this long, like, you're doing it because you enjoy improving at the game, and like the feeling you get when you one dig or one tap somebody with the USP, or motherfuckers acting like they missed the bot missions like it's their whole identity.
You can show us the numbers now if you'd like.
Bro,
press the number button.
when they parachuted in on the danger zone map and I shot him out of the air, that shit was sick. Like, dude, don't get me wrong, I had fun, but pretending like that's the game is going to be so much more popular because we do that is also insane. To be fair, I do miss danger zone. No, like, I think there's content missing, but like, there's levels to it is all I'm saying. There's levels.
Yeah, he bites on that.
It's not to say I don't miss some of these things too. It's just
spiraling into the corner of the site.
But it's an op nightmare. There's more on every angle.
20 seconds, and they pause for a moment here. I mean, you've got a bit of additional time. You let that smoke come down. That's going to deny Senzu his angle. Blitz flash, but doesn't pounce on the attack towards short. He's going to let them come to him.
Like, community servers, I think are, to me personally, the biggest one. That's really what I wish was bigger. Oh my fuck.
All three from the corner.
Yeah, this is so
like
good.
A rook.
And I will tell you, I was begging and pleading about community servers every time I've been to that fucking office.
Ammo so effectively in the end. Didn't even need
I did it in the playtest. I did it last time I went back. That's like, man, I still feel like it's like the biggest.
You know, when they stopped
thing
and
missed.
played with their time for 10 seconds, I was hoping
You
that
giving
would kind of put the
burnt
pressure
out teacher
back on
energy
Mongols
today,
for
Flum?
M80's
I am, man. I'm
sake. In
tired,
reality,
boss.
They're the ones that end up having to scramble for that. Oh, 9-10 right into Swisher. Horrible half for Swisher. 1 and 9 is where this one's going to end, and Slacks could be right there with him, or worse. 9-10 having a field day with these mid peaks.
I've never seen so many dudes get
What do
off
you
in
mean,
my
Jordan?
life.
The amount of aggression that the Mongols have thrown out.
That's true.
Really
You
setting
know what helped
the
it not
tempo
fall
and the
Milestream
pace,
today?
and M80
No.
have not been able to play their game or keep up.
Nori and I are going to try to do some
to burst
adulting
out
after
from
my
Broiler
lift,
to get the
and
better of
then
9-10. He
we're
leads
going to
back into
dinner,
sight, but
and
Xeno's still up above
invited
him.
Mr.
I'd
Chad
expect to play a
himself
little more
to
passive
come
this
join us,
time.
so I haven't seen him in a minute.
Not wanting to expose himself to short twice.
Man. We got one player playing
Not
top
as
card.
sponge
They're not
as,
playing deep
like
deep,
Chad
but
is
look how
in
many
Chad.
are on A right now.
Techno catches him
Like
walking out
the
through
stream-
smoke, so he's a one and done.
Streamer Chad.
Mzinho does lose apartments. There's still a little life left on
Now
this
they're
for
coming back to
M80.
A, though. There's still 2 here. They didn't think there would be more than 1.
Thing is, Blitz is always here.
Yeah, and 9-10 got a kill.
Will they let their guard down? Will they assume Blitz for once isn't in this position? It's a good spot.
Sorry,
to
I haven't
catch
been
players off, and
talking
he'll do
about this as
exactly
much.
that
I'm
with
trying
down,
to just
same
like
response
not.
to the short kill. He's
I don't want to be
really
hurt
waiting
anymore,
for
man. At
apartments,
least it's not a
but
13-0,
Slacks
right,
took his
guys?
time
Go
on the
people.
approach, and we're gonna get an 11-2 Senzu for the 1v2 clutch. Slacks does make the final round of this half his best round of the half. And now he hopes that him and Sin can just push this over the line to double M80's round count. Senzu flash to the pit, takes a dink only for 50.
Yeah.
Not bad, all things considered. Knows where the positions are at as the bullets also sailed out from pit. So he stays locked in on him. Bomb beyond the halfway point. Slacks comes in big.
Some community servers are great, but they redirect you to an empty server with bots. Oh, Jordan, respectfully, you're not even on the same page. That's not what I'm talking about when I say community servers. No, I'm talking server browser, custom, like Surf, KZ, Warcraft mod. What you're talking about is like casual servers. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Chat, I don't know why I'm just running it out at halftime because pre-rolls, but like, fuck, this is going to be quick. It all starts with the pistol, chat. Come on. Yeah, death run, mini games. It's kind of crazy to think that like Roblox and Fortnite basically have what Counter-Strike had on a more massive scale with more creativity allowed from like the source in 1.6 days. Like, it's actually nuts to me. Like that base, and you know what's even crazier, man, is like the way they do payouts and stuff for Fortnite and Riot. People basically are just remaking Counter-Strike mods, or just, you know, like mods in general from back in those days, and just releasing them, and they're super popular. Some of those motherfuckers are millionaires because of it. Like, it's kind of nuts to just see like Counter-Strike having all of that at one point in time and then not having any of it now. I used to play so much Counter-Strike, man, and it wasn't ever fucking matchmaking. Like, I don't expect most people to play that way, but the fact that that part of the game is still gone when so many of us old fucking boomers, that's how we started playing the game, is kind of insane to me. Illegal Mustard Dealer, thanks to the 40-month primer. Thank you. You're doing the member thing yourself now? Oh, for sure I am. This is for sure nostalgia. Like, to me, that, but back to my original point to actually bring this around full circle, is like, to me, an operation is fuck all. Like, I'd rather them just like work on supporting community servers and having that be what generates content in the game. The community makes far better content than what Valve will ever make. They just need to enable people to actually fucking do it. Like that's what I want. Like, fuck a bot mission. Like, give me Death Run, Jailbreak. Like, you know, everybody keeps talking about Legacy, and I'm gonna be a doomer for a bit. It probably will be fun for like a week, and then most people won't play it, and it won't be. But man, if there is modding for Legacy, Jailbreak, KZ, Surf, Zombie mode, that dude, I would be. Then you got me. Then I'm in. Then I'm actually in, like 100%. For like to scratch my competitive itch, absolutely fucking not. It'll lose its like little flair after like a week for me. But community server like aspect of like with mods and shit, oh my god,
off of this
I'd be all over that shit.
It's got to start with a strong first round in this second half. M80 selected the T side in this decider after winning knife round.
All right, let's get this pistol.
But it was momentum taken by the Mongols.
Absolutely not, Cores. Absolutely not. Let's go.
And aggression. They dominated that first 12. Lake to step it up inside Boiler. We've seen him already have half-to-half recoveries, and Slacks gave us a good triple kill for the road in the final round of that T side to secure them a second. Great timing on the flash, but no double kill.
And Wreck just calmly patrolling this angle inside the long haul. Mzinho waiting for his opportunity to fight back. I think he'll happily take this duel.
Felt like a podcast. Sorry, I don't shut the fuck up. Sorry, guys.
Wreck a little bit too.
Hopefully the app session wasn't too annoying.
And 2 decoys.
But also, I think that was a good time. That was literally a 10-2 half. That shit was miserable. I think M80 planted 3 times.
He's got at least 1 kill, Mo.
So hot.
I said 2 decoys. So who's the other
like,
one?
Oh, that'd be me.
I don't know, man. We watched. We literally watched him save like in a 4v5 on a gun round. Like,
Swisher's not too worried about it. 25 seconds. Damn, Mongols playing with the clock. We've seen them lose to time once already in the series. They are this close to the bomb site, though, and Blitz is going to have to start out through the apartments.
Nice.
Oh, not going to happen. Now you got to pick the bomb back up. 910's got to prioritize that, climbing up awkwardly, getting shot by Library. Sin trying to drop it a second time, but he doesn't stop it in time. Now Swisher could come through and be the hero of the pistol. Oh, but he gets popped by Senzu. Big multi-kill moment, a 4-frag from Senzu.
From 910?
Excuse me. Yes.
From 910 on that pistol. Unreal. Yeah, I mean, they knew the stakes in this duel. This is a great approach from 910 to come in low. When he starts fighting,
waits for Swisher, no? Wow, dude, he could just win the. That was Sin, is what I think you mean. That's what you're talking about, right? The Balk fight?
And
I mean, he knows the bomb's up there. It's such an awkward spot for the tees.
Scrambling to get this bomb down, but he keeps his cool.
I don't know. I think it's fine. He went for that. He just has to hit the shot.
He's, again, the guy who died the most here for the Mongols in the first half.
Just a quick reminder that if you can get up to $1,000 in bonus credits with your first deposit on Underdog when using code BLAST, our new fantasy sponsor here at Blast. That's all you needed to know.
That's right. M80 are going to be that underdog today.
Guys, it's 11-2.
Or maybe we've missed the opportunity with the map they've won already. That was a chance. Inferno starting to wonder if they have the tools. And scratch that. It's 11 here for the Mongols. Just
yeah, more. This game is dog shit, dude. Fuck.
Pressure here for Slacks.
Yeah, they're rotating B.
If he's lucky, they just won't see him. But I have a hunch his number's going to come up. They've got 3 players wrapping the arch side, and it's only Techno needed. Loses the SMG fight, loses the bomb site with it. Mongols 10 map and match points. What could have been the M80 2-0 is
I was
now
reading some
this.
stuff.
Great recovery.
We talked about Cooper's Money 10 mans. Yeah, a bunch of times.
Kept their cool.
Had it before.
That
We've had 10
ancient
mans a bunch of
upset.
different times, a billion different times. Hope it goes well.
My God, they come out swinging.
I wake up way too early in the day. I will not be playing in them. Also, unfortunately, everybody should be really nice to Cooper because I imagine it's going to be really unfun for him probably after like
Oh, man.
like a couple weeks.
I was just thinking of all the things I could say that make this game interesting. And then I realized that
They're saving. I mean, dude, they got. I mean, in a way, it shows they're still trying.
It's just that it's different
Like,
than the other maps, right?
Yes.
Like the other maps, at least in the first half, even if they lost each half,
yeah,
they still look like, whoa, they're actually
what is
pretty
Coop
good.
trying to do? He's trying to set up money 10 mans, which is
Comeback.
basically just gonna.
Starting off with Dust 2.
It's.
been
Fuck,
a
I'm
very
such a. I'm not
impressive
trying
night
to.
of CS, I think.
I don't want to
Here
say
for
what I
M80
really feel,
to
man. It
say,
just sounds like hate. Like, it's good for
well, let's
him.
give
I
him
think
something,
that
but,
it could be really
in terms of
good.
what
I
they've
just
done
think
on
that a lot of
Inferno, it
other
feels like
people are
they're,
going to ruin it as they normally do.
as you say in chess, out of prep now.
People are going to complain. Somebody won't pay. Like somebody's gonna want somebody out. Somebody's gonna accuse somebody of stream sniping, and it's gonna just be like a whole fucking thing. Like probably a little bit of time in.
Performances in the series. Still
Some people like that content.
Possible.
I get it.
It's always
You know,
possible.
some people like reality TV type shit.
Mongols are going to keep this
It's not
round
really
simple.
for me.
Leave in the face of that utility and the bodies that M80 threw at them. It's just losing pistol made it all the harder. No longer any margin of error.
Ricky Zord already
Round
said certain
15
people
to
from
round 24.
Blue Jays can't play. Yeah, I'm
Well, sure.
not surprised. I'm sure, like I said, there's going to be a laundry list of people that should, you know, people think should be playing, can't be playing, and it's going to, oh boy.
He put himself in a good spot to take this round down. And okay, Sin's kill.
Money
ensures
10
his
man's
wreck is the
failing is
final
why
nail,
Rank S and
and
FPL at one point
there's
in
the
time was thriving, because it took all that shit away from the players that were trying to run it, and then you just have somebody else handling it, except then eventually over time it just becomes the same thing too. Just
That's usually the deal.
Yeah.
A part of me is still excited to see the Mongols be able to recover this. Again, we're talking about a team that has become a mainstay of playoffs, and a lot of the time I'd say, like, even like an Internal Fire's case, once you become that mainstay of playoffs, you're afforded
it needs to be a middleman, so before you play, you buy in like a poker table. Yeah, pretty much.
Perfect. Unless you're really, truly one of the absolute elite.
Looked cool the other night. No, it is like when people are playing and trying and
taper off as this season
nobody's
went on.
complaining yet. It's great, and then it just turns into FPL
We want
light.
to see them back on the stage, back in playoffs. That's where their demons
And the
reside.
problem, the worst part is when it becomes FPL light, instead of messaging
versus
slow, they're gonna go to
M80.
Cooper.
Affordable.
Look at the simplicity of the game.
Hex
plan.
one, thanks to the
Mongols
19-month
are
primer.
just
Thank you,
keeping
thank you, thank you.
It's pack play. All they're doing is waiting for one small mistake. Someone shoulder spot. Oh my God, there's the mistake. Wow. Slacks dies extremely quietly right there, and immediately we've got
Bomb would scam them all. Bro, I don't want to fucking handle
Not even
anybody's
concerned
money.
about
Hell
the B
no.
site, but it's, you know what? Still well fortified over here. And it's all bark from the Mongols. They go back to B. Swisher, 2 and 10. Famas, and a smoke in hand. He's got to stop this whole attack because it's going to come in.
Trying to reposition to the coffins. His util at least slowed them down, but he's got more grenades to have to deal with. And teammates are coming through with a flash.
Why don't you have a money factor in Mythic? I bet you that would relive the whole thing. You mean the 5,000 a month that we had in prizes? That people stopped playing for? You're probably right.
M80 showed us a
Oh, that's
beautiful
GG.
recovery
This
on
was
Dust
fucking
2 to
absolutely
push that
cooked.
map the
Swisher
distance.
had a
Ancient
horrendous
was
map,
theirs
man.
for the taking. They came out swinging with the same kind of CT aggression that the Mongols have weaponized here on Inferno to remind the North American German team what they really are. Nothing but a bug on the windshield for the Mongols. 13-3, job done.
I had a feeling that was going to happen, though. When I saw them not really be able to close out Ancient, and I knew how close that first map was, it's only a matter of time until Mongols, like, they're just a different level right now in general. And, like, this is where that third map, like, is just, I feel like where that level is shown.
Wasn't because Inferno.
You called it as soon as map 2 ended? Yeah.
In an absolutely spectacular way.
It's not even that M80 is that bad on Inferno. It's that, like, when you're M80, they're just thinking about how they should have closed out map 1 as this game slips away from them. And Mongols is just completely different. They've lost so many games they shouldn't have lost already. They've blown big leads. They've fucked up on stage. They're a different beast. Like, that's that experience. You know what I mean?
It sounds like, yeah, he sounds like he wanted to see.
That's the experience that you see. That's the bro. We're just going map 3. Like, all good. Like, it's fine.
For the region.
How do you appreciate NACS? Tell me this.
I say Swisher is probably not going to frag out, and then he doesn't frag out. That's me appreciating NACS.
So you're on the money. That's what you're trying to tell me, right? More correct predictions.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just
Swisher since Lake's joined. Definitely, I feel like. I mean, I don't think it's Lake's fault, but yeah, I do think that Swisher's individual form's been weaker.
Assassin, dude. That one bullet from Halls into the guy that's in Moto, that was just spectacular.
It definitely was spectacular.
The real problem, though, is similar. Like, Swisher is that type of player that say what you want about his in-server performance. If you were to cut him, it's so hard because he's such like the heartbeat of the team.
Good, yeah. I gotta ask you this: where's your glasses, man? You normally have your glasses. Don't need them.
Lenses on my eye.
Yeah. Okay, you got the contact lenses.
Yes.
Nice. Okay.
I don't know what the
down well, but this
ratings were.
Was quite close. There was a lot of back and forth in it. What were you maybe struggling against against M80?
I think we just played some bad, and some rounds we just played bad, and not like us. Yeah, you know. Yeah.
I guess a question I have for when you're in the server in that one, did anybody from M80 in particular give you guys problems? Any one individual?
Not really. We just had a struggle on the own positions. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
I was kind of thinking of what do you think is a good result for you at this event? What's your, obviously you want to win, but if you come top 4, you comfortable with that, or?
We already have been made the 2 tournaments at the 3 or 4th place, and of course we want to win this.
Yeah, Smarties.
And for you, how far do you feel like you are from being able to win another one of these big tournaments? We saw what you could do last year, right? But maybe a bigger S-tier event. Do you feel like you're so close to getting it done? And just how does that feel?
Yeah, it seems like we're step by step really close to it. And we need to improve more and upgrade ourselves. Yeah, if we do that, we can win this tournament.
What's one thing that you think you can improve, or the Mongols?
Oh, for sure, Spartan Jack. It also helps stick with the same roster when you're the youngest roster in Tier 1.
Because we're so young team.
So
hey,
I heard Senzu's wrist
I pre-watched
events ago was at about 30%.
I pre-watched this stream. My bad.
Yeah.
Like it's broken.
I think it's totally fine, I guess, yeah.
Really?
100% now?
Diego, no gamble talk, please.
Not yet.
Good luck, but I don't.
Yeah, around
I
maybe
keep it out of my chat.
800.
Okay, we'll take that.
Okay.
Sorry.
80's nice. Yeah, no, 80% is good. So
Are
he's
there any
almost
NA
there.
pro teams?
How
Yeah,
is
but
the
not
energy
very
in
few
the team
full.
right now?
But
Because
there's
you are
very
one of the
few
teams
full one
that's
nationality
attending
teams in general.
every event, you know, constantly fighting. So how is it again being on the road so much, so many events?
I think we're
Full would
kinda
be
adapting to
complexity. Well,
this
not even
lifestyle.
complexity because they
Yeah.
technically have one.
Can I ask about the Huns? Have you practiced them? Like, how does that mean something big for the region when you have the Huns come to an event like this and they get practice, or do you not? You don't care?
Well, we're really close to them in personally and in the game. Yeah. And they're like friends of us.
Do you help them? Do you give them tips?
We already in here. We came before 3 days ago. We already practiced 2 days with them.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Okay, that's some good help coming out there.
That's actually crazy that they're scrimming them and they're in the same event. That's not usually what teams do.
Thank you. Keep cheering for us. That bitin to the white la.
Nice. Techno, thank you very much for joining.
Even
me.
if different groups, they
Congratulations on the
usually
win,
don't do
and good
that.
luck going forward. I'll stretch across. Boom.
That's cool. That's cool.
Oh, perfect. Even though it's the exact position where to put the headset, no noise down. Techno is a professional at this now.
You're going to DreamHack
and
Dallas
Mongols
from?
are professional at getting the job
Unless
done,
something
even though
dramatically changes
it
that
could
I'm
have gone
unaware
the
of,
other way,
no.
right? We saw where it could have gone with this whole series, and I think that if anyone just looks at this and says, okay, it was a 2-1, if you didn't watch the game, you wouldn't see how much this was actually stressful for the Mongols until Inferno.
The first 2 maps were highly competitive.
Yeah.
And it felt like we were destined for a map 3 that was also going to be like that. But the Mongols really, between map 2
You know about
and 3,
Mazinha's brother on the Huns, right? I did know he had a brother on the team. I don't know much.
Yeah,
yeah, like just get it done.
Besides
right?
that, not much.
I want to ask you guys though around M80, right? Because we just had Techno here. We know what the Mongols do. We talk so highly about them. M80 in EPL stage 1, right? They had a 2-0
Navi
lead.
Fury is
Then
next,
I
yeah.
called it a choke when they went down and they weren't able to then secure the spot and move through to the next stage. We see them here, right, where they have good leads and then they let it slip away from them, you know, and almost not get the job done. Is this a team where they've got this problem, do you see?
They're young. Senzu is a player that has shown that he falls off pretty precipitously at arenas, for example. So, or you're talking about M80.
Yes.
My bad. So still on the, I'm still thinking what Techno was saying. Yeah, no. Yeah, for M80, I mean...
Yeah, sorry, Shane.
I feel like sometimes they just surprise people, and then they actually earn respect at tournaments, and then that's when people take them seriously. That's what they did today in this series. They earned respect on map number 2, and everybody says, okay, we can't take you lightly anymore. We can't play our B game, can't play our C game, and then they just go all the way. That's what, I mean, even on Dust 2, as soon as the Mongols won it, I said that was probably the Mongol C game, and they still were able to get away with a victory. They just couldn't play the C game for a whole series against M80.
Yeah, we talked about it for a second. I think the Mongols might have been looking past M80. They might have been focused on the next series. They have a couple
Give
rough
me
maps.
1
They
second,
lock
Chad.
in, like you said.
I gotta
that's what
maintain
the
my
coach might
figure,
have
so I'm
said,
gonna
like,
look for a
guys,
snacky real fast.
Lock in. Let's hit our shots, and then M80 go in, and M80. That's the reason I was worried about this game. They try and take some aim duels. They don't have the perfect utility. They try and take some fights, and they just get absolutely obliterated.
Now, I'm glad you asked the question around Senzu's hand because he's obviously charging up like
I thought that would be a good excuse.
Well, 20% of it is an excuse.
It healed more from map 2 to map 3 somehow.
It's going to be like Flames and Flames E. The Rift is bad when he has a bad game.
Yeah.
That's how we differentiate between it. Senzu himself, though, right, is obviously a player they need to see step up in a big way. He's had a bit of a rough start to the year in terms of what he can do, but it's also this AWPing that keeps coming out that I just find entertaining now.
I feel like I winced before when Senzu at AWP, and then suddenly, I think he's just picked up the secondary AWP and kind of ran with it. Those couple, twice this year, or maybe twice in the past 4 months or so, he had these insane no-scope highlights with the AWP. It was once on Inferno, defending Banana, and the other time was actually on Dust 2, back of B bomb site. And both times it was like, I think he instilled the confidence of AWPing without even using the gun correctly. But I'm going to say, in a match like this, he actually imposed it. He actually fought pretty well towards Banana with it. He's putting himself in good positions. I'm not having to watch him hit insane flicks ever. All of those highlights from Senzu on the AWP right there, his crosser's just in the right place. So that's a good sign.
Yeah, and I think we should give Senzu a bit of a break. You have a wrist problem. You're out of practice. Your wrist heals, but you still need to get back into practice. And the thing is, think about how scary Mongols are going to be when Senzu's at 100%. If they can do this when he's been injured, they're pulling off these crazy results. He's been injured.
I'm just going to call it now. He's just leveling up or solo leveling his way to the major.
Okay. I thought you were going to say something about he took a Senzu bean or something.
That would be good.
Yeah.
That would be good.
I feel like we're not making enough Dragon Ball references here.
Yeah, we should really, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
We'll have to work that in.
He's going to go Super Saiyan eventually.
Never watched that terrible show.
Oh my god.
It was instrumental. It was actually one of the foundational shonens, like Vu.
Oh yeah, tell me about it. Tell me about all the anime.
They powered up. They powered up over and over again, and they got better and stronger.
And every fight they got stronger. So when they got beat down, they powered up even more. You know, that's how the Saiyan body works.
That's like how Techno's line was at the major. You know, can't crush the man.
Nerds.
Nerds. You're calling us nerds.
Anime nerds.
Vu, you have a Counter-Strike YouTube channel.
That's a manly thing to do. Shooting guns.
You're talking about setups and like first contact. Grow up, nerd. Okay, it's a game, bro. No, just kidding.
You will join us. You will become one of us. You just need some more time. We're going to take a look at the bracket as we see how this is panning out now as well. Because look, we get to see M80 down there. They will face, obviously, the loser between Na'Vi and Furia. If they did play Furia, it would be a rematch that they played at EPL, which didn't go too well for them. But then also, if Na'Vi did win this next game, they'd have a rematch against Mongol. So it's rematch central when it comes to this, and quite some spicy ones.
I mean, it's shaping up really competitively. I feel like Eternal Fire has to be pretty happy about 2-0ing Liquid. I think that was probably the closest one in terms of how I thought the team stature was. So also good on M80 to at least get a map though today.
Do you think M8 will have a chance, whoever they face? Do you think it was this down and out? They need these points, man. Can they fight back? Can they dig deep enough?
Is it going to be against Furia if Na'Vi win?
Yeah, most likely. Yeah, it'll be Furia.
Will be. They play Furia.
Yeah.
And it's that rematch from
That's
EPL.
possible. That's possible.
I mean,
I'm not counting them out.
Did you see enough?
The problem with Furia is actually a good team, except for when they play the really good teams, right?
That's kind of true. Yeah.
They should be beating M80. It would actually be a disastrous performance, I think, for Furia if they lose to M80. But
I agree, but I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm here for it. That's a great way to put it. Yeah, I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm a guy. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're here for it. You've got to be here for a little bit longer as well, because we've still got one more series, and it is going to be a banger. Alexi B and his men on Na'Vi take on Fallen, one of the most legendary leaders of the Counter-Strike world. Can he take it over the line against the Na'Vi, who have not been pulling up as much strength as we've seen them in the last year? You'll have to wait and see, and join us after the break.
Towards B early, met by Smoke. 23 on the entry, got a player into the corner. Yes, they've got it. Zaz footing on the site at the very least, but JL has been the bane of their existence so far, and he is going to continue to collect these kills. Bomb plants off. They don't want to go for it just yet. Zaz, turns for the double kill. Looking
Guys,
for
I'm
an
not
ace
55. What
against
the fuck?
Na'Vi. Could have been in the post.
It's clean.
Not my birthday either, you fuckers.
Hold my deep.
Alright, chat, I got my snacky.
You have smoke? For long? I'm planting.
Oh yeah.
Get around you guys. One. And you too? I have a flash. Last.
Emet into the clutch. A 2v4 recovery. And as Emet steps forth,
What'd I get?
Imperial
Chatties.
could be on the brink of their second round.
Extra spicy.
And as they come back to it, she's now got a lot of targets to deal with. Let's see if she can handle this. This is a great call. They know that there's multiple people trying to take this.
Nice. No one headshot.
JL in with the headshot on the response, looking to hold on to the ramp control, but Anna's got her
Oh
on kill.
fuck, you're right. We are gonna get Inferno, aren't we?
And this is where she does her best work. Multiple players of the year, and she goes, maybe? No repeat just yet. Delays!
Nice try. No way.
No more than any other Twitch chatter,
Pull off the upset.
To protect that $60,000 bounty. We'll see what their T-side starts. There was some nice slow calls from Tori throughout that half.
B, I'm ready to flash. This smoke alone. I'm ready to smoke myself.
That was backhanded. I don't want to lie.
Flashing, flash.
That's the truth.
Okay, fight together if it's us.
Swinging, and it's good cover from the Na'Vi players that can.
They all got our yapping days,
Pushing your tape.
our non-yapping days, and sometimes those days aren't appreciated, sometimes they are.
Soon fade. We'll see whether Na'Vi want to try to take fights off-site. Yeah, they'll try to jump through the BM.
Dark, pillar and close wall. Pillar, neutral wall. Short behind you and pillar. I'm holding short.
We've got Tori looking for one, but it gets away. Cat will recover. She's got the kit. Now she is going to get back on this. JL's looking for the swing.
Okay, but there's still 2 players on A, 1 top connector, and Bit's coming through the smoke.
Oh, he hit her. Oh God! He finds her in the smoke.
Default. 5 last. Default. Oh.
Remove his head from the body, блядь.
Follow me.
I'm surprised it took him this long to go back to Lisbon. I thought for sure they were going to make it like their mainstay.
And he spins around for the kill. That's it. That's the dagger. Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All 3! Sundai Young and Sundai again and again and again.
Today in Portugal, in
Showcase, man.
a new king will rise. Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
Other people are saying they like it. Case, man, grow up.
The tickets are now on sale for Lisbon, and oh, I can't wait to be back in that arena. And Furia, they would be dreaming of being in front of a Portuguese crowd again, especially with getting that far in order to have a chance of lifting the trophy. For Furia, there's still a lot of troubles, there's still a lot of inconsistency, but you mentioned it already, Vu, it's against the elite teams. Well, Na'Vi is still one of the elite teams, but they could be having a bit of a weak spot, maybe a weak moment, because it's not getting to the grand finals now. It's not lifting the trophies. Okay, it's only been now just the end of last year, coming into the beginning of this year, but it's not the same Na'Vi that I especially know and love, Maui.
No, it's definitely not. This Na'Vi, despite the fact that they've been together for about a year and a half at this point, I think the assembly was more around the World Final of 2023, actually, a little bit around then. They've hit a rough patch. Even though they're just not winning the tournaments, they're still getting deep into many of the tournaments.
Yep.
Top 8 finish at ESL Pro League, top 4 finish at Katowice, top 4 finish to kick off the year at the Blast Bounty, but that's not what we expect from this lineup. For a team that made it to 6 consecutive grand finals in the middle of last year, to be the 2 major winners ago, we want more. We want them to be on the grand final stage. We want them to be contesting for trophies, but it feels like they're falling short. And that's probably because, in my eyes, this roster is getting a little stale for my money.
And the problem is there's not one clear answer. It's not like JL plays bad every game, Wonderful plays bad every game. It's like every game something else goes wrong.
In terms of what's going wrong with it though, right? Is this something you guys have looked at and you can pinpoint where you're seeing some of the issues right now?
Well, it's not Bit.
No, yeah, definitely not. Definitely not him.
It's not Bit. Bit's probably been one of the only consistent contributors for them. In terms of just general thoughts on why it's not going so well, I would say my first and foremost point is just that I think they're using the same strategies that they had last year, and then the players are not delivering because they're now kind of just regressing to the mean of who they are. Bit's a guy that is ascended. He's actually playing better than what he did at the beginning of last year. It just feels like his progress is linearly going up, but everybody else, the strats are no longer surprising other teams, and teams now recognize Na'Vi, how they want to play around, and they're not catching people off guard anymore. What was a hallmark of their T sides last year is they would shoot so many people from behind, in the side of the head. They get easy kills. No more easy kills for Na'Vi.
Yeah, just to stay on Bit for a second, I mean, it's hard to even imagine that Bit came in, what, in 2020 or 2021? And he was this crazy entry fragger, insta-headshotting everyone.
bro.
He was looked at as like, oh, we've got to teach him the game. And now he's just like this grizzled veteran. He's finding timings. The amount of times Bit shoots someone in the side might be the most of anyone in the scene.
And is he the best anchor in the world?
Yes. Yeah.
He's no Naf.
I was so lucky.
I think Naf's better. No, Naf just lost to Eternal Fire today, okay? And he put up a pretty bad score on Anubis. But I love Naf.
So bit. Okay.
I love Naf, but like Bit's the best.
Just
anchor
enough
in
to have
the
like
world right now.
consoles,
Bit
but
bar none. I
not.
don't see anybody better.
So does that make him also the superstar of this team? Because we talk about
No,
him
like
not
social
having
media, you know.
Superstar by name.
So funny
It's
that
tough
Twitch
because
streamers
if
saying
your
this,
anchor is
but
your
yeah.
best player, he's only on one bomb site. He can't just choose.
Chris,
his
thanks
fights
for the
all the
39
time.
month
T
primer,
side, he
thank
gets to
you.
dictate
But
what he does a little
Ravager,
bit more,
thanks for
but
the
on
Twitch
CT
primer, thank
side,
you.
Sometimes he's just relegated to that singular bomb site, push to the
Almost
side.
curved monitor
and it's up
better.
to people
It's
like Ema, like JL,
whatever.
wonderful to control the action.
In terms of trying to control that action, though, LXCB's got to do some of the mastermind.
Not bad. I don't think it really adds. It doesn't really take away, though, either.
From we're looking at this, where LXCB's at right now, obviously this was the best year he'd ever had, right, in his career. He'd shown that the teams that passed him by, they made big mistakes. Are we still happy with what we're seeing from him as a leader?
LXCB is a fantastic in-game leader, and many teams would be lucky to have him.
What side does your monitor
idea is
curve?
that something needs to
A
change
little to the left,
on
right?
Na'Vi, and I don't think that his spot is guaranteed in the next season. I'm starting to see, like I said,
Oh, good job.
strategically,
Appreciate
this
you
team
being
is
here,
starting
man.
to just rehatch the same strategies, and if you're using similar strategies from the previous year, that's on Blade and it's
Mom
on
hates
Alexi.
Mongols.
The problem is
User
that I think Blade is irreplaceable,
YS7FE
but Alexi, as an individual, has been severely subpar.
Yeah, I was going to hold you to that for a second. I'm glad you mentioned Blade, though, because everyone wants to give all this credit to Blade when
Yes.
things are going well. This is the Blade
I was
system.
cheering for
This is
M80,
all
therefore I
all
do
these
hate
things he's
Mongols.
doing,
That is
and then
logic.
They do badly, and all of a sudden it's wonderful. It's JL, it's Alexi B. I mean, to be fair, yeah, those
Sorry, I was
players
just
have
reading
underperformed.
YouTube
I'm
comment.
not ready to say, I think you're right, his spot isn't guaranteed, but am I ready to say that he should be gone? I don't think he should be gone. I think the first person to look at, you have to look at Blade and question why they're looking the same. Why don't they have these extra looks? Is he out of ideas?
But haven't they had now the time as well that we need? Because obviously we speak about the early exits at the major and then the World Final that gave them the time. You come back after the break. They're supposed to be rejuvenated. We're supposed to see some new stuff.
And that's why after their Barcelona boot camp coming into the season, I thought we were going to get new stuff. I feel like they've changed a couple of their looks. Like maybe it's not JL going ramp on a round. Maybe he's actually going to help with mid control on Mirage, but they're still picking Mirage. They're still throwing the same exact smokes that they did for the entirety of last year. Their starters look practically identical, and I feel like they've gotten complacent with just being an elite team as opposed to a championship contender.
I'm going to say, if anyone's the problem in this team, I actually think it's JL. I'm going to whisper, I think it might be JL. Okay, wonderful.
Why are you whispering, Vu?
Listen. I don't want to offend you, okay? I said something negative about Na'Vi, and this guy gave me a death stare. It was like he was going to kill me.
He's looking at it over there. No, he's not really.
Looked around.
It was like, holy shit.
Everyone wants to point out Wonderful, and Wonderful isn't the best opera in the world. He has individual problems, but Wonderful isn't the reason they lost to the Mongols. Wonderful isn't the reason they're struggling in group stages.
Again?
It's
Yeah.
something else, and it could be the leadership, but sometimes I just see JL make
My name
the
is
same
Butt Ravager, and I
decision,
approve of
the
this
same
stream.
play
What was
5 rounds in
the
a
what was
row
the such
and
shit
get
from a
killed all
mod?
5 rounds. Like it's.
I got
sometimes
mods
it
in
is
here?
inexcusable, I feel like.
Well, Vu just is a JL hater. I'm hearing this from the start, but I know I caught up with Alexi earlier, so let's see what he's saying. See, the way you guys exited EPL, the game you lost, didn't look like Na'Vi, losing the jewels, kind of thrown off. How disappointing was that for you guys, and how you managed to talk about this and go through it coming into this event?
Obviously, it was disappointing. I felt like we had more to show in that event, but to be honest, Mongols just played absolutely lights out. Like I feel like they dominated us when it came down to all the duels and important moments. They just always came out on top, and we've watched their games a while now, and we saw that they could pull this off. But unfortunately, it happened to us, so tough loss there. And after that, yeah, we had a good talk, tried to practice all the days after that coming here. And yeah, I feel like we improved.
Okay, you said practice all the days, so no days off since EPL?
You're not getting unbanned,
not really.
Caseman.
Obviously, the travel day here.
Yeah.
Really a day off. Yeah, no, but we had discussions after as well. But I mean, we obviously had like some time off to rest, but you know, doing a shorter day, but still, you know, trying to work every day.
Working hard and grinding the whole way. Obviously, the highs of Na'Vi, looking at last year, was amazing for you guys. But what do you see as the main problems you guys are facing? Because obviously, we're putting you on this higher level now where we say, okay, we expect you guys to be winning the big events and going deep all the way.
You know, like last season, we had a lot of, you know, quarterfinals and semifinals where we came out on top. And now, you know, we struggled on the semifinals, we struggled now in quarterfinals, but it's not, to be honest, it's not big things. Like last season, some games felt like we should have lost, but we kind of like, you know, the individual brilliance and something like took us over the line so many events in a row, and now we're kind of lacking that. But to be honest, when we're doing reviews and when we're watching like what's actually happening, we know if we can be better or if there is a bigger flaw. And, you know, we felt like we weren't, as you said, you know, completely ourselves, and Mongols just dominated us, and we don't want it to happen again, and that's why we tried to improve the most.
We're definitely going to find out if you improved across this event, but also it's quite an important event for you guys. In terms
Well,
of the
SCB
VRS
basically
and
said it's
the
a skill
points,
issue.
right? Is this on your mind at all? Because you've slipped quite far down in terms of this, and I'm sure you want to be straight to stage 3.
Mongols did body the shit out of them, though.
I mean, the thing is, I don't really want to think about it because I feel like the events before this, you know, we set the expectations higher, and now we just want to be there as a team. You know, we want to just feel like we're a force on the server and don't let small things get into our heads, and, you know, have this flow and this vibe of a functioning team. And, you know, if we make it happen, then I'm sure we're going to be on the next stage. So.
Now, to talk about what we've been talking about in terms of their performance, where they've been going with this, right? Obviously, the players were not happy. They missed Cluj-Napoca. Yeah. It cost them a lot of points in terms of that as well, and potentially a lot of money. If they went there, they'd be the favourites to win the whole thing. Now they're in a situation when it comes to the VRS where they are far down. When you look at that, you do not expect to see Navi's name there. You think that's like a guaranteed stage 3 team, surely.
Oh yeah, they've actually fallen off. I think we have the number right here in the lower third that they're 7th, and you, for the VRS, I mean, you just want to. The simple answer is that you just want to go as deep at this tournament as you can. Again, there's added pressure. There, we can see that the teams that are lined up right now, that Navi,
that's the cool graphic.
They're beneath FaZe. They're beneath Falcons. Like, that doesn't feel right. When I look at that, Vu, and I see Navi is ranked 7th, I'm just thinking about, oh, look at the 3 teams that are ahead of them, or 4 teams actually that are directly
they
ahead
didn't
of them.
skip the event,
All of them
though.
went to PGL Cluj.
Yeah. You have the Navi ideal in your head, but do you have
literally
Navi
only 2
really
teams
in your
in
head?
that
What have they
list
done
at the top
recently to
above
say
them
that they're better?
didn't go.
Okay, Falcons, that's a joke, okay? Eternal Fire, though.
that just shouldn't be there.
Eternal Fire, though.
Yeah.
There's also a team or 2 under them.
He said,
maybe could be
he
above
said
them
what we were all
based on
thinking. That's
current
crazy.
form.
And in terms of the current form, though, right, where do you expect Navi to finish here, looking at current form? Because obviously their expectations for me should be minimum grand final, win the tournament because it's Navi, but also just for getting the points that you like, that the time that they'll have extra to prepare in bootcamp to do the things like you said, reinvent things before a major, which is the most important tournament of the year, right? Then you need to be in stage 3.
I mean, they got to do really well here. I mean, this is the last tournament for most of the teams that are playing here to unless they like squeak into like some online cup or something. But in reality, yeah, this is where the most points are for a team like Navi. They should obviously care so much more than a team like who's another team on top, like Vitality or Mongols. Like both of those teams
more than enough points.
They're so secure in their position that if they kind of like relax at this tournament a little bit, then we kind of forgive them a little bit. We want them to win as many trophies as possible, but there's gearing up for the right ones. And for Navi, this is an instrumentally important tournament for them to be a stage 3 team. Not only do they want the berth into the latest part of the major, but that capsule is gonna go crazy. Like, people are like, Vitality's in it, we got the Mongols in it, we got G2 is I think gonna be in that, Spirit's in it. Like, no, there's a lot of teams that are just gonna like clean up with how much people are gonna buy that capsule.
And I mean, Navi are a team, even at their best, they always feel like they could lose to much lower ranked teams. It's not like a Vitality where you put them against Astralis and you're like 13-0 incoming. It's like it's just or a VP. Put them against 13-0 incoming. It's like, you know, you
honestly,
play Navi.
Nah,
Navi
I disagree. I've been liking
they
it.
Just not show up for that day. They seem to
Navi literally skipped an event, then got shit on in the next event.
As well.
Dan, that's a problem, right? You shouldn't be
big
playing
fan.
down when you're at
Big
this
fan.
level,
You kidding
have
me?
to fight through so many of these teams that are below you if you're supposed to be on top.
No way Navi even deserves to be higher than that. Like,
the most studied
do I think they might be the better team than some of those listed? Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Results matter.
Of what's coming when they play against them on Mirage. They know that it's going to be a window smoke. They know it's going to be a top mid smoke. They know
they got absolutely blown the fuck out of the server in Pro League, and they skipped Cluj.
Like, I'm not even in the server having to prep it. I'm just talking about them in general statements on a desk, and I know exactly how they're starting their T side. So that's a problem.
Like,
they need. So that's why the whole
that's-
reinvention of strategy
Yeah,
feels
I think VRS is
imperative.
actually
I almost,
very
in a weird
accurately
way, feel
ranking
like
them.
Maybe they kind of didn't show their whole
being
hand
real.
at ESL Pro League with how they wanted to ramp up into the season, but that's giving them almost probably too much credit too.
I mean, Na'Vi too predictable. Who's told this to Spirit? You know Donk's swinging connector.
But they have a star player. But they have a star player that's always going to deliver.
It's very different when it comes to that, right? You can't compare the two. But I did think we just had a HLTV short news that...
Yeah, don't forget they bombed out at the major. They literally didn't make playoffs, guys, at the major.
Excuse me, where's this coming from?
They got third, fourth at Kato, which with that format means they basically won 2 best of 3s.
Let me pull it out. Oh yeah,
Right? Unless I'm misremembering. Or is it 3 best of 3s technically that they won?
You're like
Is it
throwing
3?
out as a diss, like, oh no, I'm good. It's like, it's not prison. I get to play with Rec, you know? It's cool. I get to play with Lake. And well,
but you're just assuming you're replacing Swisher.
Oh my! Where's this coming out of? Where's this coming from?
Well, sticking on the American side of things,
Yeah.
Na'Vi's opponent in this one is a Furia who, it's so hard because they've got the players and the pieces you think they would succeed with, right? People can say what they want about
far,
how this team has done over the last couple of years, but now they've had more than
last
enough time
bounty they
with
got
this
third,
fight.
fourth, which
Scholes looks
is
good
not.
in his role, but I'm still not seeing the results that I would expect from a name like
I mean,
this.
when you
And
consider the
Brazilian
teams that
fans
were in
as
that
well, Spain's
tournament,
the best Brazilian
like
team.
The calling for Furia
they
has
were
become
behind
more
Eternal
akin to
Fire
the
and they were tied with
European meta.
G2.
It looks better. Their T sides
Not
in my
terrible, but
eyes,
not great.
look more
Remember, once
polished
again,
than
they
did with
completely
Art.
missed the
And
playoffs.
So you have to boil it down to
And
the individuals.
then-
I feel like a couple guys on this team come up
Then they
short
went to
per
Kato.
role
They got
and
third,
fall
fourth,
despite
tied
the
with
fact that in
Mongols,
my eyes,
behind
again, he's
Spirit, behind
improved the calling
Vitality.
of this team. His opping has become a limiting factor for the ceiling of this team. He's putting up in important games 0.9 ratings pretty consistently, sometimes even worse.
They beat Furia, then they beat Spirit. That's a big win. Then they beat Mongols, but then they lost in the playoffs.
Bad. With a Deagle, bad. M4,
Yeah, then
bad.
Spirit showed up and
AK,
smacked
bad.
them in playoffs.
Surprisingly acceptable. He's
I hope so. After all that,
acceptable.
He's not going to be the guy. He's not going to elevate his
What's
team.
the gun stat rating, Boo? What's
And
the
then yeah,
like
Pro League.
very similar to
Pro League was
Wonderful on gun
brutal
versus
to
gun rounds
watch,
in kills
dude.
per round.
Okay.
He's not elevating the team to a top 5 level, but he's not the reason that they
5th
can't
through 8th
beat
isn't
some
like
M80
terrible
or
by
something.
any means,
so
but
I can
also
stop you both
like
there,
eye
'cause we can
test wise
actually find
watching
out
that
what
game,
Fallen
that
thinks
was
is
that
the
was
best,
actually
and maybe you
rough.
can give us some of the answers. Fallen, we spoke together at many events about
They lost
just the
13-6
inconsistencies
both
we've seen
maps.
from you guys.
Only
and what
player
you
in the
guys
entire
need to
Na'Vi
do to
team
try
with the
and get back
1.0
to the
rating
top.
or higher was
What
wonderful.
did you think is
Next
the
highest
real
was Jail
missing piece
0.79.
for Furia right now?
Hello everyone. I feel like we have a lot of very close matches this early season, and there's a lot of tournaments we went out with the weird feeling of not playing out fully in terms of not having a chance, but at the same time not being as precise as you need to beat the good teams. So I feel like we just have to be a little bit more precise on decisions, mostly when pressure is high, so we can finish some games up.
When you're looking at that, you guys are very well aware how
Samurai,
to
I'm
deal
gonna
with
need you
pressure.
to
I know
do
guys
exploit
can handle
rules
it.
and
You've
then
got
go
the
ahead and read them
experience
for
of
me.
the
Thanks,
team
bro.
In those pressure
Tycoon, thanks for the
situations,
Twitch primer.
who
Thank
else
you,
is
man.
there to help you make
And
that
the
call
follow.
or to give you the right information so it's not just you the whole time?
I remember too, Flipper.
I think in the team, the guy who helps me the most with the calls and mostly help with the details that some calls demands, I'll say it's Caserato. He has a very good memory and he's always helping us to coordinate some stuff. I think that Cello also is a good voice in terms of bringing the communication that's necessary to make sure the timings and the hitings are going to work and making sure the link between the entry fragger and the supports are going to be on point. So yeah, there's a lot of people helping out, and yeah, let's see how it's going to go today.
Now, I see also how passionate, how fired up this team still gets throughout the games, which is great to see. But is there now also starting to be some frustrations when you're not making it as far as you want? Do you start to see that come into the team?
I think it's pretty normal to be frustrated when things
Try
are
to be
not
consistent.
really working out. But
Not
at the
always-
same time, it's very
not always
important
good
to
at
keep
it.
the composure and keep the mentality on a good place, mainly when the match is not over. So
KFC's
as long
ass,
as you're
Norville,
still
don't
competing,
insult
you
me
gotta
like that
keep your
ever again, or I'll
spirits high and
perma
hope
you.
that you can come back and hope
Thank
that you
you.
can still win. So it's an aspect that I consider myself good at. But of course, as any other human being, sometimes you are not able to do everything as you would like to do. And there are times I fail in that regard, including last tournament.
Political comment, timeout.
I was like, damn, I
Bad
lost
food
myself,
take comment
mentally
and
on this
involving
one.
me
But it's
and
all
lying about it,
organizing those stuff and
permaban
coming
for
back
sure.
better for the next games, and I think we're going to see a very strong rise.
Just so you understand.
That's what everyone wants to see for sure. And looking at having this strong Furia, you're going up against a Na'Vi who can be very set in their ways of play. You can kind of get a good read of them. Is there something you thought of maybe in how you can disrupt them? Because we've seen them in recent times thrown off their game and not even been able to take like the head-to-head duels before. So is that a game plan?
You know, Na'Vi is one of those teams that they don't try to be super exquisite on the way they play. They don't try to be super innovative, but they just do the basics very well.
Bad food take about Flom is political.
They're used to the stuff they do, so of course they know their timings, they know the reactions, they know which fights they're gonna pick. So it's a team that is very difficult to play against. But at the same time, we have beaten them in the past, and we know that if we play our best game, we can play up to those guys. So yeah, it's all about us showing up in a strong form, and we can play a very decent game against them.
And that's what we need to see, because these are the moments when you've got a team that they're going up against who is slightly weaker than the norm, where Furia need to pounce.
Oh man, this is just not good. I mean, it's like
about the mentality side of things is because
for your opera, this is still just not good.
This frustration from him that I hadn't seen, which I actually think is a good sign though. If you're now getting disappointed, where okay, we're supposed to be doing this, we're supposed to have this done right, and you're still not getting it done, and it is starting to show that you've got some emotions there. That's good. I want to see him fired up and get some change going.
Fallen's talked about the fact that they've got the pieces, so they just got to put these things together. Even the way he characterizes how Na'Vi, I think there's a little bit of envy there. The way he's saying that, you know, they just do the basics, they do them extremely well. Yeah. It feels like Furia just needs to do the basics a little bit better.
We do have to run an ad
between them in the late round, for example. Things just need to be ironed out a little bit more.
I'm gonna run it in like a minute, so if you're prime forgetter, now's the time.
As good as any European top 15 team. Their calls are great. On CT side though, they look like they've completely lost the plot. They're completely lost at times. They lose unlosable rounds consistently, and it's not even Fallen's fault. We've got Cello, who is
Blake
just
from
as
State
likely
Farm,
to have
thanks
like
for the Twitch Farmer, thank you.
As he is a 1.4 rating. It actually makes he has no average games almost ever, and so Fury is actually kind of, I use them as my argument against those Swiss systems where it's BO1 upper bracket, BO3 lower bracket, because if Cello shows up to play, they are a top 5 team, potentially a top 5 team, but 80% of the time when he doesn't show up to play, they can lose to anyone.
And that's a rough spot to be in. And also, we haven't even started talking about, right, let's
no, wait for the maps, guys.
All
right, ad incoming now.
So highly, for so
apologies,
long,
guys.
Leading the charge at the top of Brazilian CS, right? Now we sit there in a way going, okay, where's that experience? Where's that output the whole time, the consistent amount of time?
Queserado's been bringing it. I feel like even though the numbers may tell a slightly weaker position or a slightly weaker picture for how he's been performing, I still find him to be one of the most solid anchor riflers. I still put a lot of faith in him to multi-frag when it's a call.
Flipper, you fucking psychopath in
his stats
YouTube,
aren't
bro.
Look as good because they're not winning. So
YouTube chat, put some nice cocks in chat for Flippers 5 gifted members. Thank you, dude.
I still have a lot of trust in Queserado. When it comes to Yuri
We're
and
actually
Skulls,
trying to
though,
sub everyone in the fucking YouTube stream, I swear. Single-handedly.
Juan,
thanks for the 47-month primer. Thank you.
It's not actually netting them victories. It's very peculiar because like the synergy he had on Liquid, or the lack of synergy, was more than apparent. He'd come out late on timings. He wouldn't swing with
Holy
his teammates.
shit, real Blake?
He's doing that
That's
now,
crazy. Juan, thanks for the 47-month primer. Thank you.
Not all going his way. So in my eyes, it's really peculiar to pick on the other players, but I think that the clear weak spot
Looking
that
like
you
a cute
highlighted
cupcake
in Cello
today? Yeah, am I?
to me a guy that is the biggest X
Question is, would you one bite me or what?
It's their CT sides. Everything boils down to, I'm fine with Cello being whatever Cello does. I'm fine with what Skulls does, Queserado does, Fallen. It's fine. As, you know, maybe you're not the top 1 team in the world, but it's fine. You have to fix the CT side. It's criminally bad. It is like, I think it's 3rd worst in the top 20. It's barely 40% win rate on CT side. They fumble round after round. And
the thing is, I lick all the frosting off first. Okay, so you're an absolute fucking psychopath. Got it.
Their T sides can actually carry them close to the finish line.
Yeah.
CT sides.
Nah, that actually should put you on a fucking list.
Something that's very important, especially in this matchup. It's the Vita. So the first ban will come out, and it's Furia.
Bro's just eating deconstructed cake.
For the second one, though, are we expecting some variants in here?
I mean, we've seen Na'Vi
Flipper, listen, don't.
so this is where I'm a little
Flipper
bit
is
unsure.
literally, there's a guy in my YouTube stream named Flipper.
In some ways,
he gives way too many members all the time. He gives 5, I thank him. He goes, Flom, it wasn't even 20 or 50 gifted this time, unless this guy is literally baiting himself into gifting more members.
It's too bad. I was ready for them to go for the train because JL.
And so I've read the message now, so now I'm baiting.
B makes
Congrats.
JL was trolling.
I've brainwashed you, like actually.
What 300 IQ mind games are going on here?
Is this Lamb?
Well, apparently they don't like train that
I'm
much.
probably fucking this up.
But Anubis.
This is a map that Na'Vi haven't played for the last few months, so in a weird way, it's like a targeted pick, just because they are not practiced in it. So I think Furia going for that one.
Got to use Prime from YouTube.
It's unfortunately one of those ones though where they're like, we're just gonna
Hating
play
Flom
our
and
game.
debating this dude,
Mirage,
he's
the
a
most
pro. I've
typical
just
pick from Na'Vi for the
apparently
last year and a half.
you guys just hate money. Curated a community that just hates money. It's good for me. Bad for you guys, but good for me. Lamb, thanks for the Twitch primer. Thank you.
Yes, I mean,
they come in super well drilled. This is now going to be the best Anubis team in the world.
I think it's one where Fallen finds a lot of comfort on it. Also, mostly for the T side though. Again, CT side will be their likely downfall in this matchup.
And for the decider,
Friendly reminder though, make sure you guys are always taking care of yourselves first. I plan on streaming for a long time, and I'd rather you guys be financially stable and just slowly over time have your sub. Thank you.
Okay. You know, I mean,
I'll bleed you slowly. I don't need it all up front. You know, I'm in it for the long haul. You know.
Actually, when I really think about it, that is a little bit curious.
Shoe Dog, thanks for the 21-month primer. Thank you. Snap with the 22-month primer. Thank you. And chat.
For a lot of teams nowadays,
that is a scam train.
Dependent on Banana. So I like that they go with Nuke. I like that Na'Vi trusts their Nuke.
I will be matching all gifted on Twitch and on YouTube if you're an absolute psychopath, which we just described.
For them to show a little bit more
squat
faith
fat
in
Thor.
it, I'm happy about that. It shows that they're just putting their
I
faith in the right
did.
direction.
Chat. I said all. Did anybody clip it when I started the stream today?
Likes of Spirit and Vitality, they have to play Nuke. Both Spirit and Vitality look weak
man.
on Nuke at times. And Na'Vi looked strong.
I squatted 290 yesterday.
But they have to prove that they're
AMRAP
still fine. It's not unbeatable like it once was.
Bro, I don't remember.
It needs to be
more than 15, less than 20.
I'm never going to ask you guys predictions because I'm not doing that kind of thing, but I do want to ask you.
I did 15 yesterday, military press AMRAP at 145. I'm doing deads today. I did 390 deads at like 15, I think, or some stupid shit.
Is it less favored now because of what we've seen in recent times?
Last week, I think I'm doing 400 or 410 today.
You might say for Fury.
And then I did 280 for 13 on the bench.
It's not usually in an opening round group stage game against a Furia team who probably, like, you know, we've been building up VRS implications for a lot of teams. There's not really
those are all in pounds, not kilograms. And well, Flipper is a psychopath, so
so in a weird way, I feel like Na'Vi's going to be trying.
All these are all for reps. Yeah, those are they're AMRAPs. I'm doing 5-3. Well, I was doing
because it shows
5-5 AMRAP, 3-3 AMRAP, 5-3 AMRAP is what I'm doing right now.
Not to the point where I think they should be. I
haven't lifted heavy in a long time, so that's what I was doing. Steady Thrust, thank you very much for the 5 gifted on Twitch. Can we get some nice ones in chat for the 5?
It's Na'Vi taking on Furia.
And well, Flipper's a psychopath. Flipper with the 50 gifted members on YouTube.
I am right there with.
Thank you very much for the 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50 gifted members on YouTube. Sorix, thanks for 23-month primer. Floofy, thanks for gifted sub to Don't Tell Me What to Do, man. So 50 on YouTube, 6 on Twitch.
They've got some ground to make up after a couple of unexpected
YouTube chat friendly reminder, make sure you enable receiving gifted members because it's not on by default and YouTube is fucking stupid.
Tonight's the night that they stomp.
Losing to Azuwu.
Also, don't forget to like the stream and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Thank you.
Saw his last stance at PGL into totally random team, into still beating Na'Vi, who were the team of the year last year. It wasn't that long ago, guys. It's time to get it together.
No, Vaughn, don't do that.
Any more aura left here for Na'Vi as they go up against Furia, and as Maui put it, in an opening game, not deep into a tournament, a situation where they're supposed to be.
Not locked. Thank you very much for the primer, man. Shumi, thanks for the 5-month resub. Thank you, beautiful. Appreciate you.
Would be, maybe.
How do you enable receiving gifted? I think somebody said it's like.
It doesn't have sleeves. Quesarado does though. That'll be Furia, of course.
I don't remember where it's at,
to take a
be
chunk
honest.
out of a Na'Vi that I think they need revenge on. The Katowice score
I just saw it's not on by default for some reason.
13-3 on Mirage.
Lock, thanks for the primer. Shumi, thanks for your 5. Thank you.
13-5 on Dust 2. 2 easy wins for Na'Vi.
Mods, did we get a prediction up?
Chumps, and guess what? We got Dust,
for Dust
2 here as well. It's the same maps to start it off, and nuke if needed. But oh, excuse me. That ain't Dust 2.
Wait. Okay, so it's Anubis. All right, Anubis, Mirage, Nuke. Got it. Hold on.
You washed up.
Yeah, send me down.
Oh, no, you got it. No, you did it. They confused me with the graphics. If you didn't see, they literally put Dust 2 on the fucking stream.
Flashes and a smoke.
No, you did good, MacBook. You guys are good. Everybody's all good. They just, the production just griefed me and them for a second.
Boing.
You have much faith in Furia?
Click the join button, then click the three dots on the top right, then flip the switch to allow gifting. That's so crazy. They don't do that by default.
Yeah. So when you watch Furia at the majors, for example, it's like Vu said, you never know when they're going to pop off. Nice one. Caserado, super clean to kick off this defense.
Wait, Flipper threw in a 50 super chat in there too.
Caserado, who then has to give up his position.
I can't even keep up with Flipper. I literally missed it.
Will grab Alexi for the road. That's a nice little Beretta rhythm. Caserado.
What?
Taps through smoke, gets another couple headshots.
No
3 kills
way,
in the
that's
pistol.
how he
Yeah,
gets
you're
the
right,
3K.
Not to over-exaggerate, but that is clean as can be. Bomb down in the smoke in front of him. Imed dead. Quad kill for Caserado. And he flicks the wrist, hot-handed in the first round of this series.
All right, well, Caserado, the human turret, is activated.
Crosshair placement, some with timing. But the first kill, that first peek, I didn't even hear the bullet.
It's because it's silent. Wow.
Man.
Maybe don't stand there.
What a round out of him. Damn, his hands feel. Look at that. He's on fire right now.
Good round out of Caserado.
Flipper, thank you, though, dude. You're psycho. Just, as always, make sure you're taking care of you, right?
With Machine the other night. And, hey. Caserado came walking by.
2.5 minutes remaining, chat, on this camera.
Nose. He's like, hey, dude, what's that? And now today, Cello's got one. So,
and,
yeah.
Chopper, obviously.
Enhanced breathing is spreading, dude.
Freaking nose breathers.
Do they have Crocs Heelys?
That's me.
I don't think so, but that would be sick.
I wear them at night, though. I just don't breathe in the day.
But also, I think that would kind of fuck up the feeling. I will say, though, for all the people that have been anti-Croc lately,
sometimes you get high if you don't breathe.
A lot of brands are now, they're not calling them Crocs, but they're calling them, what is it, regenerative shoes? They're basically, everybody's making their own versions of Crocs now.
Just going to zoom right by the camera and past Cello.
All these motherfuckers like, damn, we got to kind of get in on this.
You got Glocks in your walls. Like termites.
This is a very long-range way, though, to approach this site.
Yeah.
Bomb this from a distance. It's better now. It's new and improved.
It's like, I understand why Skulls would be worried.
I've gotten them Crocs. I have Gengar custom Crocs. Yeah. Wait, did the Pokemon Crocs get released?
The numbers of the wrap, but it is everybody. And they're able to lock this down with nothing here for the T side. Nope. Cello pistol out his triple in the round.
All right, Fury keeps it clean.
Kills all over the place so far for Furia. Converting
not too much to expect from this round. This is the big round here.
There's the CT improvements that Vu was looking for. This really balances out the stats here. 2-0 start. And it will be Anubis especially. Now, there is a case to say, especially when you compared them to the top 20 teams, you know, that really brings it into perspective. But obviously, everybody's struggling a little bit on CT side, so that can be even worse. You know, where you can have abysmal CT sides. You've already not got the tools. The map pool is now not in your favor as well. And that actually makes rounds like Pistol that much more important, because those are a little easier to win than your full-on gun rounds, which we've got coming up for you right now.
Just I'd be no mid-nades whatsoever, which is kind of interesting. No mid pressure. Just I'd be. Are they just gonna go straight into a B end?
Starting a bit of
mid smoke now.
Towards top middle, but there's nobody there. Nobody home. Just a smoke to feign a bit of presence, getting closer to E-Box is
Chat,
JL.
the scam train ended. I 6 on Twitch and 50 on YouTube.
Real move, trying to go swinging out long. Emat up close, got an opponent with a nade out. Not able to capitalize for the kill at first, but he gets an easy second duel, knowing Yuri is locked in with him, and 5v3 looking good for Na'Vi at 50 seconds. JL gets in with an instant headshot.
All right, that was clean.
I mean, completely owned.
Just wait for them to get nervous, I guess, right?
Damage, Alexi B2, but that's it. No casualties so far.
Although Bomb's got across and the smoke is kind of buns.
Smoke is kind of buns.
Surely Fallen doesn't snap this onto the bomb as it jumps over,
they have
right?
Flashes if they want to use them. All right, well, it made noise.
Well, the bomb still got to sight, so that's really what matters.
All right, I matched my 50 on YouTube.
How it got there, not so much. Covered in Emet guts.
The fuck buns is flom. True.
I love Ime these days.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I think just...
As opposed to the days that you didn't?
Yeah, like his first year on Na'Vi. Yeah. Didn't love that. But I just think he's...
It wasn't a whole year, right? It was, I think like first 6 months.
It kind of, you know, he proved everyone wrong, I think, with how good he got on this team. I felt like he was never going to fit in, and a full year is right. Maybe it wasn't a full year, but it was up until the second half of last year.
It's still a scary amount of time.
Around like EWC.
You know, it was, I think, a period of time that other people maybe would have been...
kicked.
Yeah,
yeah,
would have been cut within. So, and I just remember as well when like it started to go well with him, when he was finally starting to slot in on like on a performance level. Remember Blade coming out?
He was really struggling there for a while.
Like, okay, now the next phase is to turn him into the secondary caller. And I just thought to myself like, oh,
I know
no,
Fall hates Inferno, but Inferno sucks so bad.
Ruin him. Just when he's starting to find
form, or Anubis sucks so bad. Yeah, I mean,
with responsibility, but he's stepped right into that.
I think he was, you know, it's because he was just naturally talking a lot already.
Oops, wait, I meant to gift you a sub and I timed you out for a second.
More he
My bad.
has to do,
Hold
or
on.
how much more right he has to say what he already wanted to say.
That's funny.
But,
FL0M gifted
my running coach always used to tell me,
that was funny.
teach people to run
Fat
faster,
finger.
which isn't really.
I
great
saw
advice
1 second and I clicked the 1 second button instead of the one gifted
Can be
button.
said somewhat for an IGL. I mean, some people sort of know that they're going to be able to do it. Some just doesn't make sense.
Bro's on his burner.
Teach
Wait,
people to
hold
run
on.
faster, but that'll be $500
Bro's got burner
for the
Twitch
life.
accounts. Now, okay, how do I take this back?
I keep it real.
Bro's sus.
Oh, wow. Beautiful shot. Wonderful. From the bottom of steps with an AK?
Yeah.
Was that a one-tap as well? Because the time to kill was quick.
Imagine being such a dork. You have a burner Twitch account. Dude.
Was dropped.
I don't know why. But
Pressure from both sides of this B site. We're watching Cello
I don't know why.
join
That
them
just made
from
me
that
fucking
CT
laugh so
rotate.
bad.
No follow-through pounce just yet, and with the bomb at the base of the stairs,
Oh, shit.
definitely Na'Vi playing with the next 40 seconds as they please. We start to get that departure from Long B despite using the util.
So
and
Long
we'll
is also-
watch
oh,
as
I'm for
majority
sure a
of
dork.
Furious
What do you
still
mean?
stick around on the wrong side of the map.
Oh, that's weird. An account called Floofy's Test just followed me after we talked about being a dork for having multiple
Game
accounts.
gets really funny if you look at the HUD and see JL smirking as he clears everything.
Oh, yeah, first time chatter. Yeah, geez.
You know something's going on. Queserado knows something's going on.
15, man. They've really let this come down to the wire.
Oh, they really have, actually. Oh, but that kill, that's the Na'Vi kill. That's a Na'Vi kill right there.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, like, has to happen 10 seconds
Yeah.
ago.
And does.
But they get it.
Imagine he just let off the
Wonderful. Has
plant right
two
there.
Very clean kills to his name, and he's the difference between the clock expiring and Na'Vi having no problems. Blasts fallen out of E-Box with what felt like 1 bullet, maybe 2. And the Queserado kill just as clean. So wonderful on the AK. Finding a round to be proud of early days here on Anubis.
Wonderful, just play with the rifle. Well, we're past the days, man, where like people are like JDM, where they just can't rifle at all.
JL is
You know what I
married,
mean?
Has a massively successful YouTube channel. Has already won a major. And is playing for the premier Ukrainian organization and maybe the biggest organization in Counter-Strike history. Give up.
Oh, right.
That's the message.
Yeah.
It's too late. Because he's only 24, I think.
Well.
Best player of all time? I don't fucking know, man.
That's a feels good moment for
I mean, Go was simple for sure. It's not really a debate.
Opera violence, but you just blasted his head off.
As
with the
time
AK.
goes on, man, if Zywo just keeps pacing like this, it's kind of insane.
Good day to be a Na'Vi fan. At least
Some
the way this one's
dork's
kicking
alt
off.
account
Still
just
tied game
followed.
2-2, But you got a USP
See when
for
this was
Fallen.
made.
Very quickly, that money.
This account was created
Coming back around
27
to Honda.
seconds ago.
Cello's going to get flashed in. Alexi could be found blind, but he's got teammates to help him. Oh, JL. Love that. Left side bridge peek.
It was countered with a third player.
And Alexi B so far ahead of it. Queserado doesn't expect that because he's thinking there's just the 2 players that get called are the ones in the back. Instead, Alexi just sneaking up through that drop
No
arch.
problem, Matt.
And so really making the most of it with a bit of timing.
It's interesting, like, we haven't seen
True
classic,
thing, true.
I say classic, Anubis is pretty new, but, like, this is the most standard way you approach mid and defend mid that people have been doing since the beginning. But it doesn't feel like any other teams at this event has really even tried to do this. It's always been open lurks in through middle or really early pushes from the CT side. But here you have the full-on default from both ends, but Na'Vi win because they have an extra player. And the last two CTs get spotted. That's a plant on the B site and a save for Furia.
Just a quick jump into the B bomb site. No resistance on this part of the map, so things couldn't have gone better for Na'Vi. And now
Nah, I'm kind of with you though. Like going back to this conversation that like Anubis is low key kind of getting ass.
Although frowning,
I do think that Anubis is really got throttled to the forefront because it started getting picked so much. So it started getting min-max like really hard.
The radar.
Like,
is not safe at all here.
I'm not
This
saying
is,
that this wouldn't have
tough one for
eventually
him to
happened.
hold
I
in
just
with
feel like
two
the
players
timeline
coming
for
at
it is
him.
because the map pool's been so rough.
Fallen's not anywhere nearby to trade it, so yeah, doesn't even get one of the two kills. Fallen's M4 to be held onto, but Na'Vi go 3 straight.
All
It's a
good,
fun little
nerves all good,
challenge. The
man.
Fury are trying to take an Anubis off Na'Vi, like Maui Snake said. I haven't played this for a couple months now, Na'Vi.
But I think the map does need some tweaks. I don't know what they would be, but I do. You know, it'd be really interesting. What if they just moved camera back? Like, they just moved it back.
Getting involved.
So it's not a hallway and they're not
I feel like
connected,
I've
but
seen
like
some
they
good
just
rounds
move it
back of his
further
backs.
back.
Yeah. Always hard to measure, impact of these attacks.
Well, especially coaches.
I said the best map pool.
All coaches
since Vertigo
should
got
have
added.
to.
Wait,
okay.
This was the best map pool since Vertigo was added, and I need a new favorite analyst.
Should go out to stream.
Yeah, right now, like it's funny because like I will be completely honest with you guys. When we started losing Anubis on Mythic, like I started having less fun with it. And then I also think the other part of it is all I fucking play and face it now is like if I'm not playing Mirage, it's like Ancient Anubis, Mirage, Ancient Anubis, Mirage, Ancient Anubis,
Landing ahead of Yuri, setting
Mirage,
himself up
Ancient
for that
Anubis. So
one
like I've
safely,
kind of got to this
so that
point now where
everybody
like
else
I'm
can
like,
just sit
dude,
outside
fucking
of
A.
B.
Yuri's the important piece right
So
now.
it's for me like I really love this map when it came out. Like I fucking love this map when it came out. But now that it's like once again kind of getting like mid-max to like
The only thing that ruins this is a Molly
perfect percentiles of play.
You'll just sit there watching the flank.
It
making
does
sure
feel a
nobody
bit
comes at
oppressive
him
as a
from
CT.
the other side of the map, and
I
right now
also
it doesn't
think
look
like the
that
game
is
in
the
general
case.
is more T-sided. So like this map really.
Oh, he got it. Yep. Fallen just jumping
Oh,
back.
you got him with the
takes it
jump
to
spot.
head.
Shit.
JL tries to push in. That's a double E-box hold.
Replace
confirmed.
dust with cash. Thanks to the 34-month farmer. Thank you.
This bit's gonna connect to Yuri. Another player down in there low. 20 health for Skulls.
Oh, dude, I saw your message earlier. You didn't have to resub. No, you don't get VRS points for map wins. You have to win the series.
Getting easy kills on Cello. Quesarado trying to just
think skinny,
crawl his way up the canal. And I think this is going to catch off Wonderful.
Okay, let's see if there's an op delivery.
I think moving back some of the rotation spots like would be cool. Or if they just connected.
Wonderful's got him now.
Ooh, that's a cool one. What if they connected Temple
as in knows where he
rotation
is,
the
of
CT
course.
to the CT cave?
4 rounds Na'Vi straight.
He's mentally got him in the bag.
That'd be cool, right?
That was a classically good round out of Na'Vi. Look at the shot.
I actually think that'd be kind of sick.
You thought it was safe. It looked pretty safe. It did look pretty safe. It's a great shot from Wonderful. Kodak moment.
He is on
They should
form
take
this
E-box
evening
and
between
remove
the
it.
AK and
Oh.
now the op.
Case
None of
Rado
which will
posture. Case
feature
Rado
in
posture
round
is
7
insane
for
because he's
Furia.
literally
Back
just
to
a
the
human
pistols
turret.
with a bit
It's
of
nuts.
utility sprinkled in.
Does this mean M80's out? No, nobody can be eliminated
Those
yet.
E-box
This tournament
looks
format
consistent. Gotta be
is
careful of the bridge peak.
double elim.
But Cello not looking to make the swing for it just yet.
How come you get Shrek and Hobgoblin and I don't get Ramsey?
Because those are good callouts. Well,
Ooh.
Hobgoblin
Shrek
maybe
and
not.
Hobgoblin.
Shrek is an excellent call, and I really hope it catches on. If I can have any influence on this community in the next
What's the difference between Shrek and Ramsey in terms of how you came to them words?
Well, Shrek
is way more
swamp,
based.
so it makes total sense, and that position doesn't have another name.
Okay, now do Ramsey.
Ramsey has 15 other names already.
What?
E-box, Dark.
Yeah, but not when we made it.
Oh. Well.
Ha.
Londra's like, I casted the map first, damn it.
I should say I.
But you got to call that corner Shrek, please.
Plum, for the top 20, the only
you,
CT-sided
Shrek.
map
Be
is
careful.
Nuke. The rest are
Alright.
equally or heavily
Whoa.
T-sided. 2 or even, and the rest are T-sided. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, the game in general is, like, more T-sided right now, and I think the way that Anubis plays, like, just
Nothing
kind
on
of
the bridge
exaggerates
for
it.
Skulls nor Yuri. So this one goes down swimmingly. When's the challenge start for Na'Vi? Because it feels like their game plan's going to a T.
All right. Nora, are you still playing WoW right now?
You got Blade back there
I
reading.
think
his
you want to
notes
know how I'm
inquisitively.
pretty sure she is.
I know that guy reads. Some guys like Frozen when you see them going through their pages, like they ain't reading.
That was hilarious yesterday. we didn't mention it on the cast, but it like cut to the players during attack pause. You see Kerrigan reading off the sheet.
Yeah, I'm
Frozen
dead in
holds
a
4
raid.
pieces
You
of
want to know
paper
how
in
I
front of
also
him
know
and
Nori
just
is so
cycles
like
through
full
them.
on
2 seconds per page.
engulfed in WoW right now?
that fast.
She left her phone out here. It's been out here for like a couple hours. And I was thinking about bringing it back in there, but she's locked into WoW, so she doesn't even need it.
I mean, Blade has it all memorized. He's really just sniffing his own farts.
Yeah.
He's the one who wrote it all.
No, I didn't. What the hell? Whose phone is that? Damn, wait, your phone looks exactly like... You know what? Never mind.
And a timeout needed here.
He
Is that what I
reads it and
saw?
goes, oh, that was a great point.
Ooh, what's that thing?
Snooze.
No. Squeeze ball.
Burner phone, ghost phone.
It looks like those candy dragon eggs.
Candy dragon eggs?
Yeah, they're like enormous gobstoppers.
Okay, yeah.
Speckled.
Jawbreakers.
Yeah. Those took a whole school day to eat.
Yeah.
Make your stomach hurt.
Okay, hold on.
Damn, Blade fine-tuning at a 5-2 lead on a 5-round
It's not
streak.
perfect.
My phone is next to me and I just saw the message.
But this time good.
Yeah.
That's what he wants out of him. Got to respect a man who shoots for perfection. Curious to see what Na'Vi throw out here. Let's see. What is it you wanted from him? Meanwhile, of course, $9,000 minimum on every single Na'Vi player, so it is cash for days. What's different? No JL down towards E-Box.
I might
Not too much of a
convert to the
change of
Case
game
Rado.
anyways,
Yeah.
but we'll see where they end up. Minute 20, JL and Alexi start to size up bridge.
She playing classic or retail? Probably retail right now. I really want to just like... There's a part of me that just like... Maybe during the player break, I'm just not going to stream for 1 week and I might just level in World of Warcraft Classic. That's not going to happen, but like I think about it. You know, like some people like, you know, what if I just like traveled somewhere? I'm just like, what if I just traveled to the World of
No
Warcraft
response
Barrens
yet
one
from
more
Furia,
time?
Despite these pieces of utility popping out middle, there's no eyes on it, barring Quesarado
That's
up in
right.
camera, and Fallen and him are now just kind of shuffling around in position.
Stream it on Not Flom, old man.
Idea
Dude.
round out of Furia. They're playing the pistol round setup, except
Don't do it, don't relapse. Oh, I'm definitely going to play WoW again. I don't even ever
Cello's gonna
unsub
be
and I
late
just do
too.
the yearly thing because I always hop back in. It's always...
And Cello's only going to see
it's like
the second
spurts.
guy, so this is huge for Alexi.
Oh god, he's mastermind this one, hasn't he?
I mean, sort of. I mean, he has, but it's also just been way too easy. How come CTs have not
Could do the next OnlyFans. You know, that seems really fun, but I also don't want to raid.
Draws Cello back. Oh,
I
Cello
literally
gets
just
a
want to
ding
level
onto
a character.
JL, and then he still dies to him. Oh, that's just gross.
That's silly, though. I think
That
that's
is
Yeah, I'll
gross.
probably
That
play
should be
some more
brought up
Path of
on the
Exile
desk.
probably at some point.
If I could press the button to talk to Nickel right now, that's what I would say. Give me this round. Because you pointed it out
Man
right
really
away.
takes
They
vacation.
had,
Yeah,
you
I don't
know,
know. I've
people
never...
watching camera. It's not even an on and off.
I mean, I think the
And
only
you can
time I really
always
took
get
time
smoked
off
out
was
on
when my
camera,
dad was,
and that's
you know...
when lurks can be a problem.
And then,
even though camera was smoked like 10 seconds
take
ago,
a couple days there, saw
Cello
Nori's
peaks
mom.
so late and only catches the
Gonna
second
take a couple
guy.
days and see my grandmother
It's a
in a
great
little bit.
move from Alexi, but he's probably also wondering, why is nobody watching anything?
Chill Broski, thanks for the 33. Thank you.
Have we not started at bridge every single round?
It's never gone unplayed.
Yeah.
6 straight Na'Vi. Blade really did just fine-tune it.
How much would we have to raise to give you a week off? No, we're not. I'm not doing sub goals to take.
Cello gets the original dink.
I think at a certain point, if I actually wasn't traveling somewhere, I think I would just turn it
down
on.
to 1 off the second.
There should be another sound if it's not that much damage.
Anti-subathon. The quicker you guys sub, the quicker I go offline.
Just banking on that one saved op from Fallen. He'll put it on bridge. Maybe having identified.
Oh shit! 10K subs, guys. I'll finally leave the house.
But you're a little late to the party, we'll say.
Nah, when I'm not streaming, I'm usually not at my PC. Not anymore.
You see how important the pistol and conversion were to
Sometimes
Fury on
though.
this half.
Depends. Sometimes I'm like really feeling a game and playing a lot in the evenings, but is this live? Yeah. We're currently watching Na'Vi meticulously dismantle Furia about 50 seconds into every round.
Before middle was lost last round, so you can't blame Furia for thinking there could be something similar behind this, but Fallen's taken that long road to wrap all the way back around B. Again, it boils down to putting the op in the right position. The approach through E-Box is heard by these 5-7 players. Fallen has now at least got himself in the right place, but Skulls is going to offer up an
That was a
early
fine.
kill.
Oh, he's going to go for it. Oh, Fallen was ready for that bullshit.
And at least 157 falls. Wonderful's Tech 9 is somehow going to have to find impact here. We're down to 30 seconds.
Oh, Fallen.
And as he faces into Fallen,
Big couple kills.
that is the bomb in the dirt. They know Yuri's still back there. He's just not giving them anything to work with.
It's not easy to get to him, and they don't know how far Fallen has gone.
Nice, Fallen. Triple kill from putting that off in the right position.
Well done.
Let's go.
Well done. Nice round from Fallen.
Answer.
Yeah, that's a big one. Fallen's no
Nah,
scope,
I'm not
kicks it
worried
off.
about. I
Ready
just
for any
enjoy
kind of
streaming,
push
guys, to be
through the
honest with you.
smoke. Furia really waited for their opportunity here. They had Fallen come out with an opening tactic to look for something, but he has to be the hero. He's actually the best gun of the round. With a bunch of pistols to support.
Damn, was he doubled right there?
Well, scratch
Gotta
that point.
fine-tune that.
Don't get 3K opt by Fallen.
My players are noobs.
So let's see if Furia catch a tempo, because they at least save some. So they just get a full buy here. Pick up an extra AK.
Nice nade.
This is the Gervin guarantee.
Uh-huh. Had a nice arc to it.
Dude, I gotta...
Yeah, I mean,
It was a nice trajectory.
He really put that put a shoulder into that throw.
Yeah.
Simple is on Navi's bench still. Large contract moment, you know.
Really, Skulls?
Dota, he plays Dota now. I love how surprised people were by that.
That used to work.
Like, bro, like I'm not even. You telling me a guy that can't compete doesn't want to play Face at 10 hours all day, every day?
Getting the ding.
How many of these Na'Vi players are going to take
People
a
like,
bullet to
what,
the head
dude?
and still walk away? Yuri's going to make sure JL goes down.
People
Something
were, you know, but of course, people in the
see
But look at Alexi, man. He's
Counter-Strike
already on
2
that flank.
sucks, dude. It's
Walk
like,
in
wow.
to clear out this exact same position Cello's in.
Once again, you can dislike the game, but goddamn it, guys, like he's probably just bored as fuck.
His back exposed to Alexi, who's unable to get the kill. Cello, if only, is able to get one more. 15
Probably
seconds
one of the most
means
competitive
easy bomb
people
plant
of all
'cause it's
time.
Fallen on the other half of the
Doesn't
map.
enjoy playing for nothing all the time.
Na'Vi still squeeze into a bomb site despite Furia's best efforts. Not enough to keep that bomb from going down.
Definitely got a feel for K Serato in this half. And I guess Cello was also someone who got a dink, but this is also part of the game, the fact that it's an M4 versus an AK, and Na'Vi are shooting straight enough. It's just
Simple's never going to play
kills.
Tier 1 again, I fear. I don't know. We'll see. You don't really know, and I don't either, because really it just comes down to his contract being fucking massive.
Look into...
Bomb's not planted for Alexi.
Okay. A kill and walk away is great. Keeps the op. That's the most important part.
We saw what one saved op could do. Literally put the round on the board for Furia in the follow-up last time. Fallen will be trying to weaponize
I mean, you're right.
it
Proceus
again.
is a grind, but he had a big name.
Yeah,
Thought a lot of
ends up
people
looking
would want
a little
him.
foolish if you're Skulls.
I mean, wanting a player on your team versus paying millions of dollars and risking the financial stability of your organization is a different thing.
Don't have to look to the left. They don't have to clear anything else out. So it's
spending money to basically buy out what would I would assume would be the biggest buyout in CS history for a player that's barely played CS2 officials and basically took a full year off comp play is not really the best decision to make for many works.
A little more unexpected.
He wanted a big buyout. Once again, buyouts do not go to the player. They go to the organization that owns the contract. He's on Navi's payroll. Navi owns, the rights to him. He can't go and play for another team while they're paying him.
Even better than the last save. Fallen's got rifles around him. And instant kill going for that top mid peak. Really haven't had to deal with too much.
I mean, how much could they get for Simple? I have no idea. I would have, to be honest, okay, let's put it in perspective. Fucking Astralis paid $2 million for Yabby and Stown.
Layer up on the B defense. It's Caserado and Cello, and one of them's
Let that sing. I think it was right 1.5 or 2 million. I'm not over exaggerating. Any fact checkers here? I'm pretty sure.
They molly it out now, which is huge. That's actually great play from Caserado. Just goes right for the molly.
No, total package. So one each, I think. So 2 total, one for each. 2 million for the asshole tax. So I'm just saying it for Modesty was 600K though. Well, in a lot of ways that was a bigger gamble, right? I always like when people bring up the Modesty thing. Guys, he had never played on a Tier 1 team and only played Academy Leagues, and he was bought out for 600K without ever playing on a Tier 1 team.
Will it be another dink? No, not this time.
Oh, he's blind. Able to recover vision. Able to recover.
And he was going to be going to an English-speaking team. Like,
not
bro,
ideal.
At least 2 go down, at least.
It's funny when people like, dude, Modesty was only 600K. Like, what is it? But like, context is important, guys. Like,
it's honestly the best performing.
That was actually a huge risk.
Fallen.
It paid off huge, obviously. Like,
very clean
great move.
Come out from Wonderful's AK at the very start of this half. Now in a 1v3.
And he's confused about this.
Nah, nothing for him. They both come out from that long trade, and 3 up for Furia as they will go into the final round of the half. Unsuccessful in bottoming out Navi's economy. It's been buy rounds every step of the way for this T side. But you piece together 4 CT round wins, and that's something to work with come the second half. This is that spawn
Ultimate was bought for $600.
Whenever there's been any kind of resistance in mid.
So back to the original question was simple. I would imagine no less than 2 million.
A little bit later.
Would be probably the starting spot. It's probably more than that because the other aspect you have to remember is similar to why Fallen was worth like 700K despite his individual level is like his brand is fucking massive.
Extremely wide, very committed.
The rumor is the 700K or whatever that Imperial spent on him back in the day to buy him out of his contract. They made back on his jersey sales in 2 days or some shit.
And again, I like the way that they played that round as it progressed. Caserado deep into a main. They didn't smoke the choke point by itself because they don't think that anyone would push haphazardly.
Like, now imagine Simple.
Through some protocols and then moved into a 2-player
right,
setup.
You're not just buying the player, the best player in CSGO, one of the best operators and best players in all of Counter-Strike history. You're also buying like the biggest. Bro, Simple gives me 10K viewers when he plays in a match and I watch him.
I don't know. I like how Ace being played.
He turns on the stream, bro. He's got like 30,000 viewers, man. Like
massive mid timing. Even though it was being crack spotted. Oh, the push gets punished. The flash is good, but JL doesn't matter how blind he is.
So ready for it. We saw those double mollies come down middle. Alexi more often than not has played behind those Molotovs to take mid control. That's how he's gotten into the compromised back B site, which is why I think Fallen's watching it right now. It's a reaction to what Alexi
coinciding. He could have played for Falcons. He literally said he didn't want to.
Into camera. Cello's able to clear him alone. Now has 4 other players attacking the other half of this bomb site. Fallen sprints out from storage. Wonderful's hands will be busy with the plant as the smoke comes down in front of him. JL goes deep. And that's extra bits of space for what will be a comfortable post plant in the final round of this half.
So Furia gets pistol, second round, gets a 3K out of Fallen, and that's basically their CT half.
All the way around CT spawn, he goes to look and decides against it. But he smoked off all the while. Great flash, of course,
breathing
from
strips,
Skulls
Peely.
to set up Yuri's retake attempt. You gotta. Nowhere to go other than to the next half.
Is it possible for a team to buy out a player and he rescinds the offer?
I think
it's usually tied together with the signature to the new team.
He's gonna get dropped by Wonderful. Finally, the op into the mix. They're just struggling to find this bomb. Skulls has got to stick this, and he will. Covered by Yuri, but still doesn't make the difference.
Holy shit, NT. NT.
Time on the retake.
Navi's definitely feeling a little lucky after that one. I don't know, Dodd. I usually don't talk about players' salaries. Chat, I'm running an ad because most people can't have adult conversations. Well, a person can, people can't. I don't like to really speculate or talk about it too much. Did you address Hunter's performance? Yeah, I had a stern talking to with him. I said, you keep playing like that, buddy. You're going to Falcons. Did you also talk to Liquid? I know me and Liquid have been beefing since they did EU Liquid that one time. Did you address the Taco Bell burrito size reduction? Is this provable fact? Do we need to sue? Nice, Nate. What are your thoughts on Navi needing a star player? I mean, they do have one. Undeniably, it's Bit. Anybody that doesn't see that is stupid. The problem is JL and Emma are both also can be star players and were, and then just also simultaneously aren't. It's a weird one. Used to pay no mind Emma, but he was pretty forgettable. But not, no, Emma's, I think, to me, like, my favorite two pieces to watch on Navi are for sure Bit and Emma right now.
Fallen tried his damnedest throughout that half to keep the op alive for Fury.
So do you think Wonderful is an issue?
Mohan,
I think there's probably stronger operas, but I cannot stress to you enough. Like,
rounds or less. Why not Fury?
If you watch,
would have been easier if they could just find the bomb.
Navi
14
demos
to go.
Yeah,
that would have made it
Wonderful. I'm not saying he doesn't get to play or like he should have bad numbers, but
why did that sound so vicious for 18 damage?
bro, Wonderful probably throws the most nades in professional tier 1 Counter-Strike in the first 15 seconds. Like
9-7-6-7-7. It's nobody's got an impressive score line on the Navi side. How do they have?
I actually would love to try to figure that out at some point. Like,
can't find the bomb.
The way Alexi beat calls with an opera.
A pistol here.
I mean.
But
like, you look at the rounds, they were great. like
I'll show you
Alexis
something.
got through mid.
That's true. I guess
the B site.
yeah, the difference really was Alexi, wasn't it?
Like, if
Really
you
compromising moments.
I'll try to just like visually show you.
He's always been the difference.
He pulled up like an ancient, for example. Holy fuck! He basically just is an anchor at a bomb site and just throws nades like in the first 15 seconds of every round. He's responsible for the elbow smoke mid on CT side and throwing mid round flashes if they fight out mid. T side, he has all the insta reds and he flashes his rifles out mid.
Keep your eyes glued to the screen. It's gonna be
On the end rounds, on executes that they do, that they pre-call, he's usually throwing one of the sets to end the round, whether it's an A hit or a B hit.
Player, fine by him. We get more damage done, and so this retake's got nothing to stand on. A meat grinder on the side of the B.
Another pistol for Furia.
That is what Furia are looking for to bounce back at the T side.
They got enough rounds on CT side where if they convert a pistol, this could be spooky for Na'Vi.
Instead, they say Na'Vi are gearing up for the retake. We have to get in between their flash and their next piece of utility. They decide to peek at the same time. There's way too much pressure to throw that flash safely, dodge it, and kill all the Furia players. So just perfect game plan here from Furia. Love to see that.
Buy-in from Na'Vi features 2 MP9s, very limited nade. And Alexi's already been found out by K-Serrato, so he's ready. Flashbangs come out through the window. Alexi kills one of the players in the back as K-Serrato still stands forward, trying to go in for the peek. 5-7 makes the difference.
Oh, that was so...
Man advantage.
Man, K-Serrato.
He said,
how did that go so wrong?
He said,
He could have got the kill.
Thanks for the 6-month primer, thank you.
Molly, but wanted to jiggle it because he didn't want to, you know, lose the dominant duel. Cello could save this.
No, he does. Wonderful is the closer for Na'Vi, and he has a lot of clutches, but also it makes him very less involved.
Well, so they have some more information.
He's usually out of plays a lot more than other operas are.
Trying to do this, honestly. I mean, they have utility they don't need to use right now. They can use that to safely plant. They can let Skulls search safely for as long as
A lot about the game. You ever thought about having a team? No. Good.
And he hears him.
Yep. He may give away his position, but he should be aware of this timing. You'd think with how many times Alexi pulled this over them.
Oh, he's going back to check it. Skull's going to hear him rotating, but surely Skulls just calls for this to come back.
Oh my god.
You got to get those.
Oh, no way. Are they going to show it in the replay?
We're going to watch it back, aren't we?
Yeah, we're going to.
Oh. How?
Yeah, how? Who knows? Happens to the best of us.
Ouch. All your teammates watching. Bomb site banking on that kill, but still could be recovered. Bomb's gonna go down no matter what. JL trying to get the spam through. Underhanded smoke, the way it lands should indicate somebody up close on plat, but you've still got to wait out these smokes. So well done by
How
Furia.
is this a 3v3?
Just
What the
not
fuck?
let that stop them from at least coming into this next one with tempo. An additional smoke going down. This is holdable. Watch Skulls try to make up for it. CT's try to use this util to pressure the retake. Skulls is going to find a kill inside that smoke. More vision. K-Serrato's D connects. And there it is. Recovered.
Well, Skulls is aiming there.
Mistakes made up for.
Okay, Skulls, man, 3 kills. He saved it. Can forget now easily, cleanly about the last round.
It's actually probably better that he did that now.
Ima is asking himself, how?
The way the money works in this game, that actually probably helps him more.
This was actually set up to be a total slaughter on the hold. Everyone blind running in through the site, caught off by a flash running through a smoke.
What do you think about Modesty going to a Russian team, like after his contract's up with G2? Maybe, I don't know. People think he might go to Falcons because of Nico. People think he might. Everybody seems very sure that he's going to leave G2.
Worse is Na'Vi now suddenly win this round.
I don't know if that's necessarily the case. Maybe.
Back and forth.
Does his contract expire this year, or are people just assuming after a random ass year he's just done?
Last time we saw Furia kind of group up outside A site, K-Serrato really dropped the ball that time. His Mac 10 coming up empty.
Yeah, he was largely the reason that went wrong.
I mean, honestly, the most interesting spot where I never see anybody mention
Navi
it.
are going to get active, though.
Nobody
Looking to
thinks
take
he would
this
ever
fight
go back to
outside B
Navi.
site. You've got Skulls working alone, and the bomb is now cut off. If they take long control, Fallen won't be able to cross back for that bomb. So Fallen fighting here to help Skulls is key. And between the two of them, 5v3. Comfortable. Utility
Navi
over the
take
top.
him?
You know you've just peeled 2 players off at worst. Only
good
3 more
point.
defenders.
Still a B split coming in.
I forgot about that, but I don't think he lives there anymore, or is Navi just not doing
It's going to land right here where it needs
Russian
to.
at
That was the
all?
frag grenade first.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. No, I think it's just.
Let their guard down. He strikes. Oh, they're not ready.
Oh no! How did people are still buying FAMAS's?
Kills to go. Fallen getting chased out down to a quarter health, and Alexi on the reload. Could
Alexi,
be
brother, you're in the
hero of
1v2.
this
You know where he
Fallen
is.
Tries to elicit the peek, and Alexi's gonna catch the guy in the back. He's on for the end.
No!
Denied by Fallen, but so damn
Oh!
close.
My God.
Oh my God!
How?
How does he get this triple, dude? How does this guy not react?
He never mollied it. Skulls threw every piece of utility except the molly. He had one, right?
He threw the frag grenade, that's for sure.
Yeah, then he flashed.
But how does nobody react to the first kill either?
I don't know. I mean, he knew someone was there that wasn't killed at first. Once they got him down.
MP9, man.
Yeah.
People still buy from us.
Ow.
If the MP9 wasn't so underpowered, he would have gotten the ace there.
But because Fury don't win that round,
Buff.
Navi spent a lot.
Buff the MP9, dude.
Navi gonna lose?
I don't think so, but I thought Furia could win a map. I was seeing some rounds here in the beginning that looked right, but they're just barely getting away with these.
I will say,
situations, so
like,
I'm not super convinced.
kind of criminal that
At least not
Alexi's
so far in the
14-11 right now, and they're only ahead by 2
Hey,
rounds.
it's a 2-round
I
game.
do, you know, he did get a 4K right there, but he still was
Based on the matches
top
that we've
fragging
seen
like
in the
before that
last
round.
Day and a half.
Yeah.
Be a fool to call it.
Hey,
Open
Smurf,
Lisbon
take it
has
easy,
been a
bro.
reminder that any round is possible. Singular flashbang for Alexi.
Alexi be top fragging is not a good sign. It's a good sign for him, but it's kind of insane that he's having this performance and you're seeing.
Won't be possible.
And this is a great example to show the problem though too with Navi is.
Sure about that?
Yes.
These 3 fucking motherfuckers with
100,000%.
Emma mostly Emma and JL have
Easy
been.
mow down. 35 bullets deep. Yuri softens him up.
Emma and JL
he
love to
has
take
a
turns,
part
like just
of
taking a
all
break, you
5
know?
Frags, 2 kills, 3 assists.
And now,
That's
right
great
now,
for the
even Bit's
economy.
joining in. Like, what the hell?
Economy is
Blade's gonna call it, guys.
Excellent.
Alexi B's
All-time
top
highs.
fragging. Like, what the
TVs.
fuck?
Bye.
This is not in the notes. Bit, read your notes. It says headshot 3 times. You're not headshotting.
1 round.
Joe, you used to have swagger. Now you just play like.
Very weird back and
Beesh.
forth at the beginning of this second half. This T side coming out of Furia. 4 of the 5 now in their back pockets.
Jail takes vacations, not a break. Yeah, it's just
Fake gangster.
it's weird. Jail has lost his main character aura. Maybe he should just keep
Oh, but a
switching reses.
wonderful-
He switched res, and I think he was playing better again, right? So
Certainly more to work with than what they've been used to thus far on the CT side because of that
This
back
is
and
the
forth.
curse
because
of
the
Wonderful
force and
getting
the
a
loss
perm.
after. It has been a bit of a delayed start to the real rounds
the
on this
Zoomer
second half.
haircut
So
curse, huh?
let's see if Navi can kind of stabilize, get into cruise control.
You think the broccoli's a curse? It could be, right? Bring back House of Dragon Wonderful. Dude, he had crazy flow, dude.
Just waiting and leaning back. Really no opening moves from Navi. Further off angle than what Fallen ever played, but missed.
Yeah, you
chance
think
from
JL's
Wonderful
hanging out with
to
Oni
strike
too
down
much?
the 5v4. So much pressure now on JL and Bit.
Starting to aim like JL.
At least
JL
Long is
starting to
still
aim like
smoked
Oni a
deep,
bit.
so that cuts off one side, and JL's gonna catch them. Heads turn. They
Ooh, there you go. Aw,
Fallen
mother
with one back.
The split's not in yet.
No.
That was disjointed.
Because of the deep smoke on Long, but still they tried to press down camera, so they really came at this awkwardly.
Yeah, that's super awkward. I mean, they were so far back they couldn't even see the smoke.
Oof.
Oh, nice shot, Caserado. Maybe the round's still alive. Yes, it is.
Yeah, second headshot's big. 2v2
Wait.
evened out. You know where the bodies are at.
Wait, how
Fire
is
to
this
his
a
left
2v2?
side.
Wait,
Urian gets
wait.
bit. This is the duo you want to thrive for Furia.
Wait.
Alexi
No way.
to
Dude,
clutch
why is
out.
Alexi being in
20
the clutch,
seconds, bomb
man?
down on the other side of this box. They're going to stay on the angle, and they pop in.
Okay,
2
man.
versus 4 out of Furia. Recovery from what was a bad approach to that bomb site.
That was lovely from the B main players, essentially, the A main players. This is obviously a little awkward because the camera guys are coming out way too soon, or you could say that the main players are coming out way too late. But from their perspective, I think they were expecting a lot more help.
This is
a lot
criminal,
more
man.
quickly.
Yeah.
They can't keep getting away with this. Navi, what is going on?
Okay, I'm starting to believe.
T-side, man, it's making all the difference.
Whoa.
Wonderful.
Only
Worst
for 4
opera in
damage.
all
They
of
weren't
tier
too
1
far
teams. What's tier 1
He's doing a good
teams?
job of staying off that perfect mark.
I always love that.
But bomb's been left
Tier
back,
1
so
what?
clearly
Only
Furia
top
just
5 do you?
Sizing up map control first, seeing what falls for free. Leaving
Dogwater
options
take.
open.
Well, it was in the YouTube chat, so honestly,
Two
it's
more
not the
smoke grenades
worst
still out
thing
there
I've
for
read all day,
Navi.
but
JL
they're always
not
competing.
One of the players with one. He leans back. 45 seconds. Bomb still yet to be scooped up. But this is Caserado knocking on main on A. You've got Cello right out inside of mid window, and
Go get
Yuri.
that bomb. Just do yourself a favor.
Tier
Just
1
get
has
that
to be
bomb
top 10.
now.
It's just everybody
Yeah.
has some kind of control of a perimeter barring
I
Fallen.
like top
so he'll go
15
back and grab it
personally.
now. At 30 seconds,
top
he picks
15.
that up.
I do
30
think that the
seconds to
top
go for
5-ish,
commitment,
at
and
least
first
at the
it's gonna be
moment,
this
are
A
kind of a
pitch.
different cut, but
Bit a little nervous of the camera rundown.
it's
But now
hard.
that Cello's
Hard
got
to
eyes on
always
storage, or
say a
had
certain number.
past 10.
Oh man, he just gave it up.
He lets Bit come swinging back in, and now Fallen's bomb could get stopped
Oh
if not
my
for his headshot
God.
on his own.
Okay.
Gonna make sure that the possibility of the plant never goes
just
awry.
hating on us on YouTube.
And this
Well,
is
sometimes it's
Furia
because some of you, I swear to God, like put in a prompt to AI of like, how do I
Honestly,
make a
the way that
poo-poo
they got
take?
Here, there's
And then they just
there's
enter
some
that
magic
shit.
involved. But honestly, they're also classically Furia rounds in some sense. At least they could lean back on the Caserado, Yuri sort of
Fallen
late round
16
brilliance.
and 7,
Like, you
what
wanna
face?
have
Yeah,
rounds
man.
won like that by those guys.
Dude, they're just dismantling Navi right now.
the
We'll
quality's
see on
not
this next gun
necessarily
round. I
been there,
can't.
but also
Navi
it's
really
Navi
botching
who
that
are
last one.
dropping the
Is
positions, right? So they have
that
to
was
be
disgusting
criticized
work out of them. That's
just
an
the same.
unlosable round.
It's a lead. I'd say it's a flimsy lead right now for Furia, but
That's when
they still have
removing
T-side
the
to look
path
forward
between
to, and
T
maybe
mid
the mistakes they've
and
made
B
are now
main.
behind them.
And they're on a streak as
Forcing
well. The only
T's
round
decide
they've lost in
between
the second
dedicating
half,
resources
the
to B
force
main
buy
or the rest of the map
after they
since
won
T
the
mid
pistol.
players can't rotate as fast. Moving
I
the
wouldn't
path
call it
between T
smooth
mid and
sailing,
B
but it's
main.
been
No,
round wins
that
ever
sounds.
since.
I don't like that. I don't think the solution is penalizing how the T's are moving on this map. I think for one, just allowing CTs more positions to retake from, or like nicer rotations would help a lot. That's why I suggested like if they just connected like that. If you just made a hole or like a hallway straight from like the CT cave at B all the way through
Last
to the
time out for
temple
Blade.
like wall where people hang out at, I think that'd be
quite
really
understand
interesting
it.
because
He's making it very Italian. This
how many
time out.
times do you see like temple just get smoked? Then you have to go all the way back down to CT. Then you're all retaking from like one
looking a
CT
little
spot. At least then you have like some movement and freedom to bounce around a little bit.
It's a series of frustrating losses for sure.
100%.
But Furia went through it in that first half.
The hell was that?
Navi, what did I?
Okay,
what was
Serrano just goes.
it? He was just channeling Connor.
Yeah, all right. Whatever it takes to dig yourself out of a 9-10 game,
So
I guess.
to me, like if I were in charge of trying to make Anubis a little bit more approachable on the CT side, I would be trying to make adjustments like that. Like literally, you see where my mouse is? Like if this was just like one straight hallway, essentially, that'd be cool too. Because then like the Opera could look like across here and here, right?
Forward, looking to hold an early line.
Or somebody could, and then it gives you some retake positions because the bomb site's so hard to hold.
Gotta be careful when you go for that left side hold.
So if you don't want to dramatically change the bomb site, giving like extra avenues to attack from or look from and rotate from is nice.
They go from 0 to 100 and then throw caution to the wind.
They used the flash. It just wasn't good.
Okay, well, work on that. Leg shot connects versus Fallen. JL uses that chance to just come swinging. And a double kill for
They
JL
need that.
looks good
There you go,
on Na'Vi to tie
JL.
the
Another
game.
double up from JL. Don't fuck it
is
up
the
this
goal.
time.
That's so great from JL, the way he runs. He's going through the smoke as well, but he's got it all lined up perfectly. Bombs back in middle. And this
No, Ren, I don't want them to buff
Yeah, we've
other
seen the
nades
same
because
duo
the
pull
CT
off
molly
the
sucks.
2v4.
I just would rather make like.
Now a 2v5.
I kind of don't like that actually we have different util in the game.
Near irretrievable. Good on JL to kind of have that killer instinct and jump on the play.
Yeah, if anything,
Maybe-
it's again been the guys going that side of the
I
split
think
who have
having
just
different
overstepped.
incendiaries
This would've
and
been another round
Molotovs
where
between
they
the two
were
is
too
stupid.
far
I
apart,
don't like the
right? Like,
idea
you
that
guys
I'm
coming in,
like
they may-
trying to get
they
the
aren't really
like
in a position to actually swing yet. So
much
they
of
gotta iron
Counter Strike
that
because
out.
we all
I
have
don't know if
access
they
to
have
the
time
same
do that in
things
this match,
essentially.
but,
Like
it'll cost them this round.
feels
at least.
weird. That dynamic feels weird. I know like the AK is exclusive to Ts and the M4 is exclusive to CTs, and you can pick up AKs, and that kind of breaks what I'm saying. But I don't know. When it came to utility, it always felt like you're on an even playing field.
Good chance for Na'Vi to grab some money in case things get sketch, but
I don't, you know,
Leg shot
and
made JL's job
I
so much
I would
easier
be,
for the
I'd
second
probably
kill.
be okay with them making CT incendiaries just last longer, but sorry, not last
And again,
longer.
the
The
long A
spread
players weren't really able to
larger
get
or
into
back
that
to normal, and then the timer shortened. I think that was a unique idea, but
camera, then you shoot them in the back.
man, it really does just feel way too overtuned.
So the
Like
streak comes
it's,
to an end finally.
they feel so underwhelming, and it feels like it's purely because of Inferno.
Meaty middle of the
Because
half, two sides.
it feels that way because I can't think of any other reason why they would do that. Like, the spread changes specifically
first.
actually just feel like purely an Inferno thing.
He's got to be careful though. He's got the bomb. Skulls just gets the headshot. JL just kind of floating out there, denied any camera standing due to the util. Fired his feet.
No, Ren, you
forces
just
him
smell like
into the
shit. We talked
crosshair.
about this.
This would
Dynamite,
be
thanks for the year. You look
gut-wrenching
incredible
one for
today.
Na'Vi, and it's looking easy as Fallen holds that outer B line. Rough map.
No,
for
dude, I don't
E-Men.
want map specific util. I don't want different nades. No, that's like we're not. What are we gonna do? Class based system? Yeah. I only get this nade on this map. That sounds awful. Hell
Also,
no.
wonderful. You know, how do you go into save the day mode? You can sort of sit back sometimes, but 3-on-5, still in the midsection of the round. This is when you look for opportunities.
Still where he needs to be. That bomb's floating around on bridge at 40 seconds.
Oh, they're gonna walk into this. Yeah.
He lands his shot. Yuri now down low.
No, they reduced the
Still
price of
nervous
the
about that long
incendiaries. I
play.
think
Fallen
they're
starting to take the
500
ball in the
now.
opposite direction. Queserado will find a completely vacant A site in a moment, so good on Fallen to keep options open for Furia.
Radioactive
So they have this one locked
Chinchilla,
up
what a
now. Free
fucking
plant.
name. Thanks for the 5, 10 gifted. Can we get some nice
Queserado
nice
has
ones
the
in
lead.
chat for
All the clues
Radioactive?
they
Thank you,
need.
bro.
And they can let Na'Vi rest comfortably in some very good save positions.
Just out-rotated, so a strong call from Fallen. This T-side continues to succeed.
I feel like
7 out of the 9 on the attack.
does
Go the way of
anybody
Furia.
really disagree with making the CT incendiary just the same spread as the Molly, but keeping the shorter duration? I feel like everybody really wants that change. Am I crazy? Nix, thanks to the 9-month resub. Am I over exaggerating? Like, I feel like it's pretty. I haven't seen too many people not say that.
Blade doesn't have any more timeouts.
What's up, Jay Ballin?
He's got to hope Furia called their last. No email reaction.
Were the
to
casters
death.
like hard shitting on
JL
Swisher
can't
last
quite
map?
believe it that he gets zoned out into the open.
He said how?
Mm-hmm. How the hell did
No,
he throw this?
I mean, no more.
Cello. He's got a
They
player
weren't.
locked on jail.
No,
Alexi
not
B
like
is
extra.
known to Cello.
But he is going to get a lot of extra hate
that
because
in jail?
Vu,
He's right here.
and this isn't Vu's fault. He just said that, you know, Swisher's been lacking lately.
They saw a glimpse of Alexi get into the corner, so that's why Cello's so ready.
Oh,
That's
that
a
ball
wall.
is dead.
Well, J Ball, you also can't ignore when somebody, you know, he was 1 in 11 at one point, you know?
Leaves this round open and Fallen. Taking a look at this A site.
You have to talk about the game, and
By a
sometimes,
smoke and nobody here to work with him.
like, sometimes
Oh,
it
excuse me,
sucks,
no,
but
they're just on top
sometimes,
of
like,
each other.
it is that bad, you know?
And now quite literally.
Kind of comes with the territory, you know? It's just how it is. All you can do as a player is, like, try to fix it and remedy it the next
trusting
game.
that smoke grenade.
It looks like
I
they just
wouldn't
wanna wait for
worry
it, though.
too much about what
They don't
casters are
see
saying because
anybody over
they're
top
just
of the
paid to
smoke.
yap and make the game
They're just
entertaining.
calling
And
for time to
sometimes
be
the entertaining
patient.
storyline, especially when a team's getting throttled, is how bad a player's doing.
Been late towards a main.
But I think most,
fact, no one
I think
decided
most
at the moment.
Counter-Strike
This is just
casters
a
don't
fake. Just
try
to
to
feed into
do
their
that
hope.
too much.
Damn, biting down on it again.
Okay, well. And this is
Most
time
of
to
the
go now
time,
for
like,
Furia,
casters
so-
actually won't even say anything until it's like 08, you know, 07.
He's got to turn. He just gets slammed by Bit, and they've just put their last two players into a sketchy 2v4. At least the CTs are still so far gone that there's going to be a little time to reposition. And a fresh smoke down on camera should keep JL back, but if he decides to jump through,
But also
while
when you're
teammates
performing
keep up
poorly, like,
pressure,
it's not like casters
there's
can,
just too
like,
many entrances
defend
here
you,
for Furia
you
to
know?
keep their eyes on. And so Na'Vi have given themselves a chance to come through. Wonderful just catching the kill to Cello before he locks into the bricks. Yuri's going to hear him just storming upwards. Wonderful goes down first. Two players out
no
for
way,
long.
right?
Can't keep
Okay,
his head
okay.
down, and Na'Vi pull off the retake.
For some reason, I just had a bad feeling there for a
Dude,
second.
that was
Okay, it's all
site
good.
That was obviously the perfect one to take, but Fallen, it kind of felt like he knew that someone was behind him, but really wanted to get this
On
made out
Pro League,
because
they're
the exec was
brutal.
more important. I
Yeah,
think
but that's
dying
also a
here
more
is a
relaxed
weird
environment in general,
because
so,
they're
like-
really ready to take a site they know only has like one person.
But
at
I think
best.
Swisher probably will get a
But
little
they
bit more
committed to
flame
it,
for that
so they
series
really just
because
lost
he
pieces
played
along the way
poorly,
that were
and
sort
Vu
of
did point
optional.
out that, like,
They
you
could
know,
just focus
Swisher
on that
lately
side
hasn't
exec,
been.
and more importantly, pause
He's
for a
lost a
second to
little
catch
bit of
the
his
flank.
firepower lately,
They would have been in a
so
much better spot. But it
they
really
wanted to
felt
see
like
him
Fallen
perform
could do
better,
that
and then
before
obviously he
jumped,
played
right?
poorly, so it kind of
but we saw it there on
puts an
Wonderful's
extra
perspective
lens
in
on
the
that.
screen replay. He's holding for the bricks to storage door.
Tom had an
walkout.
NA moment
Cello
thinking
actually walks
Navi was
into his
liquid.
angle
Yeah,
backwards
true. I've
holding
never
camera.
seen Navi blow
So
a
Cello
5v2
exposed
or a
himself in the
4v2 on their
post-plant to the
CT
deep
side of
storage
Anubis,
angle.
literally last half versus Furia to open their
Makes
series
that
in
retake
last
all the
Lisbon.
easier for Wonderful to come at it. And we saw the world of pressure just kind of that Yuri got thrust into. Ooh, 24-round game, folks. We saw that back and forth affair at the tail end of the first half. We're going to get it again. And at least it's a full buy in the 23rd.
Bro, after that Inferno round a while back, I don't trust Navi. Oh my god, the Moto round at the major. Dude, why is that so ingrained into my head? Why? Because my pick'ems were...
drying up.
I saw my pick'ems flash before my eyes.
Could be the 2-for-1 special if Furia are not careful.
Almost
I like
mega
what we see from
tilted, dude.
Wonderful
That was
inside of
still
mid. Even if he
like
doesn't get a kill,
that was the
he's
downfall of Navi,
oftentimes
dude.
Getting an opportunity, getting a tag.
We were there together.
getting
We
away.
watched it together.
Those options can work.
Also keeps Fury on their toes.
It's been
when the
cooked
Navi
ever
players
since.
are
They didn't
happy
make
to kind of
playoffs.
Thrust themselves through smokes. We've
They
seen
haven't
JL
got
and
higher than
Wonderful both do it.
third/fourth.
Kinda
It's been
chasing
kind
players
of
down into
a
camera,
little
never letting you
fortunate
get
too with
into
the
A
format
site
that they get as
for
far
free.
as they did in one of them.
Navi have done a good job of
They
keeping
didn't beat
a lot
weak
of
teams,
util
but
to this 42nd
yeah,
mark.
man.
Fury are taking their sweet time with this super heavy mid emphasis.
Oh, do they get opt actually?
The downfall of Navi.
He was just running out.
Can't wait till Fi makes a video about it, and then he'll reference that 2v1.
But he backs up onto the incendiary, hears the approach and drops it. Oh, burning inside of the fire pit. Able to
Nice
turn
from
and
Bit.
soften him
Nice.
up, and the fire kills him. Still, these long players have not been able to get in. We've seen them clutch out rounds.
I feel like I've seen this round out of Furia like 3 different times now,
Able to
right?
puncture out from long. Yuri
Oh, that's the
flashed on his
bomb.
attempt to cross. Bomb dropped in front of camera. Quesarado picks it up, jumps down into sight. Yuri throws himself
What
at
in
it,
the
and as
fucking
will
Yuri
Alexi,
was that?
Denial for 12.
I can't with these splits, man. I'm sorry.
This
but, like,
A split
Furia
has
are
to
just
stop.
So uncoordinated with, they're always running into a
If
smoke
I
on
watch
main,
them split
and then
through
when they're
camera
coming in
with
through
two
camera,
people
it's just,
sitting
like,
in
so
the A
easily
main smoke,
telegraphed.
I will literally cry.
And I feel bad for the guys coming out camera because they're expecting
Yeah,
someone to get
bro,
shot in the
these
back as
guys-
they run out, but they're running out to their death. You had
Cello
both
and
players
Skulls
who
are going
anchoring,
through hell on
watching
earth to
forward
get
with
to A,
camera.
and the A guys are like,
No
so
way
we're
for
smoked.
anybody else to help them. And look at the time on the clock. You can't blame them anymore, man.
I don't know. They just keep
What I
trying
don't
to
get
split
either is
A,
if
and
the
we
camera
just simply
players are forced
smoke
to run
main,
through
and then they
incendiaries to make that time
lose.
happen. Why are the other Furia players so worried about running through a smoke? Like, I get it. There's util slowing you down.
No, I mean, they're so far back. Like, I think this is the second time they're not even in front of the smoke. Like, they're not even making the decision to go through
back
or
to
not.
A. Here we go. Honestly, this bit guy's not even very good.
This one
He's
hasn't been
overrated.
watched back, I think, but
It
it's
should
just
be
such
fine,
a
right?
Grave error to make.
Well, go all in on long, perhaps. And you find a weird setup for Na'Vi as well, where there's nobody inside of the site. They'll set the bomb site ablaze. Oh my god, Furia have found themselves in a post plant.
Yeah, not bad.
No defense in position to stop this. Furia just play with the tempo of the round. And we're going to get a Na'Vi 5v5 retake. Now, late play from Fallen, still deep over towards Canals. That lets everybody else look forward.
Wait.
Tech9's come out
Wait.
for the first 2 kills.
Wait.
Blinding flash for Cello, and he does a ton of damage,
Oh
but
my
it's just
god, he
not
did
quite
99,
enough.
1
6 health,
HP.
what's left here for Na'Vi. Dire
Oh
position,
my
a single bullet
God.
to each of these players, they're down. With just pistols,
No
they
way,
pop
they're gonna-
onto the bomb
Oh
site. Finally,
my
Long
God.
gets
They're
the
gonna-
better of
oh.
it. Yuri with the triple, and we're going overtime.
Okay, they trimmed the fat. They decided to go with the full
They
attack.
said, fuck a split. We'll just
No
go
camera
main.
involved this time. You can't mess up a split if you don't use one, Connor. They decided to go all in, out of spawn, and the site is wide open. Tech9s do the rest.
Just catching Na'Vi so far back.
You think the CT Incendiary is so bad that you should drop it as
I mean, the
a
one
T
thing
and
about
buy
it
a
is
molly
Na'Vi
instead? I literally
rarely
do that
push
all the time on
baskets or
stream,
put any
yes.
pressure
I
towards
never
A-main.
want a CT molly. Are you kidding me?
Why not? You know?
The CT, and you know what's worse about keeping it is you can't literally buy a molly. You like, so picking that shit up is like picking up like poop and putting it in your pockets.
Yeah, at most, you get a bit on Fountain.
Dude.
But in overtime, you know, Furia have won so many of these T rounds, obviously, to make it here. It's been a comeback for them, but overall quality has been, like, extremely low compared to Navi's T side.
Don't
so
compare my pocket poop
they're
to
really
that
gonna have to
CT
step it
molly.
up, I think.
Still, Na'Vi content to shell up.
Yeah, it's a pretty passive setup.
And of all the passive setups we've seen from them, this one's even less so anybody playing mid.
A flaming bag of dog shit would have a larger flame spread.
Thinking maybe Furia come through with executes, but
Guess they've had so much
Damn,
action
Rin
in
finally
mid.
said something funny. Holy shit.
Assuming they're somewhat conditioned. They're expecting the fast play towards B as a new call. Didn't happen. Jail's not in a great position when E-Box gets taken over and they don't have control of it.
Caffeine,
so-
the reason that exists is
I
mostly
mean,
for
are they
smokes,
gonna
and it's a
smoke
good
this for
change,
Jail,
trust
or-
me.
What's he gonna
It's
do?
nice.
flash out long.
They
already
Alexi has
Especially now that we can drop grenades.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
I
can
would.
throw a nade
No,
from there.
No,
bro,
Alexi
you'll.
doesn't have a smoke.
All right, we can just kill him then.
You just haven't been around long enough, Caffeine, or you forgot if you have been around long enough.
And now Alexi behind Obelisk holds off for now. One player down, Cello with the bomb, able to clear that, chucks it over for someone else to plant, and they'll do so uncontested. That setup had a flaw, and it was once E-Box was exposed. Defense not able to hold
Fallen
that
most
line.
known for going A, going A
chance
again, then
offered,
going A,
wonderful.
then
Missed
going to
opportunity.
overtime after finally
And now
winning an
Fallen
A, and
with
then
his
going
off on the
B in the
angles,
first
looking
round
to
of
cut off
overtime.
that counter. Oh,
Wait,
Muzzle.
Where'd he come
wait.
from?
Bitch just slides into the crosshair, slams
Did he just
both
call him a
Fallen and
bitch, or did he-
Caserado.
Oh,
And a smoke shot from Wonderful
Wait.
to win this.
They needed it open. Oh my gosh. That is pretty great from Bit with the F1.
It's kind of crazy, but I swear to
Unfortunate
God, he
situation
said
for
Bitch
Furia.
just
They
slid
actually,
in.
Yeah, it was Navi who
I
had
swear
the
to God.
improper setup, almost illegal, dare I say, from jail. Navi, the whole time Alexi had a smoke, right?
Incendiary, I thought.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, maybe that's why. But either way, they sort of had like no right to be in that spot. You can see how tied up JL was. He pulled out his nade and then pulled out his gun again because he realized this is going to give away my position.
Back to
entirely.
A, right, guys? Wait, they all went towards B. Okay, hold on.
Incendiary is burning to his left, so yeah, it was fire.
And now that fast B setup is coming. It feels like Na'Vi have waited for it last round, and now they're going to get it.
Here comes
this
the
is
pounce.
it. Here comes the left side smoke.
Up in the timing.
The flash.
Blinded, not able to stop him.
What a flash. The pop in.
Easy pickings.
They're getting absolutely fucking railed.
Yuri's going to answer back. A little bit delayed to drop that smoke for Alexi.
Damn, what a
so he
Giga
does
Chad.
drop to 30 points of health. Bombs on the ground. JL spam connects. And this all in from Furia denied. Just
okay, I guess we're just.
Pressure. Fallen's gonna get stampeded by pistols.
No more
and they're all
art.
sprinting in to see who gets the
Art has not been on Furia for like
a clean sweep OT.
couple years now, right?
Twice on this B exec, and they got a different one last round, but it still ended B. That's correct. So great read here. From
1 year,
Na'Vi.
at least one full year. It feels like an eternity.
And obviously, spans like this help out a lot.
Hold on.
Ima's already out.
Oh, wow.
Beautiful timing.
Yeah, Fallen's not on it this round.
Yeah, great call.
They've not even decided to pause up. He might walk back into this, but no one's going to be scoped.
And
Yuri's going to see it first.
Yuri's got a knife out, of all things. Takes the gun back out, but the second wave gets another. You know, that's one of those tiny details that's like,
shit,
why
back
would you
from a
ever
break,
have a
that's
knife
a
out
bummer.
holding the
Yeah,
bottom
it
of
just
the
wasn't
totem
really
pole?
working. Although
it's just really evidence
I will
of
say
how
in his defense,
unexpected that
Furia
was.
hasn't really taken off without him
Furia.
being here, despite him being blamed for all the problems. Now we blame Cello, right, guys?
Yuri doesn't even die.
No, I mean, he is clean with the 2 kills, but it could have just been a faster reaction had he had a weapon out.
Yeah.
Oops.
Well, round's still live, for sure. These are the 2 guys you want in a late round situation. It's proven.
They've already got a 2v4 between them.
Demon, if I was like so much longer than that, that's crazy.
Both spotted. All CTs come now.
But also off the roster doesn't mean when he's benched.
That's a great spot to use when it's double main.
Yeah, you can really take
Or does
your
it say
sweet time
bench?
with
Does it
They can't
specify?
fight you unless they try to clear back pillar. K Serato thinking about it, but not going to stop it. Clean sweep from Na'Vi in the first half of OT.
Yeah, they survived every test. Every test that this time ended on the other side of the map.
Okay, so
rounds on CT
maybe
side in regulation for
Na'Vi
both these
figured it
teams.
out.
3-0
Damn, this is
overtime sweep. Yeah, like
Him is such a Chad for these types of plays, man.
T-side comeback was, I think,
Although it's so easy.
than it looked numerically.
It's got to be so sick, right? Like, imagine you get to just be a dickhead with an aggressive play because you have Bit behind you. He's like, I don't care if I die. If I die, this guy Bit right behind me is going to murder them.
Blade looks happier. More
Yeah.
relaxed,
Is
less
Serato a
tired.
dwarf, or is
3
he
map
sitting
points
weird?
will
He
do
just
that
likes
for-
to sit
oh,
like a
you
human
spoke too
turret.
Mamma mia.
A sweep in overtime, put Anubis in the rear
JDM
view
vibes,
mirror
yeah, a
and
little
change
bit.
things over to Mirage. And Na'Vi will try to forget about it. Three chances. Failed the first back in regulation to an all-in B attack from Furia. They try to flash their way out to catch Ime, and they will. First blood's there is wonderful, seemingly missing a shot. That's a good portion of map control for Furia. We'll see how quick the response is from Na'Vi. We already see
they're ready
Bomb
to-
moving to the split.
Instant A split. And there's been a lot of times where Furia have left this open, especially in the first half, and it seems like they've got a good memory. But Furia don't seem too concerned about it for some reason.
Right? It's because it's maybe not that instant. JL walks out middle a little closer. That does get Fallen to kind of second guess and float around CT spawn, but
We're down to no smokes here.
K Serato opping too.
Oh, man, they're really assuming that Fury are going to respond to this. They've threatened the split from both sides.
That's what I'm assuming too, Launders, honestly.
And Fury have
I can
now
even
gotten
see the whole
into
map.
Extremely passive spots, barely holding B. Like, they have no E-box. This is like a
This
guaranteed
is actually kind of
plant
crazy though out of
situation,
Furia.
even though it's 4v5.
Furia doing a
Look at that
Brazilian
Fury
stack
have 5
here.
players right now. Look at their map control. They're like going back to check on A main, but
Cole's there retired. Now he
they
plays
are
on some
so
tier 2
far away
Brazilian
from
teams at the moment.
dealing with B right now.
Kind of like teaching the young
This is a
guns.
good one from Na'Vi to rock the boat back in time. Smoke down towards Temple, and you leave Bit in the corner, but it's not as clean as it
Oh
could
my
have been.
God! Take every nice thing I've ever said about Bit back. Oh
Open
my!
up the flank for Skulls. JL able to catch Yuri in the corner, and Fallen still burned out from the trade, gives away his position. Wonderful will keep that op turned behind them. Alexi is very much stuck on this site. Nice shot from Wonderful.
Yeah, nice shot. He
despite
still got
the
dinked.
dink.
It's crazy.
A fully healthed Alexi with 2 low teammates, but the op's gonna connect a second time.
That's it.
And Quesarado 1v3 on an op of all
GG.
things.
Well done. The
to
closer
clutch out
on
or
Wonderful.
Na'Vi
Top frag for the
overtime
map.
sweep looks great. All 3
There he
kills
is.
in the post plant from Wonderful. Na'Vi could have made that so much cleaner, but at the end of the day, map 1 in their back pocket, and Mirage up next.
Well, there were certainly signs of Na'Vi not playing Anubis as of recent, but going into overtime, they found themselves full of confidence that was maybe missing, I guess, in the first part of the game. There was glimmers of good signs from both teams, but Na'Vi, they stayed strong throughout this all, and I guess they could be hyped about that one, as we just saw towards this.
Hey, you're going to get excited if it's a close game, no matter who you're playing. It doesn't matter.
I'm not sure if Coldzera's playing with young guns. He's playing with Phelps, Henny, and Bolts. Oh, that's wait. Well, he was. Dude, I think you're right. I remember this roster being formed, and I saw tweets about it.
Though. Good credit, credit to them for having a really strong T side, good mid rounding.
This Red Cannon's just like the whole.
On the other hand,
the boys getting back together.
Push comes to shove, they just lock in on these like.
That's fucking hilarious.
OT here. Yeah, I mean Na'Vi kind of.
Okay, these guys are very unknown. Okay. I'm kidding, by the way. Holy shit.
He ends with the highest ADR. Eventually, if you give them enough time, if you let it go to overtime,
well, he was.
Someone else from Navi's going to show up.
Yeah,
no, that's dropped. Good old drop, Phelps, Henny, and Venom's era.
Both shining uncharacteristically in order to keep their teams alive in many situations. It was a bit of a battle of the brains, also picking up their guns.
Fallen was actually... What was the term you used before we started?
Surprisingly acceptable.
Surprisingly acceptable.
Surprisingly acceptable is... What's up, J Ballin? Are you going to play Money 10 Mans? No. I have a normal sleep schedule.
Oh, look out! Oh my God! Because 4 or 5 people are dead.
So standing... Birdie is almost...
That's sheer power, bro. Sheer power. Sheer power right there. What are you triple dotting me about? Bro, I'm not playing fucking Money 10 Mans at 10 p.m. to hear people bitching and complaining like it's FPL in like a week.
Terrible.
Yeah, no, once again, I think you nailed it, Vu. The way that Furia like to play their CT sides, maybe too active sometimes. In my eyes, for this game, not enough activity.
Yeah, you watch a team that's great on CT side, Anubis, Liquid. What are they doing? They're constantly pushing, rotating, stacking. What was Furia doing? Sitting back in the bomb sites, doing... They win both pistols, but that CT side...
We need money. Where's that sign? Okay.
Well, in order for us to get here, right, it was a very...
We're doing it for the money. We're definitely not playing Money 10 Mans. We're going to go play FPL.
Round before we got to OT, because it was a
2-minute delay.
Frags coming out with very limited weaponry.
And I will pay $10 to one of my teammates to stream snipe whoever's on the other team. Genius
standard
move.
sort of play when your backs are against the wall on Anubis. You don't try to overcomplicate things. When you don't have the greatest wealth of utility, you just go for the egg. Some great shots from the twin fangs of Fury and Quesarado and Yuri. And really, I think the trades just totally went their way.
Yeah, that's just an example of Furia. They have
as of actually 115 fucking months
for the majority of the game, but sometimes the fragging just isn't there, and that's what we saw in overtime.
But then going into overtime, this is where Na'Vi said,
okay, I mean, to be fair, Grev, I am a billionaire, but no.
Maybe we should have done earlier. Just throw all our confidence at them.
Last time I played Money 10 Mans, I had 2 people playing in them that were using Discord to screen share to one another to cheat and rig games.
They do line up, and Bit is not going to be a guy who, if you line up in front of him, that he's going to mess things up. Look at that. Just instant 2K from him, and then Cello's just on an island.
Yeah, Cello's just got no chance there. Fallen, he had the op in hand, but even Wonderful wouldn't be hitting that
Drop
shot.
names?
And then all it does is gives gives Na'Vi confidence, gives their players that were kind of struggling into that more
Good.
confidence to go for these
I will
plays,
say they're
and
the
then
usual
I mean,
suspects.
they're just going to phone it in.
It's just a great side hold, really. Yeah, I feel like Fury,
Yeah.
after losing around like that, something about it, like great captains can elevate you, but what great captains can also do.
Voodoo Daddy,
is
thanks for the
embolden you.
14-month
This
timer.
push from
Thank you, thank you,
Na'Vi
thank you.
on
Appreciate
the
you.
Third CT round of overtime. Like, this is ridiculous. This is just a dry push. They were just walking up the whole way. They were able to find themselves in an early 3v2, and that is just a huge stamp of authority.
But yeah, I mean, other people like it's just.
You need to see when you.
I
are
hope it
supposed to
goes
be
well. I
favourites,
just
though, right?
yeah.
That
good.
should have been maybe coming a bit earlier in the game.
I mean,
would say
shit, people
in
are doing that in
theory, like, the
FPL, if I'm
macro
not
sense of
mistaken,
how
no?
Na'Vi played looked like they felt like they were more control. They were
Pretty
doing
sure
more
people
on the
are
CT
win
side.
trading in
They were a bit more
FPLC with
active, but
Radar.
sometimes that's how
They
it
don't
just
use Radar
boils down.
cheats.
They
They
end
literally
up in
one person
overtime,
just streams
even
their
though
fucking Discord
in most aspects, you
to
have
the other
a
one.
better game plan. I think the CT side for Na'Vi showed a little bit more flair. They had some change-ups, the way they fought for mid sometimes, the way they controlled the crunches from Fury. It looked good. They just couldn't get it over the line because of kind of a random Tech 9 execute onto the A-bomb site. I don't know what to say.
I kind of feel like that was Furia hitting their ceiling. That was Na'Vi.
Yeah.
They didn't have their individuals show up. Ime was like 4 and 12 at some point. Wonderful. Wasn't hitting every op shot. Again, Alexi B top fragged for the majority of the game. And they still couldn't. They needed to bring it over the line in regulation. They couldn't do it. And then eventually Na'Vi's going to show up. That's the ceiling for Furia. And the ceiling's just not high enough.
But the ceiling right now for Furia hasn't been high enough for a long time. For Na'Vi now, you take your opponent's map pick. Is this plain sailing now? Is this okay? You've done this job first of all. Now we don't need to worry, or is there still some?
Definitely deflating for Furia, that's for sure. Because at the end of even the first half,
more shocked that
it was
you're meant to
7-4 score line.
get an FPL for improving. Yeah, but most people just treat it as a paycheck
too. So I feel like a lot of things. I think Furia probably is outside right now, saying, "Man, we got unlucky." But it's like, no, you were really. I mean, your game plan was pretty good. You were in the driver's seat for some of this.
A lot of people are just like not actually really driven to like
coming up
be
short
better.
in just a couple of moments, overlooking a push,
The fact that you have to use the fucking money to begin with to just like play some half decent pugs is like kind of the problem.
I mean, how unlucky can you say Furia were getting when
it's the principle that literally people won't try unless they basically have something to lose on the line.
They convert both sides. They win
like
the
we're
eco
fucking
wars or the
cooked.
force buy wars on both sides. So they've got like a 4 or 5 round advantage, and then they can't close it out from there. Even when Alexi B's top fragging, it's not like he was hitting amazing shots. He was just hitting okay shots, and the rest of the team was missing. How, like, that's not exactly.
Oh yeah, some people just light $10 on fire.
And Furia
Yeah.
still couldn't do it.
Do we still see like we're seeing the same problems from Furia? Like we're not seeing the progression we wanted to see?
I would say that on the CT side, one thing that maybe this is a trend, but at least in this game,
Yeah, I guess that's probably the
noticed
problem
was
with
just
Money
that
10
they
Mins,
were
right? The
very much
people
so
that
sitting on their hands, where they just sit in a bomb site, they hope
need
for the
the
best,
money
hope their
in
hold
it
is
to
good
be
enough.
invested are
I would
probably
love to see
not
more
really the
activity,
players you
and
want
I think
playing.
that when they
And the players that you want playing
they
don't need the money as a
probably looked to
motivator.
somebody like Cello to be a difference maker, but they also relegated Cello to play a lot of anchor positions too. So you can't have both. You can't have a guy who was a high-flying fragger, very aggressive, gave you information, take him off your team, add a guy who should be doing that, but then you just push him into a corner and say, hold that bomb site. It's like, it's tough. It's tough for Furia. Like people like, I'd say a few people could just be more active. Fallen could be more active as an operator. You know, he's in the right place at the right time a lot of times, but he's not always taking that initiative. Like,
I gotta use restroom real quick, chat. I'll be right back.
2015
Also, Nazo, it's not my birthday, and 115 fucking months is criminal. Nazo, I need you to touch grass.
More information than an average operator. He's just kind of holding the line and hoping for the best.
Crazy thing is, he's hitting a lot of the shots. He's just not
Streamers
making
are
the
ready
plays.
for a break
But
from
I think
Face
when
It.
it
They run
comes
10
down
minutes.
to
Oh, that's what Cooper's
Furia,
doing.
it's like
He's been getting
they're
DDoS
so
on
much
stream
better
snipes,
than
so
they
he
were
just
on their T
is
sides
running 10 mins right
with
now.
They're just so
Problem
much
is
better
eventually that will.
because Fallen recognized he did an interview. He
People are
recognized their
miserable,
CT
and they're
sides
gonna
were
make
bad.
it miserable
I
for
focused on the
Cooper,
T
I
side.
fear,
Now we need to
and
focus on the CT side.
that's
I'm
usually
willing
what
to
ends
give
up
them
happening
bit of
after a
benefit of
couple
the doubt,
weeks.
But it's gonna go away fast if their CT sides don't look better.
How much more time do you give them?
End of the season, I want to see something at the major. If you're 0-3 in the final stage before the playoffs, which in a way I kind of expect Fury to land there. Oof. I mean, they should come on. Fury were making the playoffs of so many consistent majors when Art was at the helm in a style that we thought was flawed.
Yeah.
Okay, and the individuals were decent then, but they almost never even had a real serious opper. Like, they still don't have a seriously, like, tier 1, like, S-tier
I'll
opper
be right
by
back,
any means, and yet they're still kind of coming short, but even shorter than they did before with Art.
Well, the short stuff is not good enough when it comes to Fury, who is expected to make great heights in all of this. Next up, we're going to Na'Vi's pick of Mirage. It's not a particularly good map for Fury, so it looks like it could be Na'Vi all the way. Let's see if they get it done when we come back from the break. A lot of hype came from the win of Anubis for Na'Vi, but it certainly wasn't an easy one for them to take. Now the job has not been done, but they should feel maybe an extra bit of confidence like we saw in those last few rounds, because we go to Mirage, which has been their tried and tested pick for oh so long, and it's one that they can rely on even in the darkest of times. Dark like we've got outside here in Copenhagen, as the players are ready to light things up when they get into the server once again. Is this Na'Vi all the way though, guys? Is that what we're looking at? Is this just very clear, clean and cut, or can you not even have that confidence anymore for this team?
So Furia, in some of their recent results, have taken some teams pretty closely, but the last time they faced against Na'Vi, they got one round on their CT side. So Na'Vi dominated them. There was no contest whatsoever, and unfortunately for Furia fans out there, I do expect similar.
Yeah, I mean, the one saving grace is Furia saw this coming. Maybe they could have something really well prepared to play against Na'Vi, but the problem is Na'Vi, they were just unbeatable on this map for a long time, and even if they can't maybe best the absolute top teams in the world on Mirage anymore, it's Fury. Fury is not, they're not a team they should be struggling with.
I think in that Fury game though, they still have Quesarado at B.
They're on the way, but we've been saying that for a long time.
I don't know if we've been. They've been on the way. I think the Skulls edition did make Fury better. I feel like the ceiling of this team is definitely higher than it was before. I feel like it's almost kind of like the Liquid syndrome right now, where Liquid don't have enough active players. I feel like that's what I'm watching with Fury on their CT sides. They need to get in people's faces a little bit more.
That's actually a great reference, because I think that might actually be one of their biggest problems. They have like one active player, and that one player can't carry the load for everyone.
And he's probably not half the time.
Yeah, it's just. Yeah. But what else are you going to do? You're going to put K-Serrato on B again?
Yeah, probably not.
I pray to God that doesn't happen.
No, that's not where you want him at all. You know, when a player of that skill, that quality, never in a million years, surely. But when it comes to Na'Vi, this is now where I want to see them play with that same confidence we saw from the last 4 rounds. If I don't see them come out swinging on this one, right, and take Furia down in a convincing fashion, I still have worrying concerns about them.
Because they have Anubis in their back pocket now, I do expect that Navi's individuals on especially their A crunches are going to take some individual liberties. That's what I love about Na'Vi. You get Bit swinging from Palace whenever he feels like it, JL swinging from Ramp. You have Ema coming up Con with sometimes Alexi. And I just want them to take fights on their own terms. Yes, you want to make sure that there's some coordination with your team, that the crunch is enabled by the fact that there's pressure in other directions. But I also want to see Bit take opening duels from Palace. You know, he is such a master at just clocking people in the side of the head because he catches them off guard, because it almost feels like he shouldn't swing sometimes. It's almost like you are going through a smoke. You are doing something that should be bad Counter-Strike, but it's good because everybody there from
Open Lisbon if they're in Copenhagen. They play in Copenhagen in groups, and then they fly to Lisbon and play in the arena there.
Do it again on Mirage.
I like what Vu's saying. I hope we see that as well. And Scrawny and Lawrence, I'm sure you want to see some amazing action from these guys, so take it away on Mirage.
Yes, sir. Ready and willing. Mirage up next, and it's Na'Vi on Mirage mode. That should instill some confidence if you're a Na'Vi fan. Surely, Na'Vi on Mirage.
They always pick Mirage. They're so scary on Mirage. It's the A-ramp attacks. It's the way that they peek the side of Sandwich. They peek the side of Stairs. They keep jiggling. You don't know who's going to swing next. And Furia are normally really good at that themselves, generally speaking. But no one does it better than Furia on Mirage.
Blade will be looking to fine-tune the war machine. Didn't look always so
obsessed with Launder's beard. It's a nice beard.
I feel like when you get into overtime,
Launder says aura. That's why you're obsessed. You know.
You just kind of remind him of who's boss. You know, you were in control of that game for a good amount of it. Yeah, things got sketchy, but that's Anubis. This is Na'Vi on Mirage.
Almost the story with C9 being a team from sunny SoCal, then suddenly they're all Russian.
Furia have moved
skill issue, honestly.
K-Serrato allegedly off of anchoring B.
When are you gonna get Aura from L Aura? If there's one person that I don't want or care about their opinion when it comes to Aura, it would be you.
Take a gush to the head from Alexi B.
Didn't say there'd be easy kills.
Fair. And you've got Yuri over towards the ramp, bolstered by Fallen, climbing up from Ticket. He's got that bomb confirmed to be inside of Connector. Very good kill for Yuri to grab. Secures him a position that'll definitely be a nuisance for Na'Vi to deal with, but down goes his support. And the rotation, well, it's coming scrambling over in the form of Skulls. Heard by Alexi B, of course, and very quickly.
It's okay. I can destroy Thrice's illusion in one fell swoop, guys. He's a Cowboys fan.
The guy over on ramp. So if there was anything that they were hoping to kind of.
So now that we've completely established that he has negative aura.
In fact, everything went badly for Furia. They thought they had an idea as to what was coming their way, and then Na'Vi took it from them.
Actually, kind of sad. Can I get 5 gifted on his behalf for having that fucking poverty franchise?
The one thing that was nice was the duel.
Also,
that we saw
if you guys are into this kind of thing, you guys should ask him about Luca when you guys get some time.
All the way to triple, and they went to the top of the stairs at the exact same time, and the timings and the gaps are so small, and they're perpetually changing positions, and I think that Na'Vi are just, I don't know. That's the one thing. They can do that without much utility involved and still be such a problem.
So, now that we've completely dismantled this man brick by brick,
first pistol of the series for Na'Vi. One of the reasons that last map got so close, unable to win either one.
Not a Fairlife protein shake? Yep.
Wonderful.
Speaking of brick by brick, I'm just building myself up with microplastics brick by brick.
Bonding. Oh, that's what it is. I don't think it really counts unless they're real.
My entire personality's been destroyed. No. Then I would, if that were the case, I'd have to remind chat that you, for 5 gifted subs, not only cooked a well-done steak, but put peanut butter on it and ate it.
You know, when he says jump, they say how high.
Sure.
Now that would be
their limits, see what other goofy things they have to do.
Like, he laughed about it afterward.
Fools. I think it's okay to have fun.
I only let him keep mod just because, like, at this point, like, I kind of just feel bad for him. You know what I mean?
A shot from Fallen.
Like, I'm that nice of a guy. You know what I mean? Despite all of his terrible flaws, like, trying to give him one positive thing.
But maybe no scout shot needed. Ooh, yes, he's got the second. Quesarado still locked into the stairs, doing more damage to Bit.
Oh, see? Wait. See, I told you, dude. Quesarado gets 2 at con because he's no longer playing B. Furia might tie how many rounds they got last time already with 1.
So it's not like he has any element of surprise.
Oh.
It's very awkward.
Bit going above now.
Bomb is obviously planted over.
Nice guys always tell you how nice they are. Exactly.
Oh, there you go.
That's actually my #1 rule.
You'll take it. Emed tries to keep eyes on sight. You've got the pressure of the retake coming through connector. Cello kills Alexi. And Emed knows he's distracted, but he also knows where the last 2 are at.
Can you go all the way around?
Yeah, bomb is planted for him.
Back triple, yeah.
So he could fall back and play from connector if he wants to.
Oh
Obviously,
my
they're not
God,
gonna have a
Emma,
hit.
absolutely
Very
fucking
costly situation.
clinical.
Another player down, all 5 dead.
Well,
here for
never
Navi,
mind.
but
They
a
didn't get
second
their
round
1.
regardless.
Yeah, I mean, second round is the most important part. It's expensive, but hey, that's life. Such is life. C'est la vie.
You've been working on your French.
Come see, come saw. It's nice last bullet MP9 kill here for Quesarado.
And wallbang here for Fallen, finally getting into the action.
Yeah.
Shame he wasn't able to stop the plant, maybe, but
Great round out of Emma as well. I mean, that is a 1v3 clutch, and it kind of took.
Spartan, I didn't get to the part where I was asking for primers, prime forgetters yet. We're not quite there yet.
It was sort of unforced to some extent. But it wasn't the biggest error. It was just more of a great punishment out of Emma.
It's all about avoiding Cello this round if you're Navi, and by the looks of it, should be easy. Sitting inside that B site. To be set up by pistols. But who's setting up who with Quesarado looking at his shoes like that?
Quesarado never dies.
Garbage.
Is that
bleach?
Yummy. Conduit wants me to walk into my office and sit down.
My favorite cocktail.
It's like the equivalent of asking me to vlog. Like
some pot noodles.
Motherfuckers literally just want like a 5-second video of me walking from my bathroom after my shower to my desk. Live vlog here with Flum.
Smoke going down on A. If they come through it, they're going to find nobody home.
10 hours later, I walk
to just meander around and spawn.
past my fridge, stare at it menacingly.
So zero
striking fear into the heart of my fridge.
3-0 start.
Into my garage where I then lift. Then I immediately, once I'm done with the lift, walk back and then I, you know, hit up the fridge.
They're a force, even if you don't see them. Nobody's seen anybody. In fact.
Fridge hates to see you come. I do profile signs, and unfortunately, I don't really have a way to do it for YouTube chat, but I do it for Twitch channel points. I don't do it for money.
And here comes the eco farmers.
Yeah. Trying to catch him as the bomb's about to pop.
I'm more referring to desk config, etc. You mean, like my settings. I mean, I don't run a config anymore in CS2. There's no point.
Scrumptious.
That shit syncs up with the Steam Cloud, so like it doesn't matter where you're
the
at.
only player that's got to make sure he doesn't die because he's got Kevlar with it, and so you go forward. Cello, right.
So I don't have a config anymore. And honestly, dude, this desk came with the option for different desk height like presets, and I lost that part of it, and I don't care, and I just kind of eyeball it every time, and it doesn't really bother me. I try to get it, you know, relatively the same, but it's not like I don't really care.
It's their play style.
After like 5 minutes, I'm all good.
Long-standing teammates.
Yeah, teammates.
Kind of got the same stance, same width.
The Brazilian Salamanca twins.
I kind of like that.
Wait, it does? I've been battling my CSGO config in CS2 since release? Yeah, bro, just take the config out. You're fine.
Before on Anubis.
Who would be Hector on this team?
What do you guys put in your fucking configs that you don't need the in-game settings for right now? No, I don't have a setup to it. I don't.
Grandfather.
Mostly, like I've posted like my home gym and like.
Floating around towards ticket.
Hey, bro, I'm very proud and I love the house and it's fucking honestly insane, but people suck and I don't really feel like sharing things with people because I just kind of get exhausted.
Looks like amazing opportunity to go B. There's no cap player. Oh,
Buy-binds? Ooh, wait, can't
legs.
you even do buy-binds in game now?
Between the legs. Almost feel bad for him. But Cello's alone.
Like, people just make it miserable to share anything on the internet because so many people just like think you're trying to flex on them. It's like,
try to get back into the action, but
and
even finding a bomb
like
site
it's just,
cleared out
you know,
for wonderful
I know some of you guys are interested in it,
The
but
problem with playing cat when it's a full B attack.
yeah, it just kind of is a big
by himself there, Cello. No footsteps heard.
Wait, what's the right word I'm looking for?
Window about to get
demotivated.
Oh, he gives it a jiggle, and that's all JL needs. More damage onto Skulls. That's almost taken him out of this. Imez looking to come and kill him, and in doing
have
so, can
boundaries.
double back
Yeah,
to the site.
like
It really could come down to the Quesarado Apartments flank.
Like, I don't mind
He's been
sharing,
quiet
but a lot
all
of people
the
just
while.
like see it as flexing. So it's
Could
like,
catch
all right,
Emet
well,
off. Bomb ticking quickly now. He gets found out. The spray control not quite there. Wonderful's able to kill Fallen. The op is down, and Quesarado's got to leave. Easy upgrade here for Wonderful. 4-0 start in for Navi.
Yeah, that's well done from Wonderful. He doesn't take that fight right away. Quesarado comes up from behind him, and they'll eventually.
you mean you don't want? I mean, you can see my marble floors on stream. That's fine. Remember, they're porcelain though.
So
they're toilet
they
floors.
don't know it's going to be obviously a B attack. I don't really love that Cello is playing jail as a solo, like being solo
I was just
there
like,
when his teammate.
I think
is
like one
ladder
time I
room, his
posted
teammate's
like
playing
the
get right
Audi on my
across the
Instagram a
windows
long
for him,
time
take
ago, like when
intention away that I think that's gets
we had to get
strengthened,
Nori a new
but
car
otherwise it's
for
a one and
work.
done. Yeah, you know how many times I said
The amount of
that all
financial
the time.
people that are like,
Play
dude, you
bench,
bought a
play
car,
empty
dude, you
pillar,
don't own a house. Meanwhile, I was in the process
pillar
of
smoke,
building
play
a
behind
house.
it, something to delay and be a
Like,
bit more
but
free.
like if
you
I
see,
say that,
Cello
oh
gets his
no.
first kill, but then he literally
It's
cannot
like,
get another one.
I think the
you just
scary
can't
thing
do
is I've
shit,
heard
bro.
you
It's like,
criticize
oh
him
my
for
god.
that. As the
Sorry,
player
sorry.
for
I was
Furia,
just like really happy that
the one that's
day.
been
My
thrust
bad.
back on it. Quesarado freed
Really
up
proud
to
of
get
that.
aggressive. Fallen.
It's nice to be able to
Beautiful
support
shot
girlfriend
onto
at the
Alexi.
time, now wife.
Make
You know,
sure that he won't find any further positioning out middle, and it's a comfortable looking 5v3.
I need you to spend your money smarter. It's like, all right, man. Dieflex, thanks for the continue your sub, by the way. Thank you.
Out through smoke.
12 HP, but because there's not great guns, the man advantage coming back slightly actually matters. Bit will take the only A player out. No one in CT spawn. Bomb to get
Have you
collected.
cracked one of your porcelain tiles yet? No.
Don't 3v5
One of them was cracked when we moved in, and then it got flagged. Wait, I was about to say fixed, and then I read Dieflex's name.
Simply sit here.
I don't know what the fuck that means, but thank you. Yeah,
So yeah, he's
but
starting
no.
to get nervous about it. This is good. But we've got mollies. So
We've got mollies, but we don't have a smoke. Bits managed to get into the staircase. Skulls will be able to prevent him from crossing. Fallen's got to give up that angle. Bomb able to go down uncontested.
I got you, File.
So securing the post plant, very nicely done. Furia trying to reposition around Fallen's ticket now, and it's the double cat as well. So they'll come stomping in a moment, but oh man. Still thinking maybe someone was up in Palace with that off. Instead, Cello gets traded out instantly. Nicely done from Wonderful to keep the edge in the hands of Navi. It's that low op of JL that could get sketchy if he comes down to being the last player. No frag grenade to pop open that smoke, but also no kit for Skulls. 10-second defuse inside of this. They're going to come up, try to spray wildly. He's really just looking to add a price tag to the round. Wonderful kill, but so be it. Bomb cannot be stopped, and Skulls will be even
get out of there. Skulls? I feel like running right away, he...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Didn't.
Nope.
No money here. Thanks for the
5-0.
79-month primer. Thank you. Beard is
on
looking
Mirage.
extra Viking today. Thank you. Thank you.
So this round's a good start, obviously.
Speaking of the Audi,
3v5,
fucking
two
there's a
opening
small
frags,
leak in the
but
goddamn radiator, bro.
One back in underpass.
Good
He
news.
gets caught off floating, and then
When I bought that fucker, I extended the
Fallen's
factory
in a
warranty
spot
on that
where
shit.
That's the one
and it was
position
still
he
good
will
for
be
one more month.
100% worried about. JL's jump spotting him from Palace. That's a moment for Fallen where maybe, you know, it's
So-
like rotate around CT early
W.
or get really out there.
That was
Maybe
fucking- that was weird,
expected
though.
them not to have any mollies left. But they were the ones who were on the full buy, right? It was Navi.
Model A4.
Nice long range dink.
Well,
through the smoke here from
2018 Audi
Cello.
A4.
Oh,
Warranty
extra
gods bless
damage,
you.
6
Yeah.
HP for JL.
Yeah, we saw the impact he had last round when he was on 6 health.
Are you trying to tell everyone to extend
Powers
your
up,
car's
man.
warranty?
Turn around and do it again.
They left this open
Wait,
again.
holy
They
shit.
just
Nori's
locking
so
up
right.
Tetris.
Wait.
So much autonomy here from the T-side players. Oh, shoulder getting spotted. No punish.
To be fair, though, we did not buy a dealer one. I bought a factory one. It's a little different how it works.
Now, Mac 10. Oh my God, he finishes it. And Fallen just cowering, lets the fire do the work. Navi's streak of rounds to come to an end, you'd think. Damage over towards Cat, back turn to him. JL 6 health, jumps over, ignores bomb.
Is it Flomboy's calling? Guys, it's me.
Okay, but
let me talk to you about your car's extended warranty.
Oh,
okay, Fury, you can't. No, no.
That's crazy. You said it. You said it, man.
No way.
The more dangerous he's in,
surely they actually don't get the same scoreline on this map as last time, right?
Over the connector arch to not get spotted.
Okay. He left the bomb, just went right into the idea, and because he did it so quickly...
Surely not. That would be criminal.
Had no clue he would try something like that.
Clean clutch.
That's pretty damn excellent.
1v2, 6 health.
Did Vu tell us about the 13-0?
He did say it at some point tonight, but I feel like it was last match. I can't remember.
For those of you that don't know, last time these two played, they played Mirage. Navi
he's a bit of a loose cannon.
posted 12 rounds on their T side on Furia.
Well, that's the name of their trio, actually.
Furia got 13-3. They got pistol round on T side and converted the second round and then lost.
The Daywalkers, and this is now known as the Big Three.
The Big Three.
Banks, Vu, Maui, the Big Three.
Have there been many delays? You're like
flawless 6-round streak at the
the
moment.
second nearly 12-hour day of Blast, bro. They're running 4 best of 3s a day, so yeah, it's very well possible. Like, what are we at? Almost at 9 hours right now, and we're on map 2 of this series. And we had a lot of 2-0s today too, right? Or 2 2-0s.
Damage. Quesarado finally able to drop Alexi.
For the group stage, this is relatively normal, yeah.
Wonderful has no-scoped Fallen point blank, and Imez looking to end the round, which he'll do so. Damn near flawless for the 7-round
Jesus
streak.
Christ, man.
Easy as you like.
Okay.
Anubis is really competitive. This one, not so
all right,
much.
they should have a bye here, right?
And,
Cope,
well,
all
they
right.
still haven't met their quota. Last time they got one round CT side. This is awesome from Alexi, obviously. Kind of, there's no sound to give this away. They're walking up to the smoke to get ready for the swing, but he's thinking the map's a little too quiet.
Nice, Mihai! Bro, I fucking think
Oh. That flick got a little too crazy.
Yeah, I feel like that one almost went to the moon.
Yeah.
Unk's just like me, bro. He doesn't like to flick to the left.
I mean, can't miss opportunities like that. Not in a game like this. And right now, actually, I think they feel
I'm like the
they've
Zoolander of
dissuaded
hopping,
the
bro.
B-play.
I like to flick right, not left.
But to Navi, they've created an invitation because they expect Furia to rearrange. They're right.
I don't bet off rack.
I
didn't fill out a bracket for fun either.
Because there's no one window, no one cat, no one ladder
I haven't
room.
filled out a bracket for March Madness, and I don't know how long,
Fallen
man.
alone, but he gets a shot.
Yeah, Alexi jumping through. No second one for Fallen just yet. Knows a player's down with him and can't track that one.
I don't know.
Up in his
I don't remember when I stopped doing it, but
slides out along the wall. JL just gives him the jiggle, but Quesarado controls the situation until Ime gets revenge for his fallen teammate up close. Good space creation from JL. You see that flood outwards. Wonderful post the op-up. And Mihai's been playing fantastic. 10 kills, 4 deaths, 1 in the round. Looking for the next on the back of Market, where Yuri's making sound.
Is there an underpass walk, or is that Cat from...
It's Catwalk.
Skulls? Okay, yeah.
Ime, careful. Throwing nades out. Almost exposes himself, but he'll block out one avenue of the retake.
Oh.
High school for you on the bracket challenge twice in here with your high school friend. That's cool.
Blindsided from the cello, but that's really just the fadeaway, you'd think.
I don't know.
Look how much he did by throwing that smoke late. He had them.
It was kind of fun to fill out, but like
after the smoke goes down, there's no time to rearrange that, and then he exposes everybody as they shoot back at him. He doesn't even have to get the kill there.
8-0.
Okay, so before the Cope was Quesarados at B, now they're just shit. Thoughts?
Having a lot more fun than they did back on Anubis.
Give you 8 reasons why. It's another round though with like
now you're just showing your
support,
age,
but I think
G-Money.
this one's more like conjured up by Navi. Like They saw that an aggressive peak came in B apps, and they used that against Furia, saying Furia now feel like they've done enough here. So let's just we know they have a blind spot in middle. Let's take advantage of that, and let's just go keep it simple. I mean, all these rounds have been very simple. We've been watching Bit just walk up Tetris over and over again. There's been no one in CT to watch him. So there's the gaps in all the wrong spots.
How many times has Bit just been allowed to kind of jump across over Sandwich?
Yeah, and eventually, if you don't see anybody this many times,
he's going to do it again.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been rounds where Fallen was beginning with the op on ticket, but we haven't seen it over there for a couple now.
Oh, how far is he going to get? I mean, he's going to be able to just literally shoot Yuri in the back, or they can go for the safe boost as well, but Furia just have no idea what's happening.
The issue is, Flom, they're going B now in case Roto can't stop them.
Catch the jungle player with a nade out. Yuri from the stairs, though, cleared out by the connector push of Ime and Bit.
Bald.
And Bit just hanging onto the bench is going to find a nice
well,
pocket of control.
4v3.
Now, bombs on the opposite side of triple. Good clear.
2v4.
Smoke like that to keep a 4v2 advantage rolling forward. Bit's going to go for the swing with this. They're just trying to fight this straight up. I mean, they're in a 2v4, and they're just gunning the players down on their approach. Molotov on top of the staircase is going to prevent the retake for now. Frag grenade chips away at Bit ever so slightly. He's 2 kills into this round already. He'll be caught out by that forward bench play. Great flash to support it. Furia aren't going to get skunked.
They are so back.
They will jump on top of bomb with time. It took
they
them
are
9
so
rounds,
back.
But
let me see if this is the exact round they won last time.
Over window, close in connector, and they blew up in the smoke at the right time, so created opportunities for themselves. Got a little scary when K-Serrano
literally no way. This is the same exact round they won last time.
Trade, but outside of that, they kept material advantage.
I am not exaggerating.
A good job of guising this approach as well. And
oh my god, if they lose out, it's
to get the final kill.
Oh my god, that'd be fucking cinema.
They say another round, another opportunity. They get just as excited as if they were in the lead.
They're just restreaming the old match. Yeah, Blast said, fuck these 12-hour days, bro. We're just going to replay this shit and the result's going to stay the same. We all know Navi's winning this shit.
Perfect time here for Bit to take a timeout. Just to make sure no momentum is gained.
Just want to remind you guys that you can make picks and win real money. It is playing on Underdog so easy. Just choose higher or lower on your favorite Counter-Strike players and you can win real cash. Our new real money fantasy partner.
Cash now.
877 cash now.
Underdog.
Underdog.
Thank you for supporting Counter-Strike with your business. Now, back to the whooping.
Here is an underdog versus an overdog.
Okay.
Perfect example.
Talking about Navi and Furia or Wonderful and Fallen?
Yeah, maybe that's 2 in the same.
We got a couple head-to-heads unfolding.
Fallen avoids Jeopardy.
Yeah, I think you're going to be very disappointed.
Wonderful in his hit the Warden in the watchtower at the top of mid. Can really take his time here because they're not mollying top mid either. This is actually quite a low utility round out of Furia. They win their first. It is kind of expensive.
Advertising gambling to kids.
Round.
I feel old for saying that. I was about to say, I don't know, dude. Honestly, around here at least, like y'all motherfuckers got crippling student loan debt and
fight and going forward
mortgages.
Oh, just missed it, but he'll go for the offer instead. So
yeah, that's solid from Fallen.
Pretty sure that's, you know, at least that's a legitimate site. But I'm pretty sure they do KYC, so
I'm not sure actually.
We're chilling.
Either way, Alexi capitalizing with the Galil.
Cool, thanks.
Over to the stairs as Bit's now low, presses the barrel up against Ime's head, and down goes the bomb. So really sucking the life out of this attack. Triple kill from K-Serrano.
That's why you want that guy on A.
Yes. Screw K-Serrano as a B anchor on Mirage.
Seriously, who thought that was a good idea?
Fallen.
And to be fair, no, it was probably K-Serrano, right?
Yeah,
like,
sure, yeah.
if he asked for a spot, who's going to say no?
Yeah.
And that's why it's like...
I'm currently in the process of getting student loan debt and Bro's acquiring. Wait, I just realized. They broke the script!
He needs to be here.
That's right! Get hired, doggos!
Even in different metas where Connector doesn't always yield the most, because there's too much utility, less action that way, Connector is always going to be the hardest because Palace can always punish you. Got to be responsible for a lot of things. But if you're talking about a guy, name somebody in Brazil who has better awareness, individual awareness than K-Serrano. Like, That's somebody who's going to catch window lurk timings. He's going to make sure he kills people walking through smokes. He's going to be the one to take the right peek on the right time as the Opera top mid is looking away for a second.
Oh, Conduit, by the way, you're confused.
Love you, Chev.
That MGM you're describing is a casino
And could have come at a better
brand,
moment
brother.
with your K Serato, because now you're rewarded.
Yeah,
with
you're,
just a
you're
pistol
talking
round
Bet
three,
MGM or whatever.
third.
That's here, man. That's where I'm at. MGM owns like half the
any
Las
hope of
Vegas Strip, and
continuing
no,
this
that's not the
series,
same people that make like
that was it
the
right there,
production.
put forth by K Serato.
That one is basically just Amazon subsidiary at this point. Mr. Lion Man that likes to roar at the start, or misses, I guess. I've never looked
Here
into
with
it.
Yuri to watch the ramp. Nice shot.
That's like basically just Amazon.
I think it's hilarious how fast Alexi was trying to run by connector.
Yeah.
Paul's just like, nope. A little too ominous at the moment. They climb up through window. They get K Serato.
Honestly,
hands busy. Yuri still stationed
I
inside.
have to delete the
Sandwich.
VOD, but
missing a shot, starting to make this a little
let's
bit
just
weird.
say those
More
properties,
pistol damage
chat,
coming
that
out.
will
This
not
should
be named
never,
for
ever,
potential sponsor purposes
go
later
the way
on.
of Navi.
Usually are not the ones that I'm picking.
K Serato maintains control of the situation despite a couple
Almost
first
always,
misses.
actually. I don't
And
think
Cello
any
puts
of
it down
them.
from the catwalk wall bank, so all's good.
Oh,
able
man.
to capitalize off of the K Serato multi-frag from the last round.
Yeah, no kidding, man. 3 straight. 3 straight. It's a little late to get into the game, maybe just because of how strong Navi are on this map, whether it's
But I'm
CT
right there,
or
Toasty. Yeah, they
T-side.
do like
Yeah,
verification
but,
and all that shit.
You got to take what you can get. This is their map pick. You knew it was coming.
A nice, fully fleshed.
Let's just
5
bury the
to
VOD
finish.
here. Yeah, well, as I've always stated, I'm not really anti-Gemba. I'm just anti-skin site Gemba because that shit, you want to talk about kids. That shit's actually fucked.
Luckily for them, there's no
Sites that actually, like,
tempo coming out of
verify
Navi
your
here in the
shit,
final round of
eh.
their T side. But Alexi will get clipped out with a grenade in hand.
People be doing that
Kisarato
shit
starting to feel like he's powering
anyway.
up Mohan.
Gotta just like
13 and 7.
make sure it's just done
Already
above
here
board
is
at that
the
point.
Again, there's no one in CT again.
Yeah, no ticket possession, nothing at all. Just connector for them to kind of lean back on. But Bomb
Yeah,
is
Nova
still
shots. That's what I'm
outside
saying.
top middle,
The
so
skin
lucky
sites
for
where like
Furia,
mom
they
and
got
dad
that
could just
going
think
for
they're
them.
fucking getting you a Steam gift
Wonderful.
card
It's a
that's
long
literally just
road
turning
to go
into a
scoop it up
cash in
and
at a
come
casino
back.
is like fucked.
And Emeth's just going to give his back to Cello.
Yeah, that's one of the situations that's avoided if you have the bomb because you don't try to do too much. But now they do a lot, way too much.
I'm surprised that they actually just don't sit comfortably on site now that Wonderful had already picked it up and was coming back.
Well, the smokes, you know, the smokes are going to come up. You start to get a little bit nervous about things that aren't even real. And this Molly actually blocks
I'll
everybody.
take
from
Gamba
getting
over
out. If they
Saudi
smoke it, it
Monopoly.
won't do
Thank you
them
very
any
much.
favors. So,
Well, good news for you. Why not
Serato,
both?
He'll have to save the day once again.
Flank is indeed fast enough, and it looks like Wonderful could be clipped by this. K Serato going to emerge from ramp. And sitting duck in Wonderful. JL pushed forward. He'll find nobody on ticket. There's not been anybody on ticket from the start of the round to the end. JL can hang on to it. Unlikely clutch, but one that's going to force them to swing into him, and he won't find a single frag for it. So 4 consecutive rounds from
Okay,
Furia
actually,
in what was a blowout of a half.
You're telling me
Suddenly
there's a chance.
lifeline
Cool.
in a series where they already trail
Yeah, they
by
actually had
1,
to upload
still
your shit
4
before.
rounds
That's
to
good,
tie.
Toasty. That's what I'm saying. Is like that's good. How much money would you have to be paid in order to eat 3 unbuttered Popeyes biscuits, no drink? Bro, I don't know if I can make it. Chat, I'm running an ad. I'm pretty sure that's like, that low-key sounds like a fucked up challenge. Like, you might die. Like, the flavor's fine, but like, let's be real. I think Popeyes is probably one of my favorite establishments in that category. But dude, what if you got a bad batch of biscuits? That shit could take you out. That shit, if you get a bad batch, bro, that shit could take you out. No drink? I don't get it. My local Popeyes have moist biscuits, and they're incredible every time. Most of the time, they're hitting, but I have had bad ones. And when you have the bad ones, yes, they are. Bro, if you get 3 bad ones in a row and you don't got a drink around you, like that could kill you. Like, in Flom Stream, we're always talking about food. Yes. And if we're not talking about food at some point in the next 30 minutes, we will be. Sorry, don't have to answer this. Do you sleep fetal position or like Dracula? You're sleeping like Dracula would be kind of like lit. Cause I'd pass out so fucking quick, dude, with my head just like inverted. But I'm a side sleeper. Which makes, dude, honestly, side sleeper plus shoulder day might be the worst combination in the history of sleeping. Never slept on your stomach? Oh, hell no. I don't know how the fuck people do that. Also, isn't that shit really bad for you? What side? I sleep on my right side. Which I think technically sleeping on your left side is better. I think, right? I've tried to, I can sleep on my left sometimes now. I used to not be able to do it at all.
Furio were scrounging for a lifeline, and it came in the form of Quesarado. Big multi-kill moment to put him on the board and to keep that bit of momentum, all the momentum that was left to be had, taken on the 4-round streak to end the half.
It was
you sleep on your back like you're in a coffin, easy.
No.
Problem is I like to peek at the TV.
Options.
If I'm sleeping on my back,
every step
I'm like,
of the way, whether
hey, yo,
it was,
what's on right now?
Middle connector itself.
Luckily for me, though, my beard's long enough to where it blocks it, so it really
round.
deters me from trying to do that.
The kills came sort of late into the half, but still only 4 rounds that Fury have gotten.
TV on ceiling? Holy shit. Then I just wouldn't sleep.
There's still some problems on B. Now they just need to know how to clone him.
My coworker that got all of his medical advice from TikTok says you should sleep on your right.
Even come up and
all right.
This. All right. Well,
honestly, I've heard enough. I agree.
Attack now.
JL just lets it slide by. Yuri also climbs up in the window. Beretta's over towards the ramp though, turns back, and before the sight falls, that's a big pickup for Bit. He's gonna swing out, soften him up for Bit to do the heavy lifting. It's a double out of Bit as the pistol looks to be an obvious.
Fury rallying back to just lose the pistol right here.
He's got 40 seconds to pull this one out of the hat.
Be a bit tough. The overgrowth always looks nice. Underrated USP. Thoughts? Cluster, thanks for the 74-month reset. Thank you.
Not really that great.
Like, actually, very underrated pistol, in my opinion.
Figured out. Oh, beautiful.
Raw.
Clean pickup.
I think wonderful, so inconsistent.
Magazine was a little
think if you're not Zaiwu,
for that one. 2 kills for him, 2 kills for
Shiro,
both of those
Monesi, you're a really good opera. That's inconsistent.
They definitely did. And I think one small protocol is missed here when they walk up connector, and that's just
maybe start to 9-10's working his way in there.
They get spotted, and I think it's a little bit of info. They still find the kill in window, which is
What's
good.
with the wonderful hate?
So much of this still is just
offers on a lot of teams.
It's an A split. It's not like you're never.
Well, also it's a popularity contest. So like wonderful is the closer for the team, and Alexi has them in a much more util position. Util S.
No bomb plant, still a force
like
up.
style. So he's. You got a lot of things going against Wonderful for popularity.
Shot, actually, so.
I don't think so either.
So he's probably the least popular player on the team.
Players trying to jump down on him, and Skulls will get there with the P2.
And he's a less flashy opera, and he's utilized in a way where he's mostly just closing rounds.
You're stuck in with them, and they're just going to pepper this. Don't you?
So I think that's why he gets like a lot of
magical things on this bomb site. But with a P250,
Brooke used to be really consistent.
And 2 players still to deal with.
I don't know if consistent is ever a word that I'd use for Brokey. Brokey goes on streaks of. I'm not even just. This is not meant to be like some hot take. Brokey goes on streaks of being the best opera in the world, and then he takes a break.
It was kind of sad.
He's
$1,000.
He's the closest player, in my opinion, that we got to Simple when Simple's not around. Modesty too, but Modesty's almost like his own beast. Like Brokey's probably the person. When it comes to decision making, Brokey's the person that reminds me most of Simple.
Yeah, you always
but
have
he
that
also
flashbangs,
he goes completely fucking missing for streaks at a time as well.
If you want to get better at flashbangs, watch a Fallen VOD.
But he's not. I would never use consistent as a word to describe Brokey if I'm being completely honest.
There's that AK out on the field in Yuri.
Notice how you didn't mention Device. Well, that's because Device plays for Astralis, and they're lucky to be mentioned at all.
Ooh, but now they know where it's at. Element
It's not really his fault. That team's just a fucking clusterfuck.
That's the bomb. Jumped up and spotted.
Woxic's a good one, dude. Woxic has actually gotten so good.
I think he should.
And I knew I was skipping a name in there. Honestly, dude, Woxic's been great to watch lately. He does have his off maps, but also EF has played so much more than everybody else. I almost feel like it's unfair to say that.
Look at the window.
Don't peek at
The
JL.
abyss. You must stare at it.
You can hold the window jump up, but don't peek bottom mid.
Oh, they're getting closer, making it easier for you, JL.
Woxic's really, I feel like the last...
Fool. Why would you ever do that?
He fell for it.
6 months?
Pistol sets it up. Good dink back.
Really
from
just
the
found...
They're trying
Dude,
to
he's just
follow
had
through here.
really good form. Oh.
Prying eyes in from
They're kind of
connector.
stuck
Eman
here. They're
trying
kind
to
of
be the
stuck.
savior.
What? They're stuck in there with
Hands on
them.
the AK gets a man advantage up for them, but Bit will still clear Cello because the bomb's
Damn,
down.
Emma wins
and
that?
bomb being out here in the
Fucking A.
open. Fallen's gonna scoop it up and sprint. He can't escape.
So
Navi
close.
just keep constant on the mid pressure.
Would be on your team if you could get any player in their peak? Oh, I just take Zyro.
Where each player was holding.
Yeah,
They made it
most
complicated,
versatile.
They made it messy, and that's what you want to do if you have pistols.
Dude's a
but
human calculator. I'd take
that's
Zyro in a
totally fine
heartbeat.
for Navi. They're kind of like a slow period.
Donk's
in that
insane,
sense.
but
they do the same.
he's
kind
also
of
just
messy,
like a
complicated
blunt
positions and
force object,
rely on
like-
good individual decisions and confusion. But
Zyro literally is just fucking nuts. Like, to me, like I
feel like Alexi needs a spa day.
Yeah, if I had a choice of like one player to like, you know, build this team, or like where do you start? We get one of the best players in the world. Who you take? I'm taking Zyro.
Not having his mechanically best map, but hell, he's got teammates doing heavy lifting. Ime, 17 frags deep.
Somebody in the YouTube chat said fodder. True.
What could be
Fodder.
the final
Early
gun
days
round
of
for
CS:GO in matchmaking on his 7th account.
it's an A attack canceled, but there's no one. There's no one on B. And Alexi has like really good vision. He's
How'd you describe Cooper's opping? Old.
starting to fall back now. Okay, some space has been given up.
I'm trying to think of who he
Hopefully
reminds
missiles
me
here.
of most similarly.
Back triple now.
They're able to get out ramp uncontested. Cello, ooh, gets a dink through the
I don't
box.
know.
Lovely stuff. But then he
pretty
kind of
unique,
takes his
actually.
eyes off it. That's a bunch of damage for somebody who gets dinked through a box.
Kind of depends on if
It
he's
should
reading
be
chat or
held
not.
hard.
Good luck with this one.
Wonderful's not getting into this bomb site. Furia afforded a lot of space. I
That was
feel like
sweet.
they were allowed to walk out for quite free.
Yeah, they, you know, I think not. I think Alexi was spotting. Oh, nice the nade. No op save. I thought Alexi was spotting the apps, but he might not have been. But it must have been his info, even though there was
I
no
think
noise.
of like who in the
Okay,
top
I'm like,
oppers he reminds me of most.
They didn't know what was going on in the ramp. No one actually showed themselves. Fair
He's
play here
not
to
super
Furia.
flicky.
And all the while they had Caserado at the top of mid. That wasn't cleaned either.
He reminds me more of like a Zywu, but like that plays less and reads chat more, and is less invested in terms of how he looks with the op.
Does not succeed. JL
I think
gonna pick it up
Zywu of
instead.
like Zywu was bald, red chat,
Honestly,
and
if Ema and Bit weren't playing as well as they are, there's a world where Furia
Was
have
a little
more
checked.
rounds. Keep Wonderful and JL down in the dumps.
but
There's still a bit of
Cooper
running
when
here
he's
for
on is
Furia
really
on map 2
smooth.
of
That's
this
why he
series.
reminds me of Zywu. Like he very rarely, he doesn't like. He's
Nothing Ema can
not
really do to stop it. You better hope
like
somebody
a
connects through connector. JL
psychopath with the op when he's on.
damage, but
He's
Ema
smooth with the
will.
op when he's on.
Middle misses its chance to strike him down.
Yuri's got to get out of there, or they have to protect him.
Alexi trying to give himself a flash to work with. JL still unable to topple any of these connector players. But again, the bomb is down, right? That one kill they do find, that drops bomb on Cat. And now he will finish off Fallen. Skulls has taken his sweet time to come at this from the A site, but Cello should catch JL scoped in. Yes, sir. Watching the wrong direction. Furia will indeed
bad, but I still just feel like we're in a holding pattern here for Na'Vi, right?
Tease, offer over the scout, mid control being one. And yeah, it's been more of an even kill distribution for Furia. That's for sure. The top end for Na'Vi's looking a bit better than the top end for Furia, but Alexi's struggling a little bit.
Well, Na'Vi's playing good today.
Wonderful. JL.
Nah, don't say shit like that. You're just priming me up to say some shit. You're priming me to shit talk Furia and Na'Vi at the same time. Don't do that.
You boost
Say
one
it.
and
Okay,
you swing
Furia's
two.
ass, and Furia should have won map 1, and Na'Vi didn't look that strong, and Alexi B played the best I've seen him play probably in 2025 to get him over the hump.
Frag of all things.
And Wonderful closed it out. Like,
the nades got his name on it.
there you go. That's
and
the truth.
it engulfed.
So Na'Vi looks better, but their opponent is
Fallen's going to take that as a ticket to run up into A site. Really make sure he stays stuck in
fucking
there.
Furia right now. Like Furia, what is Furia is? God, fuck.
Want to make
See?
sure he's nice and cooked before they eat him.
A reminder that cannibalism is illegal in most places,
but tasty. I've heard.
Not everywhere.
I didn't mean to. Yeah, it's hard to be excited about Na'Vi right now. Even hopefully they 2-0 this. If they 2-0 this, it's a nice sign.
Blades talking.
But unfortunately, it doesn't
bode
really
well for
mean
Furia.
much. Like, I'm called out the rage bait and still took it. Well, chat said do it. You know, like fucking Emperor Palpatine in my
if that's
ear.
something that coaches think about. You know, it's like the other guy calls attack.
You know?
I don't have anything to say right now.
true,
It's
true,
just,
'cause you don't see it coming.
The optics. You're like,
yeah.
Everyone's staring at me like they're thinking about what
Did
I'm
they
saying.
add VRS back to HLTV again or no?
Blade's going at 100 words per minute.
How can I help?
So
I know fist bumps.
Yeah, I mean,
You go for the side.
I'll just look at the VRS.
Yeah.
That's always
short.
I think that has a literal impact.
And then a clap for
measurable
good
impact.
measure.
I still agree with you guys. I would love to see VRS rankings, I think, on the
Praise
UI.
Na'Vi for their conversion off of timeouts.
I know people say it like earlier people said they'd be confused with seating, but we don't even have seating on here, so like who the fuck cares?
Rotated around a little bit too heavily. This time they've got at least one person on the other side of the map to sell something. Maybe they bite on it harder. It's looking like simple lamp flash scrim out the A ramp though. Let's see if Furia find out why you want to have a ticket player at least some of the time.
Oh, stomping. Skulls thought he had way more of a grace period with that run up.
That's a nice.
gets
Oh,
zoned out by
Quesarado diff. There you go, man.
Beacon of hope for Furia.
1911. Love to see him. And Yuri's hitting too.
Cello's going to find a completely vacant B bomb site. That
My
draws
God,
Fallen all
wait.
the way over. There are layers.
They're going. I guess they don't have Palace, so they're kind of worried about that. 2 T's here just to occupy some attention. They could play it as safely as they want to. This bomb's getting planted elsewhere.
They're the Molly Cat.
This is mad awkward. I mean, I don't know how this goes wrong for Furia, but okay.
Like this.
Well,
it's still early enough that they can try to go
no
for
kit
it,
though.
honestly.
No kit. No kit.
It's gonna make this
That's a
one really
huge part of
tough,
this.
so I don't
They're
think
just
they
gonna
do.
save it.
true.
Yeah, that's probably a smart call.
An 8th round.
I don't know how they lose this. Both players instantly die.
8th round.
An 8th round, good. Yes, clap your hands, Launders. Celebrate. Furia with an 8th. Love that. Good on Cello to keep options
I'll take
open.
VRS rating is bad. They just use HLTV
You know, it's
rating
one of those
because
weird
they
ones where
use
it's
it anyway for like
damn,
10
we
years to
lost
determine
Palace
how.
so quickly. Yeah,
actually
but
good.
Quesarado gets
Equally-
2 kills. Like
Actually, I don't know if
two on A, it's like, you know,
VRS rating
you're-
isn't bad. Isn't a hot take
In
anymore.
this case, they're
No, I
literally
like the
writing
VRS.
off gains with Quesarado finding those.
Yeah, I like the
openings.
VRS a lot,
So
actually.
It's nice that Furia play both sides.
I
of
love the
map.
fact that a team that skipped an event and hasn't really won more than
of
just a few
applause for
BO3s this year
Cello,
has
everybody.
absolutely dropped in rankings. Yeah, I think that's
that's
good.
sort of the one new layer to the play that they
Sorry,
wanted
somebody
to
said this in the YouTube chat, but like,
last
yeah,
time
we
on
talked
A.
about this earlier.
So you
I
don't
think
need
VRS
5
has
guys to
flaws,
hit a
but
site,
I
you know?
actually
Unless
like the
things go
VRS
terribly
system way
wrong,
more
you
than
probably lose if it
basically
comes down to the
HLTV
fifth guy in
just
the first place. Sometimes they're better
having
off
their
doing
own
something
system.
else.
Like that, quite frankly, a lot of times
Walking up
gives
cat,
way more
sneaking
weight
to
to teams
connector,
like just not playing.
Pass crawl.
HLTV's rating system
case,
does the
holding
opposite of what
A-ramp.
VRS does, which is like, wow, you played really well for
Dressing
a little
up their
bit there, and
finish a
then
little different.
you just kind of haven't played events, and then you keep showing up and you're doing okay. Yeah, you're
Expects that
pretty
one
good.
Read like a book. And now pressure on this A side again, but you are still splitting defenders 2-2. JS gonna push
VRS,
on the reload.
VRS is good, and the only
Cello
reason
saw
it
that,
felt
I'm pretty
really
sure.
weird at
Tip
the
of
start
gun
of the
as he
year is
comes
just
out
because
as he's falling downwards. So
VRS
Cello
system
looking to be
wasn't
the guy
fully
here in the 20th.
rolled out yet to
And
start
Pitt
the
may
year.
have pressed forward into the site, but now he's starting to peel back
The
away
VRS
towards
decay is
default to try and
aggressive.
get
That's
eyes
because
on
you
Khan.
have multiple events
Hasn't
that
been
you
given a
most of
fight
these top
from
teams
Palace
especially have
nor
access
Ramp.
to.
Bit has to be so incredibly sharp. He's in probably the best position for both fights, a ramp or into connector, but it's just got to be headshots.
Like a lot of those inflated ranks that you're referring to are because the VRS systems. No way Bit gets to, and no way.
Triple from Bit. How they don't get him out of there, falling.
Oh
finally
my
putting
God,
him down with
dude.
the bomb now shown from ramp. 30 seconds to this clock.
And the bomb is going.
But Tavis, you got to remember, like
he's thinking about
VRS
it.
system
Back
wasn't
right.
fully
That
rolled
was
out for 2024, which is where a lot of these
Oh,
teams
man, he's
got
really
different
running this
VRS
down. I
points,
mean,
and they've
we've got
already been.
Yuri in the
It's already
best
worked
possible
itself
position to
out.
assist with this.
He's got time. But I mean, you got to run knife
Still
out.
tons
I
of
think
problems,
also
but
the
in
CT
terms
is
of
gonna
the
be
top
clear
teams,
that
I don't
there's
actually
no one
think there's
here
that many right
on the
now.
A site, and
He's
it-
running with his
Regional
arm.
stuff and tier 2 stuff.
Wait, he still got it though, right?
Okay. Oof, just another couple seconds. I thought maybe the window's going to get held, but Wonderful actually allows him to jump over. Missed shot on that one. Alexi will connect from catwalk. Low health now for Yuri. And as he gets onto the site, he hears them running in.
Whoa,
Easy to
Wonderful
track. Wonderful
overcooked
that
it.
time. Alexi silent.
He overcooked it.
Oh, nice from Yuri. He's going out left.
Oh, gets the vision onto the op.
8
He's only
HP.
on 8 points of health, so he wants to strike him
Oh.
down, and Alexi's got his number. 2 kills for Alexi.
Wonderful
in the
overcooked a little bit
2v2,
there.
and that's the way Na'Vi take 12.
He had time to run with the op. He had time to get that bomb planted. They had
3v5.
had it all calculated down to the final second. Fair enough. They got the bomb planted from a previous round. And this is Bit. I mean, they definitely missed a fair few shots towards him. Allowed for the sprays to go down. But again, he was at least in the best spot to defend against Ramp. And
What team are you talking about dropping in the ranking? Na'Vi would be one. Na'Vi's dropped. What were they? They were basically like top 3. I think HLTV still has them as 3, but VRS has them at 7, right?
Positionally
Yeah,
speaking,
which I think is good. I don't
felt
think
like
they.
they
Why
had
should
that,
they have?
yeah.
Why should they be third best team in the world right now
They
for
probably
not making it past what
So
semis
awkward
so
to get out of
far?
that corner
And
when you're
like I
two
said,
people
one
because
the
of the box
semis
as
that
well.
they
You're
made, I
jumbling
still
into
hate
each
that
other.
format.
Default.
It's kind of
Inside
deceptive,
connector.
oh,
Like to
inside
And then they
kinda
connector.
skipped
take
an
that
event.
fight together.
right?
You know, from being stuck in that corner
Like-
as tight as they were.
That's true.
I
It
think
is
Falcons
awkward. I'll
over
give
them
them
is a
that.
bit
I'm trying to
troll,
find an
but
out
like
for
there's
them.
always flaws in the
Also,
system.
just, you know,
Overall, I definitely think
trade.
that this is
Yeah,
pretty accurate.
Just kill him.
If
It's
you're
good.
not
He's
playing
scary.
in
He's
tournaments
scary
and
right now.
participating in
Yeah,
tournaments,
I
then
wouldn't be
people
able
can
to,
skip
but-
you. I think that's
You know, for
fair.
your sake, Furia, because the comeback was starting to look real. 4 map and match points for Na'Vi in their opening game.
I definitely don't
Blast
think they're
Open
3.
Lisbon.
Like either is my point, and I think like phase over them is insane. Well, that's
Wonderful head down.
you don't get to have like that's what I mean is like you don't get to have a rating if you don't participate,
Vision
right?
Over top of that smoke won't allow the
So you
catwalk
say
to fall
that
for
because
free.
you've seen them in the
Bomb
events
on
that
Yuri
they've
down
played, but they
beneath
also
it.
skipped that event that FaZe
Got
went
bodies
to.
stacked up inside this, and Imez got a good angle for the underpass kill. Missed shot out of Wonderful. Teammate trying to keep him alive. Now hands busy on the reload. 2 jump over for window.
No, don't stand up for
Catwalk
Elise. I'm
player
not talking
now.
about Elise right now. I'm
Bomb
talking about the
drop,
fact
though.
that team
Emet
skipping
keeps the
events, they got
pressure on.
punished for it. You know what I mean?
He's able to get past that op. Bit's gonna keep it locked in from Sandwich. Skull's caught looking the wrong way.
They skipped the
Now
last
suddenly
event.
Cello
Yeah, I
is in
think
a
like
tough
it's like one of
spot,
the
but he'll
weakest
catch
ones
them
for
off
VRS.
guard. And that's an open site for him to run towards. However, Imez ready on ticket. I thought to press pressure Cello, but he's going to let him get that plant down.
Man, he plants for CT. It's totally covered at the moment, and he's walking out in front of this to jungle, it might be a little confusing, but Imma's
Right
going to
now
see
they're
nothing
looking
here.
bad.
Cat player doesn't get the angle on the crossback, so Cello's able to get over towards ramp. And now Fallen found with his back turned. He kept his attention over towards Cat for so long. Cello 2 kills in, needs the ace, and it could still come through because he's got the health to do it. The bomb is awkward for him, and he's not going to find anything further than the triple. Na'Vi will indeed push this over the line.
Yes.
An 8-0 start to this map. We were talking 13-0. Furia shows some resilience in the face of losing second pistol and the conversions that come with it. But their opening game at Open goes well.
It does go well, but it certainly wasn't easy. Na'Vi will be happy with taking the win in a 2-0, but it got a little bit close for comfort, even on Mirage there, despite the hot start. We wanted to see that confidence in their play. We wanted to see that aggression come out from them. We wanted to see that dominance, and it was.
Na'Vi bombed out of EPL too. Well, you guys got to remember the big weight that VRS has, if I'm not misremembering, is
close but not close enough.
the big thing that I think that hurt
individual efforts sometimes.
Na'Vi is they didn't make playoffs of the major.
Of how Na'Vi wanted to play this game, and man, I feel like this has been the story.
Yeah, FaZe kind of played in the final, if you guys remember.
Shouts out to K Serato, man. Like some of his defenses around connector really.
I know they got second, so we all, you know, doesn't matter type vibe, but like
here. That's exactly what we talked about before.
with Rops, right? But that's still why the ranking is that high.
Generationally bad. They start.
Not a generational talent, just generationally bad.
They're like 7-0 down at the start. We think they're just about to get blown out.
I'm listening a little bit later, Nori.
Surprisingly, not that bad.
Yeah,
it's surprisingly effective.
Surprisingly
I'm gonna ask him to come over now, actually.
Like the whole Na'Vi squad in the end there, though, right? It was Bid and Imma pulling it over the line in a big fashion, making up for Anubis, I think. Imma, welcome to the desk.
Salud.
How you doing?
Very good, you?
I'm good, thank you very much, my friend. Now, this game, this series for you guys, just give me the lowdown of what you thought after Anubis. I know you haven't played Anubis in a while. It was a bit of a crash test. Did you expect it?
To be honest, we didn't expect it.
Okay.
But when we did the preparation, we didn't expect it. But after, I think Andy checked, or maybe Flash, I'm not sure how many times they played it last month. And then they were like, oh shit, maybe they pick it.
So you weren't as ready for it as you'd like to be? Was it like a last minute getting into it?
It was a last minute, yeah.
Okay, so that was a good test though for you, right?
It was a very good test because usually we prepare and stuff like this, kind of heavy. And we was kind of on a rush, like you said. And yeah, it was a good test to have played this map because we didn't play for 3 months or maybe more than 3 months. I think it's 4 or 5.
It's more than, it feels like a long time.
Yeah.
What's the vibe like between map conversation? Is it like, if we can beat these guys on Anubis, we can run them over on Mirage? Like what's the conversation that goes on there?
No, there is no time for something like this. We basically between maps we just discuss whatever we need to do on this map and small reminders what we discuss in the practice room.
Okay, Imma, how do you feel like Anubis developed for you guys? Obviously got really close, but then when it hit overtime, you guys just flipped the switch and you guys went crazy.
Look at his face.
How did you guys just go from getting kind of a bad CT side for your standards into just wiping the floor with them?
Very good question, but not for me because I hate this map.
Okay, all right then.
For me, it's like a very shit map. I don't know. I play this connector, I'm getting fucked this side, I'm getting fucked city side.
Okay, buddy.
Okay.
But it is what it is.
Why don't you fucking
and
suck on these nuts, Kieran Toy? How about that, buddy?
Between what we played in regulation and overtime, it was play with balls. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. I mean, the third round, you guys just pushed B main. I mean,
yes.
That's what that was, huh?
Yeah, I mean, usually we had the call that to do it flash, and I said no flash, no mark. Let's go no mark.
That was crazy, honestly. We highlighted.
Also, you called the no flash and just dropped.
Yeah, wait, is Imma shorter than Maui? I just realized. Hold on, Roger 6'46" with primary.
Because
Thank
I
you,
know
dude.
that he's smoking, and I'm a big
Or did
guy
Maui
on
get
this
a
side.
stool?
And I know that if you smoke insta, you don't have time to check the push.
Yeah.
And that means if you go both right side and he checks,
Holy shit.
it's clear for him.
I'm glad he made that call because
nice.
one of the things I was wondering, you know, you got a lot more consistent over 2024 and it was talked about a lot, becoming a second voice. Do you think that's helped you become like a better player when you have more input on the plays you're making?
I mean, I've said it many times that in every team that I've been, even in FaceTime, I'm speaking a lot. Like FaceTime, mid-round, end-round, and that's what I like to do, and then that's I'm used to, let's say.
Yeah.
And then it's pretty good for me. Like like before, like in the beginning of the Navi, maybe it was a bit rough because not new callouts, like new system, let's say, and then maybe it was harder for me to call, you know.
Yeah.
And then I got used to it, and then it's much easier.
Makes sense.
Do we feel like, though, there's still more for us to see from you? We keep talking about your improvements, but are you looking at yourself and thinking, okay, I can do better, I can get better, I want more?
Of course, like I said many times, it's every time how good you play or how bad you play is very much time for improvement, and you can improve everything.
Now, looking at something we heard not too long ago, right, when it came to the EPL clip that came out, I want to ask you guys still friends now? We're still good?
It was bullshit. I said it in interview after, and I can say now, it was full bullshit. Like, we have so many rounds cheering for each other, and then there is this round that they put ECL, they put it for everyone to see it, and it's like...
Did you feel a bit thrown under the bus with that clip?
No.
No?
No, I didn't feel like... Me and Alexi were joking, like, whenever we have, not small discussion, whenever we are full chilling, Alexi is asking me, do you have problems? And then I'm asking, yes. Yes, I have many problems.
Love it, love it.
Anything else from you guys?
That was my biggest question, so no, I'm glad you answered it. Glad you gave your side of the
Paulie,
story
thanks
on that.
for
Actually, was
the 3-year
Alexi,
primer. Thank
who was
you, Paulie.
most
Thank
upset
you,
about
dude.
that clip getting leaked?
I mean, Alexi didn't know.
Okay.
I think he found out pretty late.
Yeah.
But we were, how can I say it? We were very frustrated of that clip only because after that we called something. We call around, and they leaked it, which is not pretty nice. I mean, you can show this little fights, whatever, but don't
give the strats away.
Yes, don't give the strats, which is full annoying.
Full professional. Just don't give the strat. All the other stuff is fine.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Joe, while we've got you, just because so many players hate on Anubis, why do you not like Anubis? What's your main gripe with this map?
I don't know. For you're asking again. You're asking a connector guy who needs to play with util, and he's getting molly flash, they cheat, smoking face, and then you have to.
Other
smoke
games
and
today?
then,
Nah, this is the last
connector,
one.
You're very safe, and the guy from behind you B kills you because your B anchor needs to survive for the others. You know. It's very fucked. I don't
So
know.
you're saying you're in practice, you're begging, please, can we not ban train? Please.
Maybe.
That's the next way we're going to go with it. All right, lastly then, just looking at, obviously, a couple of results now. You've made playoffs, but not gone as far as
talking about
what you guys
leaking?
would want. What high standard we
Clip
would put
of, like,
Navi to, you know?
Alexi
going
telling
to
him to
finals,
stop
winning
calling
trophies.
and-
Do you feel like you guys have done
Little
enough
bit
work
of a
here in
fight,
Lisbon,
but
like coming before
it's like
Lisbon,
nothing,
to
but
see an improvement, to see
people
yourselves
on
be
the
a title
internet.
contender here?
I mean, you have no time to practice because.
Oh my
we
God, are they
went
beefing
from,
now?
Wait.
EPL.
EPL. It was from Sweden to Copenhagen and Insta, and then we had yesterday a day of practice because it was the other group playing.
And it was
here.
between Alexi B and Emma.
But we said we had many talks in our team that we need to take game by game, and then to make as much points as you can get for the major, and then we're gonna see there.
Okay, well, that's what it comes down to, all about the major. Emma, thank you very much for
Still
joining
not
us.
a good practice.
Thank you for everything you do.
Thanks.
So we
Thank you.
appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
See you.
Whether it was the strat that matters or not,
Well, we make it work.
like, it doesn't matter the depth of it or how good of a
I love
strat
his
it
energy.
is.
I
Like
love
it's the idea that it was leaked, right? Like, don't do that. All right, man. Waking up at 4 is crushing my nuts. Jesus Christ. That's it for me today. My old thick ass is about to lift and then be an adult and then have some dinner. Haven't seen Chad in a while, so that'll be nice. We're gonna host somebody here. Guys, thanks for watching today, man. Hope you guys enjoyed. Don't forget to follow the stream if you're on Twitch, and if you guys are watching on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Be greatly appreciated. Let's see. Man, I gotta record some shit for YouTube. I recorded a bunch of things and I was good for a while and then I forgot to record more shit. That's the only. Sometimes I get in the zone and I fucking rip it, and then the problem with ripping it is you forget that you got to keep doing it again. Let's see. I'll pay out. Calm down. Calm down, you weenies. stays up for like 24 hours. Calm down. Let's see.
Discord, what the fuck?
Because you're standing still.
You guys want to? Yeah, perfect. Well, great. My whole shit just got fucking demonetized for YouTube probably. But anyway, we'll raid and host Steve. He's chilling. Give Steve some love. He's playing some WoW on the new patch. Good energy as always. Make sure you call him bald. All right. Thanks for watching. Thank you for hanging out. No prac today. No. Cooper's doing some fam shit early in the day. All right. Thank you for watching. I will see you guys tomorrow for more Blast Lisbon. Thanks for watching on Twitch. Thanks for watching on YouTube. You guys are stunning, beautiful, and gorgeous as always. Appreciate each and every single one of you in here today. Except for Rin, obviously. Piece of shit. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Try to make sure. I'm going to try to be on at like 4, but I'll be honest, I've been setting my alarm at 4 and then kind of like just actually showering and waking up. We'll see. Maybe I'll wake up a little bit earlier tomorrow. We'll see. Anyway, have a good night, morning, afternoon. See you tomorrow. Later, y'all. Take it easy.